And a very warm good morning and welcome to day 2 of the 47th annual Golden State Championships here at Perth Motorplex. My name's Chris Mitchell up here in Formula Tech Race Control to kick off our qualifying for the morning. It's Super Street Round 3 and I'm joined up here by Mr. Josh Starling. How are you, mate?
Yeah, not bad, Chris. But good to be back here on another scorcher of a Perth day here at the Perth Motorplex. It's currently sitting at around 32 degrees, so it's another warm one.
32 degrees at 11 a.m., thank you.
At 11 a.m. too, yeah. So it's definitely getting a little bit warm out there. Track sitting around 47.4 as we start the day session. So it's another hot one here for day number 2.
It's already starting to warm up as we're getting our first cars on the start line, ready to rip-roar down the quarter mile. Mike Caridi alongside Jeff Thurley in the Aeroflow and Rocket Industries lanes, respectively. Caridi currently sits 12th quick in qualifying, heading into round 3 this morning, with Thurley sitting down in the number 21 spot. It's going to be a 10.88 for Caridi and 11.66 for Thurley. Neither one of them able to improve on their standing currently here in Super Street, brought to you by WA Suspensions.
Our second pairing, Chris de Bruin and Steve Hodgkin, another one of the Beat the Heat squad. A very well thought out and very well presented team is the Beat the Heat crew.
And they do it for the love too.
They do. They're very passionate about their drag racing here in WA. It's a pretty even drag too as they hit the mid-track marker. Hodgkin in the Rocket Industries lane. He looks like he has the nose in front as he hits the top side of the track. He will trigger the wind light with a 10.492 at 203 kilometers an hour. That is currently still sitting in 16th place. Hodgkin in 6th place with a 10.49.
As we pick up Mark Rainey in the Effective Mortgage Services Ford Futura for WC Racing in the Aeroflow lane on the left-hand side. Alongside Bernie Ellaby in Hermititis B. Ellaby lays back onto those rear shocks and launches the little HB Tirana out of the gates a little early on the light, 0.020, the wrong side of the tree, with Mark Rainey on an 0.86 reaction time. Through the top end, 11.55 for Mark Rainey. Will switch on the red light. It's not quite enough to move him up out of the number 20 spot as Bernie Ellaby goes a 10.66 and will not improve on his time in number 9 here in qualifying.
Once again, Lee Watson flying the Beat the Heat flag in the Pontiac in the Aeroflow lane. He goes up against Jacob Mills in the Commodore. The 6.2 litre occupies the Rocket Industries lane. Mills coming into day number 2 in Super Street. I'm just trying to glance through the timing sheet. Can't actually see his name.
Got to try and chase him down. Jacob Mills sitting in timing, somewhere buried in there with our 25-plus drivers in Super Street. He'll be outside that top 25, coming up against Lee Watson.
Good launch for Watson, a 0.091 on the tree, so a fantastic launch. And that Pontiac looking straight and true as he hits the top end of the track. A very solid pass, and it comes through with a 10.1 at 215 kilometers an hour. That is good enough to park Lee in the 3rd place with a 10.132 in Group 3 of qualifying.
Brett Connolly coming out in the little Ford Courier that could for the Blue Oval Bandits. It's the dog in the ute. God, it's an iconic car here in Perth. To have that, what is it, plaster, fiberglass, something, foam dog in the back of the ute here for Brett. And he comes out alongside Joel Trotman, who pulls out an 0.52 reaction time. Currently, Trotman sitting in the number 5 spot on a 10.43 with a 7. Would like to improve on that here. He goes at 10.39. He does improve on time. Does not improve on his standing, though. He stays in the number 5 spot with Brett Connolly, 11.413 at 185. We'll go to the number 20 spot here in Super Street.
The first of the Garbellinis make their first appearance here on day number 2. It is Lisa Garbellini in the Rocket Industries lane, going up against Cameron Lockett in the Aeroflow lane. So the 2 Commodores set to go here at the Perth Motorplex. Lisa a little bit keen on the jump, a 0.005 on the negative side. And Lockett is just going for a bit of a Saturday morning cruise down there in the Aeroflow lane. So Garbellini will hit the stripe at 11.3 at 189 kilometers an hour. And Lockett cruising to the line with a 16.8 at 121. That parks him in 23rd, but that's not a representative time. Lisa Garbellini currently sitting in 18th with an 11.37.
Steve Peach from Woodside, South Australia, on a solo here for the West Oz machine coming out to play. It's good to have all of our travelling and interstate drivers racing with us this weekend for the 47th Annual Golden State Championships at Perth Motorplex. Steve on a solo in the VC, as unfortunately Darren Bakranich found some trouble in the burnout box and has to push the Commodore back. Steve will race it down track, currently sitting in the number 10 spot on a 10.61. And he improves that time. He will jump to the number 8 spot now. Steve Peach from South Australia goes to the number 8 in Super Street, brought to you by WA Suspensions. WA Suspensions for everything you need down in Osborne Park. Your Australian Lovells GVM kits and Boss Airbags suppliers, doing all suspension repairs and upgrades using Lovells, KYB, Bilstein, Coney, SuperPro and XYZ coilovers. 40 years of servicing DIY and workshops in the city and country. They're welcome to new retail and, of course, trade accounts too. That's WA Suspensions down there in Osborne Park, proud supporters of Super Street and the Perth Motorplex.
Paul Garbellini, the reigning national champion of this class, going up against Jace Dobra. Once again, the two Commodores set to go here for their first pass of day number 2. And Dobra, once again, very keen. Unfortunately, just got away a little bit early. And Garbellini, a fantastic reaction time to the tree, and he has got the nose in front as they hit the top end of the track. And it's an 11.6 for Garbellini that time around with 186 kilometres an hour. Unfortunately, he can't improve on his time, and he's gone up to the 25th spot. Dobra just one stop ahead of him in 24th with an 11.63.
Picking up our next pairing, coming out to the start line here. Andy Orshot in the Aeroflow lane. Coming up against the 72.47 machine. It's a beg entry. Not seeing it on my timing screen, but nonetheless, Andy Orshot 11.907 through the top end at 186 kilometers per hour. Will lock in a time outside the top 25 of your Super Street field.
Our next pairing, Peter Forward in the Aeroflow lane, that beautiful Nissan Skyline. A little bit new, something different, something a little bit interesting in the world of drag racing, this Skyline.
It's cool to have.
It is very cool. It's a very nice presented car.
It breaks up the monotony of Commodores.
Of the Commodores and the Falcons and what you see
Not that we have
Street.
anything against a monotony of Commodores. We are in Perth, we are in Australia, we are in Kwinana. There's a lot of Commodores, we know.
It's a very great start too for Forward as well. 0.070 on the reaction time as he hits the top side of the tracker. 10.361. That plots him in 4th place on your timing sheets. Norm Campbell was in the Rocket Industries lanes in the Commodore. He is currently 17th quickest in your qualifying here for round number 3 of Super Street.
Kicking on through, Glenn Sturkenberg coming down to the start line here. Of course, Glenn has campaigned in the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series here. Currently sits in the number 4 spot of the championship. Coming to round 4 here at Perth Motorplex. Is staging the car with the rear tyres. Is Glenn, though. Well, something's going on for Glenn here. He's having trouble finding a reverse gear or getting it back, or he's just not quite got it in the right spot. Now they've got him back behind those laser beams, and Glenn is going to bump this purple VR Ute into stage. As he's gone...
He's rolled straight past again, hasn't he?
Okay, so Glenn Sturkenberg sitting too far forward, and they are going to push him back. Kirsty Rowe in the other lane for Thornley Automotives racing in this Holden Monaro.
Sturkenberg's going to have a third attempt at trying to get the Ute into stage here, this time with the help of one of our track staff.
Yeah, that's not awkward at all.
Great way to start.
No shortening of the racetrack here for Glenn Sturkenberg by a car length of the VR Ute. Now they set them into stage, and we're going to continue on. Sturkenberg currently sits in the number 2 spot in Super Street. It's a red light for Kirsty Rowe sitting there on the start line and watching what's going on. Is an odd one. Sturkenberg gets away with an 0.75 reaction time. And will pick up a 10.192. Not good enough to improve his time of a 10.08. But Sturkenberg will stay in that number 3 spot here, or number 2 spot in qualifying so far for Super Street, brought to you by WA Suspensions.
So our next pairing out on the Perth Motorplex, quarter mile, Rodney Zedema in the Aeroflow lane in the Falcon going up against Tony Zachariah in the Commodore. A great launch for Zedema that time, a 0.117 versus Zachariah, 0.139 in the Commodore as they hit the top end, cross the timing beams. It is a 11.8 at 180 kilometres an hour for Zedema. Tony Zachariah coming home in a 12.468 at 178 kilometres an hour.
Chris Johnson bringing out this beautiful Mazda RX-7 in the Aeroflow lane. Alongside Ashley Rowe, second of the Thornley Automotive's racing machines we see here in Super Street. Ashley bringing out this beautiful little Tirana. For Thornley Automotives, Dale Signs, Mother's Car Care, and Street Quick Performance. Chris Johnson here with John X Explosives in the Aeroflow lane. About to send it down track. Johnson currently sits into the number 8 spot on a 10.508 here. Ashley Rowe trying to set a time, as you can hear Johnson up on the 2-step, popping and banging on the start line. Ashley Rowe with a red light there, just a little bit too keen on the light. Would love to tidy it up come eliminations time. We are still in qualifying, of course, as Chris Johnson, a 10.27, jumping up to the number 5 spot now. Ashley Rowe on a 10.68 goes to the number 13, lucky number 13. Here in Super Street qualifying.
This is a very iconic rivalry in Australia. We were talking about how we're in Australia with the Commodores and the Falcons. Michael North lines up in the Aeroflow lane in his EL Falcon, going up against Richard Stevens in his HSV R8 Club Sport. This will be a very even contest, you will imagine. Of course, we are only still qualifying here for day number 2 of the 47th Annual Goldenstates Championships here at the Perth Motorplex. And North's just gone away a little bit too eager, a 0.025 on the wrong side of the light for the Falcon. Stevens, a fantastic reaction time of 0.014. So they come across the line. It's a 10.6 for Michael North at 205 kilometres an hour. That parks him in 10th place. Richard Stevens comes across with an 11.8 with a 3 at 183 kilometres an hour for the club sport.
We have seen someone take out a perfect light so far here and putting themselves up for the Perfect Light Award for the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series and Australian Drag Racing Championship. A .000 reaction time during eliminations is the key, though, not qualifying. So we need to see a repeat come eliminations tonight for someone to get that Perfect Light Award here for the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. It's going to be a cool little achievement to carry with you here as Steph Galotto gets down track in the SCM Racing VN Commodore. Throwing down a 10.084. Steph parking it to the top spot here. She goes to number 1 in qualifying for Super Street. Kyle Lavery going to the number 12 spot here on a 10.62 for Super Street qualifying.
These are two very cool cars. Our next pairing, Bo Higgins in his XY Falcon, going up against Zachary Giles in his HT Ute. Beautifully presented machine for Zachary as they get ready to unleash themselves for their first pass here on day number 2 at the Perth Motorplex. It's a great launch for Higgins, a 0.023 on the light, but the Commodores got the legs on them as they hit the half-track mark. Be a fantastic race if it actually was racing as they come across the timing beams now. It's an 11.2 for Bo Higgins. He triggers the win light on the Aeroflow side of the track. Giles with an 11.446. That parks Higgins in the 16th spot. Giles not too far behind him in 17th.
We turn our attention to a very familiar name to us here in Western Australia. It's the Naylor family. Reese Naylor, the number 95 FGX Falcon. He's got sister Alicia guiding him into stage. Dad just giving one final talk here to get this FGX Falcon. Now, this is the beauty of Super Street. This Falcon's a 12.5 second car. It's pretty quick by street car standards for something that is incredibly stock. Like, there is minimal things done to this car. But you can run it in Super Street, and it doesn't have to be the fastest car to do well. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of Group 3 dial your own racing. You don't need to have the quickest car of the bunch to be able to win. You just need to have the most consistent and know how to put in your dial in, and you can go far come eliminations time here in Super Street. As Reese Naylor gets away from the light, a .106 reaction time on a solo pass to cap off the end of Super Street qualifying round 3 here for this 47th Annual Golden States. All the way to the finishing stripe. It's a 12.585 for Reese Naylor, 180 kilometres per hour. as we continue on. And we are fighting it out and chasing our way towards these elusive top qualifier medallions for the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. All top qualifiers will pick themselves up in a medallion thanks to Deco Glazed Glass Splashbacks in Central Victoria, and as well as a Summit Racing Equipment pack. They are going out to all your top qualifiers. And, of course, we do have the Crocam's Top Qualifiers Awards presented by Deco Glazed Glass Splashbacks. And the Crocam's Top Qualifier Award has already gone to Top Door Slammer, $1,000, going the way of your number one qualifier, Daniel Gregorini, in Top Door Slammer, and $500 going to Top Fuel Motorcycle, which is yet to be decided. We do have more qualifying coming for Top Fuel Motorcycle. As we keep things on two wheels, we're going to turn around to Modified Bike, brought to you by Perth Harley-Davidson here at Perth Motorplex.
Yeah, so our boys and girls on two wheels make their first appearance under a blazing sunshine here for day number 2. Chris Flyer in the Aeroflow lane going a little bit early with a 0.029 on the wrong side of the light. He goes up against Hamish Cunningham in the Rocket Industries lane. So they come across the line to 10.3 for Cunningham that time around at 226 kilometres an hour. That parks him in position number 12 with Chris Flyer in 14th place with a 10.47 here for the first round of Modified Bike.
Picking up our next pair, Jack Wasley back on the Kawasaki ZX14R alongside Simon Garbutt in the Rocket Industries lane. On the Honda CBR as Simon gets away a little early. Both of them actually getting away a little bit early here. Simon looking to improve on that number 16 spot if he can, with Wasley down in the number 7 spot on a 10.11 so far. Wasley improves at 10.076, as so does Simon actually at 10.89 here in their third round of qualifying for Modified Bike.
Pick up our third pair, David Waters in the Aeroflow lane on the Kawasaki, going up against Doug Jefficat on the Kawasaki in the Rocket Industries lane. So Waters gets a little bit early as he hits the top side of the track. He's just a little bit too keen on the light, but he ends up going a 970 at 235 kilometres an hour. That parks him in third. Jefficoat, I should say. I will get there eventually. Gets an 11.4 at 199. That parks him in the 18th spot.
Owen Rose on the Triumph Daytona. I saw a lovely photo of him cropping up on my Facebook feed this morning, courtesy of Phil Lawyer. High octane photos of Owen on the rear tyre, leaving the start line in similar fashion to Timothy Rushton a moment ago in the Rocket Industries lane on the A Modified Bike entry. Currently, Timmy Rushton sitting in the number 15 spot on a 10.62. Owen Rose on a 10.35. Improves at 219 kilometres per hour. That looks like a PB. It's turning on a PB light in here. And Rose will go to the number 12 spot here in qualifying.
Tasha Hayden lines up in the Rocket Industries lane. She is currently sitting, as I'm just once again quickly, she's currently sitting in the 8th place, going up against J-Mac in Jared McLean.
Good to have J-Mac back. He did one round yesterday and left for commentary duties, presenting an awards night for Motorcycling Western Australia.
The man in high demand is J-Mac as he sets a 0.028 on the light and ends up on the top side of the track, a 9.8 at 228. That parks him in 5th place. But Natasha Hayden, a 9.8 at 244. That clocks her, just picks her at the post to put her in 4th place overall.
Solid times from both of them there, and both of them showing up as PBs on our screens. Good to see both bikes into the 9s here as we pick up. It's Wayne Gummow in the Rocket Industries lane. He's due to be lining up alongside Connor Wood in the Aeroflow lane, who's just now getting into the burnout box. So Wayne has a moment to sit and wait. And these guys have been paired up a couple of times so far through qualifying here in Modified Bike. Connor just going through a couple more checks on this Kawasaki CPZ bike for BL&SG Lake Brick Cartage. Wayne Gummow here for the Street Bike Drag School. You can learn how to race your street bike courtesy of Daniel Rangsnat Lotto in Street Bike Drag School. Jeez. On a Formula Tech Performance Whoop-Ass Wednesday, running every Wednesday night, September through to May in our Perth Motorplex Track Championship calendar as they both get away on a light. And the CPZ, I think it's sounding a little bit fluffy out there. They're going to get down track though. And it's a 9.97 for Connor Wood. That will put him into the number 7 spot. A 10.01 for Wayne Gumout into the number 8 spot. Both of them improving on their standing so far in mod bike.
Next pairing just edging in to the staging beams. Chris Morgan in the Rocket Industry lane. There's Paul Newhoff in the Aeroflow lane. A little bit early for Chris Morgan on the light, a 0.03 on the negative side of the tree as Newhoff absolutely flies down the Perth Motorplex quarter mile to set an 8.6 at 238 kilometres an hour. And Chris Morgan comes across the line with a 10.2 at 223. Newhoff to the top of the timesheets on that bike, with Chris Morgan currently sitting in 10th place.
We pick up your number 2 qualifier, currently sitting in the seating order, Luke Seaton on the Mad Wombat Racing Yamaha R1. Check out the stretched out swing arm of this awesome R1 here, alongside Dave Esses in the Rocket Industries lane. Currently Seaton sitting into the number 2 spot. Esses down there in the number 17 spot in qualifying as Luke rides it out the back door in a 9.145. He improves his time by half a second in qualifying. So the track and the air is a lot better for this morning session than it has been, I'd say, for yesterday afternoon session, but it's surprising to see a lot of time starting to fall here in this third round of qualifying for modified bike.
Ex-pairing Brett Allen lines up in the Rocket Industries lane on his Suzuki. He goes up against the Hayabusa of Ian Reid in the Aeroflow lane. Reedy currently sitting in 6th place coming into day number 2. Pretty even off the line as they head down past the half track marker at 195 kilometres an hour for Ian Reid. As they hit the top side of the track, it's a 9.751 at 244. That is good enough to move him up into 4th place here in group number 3 qualifying. Brett Allen, a 10.088 at 244. So, once again, as we mentioned, this track looking really, really racy here in the day session on day number 2 of the Golden States.
It sure is. As we continue on, we come off 2 wheels, we jump back into 4. It's time for Super Sedan. Super Sedan brought to you by Enviro Exhaust. If your car is feeling sluggish and you have no fuel economy anymore, then you should go see, especially if you have a diesel vehicle, go see the folks at Enviro Exhaust. That's dpfclean.com.au. It's very likely you need your diesel particulate filter cleaned out and serviced, and Enviro Exhaust are the people to do it. That's dpfclean.com.au. Enviro Exhaust bringing us Super Sedan for the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. It's Tyrone Begg in the VN Calais in the Aeroflow lane. Coming up alongside Matthew Jarvis in the VZSS Ute in the Rocket Industries lane. Currently Begg down in the number 17 spot. Jarvis in the 19 spot in Super Sedan. This is round 3 of qualifying. A 005 light for Matty Jarvis. That is tidy, and he's got angel wings. His rear bumper has actually come off the clips behind the right rear tyre, and is throwing out a big old air brake on the right-hand side of the car. And Matty Jarvis, an 11.093, does not improve on his time. It's a 10.85 for Tyrone Begg. Does not improve on his time either.
Second pairing, and this is one mean-looking car. There is something about a Camaro with a wheelie bar and a big Ram air scoop on the bonnet that just looks so mean. Daniel Kojic on board that machine in the Aeroflow lane. Going up against Craig Carter in the Rocket Industries lane in his Holden HQR 1-tonner. Big wheels up for Daniel as he launches away from the line with a 008 on the light. So a fantastic launch as he hits the quarter-mile distance. It's a 9.239 at 235 with a 9.55 for Craig Carter. So it is a great run for both of them. Carter puts himself in 11th place, with Kojic going up to 7th quickest with that one.
Cool to see we're starting to get quicker here, and we're keeping it in the Utes for this one. It is Nigel Waugh from Shields Garage in this beautiful piece of kit. You got to get out into the pits and have a look at this car, Joshy, because it is immaculate. It came within mere points of taking out Grand Champion up in the Red Centre in Alice Springs for Red Centre Nats a little while ago in the year. And he comes out alongside Ray Lockwood in the VP Ute, here to throw down some times. Currently Lockwood sitting in the number 14 spot. Nigel Waugh sitting in the number 16 spot. As they split the difference across the tree. Waugh too quick by 2/10. Lockwood 2.7 tenths outside the tree. Lockwood throws down a 10.057, does not improve. Nigel Waugh a 10.46, does not improve here in round 3 of Super Sedan. Put up a big special shout out to Aeroflow Performance Products. Aeroflow manufacturing facilities all around the world. They have the abilities to distribute all across our great planet here with their race shop housing and maintaining over 12 Outlaw Nitro funny cars. Aeroflow has the capability to ship straight to your door, whether it's just one fitting or a full container of Aeroflow performance parts. Their comprehensive product range for the global market for hot rods, drag racing, speedway, street machines, JDM, sport compact, road racing, rallying, tractor pulling, off-road racing, motorcycles, and marine markets. Aeroflow is the place to go. It's aeroflowperformance.com. Proud supporters of Perth Motorplex, along with Rocket Industries and our Race Lanes sponsors the Aeroflow lane on the left and the Rocket Industries lane on the right.
Speaking of the Aeroflow lane, Rob Evans lines up his Chrysler hardtop and launches away with a 2/10 on the light as he hits the half-track marker at 198. It's an 8.847 at 245 for Evans, which is good enough to put him at the top of the timesheets for Super Sedan. He'll go up against Kathy Regan in the Commodore, who's parked herself in 8th spot.
How good is Rob Evans' car, though? I love that thing. All the way from South Australia, currently sitting, has raced in the order, did race up at Hidden Valley for the opening round of the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. Missed out in the Alice Springs round and is here to join us this weekend at Perth Motorplex for the 47th annual Golden States as we pick up this awesome 502 cubic inch HG ute of Vlado Jurek from V&A Performance right here from Coburn in Western Australia. Doesn't have too far to travel to get down to Kwinana. Alongside Matt Galotto from High Wycombe, the SCM Racing VL Commodore. Had a great run at the opening round of the WA Drag Racing Championship. Big zing at the tyre and an aggressive movement of the body for the HG of Jurek on the launch. Galotto looked a bit more subdued. And it's going to be a 9.520 here for Matt Galotto. Half a second outside at the time he's thrown down so far on a 9.04. Vlado Jurek, a 9.65, 221 kilometres per hour. Does not improve on that number 6 spot with the 9.16.
Carl Higgins rolls out in the Rocket Industries lane in his Ford XW Falcon. And I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, he brought this thing down to our Shannon's Fast Friday a couple weekends ago. And this thing was on absolute rails. Carl Higgins in his XW knows how to pedal this thing down the quarter mile. And he goes up against the Fox Body Mustang for Diamond Cut Landscaping in the Aeroflow lane. So it's going to be a pretty even matchup. Both of them mean-looking machines with big fat rear tyres, chutes hanging off the back as they get set to bump into full stage here for round number 3 of Super Sedan qualifying. Higgins, a beautiful launch. But Matt's gone better with a 0.024 on the tree, but Higgins absolutely walks away from it down the top end of the track. It's a 9.5 at 223 kilometres an hour. Good enough to park the XW in 11th spot, with Matt going a 10.84 with a 5 at 208. That plots the Mustang in 17th.
Ray Lecoq in the Aeroflow lane, out to play alongside Stuart Morehouse here in Super Sedan. Currently, Ray sits into the number 13 spot. Stewie Morehouse, the number 9 spot on a 9.26. Would love to improve on that in this beautiful SLR 5000 parked in the Rocket Industries lane. This is an LX Tirana, 383 cubic inches. Getting the job done here. And he seems to be already carrying a dial-in number on the right-hand side window. Bit early for that in qualifying, but he's just trying to feel it out and see how close they can run to the numbers that they want. It's Stewie Morehouse with a 9.38 with a 6, 234 kilometres per hour. Ray Lecoq stays in that number 3 spot, goes a 9.83 with a 1, 219 kilometres per hour for that wonderful, wonderful Leyland P76.
Peter Zokas lines up in the Aeroflow lane in the Tirana. He goes against Marty Merco.
Third
time lucky we got there. He goes in his Chevy Camaro, the 1968 machine with 565 cubic inches shoved under the bonnet. I mean, it's quite a long bonnet, but it's still managed to hold 565 angry cubic inches. So he's set to go for his first pass of day number 2 here at the Perth Motorplex. Both cars into full stage now. So the start sequence will begin. Azuka's just taking that little bit of extra time to bump the Tirana into stage. Wheels up for both of them as Martin gets away with a 0.015, Zukas with a 0.38. It's almost a dead heat as they come across the line, but it will be Zukas who triggers the win light with an 8.948. That plots him in 4th spot versus a 9.13 with a 2 at 237 for Mike.
Loving this long roof XW Falcon. Steve Hunt, all the way from Ingle Farm, South Australia, bringing the Hunt name and this beautiful piece of kit. I spotted this in one of Melly Howard's videos from Thursday night, Test and Tune here, while I was sitting at the pub, not being here at Perth Motorplex. 3 days in a row is a bit much. But
great dedication, mate.
Yeah, I know, right? Up against Jody Thorstenson in the Camaro. Jody with a great launch, 0.49 on the light. Steve Hunt does it better, though, 0.31 on the light. As they're going to race it out the back door. It's an 891, 245 kilometres per hour for Jody Thorstenson. A 10.162, 211 kilometres per hour for Steve Hunt to go into the number 15 spot. Jody goes to the number 3 here in Super Sedan.
How is this next pairing? 2 of the meanest looking cars you will see in Super Sedan competition anywhere in the state. Luke Guppy lines up in the Aeroflow lane in his Chevy Vega. He goes up against Con Adamos in his Nissan Skyline. So here we are saying that Skylines aren't very common. We've got 2 of them here this weekend, but this one definitely a bit more done up for Con. He's currently sitting in 20th place, so he want to be wanting to improve. Guppy gets away a little bit early with a 0.021 as they hit the top side of the track. It's an 8.8 with 8.7 with a 9 at 241 kilometres an hour. That parks him in 2nd place. Adamos a 10.006 at 239. He improves to 15th, though, so it's a positive to take.
That looks like it wraps us up for a brief moment here in Super Sedan qualifying. We continue on with all the action here. It's the 47th annual Golden State Championships here at Perth Motorplex. And we want to say a thank you to Chris Mills Performance with their huge range of quality race parts backed by customer service, which is second to none. Chris Mills Performance keeps a huge range of all your required race parts in stock right here in Perth. They're major stockist of Aeroflow, Autometer, MSD, Moroso, Trend Push Rods, Edelbrock, Weld, GM Performance Parts, ARP, Felpro, and so much more if that list wasn't enough for you. Located right here in WA. Hit them up emailing sales@cmp.com.au for all your high performance needs. That's Chris Mills Performance Bridge. Well, they support our Chris Mills Performance Bridge here at Perth Motorplex. The big concrete thing you see and what you can see if you're watching online and catching things up. For the 47th annual Golden States, we're going to take a very short moment and we should be back with Junior Dragster as we just turn the track around for them into the 8th mile. We'll be back in a red hot minute. Just as promised.
There we go.
There we go. We're both trying to say the same thing at the same time. What happens during daytime commentary. It's Junior Dragsters. Out for qualifying round number 3. Zara Board in Night Fury number 2. Comes out in the Rocket Industries lane alongside Dylan Spadaro. The Espresso Works Junior Dragster. Sponsored by Espresso Works Coffee Machines, Sales and Service. And RPO, Restoring People's Obsessions. Currently, Zara sits in the number 3 spot, running 0.05 outside of an 800 cutoff here for the A Junior Dragster designation. The kids are kept on the cutoffs and the minimums based on their age brackets. Dylan Spadaro also on the A Junior Dragster designation. parks into the number 5 spot so far, going 0.08 outside that designation. And we are sending instructions to shut the cars off on the start line. It looks like we are sorting a couple of things out. We should get these fired, and we'll be back in just a minute here for the 47th annual Golden States here at Perth Motorplex. And just like that, we are back, but with a different pairing on the start line this time around. It's Nathan Townsend in the C Junior Dragster for the Natural Touch Cosmetic Tattoos. Kitchens by Peter here in WA, and Perth Office Equipment Repairs in the Aeroflow Performance Products lane. Alongside Lockie Taylor in the Rocket Industries lane, and it looks like there is issues for Lockie Taylor. And they are pushing Lockie back behind the start line. It's going to be a solo for Nathan Townsend, who currently sits in the number 14 spot on a C Junior Dragster. 12.00 class cutoff. He's run 0.52 above that. Would love to get a little bit closer to that 12.00 and see if we can get Nathan up the order in qualifying. Doing it for the kids here in Junior Dragster. Nathan now accepts the green light and gets on his way. Trying to run as close to a 12.00 to an 8th mile marker. You can see the yellow and red boards at the halfway point of the Perth Motorplex quarter mile. Townsend gets a 12.48. He goes better. 81 kilometres per hour through the top end. Will stay in the number 14 spot, but gets closer to that number 13 of Bo Ferguson. Currently sitting 0.435 above the index here in Junior Dragster. This is round 3 of qualifying. Junior Dragster brought to you by Enviro Exhaust. Doing double duties, supporting categories here at Perth Motorplex. It's great to see. Enviro Exhaust, go to dpfclean.com.au to sort out if your diesel vehicle is sluggish, has poor acceleration, or crap fuel economy. That is Enviro Exhaust. And dpfclean.com.au is where to go.
As we pick up our second pairing here for round number 3 of Junior Dragster qualifying, the two Fergusons line up alongside each other. Brock Ferguson in the Aeroflow lane, going up against Bo in the Rocket Industries lane. Ferguson family race team probably won't breathe coming into this pass. Bo currently sitting in the 4th position. The 4th and 13th is where the two Ferguson boys stand coming into day number 2 as they both bump into stage here. It's pretty even reaction time. Brock in the Rocket Industries lane is 0.066 versus Bo 0.117, who crosses the 8th mile mark at a 7.93 with a 6 at 130 to propel him to the top of the timesheets. It's a 12.087 at 86 kilometres an hour for Brock in the Aeroflow lane. So the Ferguson boys both completing their first pass with no major issues here on day number 2 here at the Perth Motorplex.
Well, now we have one Ferguson under an index and one Ferguson above an index. And the best thing for us on our qualifying screens, we see B Ferguson, so we don't know which one.
I have no idea.
Until we do have some idea because we do get their Andra license numbers. So if we want to get right into it, we could figure it out here as we pick up Brock Moresby in the Two Brothers Racing entry. One of these pairings, you know, there's 4 sibling pairings in junior dragsters this weekend at the Golden States. How good is that?
It is a very family-orientated affair in junior dragster racing this weekend.
That's what it's all about. And we have lost 1 or 2 from our field here in junior dragsters, which is sad and it's unfortunate, but we will continue on for those that are still with us in competition here before we get into eliminations later on. Junior dragsters up for their 4th qualifier coming up at about 1:15 before they get into their elimination rounds, getting closer to 3 o'clock this afternoon here. Brock Moresby comes out alongside Jet Martin. Lining up in the Rocket Industries lane, the Intolerance Racing Junior Dragster for Harris Engines and Penrite Oils as Moresby picks up an 0.87 reaction time and is going to drag it to the 8th mile. It's an 8.113 here for Brock Moresby. Going into the number 9 spot here, Jet Martin going under. A little bit too quick. It's a 7.92. And we'll reset that one and go back to where Jet was in the order here. This is qualifying round 3 for Junior Dragster.
We pick up our next group of cars rolling out from underneath the Chris Mills Performance Bridge here for round number 3 of qualifying for our Junior Dragsters. Brought to you by Enviro Exhaust. Talia Martin and Cooper Moresby. Cooper lining up in the Rocket Industries lane. Martin in the Aeroflow. Both get the final check over from the parents and crews before they get guided into stage. Having a quick squiz through the timesheets here for Junior Dragsters qualifying. It's very evenly stretched across the board, I must too. So Junior Dragster Racing, highly, highly competitive class with absolutely nothing separating most of the field.
It's red hot.
It's incredible.
That's what we love about it. And then it gets real cagey when we get into eliminations and they start throwing down wicked dial-ins.
As Cooper Moresby, a fantastic launch in the Rocket Industries lanes, a 0.005 on the correct side of the light. Martin with a 0.063. That propels her up into 3rd place, a little bit too quick on the negative side as they come to the top side of the track with a 7.9. Moresby, a 8.6 at 118. That currently sits him in the 6th spot.
Picking up your next pair here, Seth Jarvis in the Aeroflow lane. Coming out to play alongside Tyler Jarvis. We get a family matchup in qualifying round 3 for Junior Dragsters. Seth getting instruction to bring it up to the start line here. Tyler trying to chase him down. They are B and C Junior Dragsters, left to right respectively. So Seth running on that 860 in his class. Currently sits into the number 6 spot, I'm going to say. Things get a little confusing on our instant qualifying list here. But goes 0.09 outside that 860 cutoff. Tyler Jarvis going 0.58 outside that 12.00 cutoff here for the C Junior Dragster as they get set to go for round 3 of qualifying. They get another chance coming up a little bit later today to throw down a lap as Seth gets away. A little keen on the tree, but that's okay. To the 8th mile, it's an 8.43. Goes underneath that 8.60. And we'll have to come back and try again. As does Tyler, going an 11.85 on a 12.00. A little bit too quick on the numbers there. And we'll try and pick things up coming out for round 4 of Junior Dragster later on today.
So Junior Dragsters want to take full advantage of Pretty prime racetrack conditions for him here in the day session here on day number 2 at the Perth Motorplex. We pick up our next pairing. Great to see such a huge field of junior dragsters here this weekend. Waiting on the timing screens to refresh here as the cars complete their burnouts in the burnout box. Tyler James in the Rocket Industries lane. Angel Backrenage in the Aeroflow lane. I must admit, Tyler James, we've mentioned a couple times throughout the weekend how cool junior dragsters look with the rear wings on the back. And Tyler James is one of the few that's sporting it here this weekend. And it really does look fantastic. So he's a B junior dragster. Angel, a A-spec junior dragster. So she's got the 8-second index. Tyler James at 8.6. They get set to go, bump into stage here for their first pass of the afternoon. Here at the Perth Motorplex, Tyler James a little bit too keen on the light. Backrenage, a 0.122 on the light as they hit the 8th mile marker. It's a 7.8. 5 at 132 for Angel that time around. That clocks her in the 3rd spot. Tyler James, an 8.7. So he's down there in 15th at the moment at 118 kilometers an hour.
As we continue rolling on with more of the junior dragsters coming through here for their 3rd round of qualifying, brought to you by Enviro Exhaust. Waiting for the next nose to poke its out from behind the Chris Mills Performance Bridge. And it is a 1 Isaac Adamos in the Rocket Industries lane, coming up against Brody Zapier. Brody's got a bit of a point to prove coming into this weekend as he leads the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series Junior Dragster Series right now. And coming to home soil and sitting in the order, going 0.01 off the index so far. And on my current instant qualifier, taking off all the drivers that have gone underneath, he would be on top. But you've got to filter those back in your overall qualifying here in round 3. Brody Zapier in the Aeroflow lane. Looking to see if he can throw an extra 0 in there on how close he gets to that 800 for A Junior Dragster. Meanwhile, Isaac Adamos sitting down at the bottom of the order here. Just slowly creeping up on this combination, trying to find where they need to make power here. This is B Junior Dragster for Isaac. He can run down to an 860 if they need. But if they're comfortable with a car that can run a 10.0 day in, day out, and set your clock to it, you may as well keep running at that, because once we get to eliminations, it's Group 3, dial your own, run your number. You don't have to be the fastest to win. As we get away, tighter reaction times from both sides of the tree here. 0.35 from Zapier, 0.57 from Adamos. Zapier goes a little too low. It's a 7.93. Isaac Adamos at 10.24 at 101 kilometers per hour. And that will leave them where they were in qualifying for Junior Dragster.
Rolling on, this is a pairing that actually came out first up for Junior Dragster, but a little bit of an issue with the timing system down the top end of the track, sent them back. So it's Dylan Spadaro in the Espresso Works machine, going against Zara Board in Night Fury. Should be our final pass for round number 3 of qualifying for our Junior Dragsters. Zara Board in the Rocket Industries lane, Spadaro in the Aeroflow lane. Spadaro currently sitting 10th in your overall standings, of course, but as Chris has mentioned, there's a fair few of the blokes who've gone under their index. Zara Board currently sitting not too far behind. So it's a pretty even contest, these two, as they line up into stage here for their first pass of the day. Both A Junior Dragsters, so they got the 800 index against their name here as they move into full stage. Spadaro and Board. Board gets away with a 0.29 on the correct side of the light. Spadaro a little bit slower with a 1.71 as they hit the top side of the track. They both go a little... Oh, Spadaro's just squeezed in.
Spadaro's bang on it.
He's bang on with an
8.006.
So he's on the money, is Dylan Spadaro in that one. Board a little bit too quick with 4/10 under the index with a 7.958 at 131. But Spadaro That's what you need to do in junior dragster racing. Get as close to your index as possible. That is a beautiful run for Dylan.
Great stuff here in round 3 of junior dragsters for the 47th annual Golden States. As we continue on, it looks like we'll be due to be turning the track around again and going back to the quarter mile. We are due for Modified to be coming out very soon here. A big shout out to Summit Racing Equipment. Always get more for your money at Summit Racing Equipment, proud sponsors of the 2021 Andra Sportsman Series. Order online at summitracing.com. You'll find millions of parts in stock from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, off-road racing, off-roading, tools, and more. Summit Racing offers landed cost shipping to Australia. Place your order, you'll receive a shipping quote that includes all the required duties, taxes, and fees, so you don't get a nasty surprise when it lands into the country. If you have questions, Summit Racing offers expert technical advice and world-class customer service, and you can even get into the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. God, that's dangerous. That's dangerous for the finances, having an app on your phone, being able to go shopping. Winning takes work, but getting parts is easy. That's summitracing.com here. Proud supporters of the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. For the 47th annual Golden States, we are rocking on through. Some water going down in the box, and we are back with Modified in just a red-hot moment. And I see the nose of a very beautiful 37 coupe about to come out and play here in Modified. Mr. Rochella.
The quality of cars this week, I've went through the pits a couple of times last night and just had to wander through. Modifieds, the quality of the cars and the presentation of some of the teams down here is second to none anywhere in the state. And as you mentioned, this 57 coupe is probably one of the coolest looking drag cars you will see anywhere.
Certainly is. You're not wrong about that. And it runs under something a little bit different, something we haven't seen too much of in recent times here at Perth Motorplex. This actually runs under the Modified Hot Rod Eliminator, under A/HR. It's very rare we get a full-bodied car, as you would say it is, even though it can run in the same body style, runs in Top Door Slammer at the hands of Pino Priolo. There's subtle differences, and this one shows up with Anthony Rochella in Modified Hot Rod AHR, and he comes out to play alongside Rachel Ganaway, who threw down a PB last night in a front-engine dragster matchup. Rachel throwing down PBs is awesome to see here in the Duck, lining up in the Rocket Industries lane. Currently, Anthony Rochella from Hillier, South Australia, currently sitting into the number 4 spot in Modified on an 8,199. Ganaway into the number 6 spot on a 962. That seeds the order, gets us sorted out who's going to be up against who for those first rounds of racing here, as Modified will race into the evening here at Perth Motorplex. Before they get into eliminations later on this evening, it's Group 3, dial your own kind of racing for Modified. So once we get to eliminations, they're going to want to dial in the number they think they're going to run on and run as close to that as they can. Final checks going on the cars. We run them into stage now. Get some crazy differences between the cars in Modified. That's what makes it cool. 37 coupe alongside the custom front engine dragster. The Hot Rod and the Fed both getting away nicely. A great reaction time there from Rochella. 076 on the light. And he's going to run the coupe out the back door. An 8,197 goes a little bit better, improves that qualifying time, stays in the number 4 spot at 264 kilometers per hour. Rachel Ganaway goes better again, a 961. Showing up another PB light for us here for Rachel. And that'll put her into the number 6 spot here in Modified.
Another front engine drag car rolling out from the Aeroflow lane, going up against Top Fuel Dragster in the Rocket Industries lane.
Not quite Top Fuel Dragster.
Not quite.
From far enough away, it looks like a Top Fuel Dragster.
No, Similar body style.
Yeah.
You can tell I'm new to this. You can tell I come from the other side of the spine here.
Yeah,
at the
but we won't pay that out for you too much. You found your way over here now.
I will learn. So it's Jeff Acton in the Rocket Industries lane with Paul Ryan in the Aeroflow lane. Cool looking cars here in the modified class. Ryan currently sitting on top of your entry list here coming into round number 3 of qualifying. Acton down there in the 5th place with a 9.01. Ryan a 7.3, so it's a quick little car in the Rocket Industries lane.
Well, Ryan's actually the only car in the field that carries any sort of power adder. Not quite the biggest cubes of the field, 406 cubic inches in modified, but it is under AA, and you can spot that black belt supercharger from a mile away on the Fed. And just the way that cuts that incredible burnout, smoking it up all the way down to the Triple M 92.9 Snake Pit here at Perth Motorplex. That is why he's #1 qualifier with a 7:38 so far to beat.
Bumping into stage in the Aeroflow lane. You can actually see the whole chassis tweak as he's on the bumps, getting it up into light up those staging bulbs. Jeff just edging up into stage as well. So we get underway. Ryan with a 0.3 of a reaction time. Acton a little bit sleepy with a 0.4 as they hit the mid-track marker at 243 kilometers an hour for Ryan. He goes a 7.3 at 297 kilometers an hour. Jeff has rolled right out of it down the top side of the track, so there's nowhere near a representative time, a 15.33 with a 0 at 100 kilometers an hour. So not the best start to the night that you want to get for Jeff in the Rocket Industries lane, but Ryan pretty good with a 7.3 at 297.
Yeah, he lowers that pole again here, the limbo pole to get under if you want to be on top of the pops here in modified. As we take a look down on the start line, tidy short burnout from Casey McClure in the McClure Motorsports Barbados Green Don Davis Dragster for Urban Concrete Solutions here in WA. Holtec, Rotor Motion, and All Fast Torque Converters. And she comes out to play alongside one Nicholas Rowe, who hasn't shown up in our qualifying order yet. I didn't see them yesterday. So this could be coming out to play here after a big mishap at Shannon's Power Palooza to kick off our Perth Motorplex Track Championship as our grand opening night. You can still see the Altered carrying the battle scars and the wounds that are still healing. For the Thornley Automotives Racing Bantam Altered, Nicholas Rowe is back, and a warm welcome to have him back here. Good to see the yellow down there on the start line. And we're going to see what he can throw down here. This is modified, qualifying round 3. Casey McClure currently holds down the #2 spot in this naturally aspirated modified dragster on a 787 behind Paul Ryan with that 737. And Daryl Treasure in the #3 spot on a 791 as both cars set off both sets of bulbs on top of the Christmas tree. We are a go for this lap. McClure getting a nose in front with a better reaction time of the two, and 0.16 for Casey. Nicholas Rowe getting down the track nice and straight. It's an 8.28 with a 251 kilometers per hour for Nicholas Rowe. And it's a 7.85 with a 274 for Casey McClure. Improves the time, but stays into that #2 spot. And Nicholas Rowe drops himself into the #5 spot here in modified qualifying round 3.
Daryl Treasure rolls out from underneath the Aeroflow lane on the Chris Mills Performance Bridge. The Cleveland Express machine currently sitting in position #3 coming into round #3 of modified qualifying. All trying to chase down Ryan's 7.37 as he backs up. This beautiful looking Cleveland Express machine into stage. Final checks going on down on the start line. It's going to be a solo pass for Daryl this time around, so he has the whole Perth Motorplex quarter mile all to himself. The top 5 coming into the final pass of qualifying for round #3. It's Paul Ryan sitting on top with Casey McClure in second place. Treasures rounding out your top 3 with Anthony Rochella and Nicholas Rowe. His first pass of the weekend was good enough to put him in position number 5 as Treasure nudges his way in a stage. Fantastic launch, a .051 on the light as he hits down the half-track mark straight and true. Across the timing beams, it's a 7.9 at 271 kilometres an hour. Not quite good enough to improve on his third place time, but it's a solid start to the night for Daryl Treasure. That rounds out our qualifying round number 3 for our modifieds. As we mentioned, Triple M not too long ago as being new naming rights sponsor of our Triple M Snake Pit here at the Perth Motorplex, which is going to fire into life once again on the Wolf Pass Wednesday. Triple M, your home of rock on 92.9. They are the venue partner of the 2021-22 season, and as I mentioned, the new naming rights sponsor of our Snake Pit here at the Perth Motorplex. You can tune in and visit them on the Triple M website for the Perth Motorplex competitions and giveaways. That is Triple M, your home of rock on 92.9. Outlaw Radial, round number 4 qualifying. Rolling out here onto the Perth Motorplex. Currently clearing up, it's 34.3 degrees out there so far as it's just clicked onto the noon. Track temperature sitting at about 53 degrees. Connor Begley lines up in the aeroflow lane, going against Kevin Bolton in the Rocket Industries lane. Our first pass of round number 4 for Outlaw Radial here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at the Perth Motorplex. Day number 2 of the 47th annual Golden States Championship. It's a great launch for both of them. Bolton a little bit better on the light with a 0.112. Both of them running straight and true as they head to the top side of the track. Bolton looks like he's just rolled out of it down there at the top end, a 9.4 at 167 kilometres an hour. Begley goes a 9.09 with a 6 at 259. He cannot improve on his 5th place standing at the moment, with Bolton sitting at the top of the tree with a 7.34. It's a very good afternoon to Sean McCabe.
Good afternoon, Josh. Great to be with you, mate. Beautiful day, absolutely gorgeous. And we see the pineapple coming out, affectionately known as the pineapple. There is Timmy Rhodes and the Datsun 1200 utility for WA Racing Developments. It's got a wheelie bar. It's allowed to have a wheelie bar despite being on a radial tyre because it's only 91 inches of span, effectively.
Yeah, so of course, if you're not familiar with Outlaw Radial, as Sean has just touched on, wheelie bars are outlawed. You're not allowed to run them. But if you are running a short wheelbase car such as Tim, you are allowed to have a wheelie bar. But this thing is an absolute weapon.
It certainly is. And it's on a 235 tyre. It used to get a little bit more airborne in the previous tyre, but now she's a little bit more stuck to the road at the front end. Carries the front end for a couple of feet. Nice. Builds a bit of boost, looking nice and straight. 8.335 at 266 kilometres an hour there for Timmy Rhodes. So he remains in 4th position, just behind Philly Gardner and Ben Piscaneri, and of course the Kevin Bolton, the number 1 here in Outlaw Radial for the last few seasons. He's in 1st position. This is round 4 of qualifying, Josh, for Outlaw Radial. And what a stunning day we have. 33 degrees, track temperature 53 as you would expect. It's probably only going to get a little bit warmer. We get towards 1, 2 p.m. in the afternoon. But come the evening, it's going to cool down nicely. We get a lovely breeze coming off the Kwinana Beach there. And we've got some amazing racing coming on this afternoon or this evening, along with some pyrotechnics maybe. And some of the boys out in the track had to keep their head pulled in because there's nothing worse than getting burnt by pyrotechnics.
It's a lovely weekend to go drag racing. It's a little bit warmer than what it was yesterday, only by a couple degrees, but we saw it just when the main show started yesterday afternoon. When the sun was starting to go down, the shadow started going over the racetrack. This track became super hooked up. And you'll go down and talk to the guys in the pits, whether they're running top door slammer or whether they're just running in their street production car. They're all talking about how much grip this track had to offer. And we'll see it again today with the track, as I said, currently sitting at around 53 degrees, which is really, really hot. It's just clicked over 12 o'clock noon. It's 33 degrees outside at the moment. As we expect, as the afternoon goes on, it will probably get a little bit hotter. But then as it cools down, we're going to be in for an almighty show to determine our Golden States champion for 2021.
Oh, you're right about that, Josh. I just can't wait for it. Looking forward to it big time. It's been a long time in the making, unfortunately, with having round 1 up in Darwin in July and then round 2 in Alice Springs in July also. Unfortunately, round 3 in Adelaide on the 2nd and 3rd of October was cancelled, not only postponed but cancelled due to COVID. And we're here with round 4, not only round 4 of the Australian Drag Racing Championship, but round 4 of the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series.
We pick up our next pairing rolling out from underneath the Chris Mills Performance Bridge. 2 beautifully presented cars. Vlado Turek in the Rocket Industries lane in his Nissan S14. This thing is a beautifully presented car. Again, the S14 isn't a very common chassis that you see on the drag racing side of things. Very, very common in the drifting scene across the world. The Nissan S chassis is highly modifiable. This one's obviously extensively modified, but not for the drifting side of things. Phil Rolls lines up in the Aeroflow lane in his Mazda RX-4. A beautifully, beautifully turned out race car for Phil, as they could both complete a little bit on the conservative side on the burnout for Rolls. Turek really gave it the beans in the S14 on the Rocket Industries lane. Turek currently sitting 3rd fastest with a 7.94 in the S14. Phil Rolls hasn't actually made his way up onto our qualifying sheets here, so this is probably going to be the first time we see him make a proper lap here at the Perth Motorplex, as he bumps up into stage in the Aeroflow lane. 347 cubic inches under the bonnet of his RX-4 versus 632 cubic inches in the S14, as they both light up. The staging bulbs were set to go for a lap here. Rolls a little bit keen on the starter. 1-2-0 on the negative side of the light. A fantastic launch for Vlado Turek with a 0.10. So they hit the top side of the track, deploy the chutes. It's an 8.029 at 279 kilometers an hour for Turek. Phil Rolls pops himself in 2nd place with an 8.064 at 274.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely lovely that. I love the formerly Gale Rolls. Used to race the Phil Rolls car. Obviously, Phil does all the work on it. It's got a centrifugal Pro Charger on the side of it, producing enormous horsepower, only out of an average size engine, 347 cubes, as you say, up against the 632 cubes there on board Vlado Turek. Well, that's like having a bath, really, isn't it? You know, a bath full of fuel, a bath full of, bath full of mumbo jumbo. Absolutely so powerful. Now we're waiting on the next ones, and I think out to play here would be who's left? Yvette Gregg, and I think this would be Kevin McIver from South Australia. Up against who would that be there? Goran Kojic. Colin Davis. I should have known. Colin Davis. Conservative burnout there from Colin Davis in the Rocket Industries lane. Kevin McIver all the way from South Australia currently finds himself in 4th position. And this is, of course, Top Sportsman qualifying round 3 here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at the 47th Annual Golden States. And I see Kevin McIver, he's actually been having a fair bit of fun over in the Eastern States. He came 2nd in the Top Door Slammers in Alice Springs. And that's about it. As far as my notes go. Colin Davis here from Western Australia, and of course the South Australian conspirator there of Kevin McIver. Kevin McIver in the Pontiac Firebird for RT Racecraft, City Concrete Pumping, Furious Cranes, Fat Guts Racing, suits me very well. And of course Colin Davis for Senile Racing in the Ford Probe. Now you don't see a lot of Ford Probes. In fact, I'm not sure the Ford Probe was actually for sale here in Australia. Josh, I don't know if you remember it when you were a lad with a Ford Probe when they were selling them. No, neither do I. For Sandro and the SMC team, Advanced Race Fabrications and All's Fast Torque Converters there for Colin Davis. The Ford Probe. Ford Probe with 645 cubic inches. Leaves on the 3rd bowl. Great reaction for Kevin McIver. A 0.017 reaction time, and across the stripe, well, 7.624 at 293 miles an hour there for Colin Davis, but unfortunately he did red light. This is, of course, qualifying round 3, and an 8.134 there for Colin Davis.
Pick up our next pairing, rolling out, just completing their burnouts now in the water box. Albie Backrenage in the Aeroflow lane in the Chevy Monte Carlo. 565 angry cubic inches available under the right foot. Let's pull down in the Commodore. Black Market Racing Machine, 420 cubic inches for LA Transport and VP Racing Fuels. Both cars pretty quick to nudge themselves into pre-stage. So the top set of bulbs both lit on the Christmas tree. Now into full stage. Beautiful reaction time from Backrenage in the aeroflow lane, a 0.016 on the light, and it's a very straight and true run as they hit the top side of the track. It's a 797 with a 3 at 277 kilometers an hour versus 798 with a 5 at 274. So both sides of the tree almost a dead heat. Backrenage goes up into second fastest with Pull Down sitting in P number 5.
Yes, just 3.5 feet in the margin. In actual fact, last year's championship 2020/21, LB Backrenage defeated Paul Down in first and second place. But now we move on to Yvette Gregg in the Ford XE Fairmont for Subaru Falcon spares up against Goran Kojic. And what I absolutely love, you're obviously the most iconic, one of the most iconic cars, the Ford XY GT for VA performance, Wellard glass, signature white walling, and an all-pro custom panel and paint. Now, the photographers absolutely love Yvette Gregg in the aeroflow lane. You watch when she gets this car up on, well, 2 wheels, 3 wheels, almost 2 wheels. Absolutely gorgeous. She stepped up from Super Street a couple of seasons ago, now in Top Sportsman. And Goran Kojic here, as I say, the iconic XY Falcon GT. Oh, bad start there for Yvette Gregg. There's something not quite going according to plan there. Car's usually up nice and high, but look at Goran Kojic. He did red light, but he goes through with an 8.289 at 261 kilometres an hour. And unfortunately for Yvette Gregg, that has not gone according to plan, as we see Josh just limping up towards the finish line across the 1,000-metre line. That's, well, that hasn't gone well at all for her. But Goran Kojic, he will now move up. No, he remains in 7th place. And Yvette Gregg now limps across the line with a 23 seconds. That's not indicative of her time. But, yeah, Goran, lovely pass, nice and straight. Just love the XY GT Falcon.
It's certainly not what we're used to seeing that Falcon getting off the floor. As you mentioned, it's usually on the wheelie bar, 3 wheels, sometimes even 2, standing on the loud pedal,
yep.
Getting it off the line here at the Perth Motorplex. But unfortunately, something has just gone a little bit adrift on that first pass. The good thing is, it is early days here on day number 2, so they have a couple more attempts to come down and get time down the quarter mile. But unfortunately, that was not the ideal start to the day, as we are just going to take a quick 5-minute break here in proceedings here for the day session on day number 2 of the 47th annual Golden States Championships here at Perth Motorplex.
Welcome back, folks. This is the 47th annual Golden States Championship right here at the Perth Motorplex. And we've got a very special exhibition coming up here. We have Emma Begley on board you guessed it, the Nitro Funny Car. This is going to be absolutely special. And just to promote what Okay, folks, back here we go, the 47th Annual Golden States, round 2. We've got the Nitro Max coming up on the 11th of December, and to promote that, we've got Emma Begley out on track at the moment. She's about to come out and do an exhibition pass here in the Nitro Funny Car. And the Nitro-fueled front-engine dragsters and funny cars will be out here on the 11th of December in a 3-round anything-goes match race. Can the WA racers of Andrew Catavaras on board the Beach Bomb, Anthony Begley on board Dark Knight, Michael Brooks on board Nitro Mayhem, and Shannon Taylor on board the Aussie Digger fight off the Northern Territory invasion from Matty Abel on board Nitro Thunder and Nathan Coles on board Thumper. In a no-holes-barred, no handicap, first to the end wins the challenge. The main feature starts at 5:30, so come down early so you can get up close and personal with all your favourite racers before the full night of racing begins. Nitro racing at its best, plus all your favourite racing brackets will follow. We've got Top Comp, Comp Bike, Supercharged Outlaws, Top Sportsman, Outlaw Radial, Modified, Super Sedan, Modified Bike, Super Street, and of course the Junior Dragsters. And we've had a magnificent weekend of Junior Dragsters with 19 competitors. So we've got the Nitro Max, that is coming up on the 11th of December in 2 weeks' time, actually 2 weeks today. And Josh, I know you'll be here for it.
Well, where else would you rather be? The 11th of December,
You're
Nitro
right,
Max,
mate.
here at the Perth Motorplex. Motorplex.com.au is where you need to be to get your tickets. You'll definitely want to get in early because it is a very, very popular event indeed. That is perthmotorplex.com.au. Nitro Max is back here on the 11th of December. And we are very, very lucky indeed to get a little bit of a taster right here at the Golden States.
Absolutely, to see 16 candles, 16 nitromethane candles burning up the night down here in the quarter mile here at the Perth Motorplex. It is something special to see those afterburners blazing away. And nitromethane, of course, is more of an explosive than a fuel, but our team of experts down here in the Begley family put it to good use with around about 90% nitromethane, 10% methanol, and they will burn up the night sky. It is absolutely special, and that is the Nitro Max, as you said, Josh, the 11th of December 2021, right here at the Perth Motorplex. In the meantime, we've got Emma Begley just about to fire up the Nitro Funny Car, and she'll be putting on an exhibition pass, which is going to be absolutely special. And by the way, next week, across the other side of the track, playing in the dirt, you'll be playing in the dirt, will you, Josh?
Yeah, the Speedway does fire back up in the life on the 3rd. It's been a pretty busy old season for the half K of clay over there on the other side of the spine. The Fast Racing Series returned here a couple of weeks ago, plus the City of Kwinana Cup the night after. It's been very, very busy, and it fires back up on the 3rd of December. So if you want to get a little bit of Speedway action, once again, perthmotorplex.com.au. Get your tickets, get all your information for both the drag racing side and the Speedway side. This is a 5-star venue for both the drag race and the Speedway. You do not get that there. Do not get that anywhere else in the state except for right here at the Perth Motorplex.
Absolutely. We're very privileged to have this venue. Obviously, we remember the Ravenswood and Claremont Speedway, and now we've joined them both together, and thanks to the Miosevich family. And, of course, Richard Court had a fair bit to do with the current Premier at the time with getting this beautiful complex together in the year 2000. And we're so privileged to be here. It was actually before you were born, Josh, so I must admit, showing my age there by remembering both Ravenswood and Claremont Speedway. But, yes, we've got the John Day Classic coming up, the John Day Classic for speed cars next weekend, along with your sprint cars, your late models, which, of course, you're a big part of there, Josh.
Yeah, the late models, yes. I've jumped on board doing a fair bit of media stuff for them this year. Great division. One of the pinnacle of speedway sedan racing anywhere in the country. Some of the highest prepared cars, some of the best drivers on the clay, and you'll see them all in action. The John Day Classic as well, an event that means so much to so many people in the world of speedway. Obviously, John Day does not need an introduction. He's done so much for the sport. So this is a great event to honour the legend that he is. That's all happening on the 3rd of December. There's a little bit more water gets applied to the water box again. I did mention to you during the break, Sean,
You
that
certainly did.
it's pretty much hitting the surface of the racetrack and then just flash evaporating. It is hot out there. It is currently 54 degrees down there on the track surface. So that water hose is going to be getting an absolute workout here today as the sun blazes down on us here at the Perth Motorplex as the final touches go on before we finally see a Nitro pass here at the Golden States.
Actually, I see one of our photographers down here filming the track. I wonder if he's cooking an egg on the track. Put his hand down there. But yeah, as you say, just cannot wait for the Nitro Max, which is coming up the 11th of December. It's just a special event. And of course, great to have some of our Northern Territorians coming along. Matty Abel, who currently, unfortunately, couldn't be here today because he's actually in isolation. Had a little bit of a pandemic or a little bit of a COVID outbreak there up in Catherine, which worked its way through the Northern Territory. So he's had to isolate for 14 days, but he will be available. He will be out of isolation for the 11th of December. And, of course, he's coming down here with Nathan Coles in Thumper. And Nathan Coles, last time he was out here, he actually went for a little bit of a dip in the beach down the end of towards Thomas Road. Chutes didn't deploy and go into full blossom, and he ended up in the dirt there. But, yeah, no harm done. He's brushed himself off, and he'll be back out. And, of course, we've got Andrew Catavatis, Anthony Begley, Michael Brooks, and Shannon Taylor for the West Australians. So, and they say, can the West Australians hold off the Northern Territory invasion? Yes, we can. Absolutely we can. But it's great to have the Northern Territorians coming to challenge us West Aussies. Not a hope. The West Aussies will take the bacon home, and I can see Andrew Catavatis probably taking on possibly Matty Abel in the final. It's going to be absolutely brilliant because they are our nitro-fueled front-engine dragsters and funny cars. 3 rounds, no holds barred, first the end wins. Yes, it's going to be something special.
So we're still just holding on a little bit down there on the Rocket Industries lane for this pass. I just want to take a quick mention to one of our very, very loyal sponsors here at the Perth Motorplex, Formula Tech Performance, our naming rights sponsor for Wool Pass Wednesdays, a great event that we run here each and every Wednesday night. Street car drag racing plus burnouts on the newly named Triple M Snake Pit. Formula Tech offer an aftermarket experience using state-of-the-art products and technology from premium brands such as Walkinshaw Performance, Tickford, VCM, Flash Diesel and Harrop Engineering, as now within offer premium performance parts, dyno tuning, engine upgrades and vehicle wraps. And also a segue to get people into Wool Pass Wednesday. So it is a great company, Formula Tech Performance, proud sponsors here at the Perth Motorplex. So Sean, I hear movement down there by the bridge.
You certainly do, Josh. We've been waiting for this. The exhibition pass here of Emma Begley on board the front-engine fueled drag. In actual fact, she's the Nitro funny car, I should say, about to bring this out here at firing up there. The team's just lowering the shell. Oh, this could go. This could be anything, Josh. Folks, if you haven't got earplugs, head over to Oval Track and Diecast merchandise and grab them straight away because this is going to be special. Emma Begley, folks. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The nitro methane powered funny car. Nice burnout, nice conservative burnout there up towards the Perth Harley Davidson sign. So now whack it into reverse, bring it back. This is a exhibition pass, folks. And this is all in preparation for the Nitro Max, which is coming up on the 11th of December. 2 weeks' time, 14 days' time.
So if you like the sight of one funny car going down here on an exhibition, imagine what it's going to be like when we have a stacked field of the country's best funny car drivers right here at the Perth Motorplex, December 11th, only a couple weeks away as we get set to go for the exhibition pass here at the Golden State Championships.
And of course, when the sun goes down and the lights are on, you see those candles on the side of the car burning away. That's basically the unburnt fuel coming out and being exposed to the atmosphere, coming through the red hot exhaust pipes and blazing up, lighting up the sky. It is something special, as Josh said. 16 candles heading down the quarter mile here, getting it over and done with in less than 6 seconds. This is Emma Begley.
It is 34.6 degrees air temperature, but Perth Motorplex, it's about to get a hell of a lot hotter when we unleash the Nitro Funny Car on an exhibition pass here for the 47th Annual Golden States Championship, day number 2.
Getting the all clear. Just about to move into pre-stage. Find someone to hold on to. This is going to go
straight and true down the
Beautiful.
top side of the tracker. 5.9 at 310 kilometres an hour for the Nitro funny car. A 0.121 launch from the lights. A fantastic run in the blazing sunshine here in Perth. And I tell you what, December 11th, you do not want to miss it. perthmotorplex.com.au. If that wasn't enough to get your ticket, I don't know what will.
330 kilometres an hour at mid-track. Oh, you guessed it. 330 kilometres out mid-track. Unbelievably good. Oh, man, I think, about 4 seconds for the 1,000-foot mark. Magnificent, folks. As Josh said, Nitro Max, 11th of December. It is going to be special. The big show starts at 5:30. We've got all your favourite categories coming on after that. Your Supercharged Outlaws, Comp Bike, Top Bike, Top Sportsman, Outlaw Radial, Modified, Super Sedan, Modified, Super Street, and, of course, the Junior Dragsters. Absolutely magnificent. It's going to be a very special event, and I know you'll be here, obviously, Josh, keen as mustard. And just want to say a special thank you to some of our sponsors. And you mentioned, obviously, Formula Tech Performance. I just wanted to mention, Josh, that my HSV Maloo was all tricked up by Walkinshaw Performance there at 8 Sphinx Way in Bibra Lake there by Brett Stewart and his wife Santina for Formula Tech Performance. Absolutely magnificent. Got all the go fast bits on my car. I'm very proud to be representing them. And I just want to mention about Chris Mills Performance. They have been a long-time sponsor of drag racing since this beautiful complex here at the Perth Motorplex opened over 20 years ago. They have a huge range of quality race parts backed by customer service, which is second to none, as you would expect with the name Chris Mills. Chris Mills Performance keeps a huge range of required race parts in stock. Major stockists of Aeroflow, Automata, MSD, Moroso, General Motors Performance parts, and so much more. Chris Mills Performance, proud sponsors of drag racing here at the Perth Motorplex. And we now move into Super Street. And Super Street is brought to us by Enviro Exhaust. And we'll speak about Enviro Exhaust in a minute as we just look for our competitors. This is, of course, round 4 of qualifying for Super Street. We have Stephen Hodgkin in the VC Valiant for in the Aeroflow lane up against Jeff Thurley. Jeff Thurley also, well, another Valiant, the VG Pacer with the old 265 on board. So you've got the 360 V8 of Stephen Hodgkin in the Aeroflow lane and the 265 6-cylinder straight 6 of Jeff Thurley in the Rocket Industries lane. And a good start there by Stephen Hodgkin with a reaction time of 0.040. And he goes across the stripe nicely with a 10.722 at 196 kilometres an hour, and Jeff Thurley with a 12.086 177 kilometres an hour. Good start to qualifying of round 4 there for Super Street. Now, I say, Josh, we got Stephen Patch from South Australia, another one of our interstate challengers coming over here, and Joel Trotman. In actual fact, that's incorrect. It's Jacob Mills. So Tony Zachariah and Jacob Mills.
The two Commodores, one is a sedan, one is a utility. Zachariah in the Aeroflow lane, Mills in the Rocket Industries lane. Round number 4 of Super Street qualifying here at the Perth Motorplex. Pretty even reaction time from both sides of the tree as they head down past the half-track marker now. It is a 151 kilometre an hour past the speed trap. They hit the 1,000-foot marker, and 11.47 for Jacob Mills triggers the win light. Zachariah going a 12.4 at 176. That parks Mills in 20th position overall in your Super Street qualifying.
Okay, here we go. This is the South Australian in the Aeroflow lane. Steve Patch, I must apologise, the previous cars, up against Joel Trotman in the VC Holden Commodore. And Joel Trotman, the reaction time at 0.114. Unfortunately for Steve Patch from South Australia, a little bit too early on the tree. Of course, this is round 4 of qualifying. And a 10.447 there for Joel Trotman at 209 kilometres an hour. And Steve Patch there with a 10.672 at 205 kilometres an hour. Well, Josh, here we go. This is, of course, right in front of us here in the Rocket Industries lane is Paul Garbellini, who is the #1 reigning national champion for Super Street.
Defending champ Paul Garbellini in the Rocket Industries lanes, going up against Cameron Lockett in the Aeroflow lane. for Stewart's Pest Control in the HSV GTS. 5.7 litres of fury versus Garbellini. Raises the nose of the Commodore as he launches away with a 0.015 from the tree. A 0.065 for Lockett on the other side of the track as they hit the timing beams now. It's an 11.675 at 186 kilometres an hour for Paul Garbellini, the national champion. And Cameron Lockett will come across the line with an 11.8 at 191 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, great pass there. And here is the wife of Paul Garbellini coming out in the Aeroflow lane there. That's obviously for WA Performance. And she's up against Peter Forward. Peter Forward in the Skyline. Very even reaction, both sides of the tree. Peter Forward looks like he'll take the green light here, and he goes through with a 10.564 at 208 kilometres an hour. And Lisa Garbellini with a 11.384 at 188 kilometres an hour for WA Performance.
That parks her in 19th overall as Glenn Sturkenberg rolls out in the Rocket Industries lane in his beautiful purple VR Ute. He goes against Jace Dobra in the Commodore for Loose Leaf Lettuce Co. Still one of my favourite sponsor names in motorsport anywhere in the country.
Me too, Josh.
Runaway, a beautiful reaction time for Dobra, a 0.004 on the right side of the tree, but Sturkenberg will walk away from him as they head to the top side of the track as they come across the line. It's a 10.1 at 213 kilometres an hour for Sturkenberg. That's good enough to park him in position number 2. Jace Dobra, an 11.7 at 184. That parks him just in the bottom of the top 25.
Absolutely. Norm Campbell from Swan View for Campbell Clan Racing in the VS Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. He's up against Krista Bruin for Beat the Heat in the VE Sports Wagon. Obviously, Beat the Heat is all about spreading the road safety message, do it on the track, not on the streets. And Krista Bruin, one of our regulars here from Maylands for Beat the Heat, up against, of course, Norm Campbell for AST Performance Intensity Training and Wrong Snowboards, like that. Great reaction there for Krista Bruin, a 0.040, as you would expect from the police. Be very close across the stripe. We've got the red and blue lights are blazing, and it will. So the green light will go to Krista Bruin for Beat the Heat. 11.179, 191 kilometres an hour over Norm Campbell. 11.313, 194 kilometres per hour.
As we continue on with the Beat the Heat theme, all three of them lining up in the Rocket Industries lane in tandem. Tango 5, the next to take on the Perth Motorplex quarter mile against Ashley Rowe in the Aeroflow lane. This is Mark Cardini in the Rocket Industries lane. He's currently sitting in 13th overall in your standings here for Super Street qualifying round number 4. Ashley Rowe, a little bit eager. They're both a little bit eager on the tree that time around. A 0.12 and a 0.19, both on the negative side of the light, but it's almost a dead heat at the top side of the track. A 10.8 at 199 kilometres an hour for Ashley Rowe. Gardini goes a 10.93 with a 4 at 200. That parks them both in 12th and 13th respectively.
Okay, Thornley Automotives coming out to good representation today. We've got Kirsty Rowe, who've had Nicholas Rowe earlier, and Thornley Automotives represented there in the Aeroflow lane with the Holden Monaro for Dale Signs, Mother Care, and of course, Beat the Heat Lee Watson here in the Rocket Industries lane in the Pontiac GTO. Similar reaction times, a 0.14 and a 0.15 respectively, but looks like Lee Watson will get the green light as he flies away. Kirsty Rowe goes through with a 11.277, but the win goes to Lee Watson. Of course, he got the green light. This is qualifying round 4 with a 10.229, 214 kilometres an hour.
Just about to mention, how about the speed? 214 kilometres an hour at the top end of the quarter mile.
Yep.
As we move on to Steph Galotto, who's currently your top pole sitter at the moment in Super Street qualifying, going up against Andy Orshot in the Rocket Industries lane in the Commodore. The VESS with 6 litres of anger under the bonnet, going up against the SEM Racing VN Commodore with 346 cubic inches to play with. And Galotto a little bit keen on the light, a 0.012 on the wrong side of the tree, but is a straight and true run nonetheless as they hit the top side of the track. It is a 10.15 with a 2 at 216 kilometres an hour versus Andy Orshot, who will get the green light due to the red light at 11.924 at 186 kilometres an hour.
Okay, the dog in the ute, one of the most popular contenders here. We see Brett Connolly coming out in the Ford Courier, not the ideal drag racing vehicle, but for Conley Images and WA Suspensions, Genie Exhaust, be taking on Rodney Zadima. Rodney Zadima, the XE Falcon for Armidale Roofing Contractors. The dog and the ute, very popular around here, Josh. Oh, yeah, great exhibition. I mean, great take-off there from Rodney Zadima with a good reaction of a .069. Looks like Brett Conley's going to have this. A little bit of something dropped off the back. Might have been a bone out of the dog. The dog dropped his bone, I think, being kicked off the track, and goes through with a 11.489, 183. That's the dog and ute. He gets the green over Rodney Zadima with 11.7, just on 10 feet the margin there.
Pick up Michael North in the Aeroflow lane in the EL Falcon with Yarekin on the number plates. He goes up against Billy Kojak in the Rocket Industries lane. I'm just trying to pick up both of them. It's a stacked field this weekend in Super Street qualifying. So they really have to give it your A game every single time you line up in the staging markers. Both bulbs are light on the Christmas tree down there as we are underway. Michael North a little bit too keen with a 0.09 on the negative side of the light. A fantastic launch for Kojak on the other side with a 0.11 on the correct side of the tree. It's a 10.60 with a 10.66 with a 0 at 204 kilometres an hour for North. That parks him in the 9th spot, with Kojak going a 12.51 with a 5 at 174.
Richie Stevens in the Aeroflow lane on board. The Feral Racing HSV R8 Club Sport for Feral Racing, Active Autos, All Fast Torque Converters and Long Roof Speed Shack. He's taking on Reece Naylor. Reece Naylor in the Ford FGX Falcon here in the Rocket Industries lane. Yesterday they were both, or not both, but Reece Naylor was playing a little bit of chicken on the start line along with Paul Garbellini. It's quite amusing to us in the first round of qualifying, but this is round 4 of qualifying for Super Street. Yes, Reece Naylor a little bit keen. Great reaction time there for Richie Stevens. Very competent competitor. And Richie Stevens will get the green light as they go across at 11.798, 181 kilometres an hour. Reece Naylor a little bit behind, 180 kilometres an hour.
As I mentioned, there is absolutely nothing separating your top 5 coming in around number 4 of qualifying. Zachary Giles lines up in the Rocket Industries lane, going against Lyle Lavery in the Aeroflow lane in the Holden Caprice, 6.2 litres. But that's a pretty heavy old car, the Holden Caprices. So it's going to need every single inch that engine has got to throw to propel it down the quarter mile. Zachary Giles in his 1-tonner. Lavery a little bit keen with a 0.113 on the wrong side of the tree. And as for Giles, he's bursted up in a plume of smoke. And he's come to a slow crawl down there at the top side of the track. So it's all gone south pretty quickly for Zachary Giles down there in the Holden HTU. 355 cubic inches. And not many of those are happy at the moment.
No, he's done the right thing. He's pulled over to the right-hand side of the track to get off the racing line. And he's been able to drive the car, been able to exit through the side gate, which is good. I think it does look like we're going to have a little bit of a clean of the track, unfortunately. So as we see Chris Johnson and Bo Higgins will have to wait a little while. Bo Higgins reversing back. And yes, we're going to go and have a look at the top end of the track there. It did look a little bit nasty there, Josh, as you mentioned. A big plume of smoke, you were spot on. And obviously affected the car considerably. And it has backed right off. Gee, that was disappointing. But yeah, I just want to speak about Enviro Exhaust. Is your vehicle sluggish? No acceleration? Your fuel economy's gone? If the answer is yes to any of the above questions, then your diesel particle filter is more than likely blocked. Enviro Exhaust has the answer for you. We offer an environmentally friendly DPF cleaning service for all vehicles, including cars, vans, trucks, and plant vehicles. We offer various services backed by our no quibble guarantee and a no charge if we cannot clean. Our process utilises state-of-the-art and proven technology cleaning processes, machinery purposely designed for cleaning of DPFs, DOCs, SCRs and catalytic converters. Check out the website at dpfclean.com.au. That is dpfclean.com.au for more information.
Well, we'll let our track crew go to work down there on the top side of the track of the Rocket Industries lane. We'll take a little bit of a break, and we will return with round number 4 of Super Street qualifying here at the Perth Motorplex.
third. So one and two, like both bombs and Atmos. It'll be exactly the same. Now the other only is if you Atmos audio, even though it's so if you go to show obviously get the device start line the hyper will run get the start line audio halfway live. You know what I mean? Correct. Correct. That's the other. Color. It'll I can make it happen.
Well, the work continues up at the top side of the track bar, Perth Motorplex. Track crew here cleaning up the spill left over from Zachary Giles, Holden Ute. As we have a little bit of a delay in Super Street qualifying. Our sponsor here for Super Street, of course, is the team at WA Suspensions in Osborne Park. They do all sorts of suspension repairs and upgrades using Lovell's, KYB, Bilstein, Coney, Super Pro, and XYZ coilovers. They have over 40 years of servicing, DIY and workshops in the city and in the country, and they welcome new retail and trade accounts as well. That is WA Suspension, Osborne Park, and proud sponsors of us in Super Street. And Shawnee, I'm a four-wheel guy. I'm a four-wheel drive kind of guy. I like spending lots of big money to do up my car and really just go out and crash it. So suspension is a big part of what I do, and WA Suspension has definitely helped me out with my Colorado, so I can highly recommend go down seeing the team. Stu Bond, of course, who will be on the microphone later on tonight, a big part of WA Suspensions. So that is WA Suspensions in Osborne Park, sponsors here of Super Street, with a little bit of delay in their fourth round of qualifying. as the track crew continues to work away down there at the top end of the Rocket Industries lane.
Interesting, Josh. You like your four-wheel drives, and I completely understand that. I think I did mention to you that you want to take it along to Formula Tech Performance because the team there, Brett Stewart and Santina, and the whole team there at 8 Sphinx Way in Bibra Lake, not only they do Walkinshaw Performance, which be ideal for your Colorado, they also do lots of different four-wheel drive gear, especially you name it, they've got it. And from bumpers to lights, absolutely everything. Ironman 4x4 is what I was getting at, but they also have the ability to turn your Colorado into a Killerado
and
or a Monsterado.
We do see one of those, the bright red machine that comes down here every single Wednesday to Walk Past Wednesday. It's got the supercharger in it and a tune from Formula Tech Performance, and it can really rock it down this quarter mile every Wednesday night. So I'm definitely putting a few coins away in the piggy bank to save it up and give it a drive down there to Formula Tech Performance and hopefully give it the same treatment.
Well, it's interesting you say that because the following day I was down there speaking with Brett Stewart and Wade, the owner of the car, was down there and he was, of course, you interviewed him down in the Triple M Snake Pit and he mentioned that he had 700 horsepower under the bonnet there. And yes, I was actually talking to Wade and he's a very nice young man and he's very, very happy with his Killerado. But yes, Formula Tech Performance able to turn your Colorado into a Killerado. They also have the Silverado down there, and they're turning Silverados into HSV Silverados. Absolutely stunning. Silverado cheap is nearly twice the size of the Colorado, but you need a darn big garage to park them in, that's for sure. And of course, they come out in, you've got your choice of your diesel or your petrol. They've got a 10-speed petrol model and the 6-speed 6-speed diesel, which has the Allison diesel transmission on board. Allison, big truck transmission specialist. But I was just speaking about the Parenti Group, and I know, Josh, you were at work this morning, believe it or not. Josh started work this morning about 3 a.m. or I think 5 a.m. actually, and knocked off at 9 a.m. So a nice short, sharp shift. But look, if I tell you what, Josh, you could be feeling burnt out with all those long hours. You were here all yesterday and worked this morning, and you're here again all today. If you're feeling burnt out in your current job, why not shift to a career in service mining? This is for you, Josh. Check out the wide range of jobs at ausdrillcareers.com. That is ausdrillcareers.com. Or what about this, Josh? Would you like to supercharge your pay packet? Everyone does. Consider a career in underground mining. Check out the wide range of jobs at barmincocareers.com. That is barmincocareers.com, and that is the Parenti Group, proud sponsors of drag racing here in Western Australia.
Of course, we could not do these events without the people who get behind us, so please do support those who support us here at the Perth Motorplex. As the track work continues, we'll take a little bit more break and we'll be back very shortly with the resumption of Super Street qualifying, round number 4. Well, engines refiring here at the Perth Motorplex after a little bit of a delay to just to clean up the mess that Zachary Giles left behind down there at the top end of the Rocket Industries lane. So Chris Johnson and Bo Higgins, who were sitting ready in the water box, got pushed back under the bridge and have sat there ever since. So they'll be a little bit itchy under the right foot to try and get a time down the quarter mile.
Absolutely, and unfortunately for Bo Higgins, he gets he's basically the pioneer to make sure the track's okay, but no doubt it'll be absolutely perfect up the pointy end. But yeah, Bo Higgins, I should say, in the Rocket Industries lane of the XY Falcon for Midland Sands and Soils, Midland Minicrete, Barley Gardens and Stone up against Chris Johnson in the John X Explosives. John X Explosives, well, have a few explosives coming on a little bit later on tonight. It's going to be magnificent when the sun goes down. Just over the Kwinana Beach here. Beautiful Western Australia. Chris Johnson. Mazda RX-7 up against the Ford XY Falcon. Nice launch. The power. Well, the RX-7 gets a little bit taily as he goes past the snake pit, the Triple M snake pit, and he goes through and he will get the green light. Very similar reaction times on both, a 0.06 and 0.05. It actually, yes, Chris Johnson will get the green light with a 10.273, 224 kilometres an hour, and Bo Higgins just a little bit further back.
Moving on now to round number 4 of modified bike qualifying. Hamish Cunningham versus Jack Wolseley, I should say, in the Rocket Industries lane on the Kawasaki versus the Suzuki. Hamish currently sitting 13th overall. Jack currently sitting 9th in your standings. And again, another stack field this weekend in modified bike competition as they both creep in to pre-stage. Now move up into full stage. Round number 4 of qualifying here for night number 2, I should say, of the Golden State Championship. Cunningham a little bit too eager on the light, a 0.80 on the negative side of the tree, but it's almost a dead heat down the top side of the track, and the win will go the way of Jack Wolseley, a 10.20 with an 8 at 230 kilometres an hour. Can't improve on his 9th place standing at the moment, but a good run for Jack in that one.
Perth Harley-Davidson brings us modified bike, and I see Simon Garbutt on the Honda CBR up against David Waters in the Waters Racing Kawasaki ZX-10R. For Mick Waters Fabrication down in Bunbury, David Waters, lovely reaction time, they point 1:02. He's on the Rocket Industries lane. It looks like he's got this one sewn up. Of course, this is qualifying round 4 as they go across the stripe, and it will be a 9.848 at 232 kilometres an hour. Gets the green light, does David Waters in the Rocket Industry lane, and Simon Garbutt at 11.079.
Just listening to the RPM of Simon's bike that time, just when he got past the 60-foot marker, the RPMs definitely shot up. So whether he was trying to get a little bit more traction on the rear tyre for Simon there, and he sort of backed out of it down 3/4 way down the track. So that was not a very representative time of Simon's full potential there, as we now pick up Owen Rose in the Rocket Industries lane. A beautiful reaction time for him as well with a 0.052. Doug with a 0.131. And Owen Rose is going to walk away with it down towards the timing beacons. He goes a 10.436 at 214 kilometres an hour. That parks him 12th in your overall modified bike standings, with Doug Jeffercote in 18th position.
Wayne Gummo coming out to play in the Aeroflow lane on board the Kawasaki ZX-14R, and another Kawasaki, J-Mac, former commentator here for Auto Pro Bentley, Savage Motorcycles, J-Mac Media, as you would expect, in the Rocket Industries lane. He's on a B modified bike, Wayne Gummo on an A modified bike. Great reaction times by both riders, and it looks like J-Mac. This is going to be very close across the stripe. I think Wayne Gummo might just get the green light. It'd be very close either way. It's J-Mac who got the green light with a 9.891, 227 kilometres an hour. Zoe be very happy with that. Well done, J-Mac, and Wayne Gummo with a 10.0145.
That last pass good enough to stick J-Mac in the 6th spot. So that's a very, very handy pass to have for Jared McLean and a 9.86 on that last time around as we now pick up Ian Reid in the Aeroflow lane, going up against Connor Wood in the Rocket Industries lane. Wood riding his Kawasaki CBZ with 1,500 cc's. Ian Reid on the Suzuki Hayabusa with 1,340. So a little bit more of a CC advantage for Connor Wood as they move on. Connor currently sitting 7th overall in your standings coming in around number 4. Ian Reid is currently sitting 4th fastest as there's a little bit of a hold up there. Looking down towards the top side of the track.
Yes, just the steward having a look at the track there. Well, that was after the JMac pass, and he's decided that's okay. So we'll be ready to go now.
Boys get the all clear to creep up into stage. Connor Wood, a beautiful looking bike too, if I must say so myself. He's trying to, and they've quickly abandoned as the officials have jumped back out over the half track barrier. And both bikes have been told to shut down and will push back. So we have another slight hold up down here in qualifying on day number 2 of the 47th annual Golden States.
Indeed, that was the lane that JMac, Jared McLean, just passed in, and he did a very good time of a 9.8. I know the McLean team will be very happy with that one, but unfortunately just having a little bit of a look at the track and not happy, neither is Ray. So we'll both bikes have been pushed back, as you said, Josh. We'll take a little bit of a delay, but just want to mention that modified bike is brought to us by Perth Harley-Davidson, one of our great supporters here, been on board, modified bike racing for many, many years. Perth Harley-Davidson. Well, I'll tell you what, Josh, I think you're right, mate. We'll just take a little bit of a break. We'll be back very soon, folks, in the 47th annual Golden States here at the Perth Motorplex. Oh, well, after that short delay, we're back with the 47th annual Golden States here at the Perth Motorplex. And we've just had a little bit of a clean up of the track. Didn't look to be too bad, which is positive, and it looks like it's Natasha Hayden coming out the Rocket Industries lane. So I see there's the young man himself, Rangs Nadalotto, just in front of her. He's going to do a little bit of filming. That's the fiance there of Natasha Hayden. She's on board the 2019 Yamaha R1 for hyperactive fitness and street bike drag school. Up against Sean McGarry. Sean McGarry in the Harley Sportster for Bagger Tricks, Custom Cycles. And of course, Modified Bike is brought to us by Perth Harley Davidson. And it's great to see a Harley Davidson Sportster out there with 1200 cc's for Sean McGarry in the Aeroflow lane, up against 999 for Natasha Hayden. Great reaction time. Natasha Hayden, a .004. She's racing. Well, it looks like she'll get the green light here. And Sean McGarry, a poor reaction time of .3. Natasha Hayden goes through with a 10.151 at 239 kilometres an hour. She now moves into fifth position, and Sean McGarry at a 13.452. Not a good pass at all. In fact, it looked a little bit sloppy off the start, but he goes through nonetheless. Timothy Rushton and Dave Essers.
Yeah, McGarry definitely struggled with wheel spin down that run. You can see him squirming, trying to catch the bike all the way from about mid-track onwards. So not a very good run for McGarry at all. As we pick up Timothy Rushton and Dave Essers. Essers a fantastic reaction time of a 0.046 on the correct side of the tree. But Rushton's chasing him down towards the top side of the track, and I think he might just have the nose in front, and he does trigger the win light with a 10.65 with a 7 at 222.34 kilometres an hour, and 11.04 with a 0 for 205 kilometres an hour for David Essers. That parks him in 17th.
Okay, Brett Allen coming out in the Suzuki GSXF. With 1,186 cubes under his backside there in the Aeroflow lane, up against Chris Fryer in the Kawasaki ZX14 for Savage Motorcycles. Another one of J-Mac's fellow Savage motorcycle racers. Reaction time there for Brett Allen, all his way, a .04. And going across the stripe, he'll take the green light there, does Brett Allen, with the 10.213, 224 kilometres an hour. Brett Fryer, a 10.284, not much in it, at 227 kilometres per hour.
Yeah, so Brett Allen rounds out your top 10 with that one. Chris Fryer moves himself into position number 12 in round number 4 of modified qualifying, as we pick up Chris Morgan in the Aeroflow lane and Paul Newhoff in the Rocket Industries lane. Big rear swing arm for Paul as he gets away. But how about the reaction time for Chris Morgan? A 001 on the correct side of the tree. But it will be Newhoff who storms away to the top side of the track at 8.84 with a 6 at 234 kilometres an hour. And that puts him on the top of the sheets here in Modified Bike.
Oh, well done. Yeah, as you say, Chris Morgan, great reaction time there. And Chris has been doing a lot of racing. He was up in Darwin in June racing, representing Bunbury Ducati, and Wayne Patterson also up there along with Brian Hotka. All racing, representing WA up in the Northern Territory up there in Darwin at the Hidden Valley Raceway. Now we move on to Luke Seaton and Connor Wood. Luke Seaton for Mad Wombat Racing, and of course on board the Yamaha R1 for Adam Marjoram at Auto 1 Morley, CS Project Exhaust, Woolwich Racing, Evil Swing Arms. And he's in the Aeroflow lane. He takes on Connor Wood in the Kawasaki CPZ with 1,500 cubes under his backside for BL SG Lake Brick Cartage. Okay, Connor Wood. Just having a little bit of a word with the team. And very keen to get on was Luke Seaton. Adam Marjoram at Auto 1 Morley on board was his sponsor. Very keen to get going. Just waiting here on Connor Wood to get the all clear. Now very slowly nudging forward.
Something wasn't quite right, I don't think, because both the crew members were looking at him. So too was Connor, and he was giving it a few quick little bursts on the throttle. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes down the quarter mile here in round number 4.
Oh, a little bit keen was Luke Seaton. He was waiting a long time on the start line there, but he goes through with a reaction time of 0.246. That is on the negative side there for Luke Seaton. And the green light will go to Connor Wood, the patient rider of the lot. Should I say the one with the issues, a 9.706 at 214 kilometres an hour. And Luke Seaton, wow, a red light. But this is only qualifying, round 4 of qualifying for Modified Bike, brought to us by Perth Harley Davidson.
And to close it out, Ian Reid in the Aeroflow lane, a solo pass for Ian, currently sitting in the 5th place on your timing screens. as he gets away with a 0.167 on the light, 1.8 seconds to the 60-foot marker. The blast past the half-track mark, 195 kilometres an hour, and an overall ET of a 9.734 at 243 kilometres an hour. It's not quite going to be enough to move Ian up the order, so he will stay in position number 5.
We now move on to Super Sedan, which is brought to us by Enviro Exhaust. Is your vehicle sluggish? No acceleration? Your fuel economy's gone to poo. If the answer is yes to any of the above questions, then your diesel particle filter is more than likely blocked. Enviro Exhaust has the answer for you. They offer an environmentally friendly DPF cleaning service for all vehicles, including cars, vans, trucks, plant hire. They offer various services for backed up by their no quibble guarantee and no charge if they cannot clean. Our process utilises the state-of-the-art and proven technology cleaning process. Machinery purposely designed for cleaning your DPF, DOCs, SCRs and catalytic converters. Check out the website at dpfclean.com.au. And Daniel Kojak up against Tyrone Begg. Tyrone Begg, look at the reaction time for Daniel Kojak, a .001, Josh. Absolutely brilliant.
Big wheels up too in the 1967 Camaro as he goes a 9.23 with a 9. That puts him 8th place overall. Tyrone Begg a 10.91 with a 9 at 201. That keeps him in position number 19.
Okay, Vlado Juric in the HG Holden utility for V&A Performance, 502 cubes, up against Matthew Jarvis, who's been doing a lot of racing here recently, also in Formula Tech Performance will pass Wednesday, the ADR engines. Reaction time for Jarvis is a .072. So we've got Jurich in the Aeroflow lane and the black utility up against Jarvis in the silver or grey utility, and the win will go to the green light, I should say, a 10.215 at 209 kilometres an hour to Vlado Jurich, and Matthew Jarvis an 11.058, 196 kilometres per hour.
Still hasn't fixed the rear bumper. Still waving to the crowd as it goes down the quarter mile. He had the same issue in his run earlier on today. They've clipped it back on, but as soon as he's launched it off from the start line, it's done the exact same thing. So Jarvis continuing with the angel wings, as Chris Mitchell called it earlier on today, as you now pick up Nigel Waugh in the Aeroflow lane. This beautiful HQ Holden Ute going up against Craig Carter in another HQ 1-tonner, 540 cubic inches under the bonnet of Carter's machine as they get away pretty even from the start line, but it will be Carter with the nose in front as they hit the half-track marker. They will come across the quarter mile. It's a 9.56 with a 0 at 228 kilometres an hour. That parks Craig Carter in position number 12. Nigel Waugh goes a 10.35 with a 3 at 211. That's good enough for position number 17.
Okay, Rob Evans coming out in the Chrysler hardtop for Evans Race Engines, 394 cubes under the bonnet, up against Kathy Regan, another very regular competitor down here, in the VK Holden Commodore, built in 1984 for Real Restorations and Weld East Fabrications. Kathy Regan, I've been stuck behind her in the freeway a couple of times, and she's got the Mickey Thompsons on board. Huge wheel spin there for Kathy Regan. Good reaction time, a .063. Oh, this could go either way up in the pointy end there, Josh. I think probably the hardtop. No, Kathy Regan takes the victory with a 9.267, 236 kilometres an hour. This is, of course, qualifying round 4, so she gets the green light, I should say, over Rob Evans in the hardtop with a 9.184.
Rob Evans, of course, on the top of the standings so far for Super Sedan qualifying, so he's the man everyone's gunning for as Ray Lockwood emerges into the Aeroflow lane in the VP Ute. Going up against Martin Micro in the Rocket Industries lane, the 1968 Chevy Camaro. Mean machine with the parachute hanging off the back. 565 cubic inches for Lost Racing Products. Top bulbs alight on the Christmas tree here at the Perth Motorplex. Lockwood just creeping in to full stage now. Wheels up for the Camaro as they launch away from the start line, and it's a 0.017 reaction time in the Rocket Industries lane, and he comes across the line with a 9.22 with a 5 at 237 kilometres an hour. That's good enough to put Martin in position number 6. Ray Lockwood a 10.01 with another 0 at 217. That puts her in position number 14 of Super Sedan.
Another big, heavy XW Falcon GT comes out for Higgins Family Racing. That's in the Aeroflow lane for Midland Sands and Soils, Midland Mini Cretes and Barley Stones and Gardens, up against Matt Galotto and the much lighter Commodore VL for SCM Race Engines and Tile Boutique. Matt Galotto, Rocket Industries lanes in the VL Commodore. Oh, beautiful launch there by the Falcon. A little bit too early, though, and Matt Galotto, the better reaction time of a .057. Unfortunately for Higgins, a negative on the 8 side. And the victory, should I say, the green light goes to Matt Galotto with a 9.195 at 236 kilometres an hour.
That puts Galotto in the top 5 here in qualifying. As we pick up Matt Puglia in the Aeroflow lane, the Fox Body Mustang. 400 cubic inches under the bonnet. Stuart Morehouse in the Holden LX Tirana, 383, so a little bit down on the engine capacity side of things for the Tirana. But I can imagine the Tirana is probably a little bit lighter than the Mustang, lining up alongside him as they move into full stage. Morehouse currently rounding out your top 10 in the standings, coming in around number 4. Puglia a little bit further down in the standings, currently 18th overall, so he wants a big pass here in the Mustang. Both of them in full stage. Morehouse a little bit too keen on the light, a 0.012 on the negative side, but it's a very straight and true run for the Tirana as they hit the top side of the racetrack. It's a 9.41 with a 234 kilometres an hour. Can't improve on his 10th place standing at the moment. Puglia's gone a 10.761 at 208 kilometres an hour. That keeps him down in 18th.
Okay, Peter Zokas from South Australia for Mars Civil, Total Planned Hire and Force and Contracting, up against Jody Thorstenson, who is currently in 3rd position in the Chevy Camaro. And looks like Peter Zokas might be rolling back to have another, no, just to line himself up a little bit more with the circuit. I thought he might have been going back to the water box for another one. Jody Thorstenson currently in 3rd position after qualifying round 3. This is qualifying round 4 in the Chevy Camaro, 572 cubes. Up against Peter Zokos from South Australia. So the WA lady up against the South Australian gent. Jody Thorstenson's closest to us here in the Rocket Industries lane. The Purple People Eater up against another SLR 5000 in the Aeroflow lane. Just waiting on Zokas to move into full stage. Jody also playing the game of, well, you go first, I go first. Both in pre-stage. Waiting on Jody to move into full stage. Another one of these mind battles here, Josh.
The Mexican standoff returns.
Mexican, I like it. I like it. Oh, look at the way Jody gets the car up on 3 wheels. This is going to be almost dead level over mid-track. Looks like Peter Zokos might have it. The reaction time was all with Jody because Peter was a little bit too keen, and the green light goes to Jody Thorstenson with a 9.009, 243 kilometres an hour, and only 1 kilometre an hour behind it was Peter Zokos, but he red lit.
There is absolutely nothing between those two. Thorstenson's currently sitting 3rd in your standings with an 8.91. Zokas just behind her in 4th place with a 8.94.
Did you see the margin of victory in the end?
So there is absolutely nothing in it between those two.
Yep.
As we can now pick up Con Adamos in this super cool Nissan Skyline in the Rocket Industries lane. He goes up against Ray Lecoq in the Aeroflow lane. In the Leyland P76, and the Skyline a little bit slower off the mark, but he's going to catch him up down by the top end of the track as they come across the line. It's going to be an 8.96 with a 244. That puts Adamos in the 5th place position here in qualifying for Super Sedan. Ray Lecoq a 9.985 at 219. That keeps him down in position number 14.
Okay, Luke Guppy in the Chevy Nova for Ian Guppy Smash Repairs in Collie. And, of course, Southwest Auto Panel and Paint up against Steve Hunt all the way from South Australia. Ingle Farm in the XW Falcon panel van. And not many panel vans you'll see on the drag strip there, Josh. But, yeah, look at Luke Guppy flying away. Good reaction time of a .044. Both very good reaction times. And Luke Guppy goes across the line there with an 8.988. Moves him in a 2nd spot. And Steve Hunt from South Australia a 10.930. But still pretty darn good for a panel van of that size to get down the track in a 10.9. But, yeah, Luke Guppy takes that victory there, Josh.
Yeah, Guppy a little bit slower off the mark, but the top-end speed was what gave him that, and a beautiful pass all up. And, again, to put himself into 2nd spot late in the qualifying procedure is a very, very good pass indeed for Luke Guppy and his team. As we now get set, the track is going to be converted across to the 8th mile configuration because we're about to go junior dragster qualifying. Once again here at the Perth Motorplex, this is day number 2 of the 47th annual Golden States Championship. We saw an absolute ripper night of drag racing here on a Friday night last night, Sean. We had a bit of everything. We had a Mexican standoff, as we just saw down there, about the first 10 minutes of the show. We had a bonnet flying down the top side of the track early on in qualifying. We had door slammers setting best personal PBs. We finally had guys find the numbers that they were looking for in their cars. We had guys who had shockers of a run. It's going to be a great night to round out a big weekend of drag racing here on night number 2 as we now move on to junior dragster qualifying round number 4. And once again, the Fergusons find themselves lining up against each other. Brock Ferguson and Bo Ferguson. Bo in the Rocket Industries lane and Brock Ferguson in the Aeroflow lane.
Absolutely. Of course, we also had Paul de Klerk getting timed out there at one stage.
We did.
The 7-second rule. That was something I haven't seen a lot of. You don't see a lot of. But as you say, we've got the Fergusons up against Brock Ferguson up against Bo Ferguson. So Brock is a C Junior dragster. He's in the Aeroflow lane. His index is 12-second, and Bo Ferguson, who's a little bit older than his brother, is got the A Junior dragster, so he has an 8-second index, and he's in the Rocket Industries lane. And of course, Junior dragster is brought to us by Enviro Exhaust, and so make sure you check out their website at dpfclean.com.au. That is dpfclean.com.au. And a good reaction time there for Bo Ferguson. A little bit early was the younger brother, Brock. He's got a 12-second index. He went a little bit too early. And Bo Ferguson goes through with an 8.086, 128 kilometres an hour on an index of an 8 flat. Very good pass. And not far behind him was Brock Ferguson, a 12.599, and his index is a 12. So these boys are right on it there, Josh.
It is really, really cool to see junior dragsters on such a big event such as the Golden States. They are the young, upcoming future of drag racing in WA. We've already seen guys graduate from the junior dragsters, go up into things such as Top Fuel Funny Cars, bloody, you name it.
Yep.
And they all started in the junior dragster, running the 8th mile here at the Perth Motorplex as we now pick up Talia Martin and Brock Moresby. Moresby in the Rocket Industries lane, Martin in the Aeroflow lane. Moresby is currently sitting 10th quickest overall in your qualifying standings, with Martin, as I'm just trying to quickly search through, she is currently sitting 4th, I believe, in your standings. As both of them creep up into the staging markers, both in the pre-stage, now getting the final direction in from their crews. Moresby, the West Coast Match Repairs entry from Two Brothers Racing in the Rocket Industries lane. We'll be looking to make a late impression here in qualifying on the Golden States here. Day number 2 at the Perth Motorplex. It's a good launch from both of them. Martin a 0.106 versus Moresby's 159, both on the correct side of the light. So come past the 8th mile mark. It is a 8.129 with a 128 kilometre an hour pass for Moresby. That puts him in 11th place, with Martin an 8.075 at 129. And I do apologise, Martin is currently sitting 7th overall in your junior dragster qualifying standings.
Yeah, junior dragsters flying along. Now we have Jet Martin coming out. He's in the Aeroflow lane. We see him just over there, and he'll be taking on Cooper Moresby. Sorry, I should have got that right. That's Jet Martin in the Aeroflow lane. We're in Tolerance Racing, Harris Engines, Penrite Oils, up against Cooper Moresby from Two Brothers Racing. And he's on board the drags for West Coast Smash Repairs, BL and SG Lake Brick Cartage.
So it's all I got the last name right. It's Jet who's currently sitting 4th fastest overall. So I got the Martin right. I just got the wrong sibling because there's so many sibling combinations this weekend in junior dragster racing. It's not even funny. And it's making life a little bit difficult for us to read our timing screens.
It certainly is. Yes, absolutely. And Cooper Moresby in the Rocket Industry lane is a B junior dragster. So his index is an 8.6 and Jet Martin's index is an 8 flat. And unfortunately, Cooper a little bit keen on the tree. Jet Martin reaction time by 0.021. And he goes through with an 8.05, 130 kilometres an hour. That is so close to his index. Well done there, Jet Martin in the Aeroflow lane. But unfortunately for Cooper Moresby, an 8.765 on a Well, his index of an 8.6, but he left a little bit too early. So Jet Martin remains in 4th place, and Cooper Moresby shuffles his way up to 6th place. Currently, it's Dylan Spadaro first, Brody Zapier second, Bo Ferguson third, Jet Martin 4th, Zara Board in 5th, and Cooper Moresby in 6th. And that is after round 3. This is round 4 of Junior Dragster qualifying.
Yeah, we're moving straight on to Tyler Jarvis in the Rocket Industries lane, Lachlan Taylor in the Aeroflow lane. So we got a B dragster for Taylor, a C class dragster for Tyler. So Tyler can run to that 12-second index. Lachlan Taylor running to an 8.6-second index. They move up into their pre-stage positions. Tyler Jarvis currently sitting 16th overall in your timesheets. Lockie Taylor currently sitting 12th. So both of them will be wanting a pretty good pass here this afternoon to try and boost them up. This highly competitive junior dragster order, but it's all about getting as close to your index as possible without running under it. As Jarvis goes a little bit too early, they both go a little bit too early. Taylor a 0.036 on the negative side versus Jarvis 0.070 on the negative side. And Jarvis has crawled the car across the start line, the finish line with a 12.915 at 58. That is not at all representation of Jarvis's speed. Taylor's come across the line with an 8.74 with a 1 at 116 kilometres an hour.
They're so keen to get on with the JDs. They're jumping a little bit too early, some of these, and they see Night Fury coming out in the Aeroflow lane. That is Zara Board, current captain of the West Australia under-16 soccer team, and also the goalkeeper of the under-16 soccer team, the West Australian side, that is, up against Dylan Spadaro for the Espresso Coffee Works machine, sales and service, restoring people's obsessions, and he's in the Rocket Industries lane. They're both A junior dragsters, so their index is an 8-second flat. And Zara Board, despite being a champion soccer player, her sponsors are ADR Race Engines, BL and SG Lake Brick Cartage, Imprint Industries, Wood Family Racing, and Ready Finance. Zara Board up against Dylan Spadaro, both A junior dragsters. Currently, Zara Board is in 5th position. So a little bit keen was Dylan Spadaro. As you can understand, he's just stepped up from B junior dragster and A junior dragster. Zara Board reaction time of 0.073, and she goes through with a 7.956, which is just okay, and 8-second flat there for Dylan Spadaro. So that'll move Zara up to 1st position. Unfortunately for Dylan Spadaro, getting the red light there, he isn't unable to progress any further, but it is Zara Board in 1st place, Dylan Spadaro 2nd, Brody Zapier in 3rd, and Bo Ferguson is in 4th. Actually, it's one of the, I'm not sure it's Bo Ferguson or Brock Ferguson. I think it is Bo in 4th position, and Jet Martin in 5th.
As we now move on to Nathan Townsend rolling out in the Rocket Industries lane, the C-Class Junior Dragster with that 12-second index. He goes up against Seth Jarvis, the B-Class Dragster with the 8.6 index in the Aeroflow lane. Seth Jarvis currently sitting 9th overall in your standings, with Nathan Townsend down in 15th position as they move in to the staging area here at the Perth Motorplex on night number 2 of the 47th Annual Goldenstates Championship. Track creeping up. It's 57.5 degrees Celsius out there, so it's an absolute scorcher. Air temperature of around about 34 degrees, so we haven't quite hit our top temperature that we were forecasting for today, as both cars now move up. Stage bulbs light. It's a great reaction time for Jarvis with a 0.059 off the tree. Townsend at 0.136 as they hit the 8th mile marker. Both of them seem a little bit off the pace as they hit the top end of the track. A 9.25 with an 8 at 88 kilometres an hour for Seth Jarvis. Nathan Townsend a 12.60 with a 9 at 80.34 kilometres an hour. So Jarvis will remain in his 9th place. So too with Nathan Townsend. He will remain in 15th place in the standings.
Angel Bakranich coming out in the Rocket Industries lane. And it was good to see her dad Albie a little bit earlier on racing in, I think it was Outlaw Radial from memory. And the competitor here for Angel Bakranich rolling out the Aeroflow lane. Just to mention, I thought Nathan Townsend's pass was pretty darn good in the previous one at 12.6 on a dial in of 12. He's basically brand new to the game, so I thought it was very impressive nonetheless. Tyler James, a B Junior Dragster in the Aeroflow lane for ADR Engines, Audio Image, Redline Oil, Bauscher Fabrication and AG Towing up against Angel Bakranich from the Bakranich family. And her sponsors are CSM Race Engines and VP Racing Fuels. Pretty much the whole field use VP Racing Fuels these days, and one of our one of our very good sponsors. And speaking of sponsors, the Junior Dragsters are brought to us by Enviro Exhaust, and for all your Enviro Exhaust needs, dpfclean.com.au is where you need to go for your information. dpfclean.com.au. Tyler James, a B Junior Dragster in the Aeroflow lane. Angel Bakranich, an A Junior Dragster in the Rocket Industries lane. And this is looking good. I'd say it does look like Angel will go across the line here. Yes, she gets the green light with an 8.195 at 126 kilometres an hour. And Tyler James a little bit keen off the tree, an 8.917, 115 kilometres an hour. So Angel moves into 10th place and Tyler James in 14th position.
Continue on rolling through round number 4 of qualifying here for your junior dragsters here at the Perth Motorplex. Brody Zapier rolling out from underneath the Chris Mills Performance Bridge in the Rocket Industries lane. He's currently sitting 3rd overall. He goes up against Isaac Adamos, currently sitting 17th in your timing standings. Brody Zapier lights up the rear tyres of his A-Class Junior Dragster. So, of course, he's got that 8-second index to his name. Isaac Adamos, being a B Junior Dragster, has got the 8.6 index. As the Zapier crew push Brody back and prepare it to send him into stage. Isaac Adamos just creeping up towards the staging lanes now. As we have mentioned, Zapier's little party trick to get this thing in the stage. He turns the front tyres, and it just breaks the glue ever so slightly between the track and the car, and he just bumps it up into full stage as both cars now turn their attention to the Christmas tree. Pre-stage bulbs alight here in round number 4 of Junior Dragster qualifying. Zapier versus Adamos. Full stage now achieved. Lights go green. It's a 0.088 reaction time on the correct side of the tree for Brody Zapier. So he races down past the half-track mark and across the 8th mile aboard. It's a 8.008 at 133 kilometres an hour. So it's a fantastic run. He is right on that index, which is where you want to be. We saw Dylan Spadaro do it in the round before. So there is absolutely nothing separating your top 3 in junior dragsters. Isaac Adamos at 10.34 with an 8 at 99 kilometres an hour. Can't improve on his 17th position standing. But how about Brody Zapier? Right on the money in that one.
You've got to love that, and that's why he's such a talented young racer. Obviously, the nephew of John Zapier. I see Richard Zapier out there supporting him all the way, as the entire Zapier family does. Looks like we might have a solo pass here for our final of the JDs, I think. And, of course, straight after this, we'll be on to Outlaw Radial, brought to us by Specialised Towing. And, of course, Enviro Exhaust, the big sponsors here of Junior Dragsters. And it's Aidan Abel, all the way from the Northern Territory. Well, when I say all the way from the Northern Territory, he pretty much lives here in WA during our summer, because obviously it's rainy season up in the Northern Territory. There's no drag racing going on. I was lucky enough to be commentating the Hidden Valley Drag Racing Association finale this year in September, right on the same day as our AFL Grand Final was played here at the Optus Oval. Now, Aidan Abel in the half-scale dragster, the Speed Talk, JD Bobcats and Truck Services, plus Autodan. Aidan Abel is a very talented hockey player. In fact, he's in the Australian junior hockey squad. And a reaction time of 0.084. Darn good. 1.96 to 60 feet. He goes across the stripe. Looking good. A 9.244 at 112 kilometres per hour. That's a little bit off the pace there for Aidan, being an A junior dragster with an index of 8, going through the 9.24. A little bit off the pace. But he'll sort that out. As I say, he's currently living here in Western Australia, and both his car and his father's car are based here in Perth. As I said, Aidan is a very talented hockey player in the Australian junior hockey squad. They're based in Bentley here in Western Australia. So that's junior dragsters, and we now move on to, in actual fact, be Outlaw Radial. Currently in first place after 3 rounds of qualifying is Kevin Bolton, Ben Piscaneri, Philly Gardner, Timmy Rhodes, Connor Begley, Lorenzo Galotto, and young Ferguson there in 7th place. So we'll be just adjusting the timing now. We move from 8th mile because the junior dragsters run an 8th mile. We'll now be setting up the timing for our full quarter mile. And obviously it'll be Outlaw Radial, as I just mentioned, as we see some of the JDs coming back down the return road. See Night Fury 2 there, Zara aboard. And young Nathan Townsend being pulled along here. It's his first season of drag racing. He's a C junior dragster. And our former starter there, Pete Townsend, being his father, obviously a big supporter of the young boy, and he'll be driving the golf buggy. So while we're just waiting for Outlaw Radio, here they come, Josh. Didn't take long. We see Connor Begley coming through the Chris Mills Performance Bridge. He'll be in the Aeroflow lane, and he's taking on Ben Piscaneri. So Connor is currently in 5th place, and Ben Piscaneri in 2nd.
Yeah, that Mustang making its first appearance here in the Rocket Industries lane for day number 2. Connor Begley in that 1-tonner. HQ Holden in the Aeroflow lane. It's maybe a pretty even matchup, you would have to imagine. Begley will be wanting to put himself up the order. Currently sitting 5th in your standings for Outlaw Radial. He's running out of attempts to try and boost himself upwards as we head towards the main show coming up later on this evening. Ben Piscaneri, that beautiful, beautiful Mustang, 4-litre engine under the bonnet of that thing for Mainline Motors, Haltech and Hughes Performance. As they creep up in the stage, attention turns to the Christmas tree here at the Perth Motorplex quarter mile. This is Outlaw Radial qualifying round number 5 for the 47th annual Goldenstates Championship. Piscaneri, first Begley, revs rise. Piscaneri launching it off the trans brake. It's a 0.11 and there's a little bit of wheel spin coming down as I hit the 60-foot marker, but Piscaneri is going to run away with this one. An 8.29 with a 285 kilometers an hour for the Mustang. Connor Begley goes an 11.16 with a 5 at 152, so he can't improve on his 5th place standing.
No, indeed not. That was little Timmy Rhodes and the little 1200 Datsun doing the lovely big burnout up against Kevin Bolton. Kevin Bolton here in the Rocket Industries lane. The Pontiac Trans Am for Chris Mills Performance, WA Racing Developments, all fast torque converters and WA suspensions. And Timmy Rhodes and a little Pineapple, the Datsun 1200 Ute for WA Racing Developments. Last year, Kevin Bolton came first in the championship for the Outlaw Radial. And in 3rd position was Timmy Rhodes himself. That's the little Pineapple there. We call it a Pineapple. Well, it's a gorgeous little 1200 Datsun utility.
Huge social media following.
Oh, you can understand why. Huge. Yes. On a radial tyre, so changed the radial to 235. Not quite getting up as high as he did. Kevin Bolton, keen as mustard. Good reaction time on both sides. Timmy Rhodes not going well, unfortunately, but Kevin Bolton's bolting away, as you would expect. Reaction time of 0.096. He goes through an 8.016 at 313 kilometres an hour. A little bit off his pace, but that's still very impressive there for Kevin Bolton. Unfortunately for Timmy Rhodes, that's not going well, and he's just limping across the line now, and he'll pull off to the side, unfortunately, and exit the track at halfway mark. Gee, Josh, that didn't go according to plan there for Timmy Rhodes, but Kevin Bolton, he showed his pace, didn't he?
Yeah, great pass for Kevin to really cement his name at the top of the timesheets there. But unfortunately for Timmy, really rolled out of the loud pedal as soon as it hit the 60-foot marker, and he's cruised down to the other end of the track. So dramas for the Pineapple in that one. As we now move on
to Modified.
To Modified.
Yes.
These two awesome-looking altered machines. The front-engine dragsters It looked like scaffolding that someone's decided, let's just chuck a big engine in.
Oh, they certainly do look like they've got I wouldn't say a dodgy frame, but a sort of a lightweight frame, yeah. And as you said earlier on, they certainly do flex under acceleration. Yeah, that's a good point. So Paul Ryan in the Aeroflow lane, just done the big burnout in the Woody Gilmore front engine dragster. For Dimfos transmission, Roscoe's Recar panel and paint up against Rachel Ganaway in the other front engine custom dragster. Just doing its average burnout there for Conley Images. The water box just starting to dry out a little bit, but nonetheless. So the car closest to us in the Rocket Industries lane has been given the nickname the Duck, quite unfairly, I reckon. Both front engine dragsters, and Paul Ryan, who's in the Aeroflow lane, is currently in first position, and Rachel Ganaway probably hasn't really put her best foot forward yet. She's down the bottom of the list in 7th position.
So we've got both ends of the spectrum here in modified as we move into their 4th round of qualifying. Ganaway should be wanting something pretty special, you would imagine, in this one, Sean.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, she really does need to lift. And the Duck, it really is a much better car than she's been able to show so far. Great reaction time there. This time, Rachel Ganaway. Oh, but she's really fallen apart, unfortunately, as she gets past the 100-foot mark and going through Paul Ryan with a 7.496 at 297 kilometres an hour. He gets the green light, and that steps. He remains in first position. Not quite as fast as his previous run, but Rachel Ganaway, yeah, 9.542. That's not indicative of her best efforts either in the Duck.
How about these two?
Oh, I just love them. The Cleveland
Treasure,
Express.
the Cleveland Express machine, rolling out into the Rocket Industries lane here at the Perth Motorplex, going up against Anthony Rochella in that beautiful 1937 Chevrolet Coupe. A little bit lackluster on the burnout. It's tried to spin the rear tyres. It's cut the engine out. So there might be drama for Rochella in this one. He's really trying to get that tyre to spin, but it's not playing the game. Here in round number 4.
Yeah, that didn't go according to plan. He certainly went through the water box, but just didn't get it marked up. I wonder if he's going back. No, he's not going back to the water box, just reversing back. But yeah, Darryl Treasure right in front of us here, Josh, and the Cleveland Express.
It is a beautiful looking machine, that Cleveland Express. The Ultra Dragster, as Rochella's still trying to generate some heat into those big Hoosier tyres on the back of the coupe. But unfortunately, he's just having no luck at the moment.
Nice.
The water box is looking pretty dry, but with a track temperature of 57.4 degrees, it's sort of to be expected here in the day session of day number 2 of the 47th Annual Golden State Championship. He's going to have one final go to try and generate some heat as Darryl Treasure brings the Cleveland Express up towards the staging lights.
Just having a little bit of an adjustment of the wheelie bar there for Anthony Rochella.
So Treasure's currently sitting 3rd overall in qualifying for the modifieds. Rochella currently sitting 4th overall. They're all chasing down Ryan's time of a 7.37 at the top of the tables. As it looks like Rochella's going to go without a burnout. So this might be quite interesting as he heads down the Perth Motorplex quarter mile here in round number 4 of modified qualifying. Pre-stage bulbs alight on the Christmas tree. Full stage is achieved here in modified qualifying. And it's a great launch for both of them, especially for Rochella, who's rolled out of it just past the 60-foot marker. Treasure's going to go on all the way down to the end of the quarter mile with a 7.98 with a 4 at 271 kilometres an hour. But Rochella, sort of been a nightmare run from start to finish in the coupe.
Yeah, didn't go according to plan. He's just limping across the line, and he'll exit stage left just at the halfway mark. Got enough momentum to do that. But yeah, good pass there for Darryl Treasure. And he remains in 3rd place, just in front of Rochella. I think here we come. Casey McClure coming out in the McClure Brothers Don Davis dragster for Urban Concrete Solutions, Hall-Tech, Rotomotion and All Fast Torque Converters. The rear engine dragster up against Jeff Acton. Jeff Acton in the Pilbara Constructions Spitzer dragster for Acton Up. Both modified dragsters. Carrying the big wing at the rear is Jeff Acton. And the last time out, they had to give it a push backwards. He seems to be struggling to find reverse.
Jason McClure lines up.
Yeah,
the Rocket Industries lane. She's currently sitting second overall in qualifying, as it looks like Jeffs need to be pushed back once again.
Yeah, same as they did the last pass, but he was able to take the pass. Let's see if he can. Yes, so they just.
You don't need reverse in drag
Well,
cars.
no, indeed not. No, it seems to be the case here. Not when you've got good track staff to help you push it back. I guess that's just a little bit of extra weight you don't need to carry in the gearbox, a reverse gear, eh? Okay, so Casey McClure in the Rocket Industries lane up against Jeff Acton in the Aeroflow lane. A little bit of a longer wheelbase, the Jeff Acton dragster, the Spitster dragster, up against the Don Davis dragster. Both rear-engine dragsters. Naturally aspirated. Mickey Thompson tyres on board Jeff Acton's car. And who's his on board? Casey McClure's. Yeah, there's an issue there with that Jeff Acton car, no doubt about that, but Casey's not mucking around. Reaction time of a 0.074, and she goes through with a 7.925, 271 kilometres per hour. So that is not quite as fast as the previous pass. So she remains in second place behind Paul Ryan. But Jeff Acton, wow, he's just rolling up there towards the finish line, and he will also exit stage left through our little bit of an exit gate just past the finish line. Not going according to plan there for Jeff. Unrepresentative time, so he won't call that time out for him. He wouldn't be too happy. I mentioned it was 27 seconds. I'll come up here and belt one of us. Okay, so now we've got one more coming out for modified, and that is Nicholas Rowe from Darling Downs. Thornley Automotive Racing, the Bantam Altered for Dale Signs and Mother Car Care, I should say. And of course, Orsam Paintworks.
Still sporting the battle scars from his little... let's call it a mishap from the Power Palooza here in the opening show of our season is Nicholas Rowe, but it's good to see him back. He's currently sitting 5th overall with a time of an 8.28. So he'll be looking, he's got the whole track to himself here in round number 4 of qualifying for modified, so he'll be looking to go pretty big on this one, you will imagine, as he just backs the car up now, back towards the starting line. As Rochella gets towed back down the return road, so there'll be a fair bit of work to do for some of our modified teams in between rounds. A couple of them failing to even really make it to the half-track marker so far in round number 4, as Nicholas Rowe gets the final word of encouragement from the crew before he edges it towards our Christmas tree here at the Perth Motorplex. Absolute scorcher still hasn't quite climbed up. It's still around the 33-degree mark, so it's actually dropped about half a degree, but not that you'll be able to feel it. Still around 57 degrees on the track at the moment as Nicholas Rowe creeps up in a pre-stage. Just about creeping it millimetre by millimetre. There is the full stage. Starting lights go green. It's a 0.055 reaction time. Gets a little bit squirrely just past the 60-foot marker. It's a 1.1 to the 60-foot. As they head to cross the line, it's going to be a 9.69 with a 9 at 156 kilometres an hour. For Nicholas Rowe, unfortunately, not going to be able to advance up the leaderboard. He stays in position number 5.
Indeed, car got a little bit sideways, and he just backed it off, as you say, going across the stripe. Nonetheless, a little bit of gravel rash on the side of the car, as Christopher Mitchell put it. I thought it was quite nice, but the Thornley Automotive's Bantam Altered on its way there. So Phil Rolls, I was saying Gale Rolls, but Phil Rolls out in the Rocket Industry lane. The Pro Charger on the side of the Mazda RX-4 up against Kevin MacGyver from South Australia.
Two very impressive burnouts from both sides of the track. Phil Rolls doesn't quite go as far as MacGyver did that time in the Aeroflow lane, but still generated plenty of smoke off those big Hoosier tyres.
Unfortunately, not reversing back here is Kevin MacGyver in the Pontiac Firebird for City Concrete Pumping, RT Racecraft, Fleur Cranes, and Fat Guts Racing. It suits me. That'd be my sponsor. Would have to be.
Tell you what, people who haven't got Fat Guts, definitely our track crew. This is about the 4th car that they've had to push back to the start line so far this round.
People who haven't got Fat Guts are just jealous. Oh, no, not really. And, yeah, Phil Rolls, who's got Chevy... so no show for Kevin MacGyver, so that car is definitely out of action, unfortunately. And so Phil Rolls will have a solo pass here on board Chevy Power, Street Built Racing, Hort Family Racing, KTB Contracting, and Applied Automotive Engineering.
Rolls currently sitting P3 in your standings here for top sportsman qualifying. Beautiful launch, a 0.099 off the tree, and it's looking pretty straight and true as it heads up towards the timing beams. He crosses the line with an 8.101 at 277 kilometers an hour in a solo pass here for Phil Rolls in round number 4 of top sportsman qualifying.
Yeah, margining off his best, but should we blame the track conditions for being a little bit too warm? No, I mean the weather, not the track conditions, the weather for being a little bit too warm, a little bit too much UV on the track. And I wonder if that's the end of qualifying for top sportsman. It may well be. We may well be moving on to a competition bike.
Fair bit of a traffic jam
There is, isn't it?
underneath the bridge. There's sort of cars going left, right and centre at the moment, between cars getting towed back and cars being pushed off the start line.
Yes, there is indeed. And of course, competition bike is brought to us by Friday's Sea-Doo Can-Am, located there down in Port Kennedy. In fact, it's Unit 1, number 11, Saltaire Way in Port Kennedy, for all your, whether you want to get out in the water or you want to have an all-terrain vehicle to go, such as some of our buggies here you'll see supplied to us by Friday Sea-Doo Can-Am. Are you a water baby there, Josh, or you prefer the land?
Oh, look, for someone who lives like 5 minutes away from the ocean,
you lucky thing.
I am not a water baby.
Oh, you're not? I thought you were going to say
it.
yes.
No, not a fan.
Say yes.
Not a fan.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, so top sportsman, Paul Down in the Aeroflow lane, from the VP Holden Commodore to Senator, actually, up against Vlado Turic from South Australia in the Nissan S14.
Two beautifully presented machines here. Zurich, that S14, as I mentioned before, most commonly seen on the drifting side of things, not quite to grip up and race down a quarter mile as the Commodore completes its burnout of Peter Down in the Aeroflow lane. He's currently sitting 5th overall in your qualifying. Vlado Turic currently sitting 4th, so this is a pretty important matchup here in the final round of qualifying. They want to try and propel themselves up the order as far as possible. And again, another highly competitive class is top sportsman. Both cars creep forward. Beautiful colours, bright blue versus bright orange, so you can see them from an absolute mile away here at the Perth Motorplex. Pre-stage bulbs are lit on the Christmas tree. Now full stage is achieved for both cars. Revs rise. We're underway. A beautiful reaction time for Vlado that time around with a 0.009 on the right side of the tree. It's going to be almost a dead heat as they hit the top side of the track, and the green light goes the way of Vlado Turic with an 8.095 at 278 kilometers an hour. Pulled down, not a shabby pass at all. A 0.74 reaction time with an 8.08 with a 1 at 271 kilometers an hour.
As we see Yvette Gregg coming out, I'll just wait for her to do a burnout here in the Rocket Industries lane, and she'll be up against Goran Kojic. But I do have a handbag to just wait for the burnout to go. Okay, ladies, if you have lost your handbag, a handbag has been handed in here to Formula Tech Performance Commentary Box. If you can come over and identify it, we'll gladly give it back to you. I'm not sure what's inside. It's all zipped up. We haven't opened it, but a black... didn't mean to say that. A handbag has just been handed out into Formula Tech Performance Commentary Box. If you want to come and claim it, by all means do. As we have Goran Kojic for in the Aeroflow lane. He's for V&A Performance, Wellard Glass, Signature White Walling, and All-Pro Custom Panel and Paint, up against Yvette Gregg, the show lady herself, in the Ford XE Fairmont for Subaru Falcon Spares, 460 cubes under the bonnet, and wait until you see Yvette Gregg launch. She is an absolute show lady. She'll point towards the sky, and suddenly she'll be facing south. No, again, not going too well for Yvette, but a lovely launch there with a great reaction time of a 0.013 for Goran Kojic, and he'll go across the stripe nice and powerfully. Throws the laundry out the back. Parachute opens in a full blossom with an 8.499 at 256 kilometres an hour. And unfortunately for Yvette Gregg, just limping up past the finish line as we speak. That's the second time she hasn't launched very well, so there's an issue there. Normally she leaves off in 2 wheels, points towards the sky. Mother Nature brings her back down to earth, and away she goes.
But both times it's happened is both times that we've mentioned it.
Ah!
So is it the classic commentator's curse coming into play? Maybe we need to stop talking about it.
Yeah, right there, Josh.
As we pick up Olby Backrenage in the Rocket Industries lane for a solo pass in the Chevrolet Chevy Monte Carlo, 565 cubic inches under the bonnet for Australian Ceramics Engineering. Solo pass, great launch, a 0.154 on the right side of the tree, a 1.1 to the 60-foot marker as he heads down towards the top side of the track to trigger the timing beans. It's a 7.98 with a 5 at 279 kilometres an hour. That is well enough to cement him in second place on the standings.
All right, we now move on to Competition Bike, and Competition Bike is brought to us by Friday's Sea-Doo and Can-Am. For all your, whether you want to get out in the water or you want to do an all-terrain land vehicle, Friday's Sea-Doo and Can-Am, situated at Unit 1, 11 Saltaire Way, Port Kennedy. Not far from here, so please go and check out their range. Friday himself will look after you. He's a very good man. Met him personally. Top bloke. And welcome to the commentary box, young Nitro Nick.
Thank you, Sean McCabe. It's a great day to be down here at the Motorplex, isn't it? Saturday at the Drags. Gosh, it was really warm coming in. I was looking at my car speedo, and it has a little temperature gauge.
Yes.
39 degrees coming up the freeway. It is toasty in parts of Perth today. 33.6 the air temperature. It really goes to show, as soon as you come towards the coast, even at Kwinana Beach or anywhere up and down the coast, it drops significantly, and we've got a nice little sea breeze coming in this afternoon. 57.2 track temperature. You cook a steak on that. That's a medium rare steak.
Medium rare, yes.
It is.
Oh, please, someone do it for me.
I don't think you want the rubber on that steak. I tell you what, trying to get it out of my legs last night, you don't realise how much that sticks into your legs.
Of course.
Until you go home and have a share, you go, wow, that rubber sticks in your legs pretty well. As Maury Cantonella and Phil Payton coming through for competition bike qualifying round number 4 for the 47th annual Goldenstates. Phil Patton, he'll get the jump. Oh, no, Maury will get the jump, but he'll get the green light, Phil Patton. 8-1 with a 5 on the end of that one for Phil in the Rocket Industries lane, the Aeroflow lane. Maury Cantonella, 10 with a 0.35 at 221 kilometres per hour.
And just speaking about Friday's Sea-Doo and Can-Am competition bike, last season it was actually Ross Smith who came in first position, followed by Justin Townsend, and Ross Green was in third position with Michael Holster in fourth. Paul de Klerk was in fifth, and Paul de Klerk is actually in the Aeroflow lane, and Ross Smith, who won last year's championship, is in the Rocket Industries lane. Unfortunately for Paul de Klerk, he did actually time out yesterday. He got pipped on the 7-second rule, and we had a little bit of debate. Was it the 7-second rule, 7-second rule, or the 12-second rule? It definitely is the 7-second rule here for Group 2, which is competition bike.
Even talking about it after the race, it was a hot topic, but we were corrected pretty quickly. Corey was right to see what was going on. It had been a rule change for Group 2. So 7 seconds after both of those bulbs go down, so your pre-stage and your stage bulbs in one lane, the other lane has to get into full stage. 7 seconds, and he timed out. I think they actually gave him an extra second there, and the tree timed out. Auto timing system as Paul de Klerk gets off for the 2.06. Both of them pretty sleepy at the tree. 5.67 for Ross Smith. Paul de Klerk hopefully can have a little bit better of a day today. He's in ninth at the moment. 6. Oh no, he's just pushed up towards the index, but he's still in ninth. Paul de Klerk with the win light with a 9.61 ET over an 11.12. Doesn't go any better, Ross Smith, but he's still in third there. 6.69 seconds underneath the national index for this class of comp bike, qualifying round number 4.
No, you were right, Dick. We certainly weren't going to argue the point there, because the general manager of, or CEO of Andra, Brett Stevens, came in and showed us the rule book, and we thought, okay, well, I'm not going to argue with you. Anyone else want to? No, dear.
It's fantastic that we have people who are so knowledgeable down here at the Perth Motorplex, who know that thing back to front, side to side. We've got it highlighted there. They are ready to go.
Well
so
done,
group 1 and 2, but it doesn't apply. I also asked Corey Marriott down on the deck before, because you see staging jewels out there on the start line as well. So both bikes or cars who are lined up at the staging, if they just have those 2 first pre-stage bulbs all locked up, as you can see here at the moment between Ross Green and Daniel Rang's Natalotto, if you have those 2 first bulbs lit up, you can have a bit of a staging duel, see who psychs out first, and that can go on for literally forever, as Daniel Natalotto definitely not hanging around as well. A 0.02, almost a perfect light from Daniel. He ran a red light, and I was asking guys down the line, he ran a red light last night. I'm like, when was the last time Rangs ran a red light? He's usually cool, calm and collected. Apparently he had a little bit of the yips last night. He was just really excited. He wears his heart on his sleeve, old Daniel. And he runs a 10.32 over Ross Green, 8.15 at 255 kilometres an hour. Phil Webster rolls in. This is a solo pass. Sean McCabe for the man in the Rocket Industries lane.
Yeah, certainly is. And make good point about Rings. He's here nearly every Wednesday night for Street Bike Drag School.
Second home.
Oh, absolutely it is. No, really lovely young man. Had a birthday just recently, and that was during the pre-90s Formula Tech Performance all past Wednesday. And we did ask Natasha, is he pre-90s? And she gives the thumbs up, and Daniel wasn't too rapt about that.
No. but he's constantly improving that bike, setting national records in a different class this year, which is awesome to see. It's Phil Webster. He'll bump that thing into stage. The Hayabusa 1.29 litres on there.
Plenty of wheel spin.
Yeah, plenty of wheel spin and always half a second reaction time. So he had a bit of time to think about it, old Phil Webster. He'll get to mid-track, 200 kilometres an hour, 8.3 at 1,000 foot and a 9.6 at the top of the track. That'll put him still 0.44 of a second underneath the index. 4th spot in qualifying there for comp bike.
Yes, he was well off his time, just over a second off his time, so he'd be pretty disappointed with that. Well, I think we now move on to Supercharged Outlaws. Supercharged Outlaws is another one of our very popular categories, and obviously in order to fit into the Supercharged Outlaws, you must have a supercharger on your car.
Yes. It's pretty self-explanatory, the category, isn't it? But it's awesome. It's one of the it's a categories that one of those categories you roll up to see these days. Relatively fresh at the Perth Motorplex. A couple of years it's been running here. And SCO, they're loud, they're quick, they run 7s, and they're extremely reliable. It sort of reminds me of the Aeroflot Outlaw Nitro Funny Car series.
Yes.
Just running the single magneto on those Nitro engines makes them super reliable, gives you all the satisfaction of a great quarter-mile pass, except they keep on going up and down all night. They don't have the engine blow-ups at 1,000 foot, which is entertaining, I've got to say, but it is unsafe, especially if you're sitting behind a big block engine running nitro methane.
And of course, we were lucky enough to have Emma Begley give us a front engine dragster pass a little bit earlier on in the night. And just want to mention the Nitro Max, sitting right next to me.
Yeah.
The Nitro Max, named it after you, Nick.
Right.
On the 11th of December coming up, and that's in 2 weeks' time. So we've got the Nitro fueled front engine dragsters and funny cars in a 3-round anything goes match race. First the end wins. So can the WA racers of Andrew Catavatis on board Beach Bomb, Anthony Begley on board Start Night, Michael Brooks on board Nitro Mayhem, and Shannon Taylor on board the Aussie Digger fight off the Northern Territory invasion of Matty Abel in Nitro Thunder. Another Nathan Coles on Thumper in a no-holds-barred, no handicap, first the end wins the challenge. The main feature starts at 5:30, so come down and get up close with all your personal favourite races before the full night of Nitro entertainment begins. Plus all your favourite categories in the following brackets: Top Comp, Comp Bike, Supercharged Outlaws, Top Sportsman, Outlaw Radial, Modified, Super Sedan, Modified Bike and Super Street. And of course, Junior Dragsters. It's going to be a huge night. And speaking of Supercharged Outlaws, we all need a supercharger under the bonnet of our car. I know my car's naturally aspirated, all ticked up by Formula Tech Performance. And the Formula Tech Performance are our naming rights sponsors for Raw Pass Wednesday. Formula Tech Performance offer an aftermarket experience using state-of-the-art products and technology from premium brands such as Walkinshaw Performance, Tickford Performance, VCM Suite, Flash Diesel and Harrop Engineering. It has enabled them to offer premium performance parts, dyno tuning, engine upgrades and vehicle wraps. Formula Tech Performance, located at 8 Sphinx Way, Bibra Lake in WA, are proud sponsors of drag racing at the Perth Motorplex.
Oh, they've been sponsors for ages, Formula Tech Performance. They've had this wrap on this building and sponsored this building for as long as I can remember, really early on in the 2010s. Those guys have come on board at the Perth Motorplex. You can see them at the 60-foot mark there on the start line if you're on the Rocket Industries Performance Products side of the Perth Motorplex. What a fantastic sponsor. As well as Nitro Max, if you want to go see those drag races, which is one of the great experiences you can get down here at the Perth Motorplex. Go and see the drivers down there in the pits. Silver ticket will get you there. If you've got a general admission ticket on the day, go buy an upgrade. It's easy peasy, lemon squeezy to get down there and have a look, especially Matt Abel as we see Supercharged Outlaws come through. My point earlier about how good that is, just the burnout gives you the same satisfaction as a slammer, but these guys will go up and down with a little less problems. It's a little cheaper to run these things, but it's a fantastic category all the same, Sean.
Oh, absolutely. Supercharged Outlaws, certainly one of my favourites. And as we see, we've got John Ferguson coming out in the Ferguson Racing 1955 Chevy Bel Air for Southside Crane Trucks. Known as Matilda, this car. It was sold to the Eastern States. It did have the rusty wrap on it. Sold to the Eastern States. They decided they wanted a more traditional 55 look. I did love the rusty wrap. I love this more so. But the Ferguson family saw it up for sale and thought, we've got to have Matilda back in Western Australia. And here she is.
It's a fantastic car, especially with that big wedge tail spoiler on the back.
Oh, yes.
Oh, boy. It's looking good, John Ferguson. Gosh, he's running into the mid-sixes with this car, as I was saying before. They get pretty close, and like six-second passes. God, like if you had those all night, I would be a happy customer down here at the Perth Motorplex for the 47th annual Golden States. So just push that in the stage. A little bit of raw fuel coming out of one of those header pipes, but that's all but natural. These things run super rich, and you'll hear them go nice and quiet pre-stage. Those, whoa, God, I was hyping that up, something chronic.
You were too, Nick.
Oh,
Commentator's curse.
Oh, gosh. John Ferguson, and there goes the blower belt.
Oh, that's what it was. Gee, they've popped a few of those.
They have.
I did a couple yesterday.
They did, yeah. I've seen that blower belt there more times than not on the back of the 60 or 55 Chev Bel Air. They're pushing it back again, but they're still trying to figure it out. It's obviously whatever they're doing, it's just not really working. It might be a number of things, as Chris Mitchell pointed out beforehand in some of his tech pieces here at the Perth Motorplex. These things are complicated. Supercharged Outlaws, top door slammers, anything running forced induction is extremely complicated. So it might be any number of things affecting the John Ferguson Chev Bel Air.
Absolutely able to do a magnificent burnout, but as soon as they put into first gear, gee, off comes the belt. That was surprise, very surprising.
Yeah, exactly. As Corey Marriott was pointing out yesterday, as soon as you put a load on it, it goes through the burnout, it's fine, and you go back and you cross your fingers. As soon as you load that car up and let it go after those pre-stage bulbs go down, it is a mystery. It is absolute mystery. And it'll be great to see that later on tonight and see if we can get it all the way down the quarter mile or even to 60 feet without blowing a belt. Would be great to see for the John Ferguson Racing Chev Bel Air, the 55.
Absolutely. And we see the Boston Strangler 2 coming out. This is, of course, Maddie Brown, one of our former junior dragsters. And it's great to see her stepping up against Peter Appleby. But, just with Maddie Brown, it's a Toyota Celica 2000 body. Pardon me, Peter. And 516 big block Chevy. That's 8.45 litres with a 1471 supercharger and a two-speed auto 400. Two-speed turbo 400 gearbox there for the Boston Strangler 2, Maddie Brown. In the Aeroflow lane, up against Peter Appleby. Peter Appleby on board the LC Holden Tirana for PDA Caravan Repairs and Wormhole Civil. He's all the way from Maddington. And Maddie Brown sponsors a Couplers and Penrite Oil and Applied Automotive Engineering.
Got the 8.7 litres. I know, like we talk cubic inches all the time here at the Perth Motorplex, but as a millennial man, I relate to how big that actually is, considering that we thought like a 5-litre V8 would be huge, and these things are running double the capacity in terms of cubic inches on board. The Boston Strangler, what a beautiful sight that is. It is a HOT hot day here at the Perth Motorplex, but very similar conditions still to yesterday. So if these guys got any data, any useful data from yesterday's qualifying session, you think it'd be a copy and paste job, but it's never that easy with these guys running forced induction here in Supercharged Outlaws. Qualifying round number 4, Matty Brown, Aeroflow Lane, Rocket Industries, Pete Appleby. Ooh. A little bit of a rough start. I don't know if you saw that, Sean, from Peter Appleby. Just got a really quick pedal going on it, but he'll grab the win light anyway. 7-1 with a 5 at 327 kilometres an hour. Matty Brown, 117. Not really. I reckon that's on par for just about every reaction time that we've seen so far. Mid-track speed or mid-track time of about a 4.7 and a 7.2, 8.8. Rounding out a quarter mile. Matty Brown from Canning Vale and the Boston Strangler.
Yeah, I think given the conditions and how warm the track is, I think it was a darn good pass there by Maddie Brown, 7.288, and she's sort of been, her best so far has been a 7.148. But given that she's just gone through licensing and like her first season in the Supercharged Outlaw, I think she's doing a splendid job, absolutely magnificent. And also just love the way the team, the Brown team, all have the same uniforms, the same shirts. They just look so professional.
Oh, it's polished, isn't it? And it's good to see Maddie Brown pushing those passes. It is not easy getting in one of these. They're loud, they're scary, and they'll throw you down a quarter mile quicker than you can blink, and it's just a blur. So imagine just sitting in a seat for 7 seconds and you don't know what's happened, and then you stop. It's incredible that someone would have the cojones to do that down here at the Perth Motorplex, but they do. They do it every time we have a meet down here at the Plex. But this one is especially special. The 47th annual Golden States. There's Christmas trees on the line.
Yes, that's right.
That's Pino Priolo, Pino Priolo saying earlier on in the week that he wants another one. He wants another Christmas tree. He ran 6-1s last night, which was good. It was good to see him back and running low 6s. I'm really liking the way those guys are improving. They'll get back, get that data. It'll be a fantastic run for top door slammers later on tonight.
And this is Mark Hunt, the huntsman himself, on board the front. Sorry. No, of course, that's, Mark Hunt from South Australia on board the Ford, the custom line. I was just trying to get my head around it. The Ford custom line there, 1956 Ford custom line for Baines engines, high-tech oils, Performance Wholesale. And he's from Clemzig in South Australia, taking on Alan Mankoff. Alan Mankoff in the the Force Fed racing the E.H. Holden there. 500, I'm getting my words around this. 557 cubes. Alan Ericsson Builders, Boddington Mechanical and Auto Electrical and Benco Group. Wow, this 56 custom line, man, I just love this. And, of course, who doesn't love the E.H. Holden? Oh, just absolutely gorgeous.
The short wheelbase of the E.H. Holden and just the paint scheme on it is fantastic in the aero flow lane. Mark Hunt, he can run mid-7s if he's really given it a go in ideal conditions. Mid-6s, mid to high 6s for Alan Mankoff in the aero flow lane. Two ways of going drag racing, two different, about a second apart on best times, but still fantastic category in Supercharged Outlaws as they both bump it in.
Oh, look at Mankoff really sideways. He's got out of that just in time. Otherwise, that was going to head west, unfortunately.
Yes, he had the magnets on the left side of the concrete magnets on the left side of his car. Alan Mankoff rolls off it, saves the car, a 9.59 for him. He's still in second. It was a very, very good decision to do that, not push it this early on day 2 of the Golden States. Mark Hunt doesn't improve his position any further, a 7.81. He's still in 7th place in our qualifiers here for Supercharged Outlaws, round number 4 here at Perth Motorplex.
I like the way you said that, concrete magnets.
Yeah, concrete magnets,
certainly did.
Yeah. He needs to take those out. They had weight. No, just kidding.
That was so funny, yes, but unfortunately it wasn't a laughing matter there for the young man, Alan Mankoff. That was serious, but Mark Hunt, yeah, the Ford Custom line, absolutely beautiful. 56 Ford Custom line. I don't know if I've actually seen a Ford Custom line on the streets here in WA.
No, I don't think I have either.
No.
And I couldn't really pick it, to be quite honest.
No,
and unless I was down here and looking at the screen and going, oh, that's a custom line. Wow,
yes.
okay.
Yes. It's like the Ford Probe we had a little bit earlier on today. I don't think I've seen a Ford Probe here in West Australia, not on the roads.
No, yeah, not on the roads at least. You've seen it down here at the quarter mile, and that's one of the experiences you get at the Perth Motorplex. You get a whole bunch of different body styles and different chassis and different combinations, and Andrew accommodate for just about everything.
Absolutely, yeah. Like the 37 Coupe, for instance, 37 Chevy Coupe. I just have not seen one of those. Obviously on the roads you wouldn't imagine, maybe at a car show, but to see 2 of them down here, down the quarter mile at the Perth Motorplex, wow, how lucky we are. Jessica Mullins. The Corvette funny car for Phillips, 66, Kendall and Total Tint, all fast torque converters. Yeah, Jessica Mullins stepping into the seat, formerly of Darryl Mullins. Give us the keys, young man. I'm taking over. I'm now married to you, so give us the keys. I'm doing the driving. And doing a darn good job she is too, young Jessica. Her best time so far of a 7.077 at 315 kilometres an hour. I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't go pretty close to that, although the track conditions are probably not ideal.
They're not ideal, but you can set up. You can set up for just about anything here at the Motorplex.
True, very true.
And so if you get the tune right throughout the night, that's what gets winners. That's what gets you a Christmas tree at the end of the night. Jessica Mullins, and that's her best time at the Perth Motorplex, and that's her qualifying time as well, which puts her right smack bang in the middle of her 8-car field. Jessica 7.077 with the 9.8 at the end of it. If you want to go right at the back end of the times, then just make sure everything's all fine and dandy to push it into stage. She'll clonk it into gear. Make sure she's nice and straight and in that groove. It's incredibly important, especially if you get... We've got hundreds of cars down the quarter mile over the past couple of days here at the Perth Motorplex. Getting out of that groove, it's like driving on ice. You even lay a little bit of tyre out of the groove and you end up either going into the wall or to that white line. And you do not want to do that.
No.
And any stretch of the word.
Definitely not. Hoosier tyres, probably what, about 6 PSI in them?
Absolutely. 1.27, but by herself, so the reaction time's not really what she's after. Pushing that through 7.1 with a 4, getting pretty close to her time, her best time in her last qualifying sesh here at the Perth Motorplex. This is qualifying round number 4. We had a whole bunch of qualifying rounds earlier on, yesterday in fact, all day from 3 o'clock, and we went all the way to about 10:30 at night, getting these guys all seated up, and we're just sorting out the rest for our day session here at the 47th Goldenstates Championship at the Perth Motorplex. As we have a little bit of silence out on the track, I think there's a few cars still waiting to get their call up onto the quarter mile.
Yes, I'm wondering if we're moving on to competition. Oh, no, we'll still be waiting on Vince Balladonna. I think he still hasn't come out. If he is due, although he's currently leading in first position, maybe he's decided to park the car and wait for a little bit later on. He's in first position so far after qualifying round 4 of the Supercharged Outlaws. So it could be waiting for competition, but yeah, you make a really good point. This is round 4 of the Australian Drag Racing Championship, because round 3, unfortunately, in Adelaide, due in the 2nd and 3rd of October, was cancelled, obviously due to the pandemic, which is very disappointing. But this is round 4. It's also round 4 of the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. And round 5 is actually coming up at Calder Park in Victoria. And it'll be coming up on the 5th and 6th of February. And then the 5th and 6th of March, we are back here for the Western Nationals, which will be round 6 of the Australian Drag Racing Championship, round 6 of the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series also. Okie dokie, folks. Well, we're going to have a little bit of a break. Got about about 8 to 10 minute break. So what we'll do is Nick and I will just have a little bit of a rest, and we'll be back very soon with the continuation of the 47th annual Golden States here at the Perth Motorplex.
Inject your Saturday with some Nitro. Nitro Max brings WA's best 4,000 horsepower nitro-fueled monsters to Perth Motorplex, Saturday, December 11. Nitro in all its glory, great fun for the family. Plus your favourite dragsters, funny cars and Nitro bikes for one explosive night of Nitro horsepower. Get your Nitro fix at Nitro Max, Saturday, December 11 at Perth Motorplex. Get your tickets, motorplex.com.au.
Just like that. It's all about the ride. Dreams do get bigger at Fridays. Call to book a demo today. Fridays, Sea-Doo and Can-Am, Saltaire Way, Port Kennedy.
Okay, the 3 most important things you need to know about building a house. Number 1, if it's your first home, the government give you $10,000 and you don't pay any stamp duty. That's a huge savings cost. Number 2, we encourage you to customize the home as much as possible. Okay, it doesn't have to be off the plan. Normal consultants will try and give you a plan that's as is. We don't. We want you to completely customize. And number 3, you're off your head if you don't come and speak to us. We've got a panel of builders who can guarantee build times under 12 months in this market, so you're crazy if you don't come and see us. Reach out. Cheers.
WA Suspensions, Osborne Park for Australian Lovels GVM kits and Boss airbags. We do all suspension repairs and upgrades using Lovels, KYB, Bilstein, Coney, SuperPro and XYZ coilovers. 40 years servicing the DIY and workshops in the city and country, and we welcome new retail and trade accounts. WA Suspensions, Osborne Park, Capricorn Suppliers.
Just like that. It's all about the ride. Dreams do get bigger at Fridays. Saltaire Way, Port Kennedy.
Saturday, December 4 is Speedway Night. It's the House and Land Expert WA Sprint Car Club with state pride on the line. Sensational speed cars powered at the Perth Motorplex for the John Day Classic. Plus a huge field of thundering V8 late models. John Day Classic WA Sprint Car title for the House and Land Expert. Salute the General. Saturday, December 4. Tickets, motorplex.com.au. You'll be there.
We get set for the first round of a huge season here at Perth Motorplex. Are you ready, Perth? This could really go down.
They come out nicely. We've got header flames all the way down the track. The dragster is charging at the top. How about a 5.54? How do you feel?
Oh, I think it's Nitro tears or happy tears. I'm not really sure.
Upton's got the big header flame and it's working.
Ooh.
All right, that's the longest pass we've seen from Jay for a long time.
We made a deal with him that each time he doesn't go far enough, we kick him. So
at the Western Nationals as well. And at the finish line, Casey McClure has broken out.
He sees the win line and he is a happy man.
North needs to push him to a breakout if he wants to win. It is close at the top end, and how dead on was that?
Teach you how to cherry. One of our riders gives the other guy the finger. He does too. Daniel Rings and Lotto both know how to have a laugh. Look at that.
Still sounds very full of fuel, and he steps it around.
That's a shame for the tag of the wall. A great drive from Brett to keep it in the centre for a long period of time. Then when it turned hard. Tonight, things are all just happening, and it's all just gone south right there for Ryan Moresby.
Ryan with lots of experience, but yeah, those sparks start to emerge from almost past the B pillar of the car.
He's running the fives. Oh, nice clutch from the dragster. Beach bomb is on it. Flames all the way. 551.
Wow.
A new PB. 551. 429 kilometres an hour. And Brooksy's got the big bounce on. It looks like he's heading for the sand.
You're dead right. There were a lot of sparks due to the bunny hopping attitude of the chassis of a front engine dragster.
Between these two, look at the reaction.
That is the most violent launch I've seen in a long time. Stood up on the left rear slick.
Hutto in the wall from the centre line and a little bit of oversteer. We have a little truck that's gone.
Zapier shallow. Brown red lights with a deep stage. Hits the centre line. Zapier blows past him and runs a 570.
Different style of close race.
Yeah, that was, wow.
Lots of flames there for Wayne, and they went out early.
Nice and straight for Benny, and that is a good lap.
Oh, he's going to rub the wall again.
He's out there with all the dust, and he's on the sand.
Nathan Coles keeps it off the centre line and drives it on a mission, but look, no chutes. We are in the panic bin. Look at him try and get the chutes out of it. It deploys on the skids and saves it.
I don't know what Ian's done with this car, but it is wound up. Have a look at the look on his face.
The Banshee brings the action.
5.5 last time out. It looks good. It is a 5.37.
Oh! Both cars on a solid number there. Side by 5.35.
Unbelievable. Kev gets it up as well. Look at that. Paul is driving everywhere. Brown with a lot of smoke.
All of our Nitro drivers tonight have signed this beautiful fuel belt.
In the red.
In the red!
Wait, there'll be one flash of the tree, and it is on like Donkey Kong. John's
Orange is going. Oh, that's quick. And Zapier runs super quick to get a win.
Brody Zapier will run it down the line. It's a 797 for the win. And he wraps up the championship overall.
Matty Puglia 0.02, so only a hundredth between them. Good job. Watch Fenton just gets there for the win.
Keys is going to go for one last lap here at Perth Motorplex, and he wants to drive it out the back door. It's a 6,111, 375 kilometres per hour for Wayne Keys.
Love Luke Seaton's celebrations down there in the braking area as well.
Just like that. It's all about the ride. Dreams do get bigger at Fridays. Call to book a demo today. Fridays, Sea2 and Can-Am, Saltaire Way, Port Kennedy.
Are you not sick of rent inspections yet? Not being able to paint the wall, hang pictures, and get pets? I don't understand. You can build one of these brand new houses for less than what you pay every week in rent. If you don't believe me, just reach out and we'll have a chat. But the government's physically throwing money at you. They're giving you $10,000 towards building your own home. Not buying, you get So why don't you just build your own home? Stop making excuses and do it. Reach out.
Saturday, December 4 is Speedway Night. It's the House and Land Expert WA Sprint Car Club with state pride on the line. Sensational speed cars powered at the Perth Motorplex for the John Day Classic. Plus a huge field of thundering V8 late models. John Day Classic WA Sprint Car title for the House and Land Expert. Salute the General. Saturday, December 4. Tickets, motorplex.com.au. Be there.
Yes, the WA Sprint Car Championship, motorplex.com.au for all your tickets. It is an awesome event, and I've got a bit of a Speedway tragic next to me. New bloke down here, Joshy. Josh, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. It's been a good afternoon, albeit a very hot one here at the Perth Motorplex for the day show here on day number 2 of the Golden States. But no, very looking forward to the WA Sprint Car Championship over there on the half K of clay.
Oh, awesome stuff. As we roll into, I believe, on our next on our schedule here is Super Stock. As the War Dog rolling in that awesome camo livery.
Beautiful looking machine, isn't it? Rolling out under the Aeroflow lane here. Had a pretty good run last night. No major issues from memory. As the rev rise and they drop it. Light up the rear tyres here in Super Stock. This is round number 4 of qualifying.
Kim Fardella over in the Aeroflow lane and the ED Falcon, 310 cubic inches. On board. Index of 867, 903 index for Graham Sims. The Motorhound entry on the Rocket Industries lane. That's the right lane here at the Perth Motorplex. And the Supra. Tell you what, it doesn't look anything like the Supra of old. That thing has been moulded, so it slips through the air here at the Motorplex, which is rather dry. Relative humidity, 24%, slight breeze coming in over Kwinana Beach, over the industrial estates. 34 degrees still out there, so if you're seeking some shade, you're doing the smart thing, or if you're not, slip, slopping and slapping, and make sure you drink plenty of water because it is hot out there today.
It is indeed very, very warm. Went for a walk actually just during the break, and my God, it was an absolute scorcher as we're set to go for round number 4 of qualifying here of Super Stock. Sims first Fardella here. Round number 4, Super Stock qualifying here for the 47th Annual Golden States. It's a pretty good launch for Sims with a 0.196 on the right side of the tree. They all get a little bit scaly down there at the half-track mark. And Fardella has well and truly rolled off it in the Falcon, and he will cruise home across the line down there. It's a 9.251 at 237 for Sims. For Fardella, it all went pretty south at the half-track mark.
Yeah, straight out of that groove going half-track, and then it just got the magnet out and straight towards that white line. Straight off the power. It is not worth it in qualifying to bin your car or chuck it into the other lane. Here at qualifying round number 4 for Superstock, Daniel Johnston in the RAPI Rotor Motion entry.
Sounds absolutely beautiful as he lights up the rear tyres on that. Full carbon fibre on the fenders and the bonnet scoop as well. For the Rotor Motion machine, he's got the Perth Motorplex all to himself. He is currently sitting 7th overall in qualifying for Superstock.
Yeah, Daniel Johnston. You have a look at Johnson, not Johnston. No T in that one. Johnson. Yeah, it's carbon fiber's not the only thing on the front bonnet. It's got some stuff I'm very familiar with. It's got gaffer tape holding down the boot as well. So trying to keep the weight down and making sure that thing doesn't fling off with that reverse cowl, making its huge presence in the front of that RX-7. And the 80 cubes in it, so it's a double rotor. Pushing through this. This has won many fans out where I'm from in the southeastern suburbs of Perth. people come down the drags for the first time, seeing all the cars go down the quarter and go, okay, yeah, but then they see these things come out. They are like a explosion. And, oh, gosh, Daniel.
Big wheels up on the start line. He's had to give it a couple stabs of the throttle to try and get it settled past the 60-footer. The chute goes out. It's a 9.036 at the top end at 250. But Daniel really struggled to get that thing off the line.
He did. It just bucked all the way out towards the centre line at 60 foot, and then he got off it and back on it, and then it came back towards the centre line and had a little bit more comfort going down from half track. As Errol Quartermain, the Barra on board, 487 cubic inches, double turboed monster here. Still remember a few years ago this thing going 360 in the deep end, and that's the first time my voice broke on the airwaves here at the Perth Motorplex as he backs it up. This team is small but dedicated, and if you ever get a chance, you've got a silver ticket or above, get on down and have a look at Errol Quartermain's package underneath that bonnet. The TIG welding is something to behold, and getting all that underneath there is a challenge in itself. It sits back behind where the traditional firewall would sit as well, and this matte black, I'm guessing that's not exactly cool in the heat of the summer or pushing into the summer here at the Motorplex, Joshy.
No, absolutely not. But unfortunately, drag cars not really designed to be comfortable. They're designed to go fast, and this BA Falcon certainly does just that as he sets up to set off the staging bulbs here at the Perth Motorplex. Once again, another solo pass here in round number 4 of qualifying for Quartermain. As the revs rise, jumping off the transbrake, wheels up once again as he launches it away from the line with a negative 0.22 reaction time. So he was a little bit keen on the tree, but it's a pretty solid run once he got past the 60-foot marker.
It was very good. 2.3, just about 0.23 of a second above his index. This is the first run he's had here at the Goldenstates, 47th annual Goldenstates, Errol Quartermain. So it's a solid run to get off the start there. I think he qualified about 6th or 7th there as an instant qualifier, just whiffs away before I can have a quick look at it. We're just about done with Super Stock, unless we've got a couple of stragglers on in the staging lanes behind the Chris Mills Performance Bridge. 47th annual Golden States, guys. We've still got a couple more categories coming up here in the afternoon. Thanks for coming down, coming down nice and early.
Braving the heat.
Yeah, braving the heat. Really have a lot of respect for these guys coming down and getting the great spots on the corners here in the silver section in front of the commentary box, getting in the shade. People have done this many, many times before and know exactly what's going on. As we're still in Super Stock, Junior Dragster should be out next, coming through, and then Super Street Mob Bike and Super Sedan.
Yeah, the track just been changed over to the 1/8 mile, so Junior Dragsters are coming up next for qualifying here for the day show on the second day of the 47th annual Golden States. Nick, you were down on the start line. Best seats in the house for the door slammers, especially last night. The track was in absolute killer shape.
It was in killer shape, and it was great to see, especially towards the back end of the night. Again, 10 o'clock, these guys have already run 3 passes, had all the problems in the world, especially John Zapier. He usually runs a nice, clean race pretty much every time I'm down here. He was having a couple of problems running 6s, which... gosh, like low 6s, some people would kill for in top door slammer, and he was running those. He's like, oh, back to the drawing board, see what's going on. Even the guys from the Scratch and Match team, Daniel Gregorini's team, not happy with those 5.8s and or pushing into 5.7s. They're all about the 60-foot time at the moment, which I guess if you're going to get down to the nitty-gritty of drag racing, how quick can you get from there to just up the road in a couple of turns of the tyres is what makes the rest of your pass so golden.
It's exactly what was on the lips of a lot of people. You go down, Chris Mitchell and I went for a walk down there in between a few runs, and we were talking to the guys, and they were pretty much, they got their time sleep back. And instead of looking at the ET and the top speed and all that, the first thing they said was, what's my 60-foot time?
Yeah.
And it's one of the things that they relayed to the crew. They said, all right, I got here in 1 point whatever second it is. Nah, that's not good enough.
No, and they're shaking their heads, Joshy.
It's like I said, they've still managed to go down a quarter-mile distance at 400 odd kilometers an hour in 5.6 seconds or whatever we saw at the end of last night. And again, those boys are still complaining. But then on the other side of things, we had the Stuart Moresby team who finally got the numbers they were looking for. And that team was ecstatic over there in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, they were looking for ETs. They were looking for that 5.8, that 5.9. They just wanted to go sub sixes, and they were so happy with that. You can't really describe what the emotion was. If you were down here at the Perth Motorplex yesterday, it was an emotion. It's just explosion of emotion from that team. They've been working so hard to get there all day for years and years, and they finally got there with the package, and hopefully they can replicate it tonight.
Well, exactly. Unfortunately, tonight is a whole new night. As we are experiencing similar conditions, but you never know in the world of drag racing. Things can change. That Moresby team have threw absolutely everything at that car over the last few months. They air freighted in from the United States a brand new rear end that they bolted up in the back of it, and then they were finally tuning that until they finally got the ETs. So again, it is a bit of a different mindset because, of course, we're all here for the same goal. We all want to win. We all want to go fast. But like I said, we see some guys who are very worried about their 60-foot time. Some guys are trying to not limit the tyre shake when they get to the mid-track marker. Some guys, like the Moresby teams, are just worried about how fast they get to the other end.
Yeah, I reckon they'd be envious of the Scratch and Match and the Zapier team that they're worrying about those 60-foot times. And if they can get to a point where they have such consistent car running fives and they're worrying about all the little fine details, I reckon that car would be incredibly competitive. And it'll be great to have a three-way battle for the lead instead of the 1-2 punch, which is Gregorini and Zapier that we see down there on the start line every other week here at the Perth Motorplex. But here, 47th Annual Golden States. We've got juniors coming up next, and those guys are sponsored by Enviro Exhaust. Vehicle sluggish, no acceleration, fuel economy gone? If the answer is yes to any of the above questions, then your diesel particulate filter is more than likely blocked. Enviro Exhaust has an answer for you. If you look up on YouTube, diesel particulate filters being cleaned, I think it's a pretty cool thing.
It's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah. So Enviro Exhaust do that here in Perth. They offer environmentally friendly DPF cleaning services for all vehicles, including cars, vans, trucks, and plant vehicles. They also offer various services backed by our no quibble guarantee and no charge if we cannot clean. Their process utilises state-of-the-art proven technology cleaning processes, machinery purposely designed for cleaning of DFPs, docks, SCRs, and catalytic converters. Check out the website. That's dpfclean.com.au for more info. That's dpfclean.com.au. Enviro Exhaust coming on board for the juniors as we see a couple of them rolling out with their trailers that double stack some of these juniors because quite often they're running as family teams. So you have two junior dragsters along with dad or mum who's racing in the larger, more senior categories. And they've welded these things together. You have two junior dragsters just rolling back down the Mobile One return road. I think it's a bit of a sight here, the Perth Motorplex, Joshy.
It is indeed. And like I said, we've mentioned a few times over the weekend, there's about 4, I think, sibling teams just in junior dragsters. So it is a real family-orientated thing. I did it. I raced dirt go-karts with my sister, and nothing compares to the sibling rivalry.
Yeah.
And if you can have bragging rights at the end of the day, you do not let it go. And it is just a fantastic, fantastic thing to experience.
As the C Junior Dragsters come out in the Rocket and Aeroflow lanes, this is so it goes A, B, C. So C, I'd hate to call it slow because it's not. Imagine getting in a race car for the first time and doing, especially if you're 7, 8, 9 years old and doing 80, 90 kilometres an hour down the eighth of a mile in not a lot of time. So 8 seconds getting up to 80. I don't think Mike Kluger does it in that quick of a time.
And considering I couldn't tie my own shoelaces when I was 8 years of age, these kids going out and running pretty decent times on the 8th mile, I've got utmost respect for him. As we see Brock Ferguson lining up in the Aeroflow lane, coming out against Tyler Jarvis in the Rocket Industries lane. This is round number 1 of eliminations for our junior dragsters.
Now, this is where it comes down to the business end. This is win it or bin it. They go on the trailer if they don't go through on this one for eliminations. Tyler Jarvis, Brock Ferguson. Now, Brock, I recall he blew a chain off in his qualifying run earlier on as, big red light for Tyler. Bit of frustration there down on the start line, but it's a learning experience for these kids. Chris Mitchell in the back of the commentary box looking at the body language. It's these guys put a lot of emotion into this and a lot of effort, but you've got to learn from your mistakes. Tyler will blow out with a big red light. Brock Ferguson will go through. The kid from Serpy, the Buller Dragster, 232 cc's on board with a 1252 C Junior Dragster.
It is unfortunate. It's not the way you want to end your weekend with a red light, not even making it to the 60 foot basically until your time is up. But unfortunately, that's the joys of this wonderful thing that we call motorsport. You can come off the highest of highs. The next time you hit the track, you're at the lowest of lows, but it's all part of it. And unfortunately, as we mentioned, you put a lot of blood, sweat and tears into your motorsport. But this is what sort of just brings us coming back.
Yeah, Tyler Jarvis didn't blow it out by much either. 0-8, so fine margins. But I quite honestly think some of these juniors, with their reaction times, they're better than the big cars, Josh. Like in terms of just trying to get those 0 reaction times, getting 0-1s, 0-0s, getting really close. That's 90% of the battle. Then getting down the eighth of a mile here at the Plex.
And because these junior dragsters are so evenly matched too, you either win or lose in junior dragsters a lot of the time right at the start line.
Yeah.
If you can get away that split second of quicker than your opponent, and if you have the track and you have the speed going down the track, you're most likely going to win against your opponent. But like you said, there's that fine line of between getting all donuts and going that little bit too quick and bringing up the cherry.
Absolutely. As we see Bo Ferguson, the Aeroflow lane, that's your left lane if you're looking straight down the barrel towards Thomas Road here at the Perth Motorplex, and the Rocket lane, and Rocket Industries lane, it's Brock Moresby. Both in A Junior Dragsters, indexes of 8 seconds, but the dials are a little bit different. Bo Ferguson, you can break out your cutoff / index, so it's more of a cutoff. So if you go 1,000th below that or 1/10 below that, then you blow out. But if you're in that half a hundredth, so if for example Bo goes a 7.95, he should be okay, but then he'll break out his dial. So there is a lot of different maths, guessing games going on in Junior Dragster as well, as they both bump in the stage. 1-3 over a 1-8 reaction time. Bo Ferguson just winning out on that one. This is going to be a great race to the 1/8 of a mile. And the green light, the big one, it goes to Bo Ferguson, an 8.04 with a 3 over an 8.124. Nice and close there for both of those guys.
Well, if you look at all the figures on our screen, they are identical.
Yeah.
The speed trap at the end, 128.68 for Ferguson. Moresby, a 128.61.
And the difference of victory, half a foot in it. There's 6 inches in that, so that's about the width of that tyre. So those guys were neck and neck the entire time down the 1/8 of a mile here at the Plex for the Golden States, the 47th annual Golden States.
As Sarah Board rolls out in Night Fury number 2 out of the Aeroflow lane. Nice little burnout. Once again, one of the few junior dragsters sporting the wings on the back. And she will be going up against, in the Rocket Industries lane, Aiden Abel.
Now, if you're going to go all out with the wing and making it look like a proper dragster, I think you should do it in junior dragster. It looks awesome, doesn't it?
It does. It does look really impressive. I think both Chris Mitchell and I are big suckers for junior dragsters with the wings on the back.
So much effort gets put into these paint jobs as well. It's incredible. Like Night Fury's always looked great for Zara Broad. And Adrian Abel. This is eliminations round number 1, so it's the first taste of knockout racing we've had at the Plex for the last couple of days here at the Golden States.
We are sort of starting to get into the business end side of things. It's a pretty good reaction time for Aiden Abel, 0.059 on the right side of the light as he runs down towards the 8th mile mark. It's going to be an absolute drag race. The win light goes on the way of Zara Board.
Oh, she broke out.
But it is...
Aiden Abel broke out with...
for Aiden Abel, yeah.
Yeah, he did. So his dial was 921, so that's his cut-off. And he broke out a 918. So he got there, looks like he got there first, but he broke out and was disqualified. But Zara dials it incorrectly. A 798 goes through to eliminations round number 2 for Junior Dragster.
That's a perfect time against your cut-off there, 0.02 for Zara Board there. So she was right on the money with her 8 dead that she's allowed to run in an A Dragster. As we pick up Brody Zapier rolling out in the Rocket Industries lane, going up against Angel Backrenage in the Aeroflow lane.
And Zaps Brat getting a taste of the action here in eliminations. And Angel Backrenage, both are Both great last names here in drag racing West Australia, the Bakraniches and the Zappiers, of course. Fostering the next generation of drag racers that'll go down quarter miles all across the country. Both have cut-offs of 8 seconds. The dial for Angel Backridge, 818, and the dial for Brody is 798. Don't want to break those out by too much. There's a lot of different things going on here for a junior dragster. As they get off, good reaction times from both. Angel and Brody, a 0.8 and a 0.9 respectively. As they get nice and close down there at the top end. Oh, very good. Still less than a foot in it. But Angel Backridge, she'll get through. 8.2 with a 0. And the ET over Brody's 8.0 with a 1. Looks like there was about 7 inches in that, or about 9 inches in that, up the top end of the track.
There was absolutely nothing. Again, it once again proves my point with the reaction times, because Angel got the better reaction time off the start line, and she's gone on to proceed on in the weekend. So junior dragsters, if you can get off the line, that's half your battle. So we pick up Seth Jarvis and Isaac Adamos. Adamos in the Aeroflow lane, Jarvis in the Rocket Industries lane, here in round number 1 of eliminations for the junior dragsters.
Now we're going into B junior dragster. Their cutoffs are 8.6 for both of them, but both have different dials. Seth Jarvis is really flying close to the sun with his dial, an 8.5. If he breaks out even that by a thousandth of a second or a hundredth of a second, he'll go home unless Isaac really pulls a number here in B junior dragster. They both get bumped in the stage. Just touching that stage beam is Seth. He just needs to inch it forward a little bit further. There it is, back in the stage. Come down and a red light, 0.16 on the negative, but Seth has gone 0.72 on the negative as well. But the first red light is Isaac Adamos. So Seth Jarvis will go through an 8.71 with a 5 over a 10.35 at 107 kilometres an hour for Seth. And for Isaac, 100 kilometres on the nose pretty much. For the kiddo from East Perth, Adamos Racing and the Strike Force dragster for Seth Jarvis. As we still roll on, C junior dragsters versus an A junior dragster. 2 different classes just to get them involved. It's good to see that.
Nathan Townsend in the Rocket Industries lane. He set a dial-up time of a 12.5 second. His index is a 12 dead. Martin in the Aeroflow lane, an 8-second cutoff. He's got an 8.05. So running fine margins here in round number 1 of eliminations for our junior dragsters here at the Perth Motorplex.
Now they'll both get bumped in. Pre-stage bulbs are already up there for Nathan Townsend in the Rocket Industries lane. They'll both go down and the tree will go down at slightly different times. A green light, 0.1 reaction for Nathan. Beautiful stuff, but a big long wait for Talia considering she's in the A junior drags to 0.67. It's going to be nice and close up the top. And we've got an ET that favours Talia in the Aeroflow lane. An 8 with a 0.7 taking on Nathan Townsend's 12.8 with the 2. So Talia will go through to eliminations round number 2 for the 47th annual Goldenstates here at the Perth Motorplex. Red versus blue coming out here for juniors now.
Continuing to roll through eliminations for our junior dragsters. It is a very, very well-known rivalry, the red versus blue in this part of the world. Just went on our timing screens to refresh as we clear up that last pass from Martin, who has progressed over Nathan Townsend. Lachlan Taylor in the Aeroflow lane versus Jet Martin in the Rocket Industries lane. That's how they line up for this one. Round number 1 of the eliminations for our junior dragsters. Taylor gone for an 8.73 dial-up time with Jet Martin 8.03 in the Rocket Industries lane dial-up time.
Jet qualifying 4th over Lachlan's 12th. You'd expect that considering Lachlan's in a B and Jet's in an A junior drag, so this quicker of the two. as they both go down pretty quick, and both a 2-1-2 at a reaction for Lockie and 1-2-7 for Jet. As he'll cross the line first, though, Jet, very good from him, an 8-0 with an 130 kilometres an hour. Local and Taylor in the Aeroflow lane will park the car up, an 8-7 with a 3 and 116 kilometres an hour. We're pumping through these junior dragsters rather quickly too. They're all ready to go in the staging lanes.
Absolutely flying through them as we see Tyler James, another one with the wing, hanging out the back of the junior dragster in the Aeroflow lane. Going up against in the Rocket Industries lane. I really should have a name for this at this point in my time.
Should be Cooper Moresby.
It is one of the Moresbys. It is Cooper. So Cooper Moresby in the Rocket Industry lane. Tyler James in the Aeroflow lane. Pretty even with their dial-up times in the grand scheme of things. Both B-grade junior dragsters as they bump into stage. James versus Moresby here at the Perth Motorplex. All eyes turn to the Christmas tree. Pre-stage bulbs are lit on the tree. Now full stage is achieved. Pretty even start from the both of them. Tyler James gets away with a 0.144. It's going to be an absolute neck and neck as they get to the top side of the track. But I think Tyler James did have the nose in front, which he did. He will take it out with an 8.87 with a 6 at 116 kilometres an hour. Cooper Moresby, nothing to be ashamed of in that pass either. An 8.71 with a 5 at 117.
Very good there from Tyler James in the B Junior Dragster. Qualified 14th compared to his 6th place counterpart in the same division of Junior Dragster, the B Junior Dragsters, as we see Dylan Sperato.
Dylan was really on the money in qualifying, getting right up to his cutoff time without exceeding it. He was down to 0.008, I think, at one point. So he was right up there during qualifying. The Espresso Works machine was Dylan Spadaro as he gets set to go here with a solo pass here at the Perth Motorplex. Round number 1 of eliminations for our junior dragsters. And he's a little bit quick off the line. Doesn't really matter because he's not versing anyone. He's a 1.7 to the 60-foot marker for Spadaro. It's an 8.015 at 131 kilometres an hour for Dylan Spadaro.
Very nice and close to his dial, which is at that 8-second mark. So he's only, what, 5 thousandths off or 1,500ths off that 8-second mark. And of course, because he qualified first, he gets that solo at the back end of eliminations here. That's one of 5 here for junior dragsters because we've had such a healthy field of JDs down here at the Perth Motorplex. They'll be back 4 more times, obviously, going through the schedule here at the Perth Motorplex into the night, and they'll have their final round under lights here at the 47th Annual Goldenstates Championship.
This place really does come to life when the lights come on here. Yeah. It's a completely different atmosphere, especially I've never experienced going down the quarter mile under lights, but I can only imagine how everything feels a lot faster.
Yes, I did. Me and one of the guys in production, or production manager Ivo Fuentes, back when I owned a Mitsubishi Lancer, and he still has a Mitsubishi Lancer. We went and did Whoop-Ass Wednesdays together, and my car was very slow. It was like 18 seconds down the quarter. But it is such a, it's an amphitheater. There was literally no one watching us. Everyone was going having beers because I was seeing these 2 stupid Lancers come out, like bone stock. But it was so awesome, and you just get the feel for what it might be like when this venue's packed out and you're racing for a going for a Christmas tree. Ivo's also laid down the gauntlet. You can't hear that over the PA, but I might take him up on that. I do have a 250cc CBR 250R.
Just let me know when you're coming down.
Yeah,
because I would love to come down. Because I reckon that would be worth any price of admission to see that.
Oh gosh, I think you're overhyping it quite a lot, Joshy. But anyway, Darren Brankovic in the Aeroflow lane.
So this is round number 1 of eliminations for our Super Street. So again, getting in the business side of things here on day number 2 of the 47th Annual Golden States Championship. Tony Zachariah But Darren Backrenage in the Aeroflow lane, both taking a little bit of time to creep their cars in a stage. Full stage. Revs rise as we watch the tree. Zachariah gets away a little bit earlier on with the handicap. Pretty good reaction time for Backrenage with a 0.088 as they hit the quarter mile time. Right about now, it's a dead heat at the top side of the track with a breakout for Zachariah at 12.30 with his dial-up time of a 12.40. So Backrenage will get the win with a 10.7 at 200 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, maybe turn the microphone on. That's an idea. Zachariah, he broke it out by a whole 10th. Gosh, he really needs to adjust his dial there. He was going really quick for the conditions, and which means he doesn't really have another shot at it. So he'll be putting that car on a trailer and maybe soaking up a bit of the festivities here at the 47th Annual Golden States. We don't want anyone to go home. We want them to stay around, have a couple of beverages and watch some of the racing going on down here at the quarter mile. As Joel Trotman in the Rocket Industries lane, Aeroflow lane. Jeff Thurley, he's in the Valiant, and the VC Commodore in our right lane. As he gets off a little bit off to the centre line, Jeff Thurley, and he'll run a big old red light, a 176 over a 050. Joel Trotman will be going through unless something amazing happens, but he'll go through a 1041 on a red light from Jeff Thurley. He's 1168, 185 kilometres an hour, 147 roll back off at Joel Trotman at the top end of the track because he obviously knew that big red light out of the corner of his eye was staring him right in the face.
It is one of those things. Eliminations is the time where guys get a little bit heavy, a little bit itchy to get going, trying to get the best reaction time. It is not very difficult to overstep your mark and get a red light. And unfortunately, when you do that in eliminations, that's it. That's your day done. As we now move on to Stephen Hodgkin and Cameron Lockett. Lockett in the Aeroflow lane, Hodgkin in the Rocket Industries lane. So the Valiant VC with a dial-up time of 10.54.
Yeah. Cameron Lockett leaving before the third bulb as well. Just bumped it too far in the stage.
So it will be Hodgkin who will go through unless something drastic happens due to the red light. And nope, so Hodgkin will continue on with a 10.54 with a 6 at 196 kilometres an hour. Lockett going very, very early off the Christmas tree, a 14.90 with a 6 at 194 kilometres an hour.
Thornley Automotive's entry coming through. But in the Rocket Industries lane, Glenn Sturkenberg. The man in the VR ute. And you can hear that rev up 357 inches cubic inches of power underneath that VR ute. And the Thornley Automotive's Holdmanar, of course, of Kirsty Rowe. These guys, of course, in eliminations. We are starting eliminations and we will not jump out of those at all. Later on tonight, we are firmly into eliminations for every category. So if you don't win, you don't advance any further on and don't come down here under lights to race for a golden Christmas tree as they... Sturkenberg bumps in the stage, full stage for him. Kirsty chucks it in as well. 0720094. These guys weren't asleep at the tree and they were ready to go. Kirsty...
He has a nose in front as they come across the line, and it will go the way of Christy Rowe with an 11.33 with an 8 at 174 kilometres an hour. Sturkenberg a 10.2, but unfortunately couldn't quite get it done in the ute.
Steve Peach in the Aeroflow lane, chucking down a couple of fat 11s just before the staging beams. Jace Dobra, man from Banksy Grove in the Commodore, 6 litres on board in the VC Commodore over in the Aeroflow lane. That's your left-hand lane if you're looking straight down the barrel of the Perth Motorplex towards Thomas Road, towards Rockingham. As the West Oz engineering entry waits for his green light. 014 takes it very nicely. Jace, 058. This will be nice and tight up the top end of the track. This will be very good, and ET will go the way of Steve Peach, a 10.6 with a 3 for the man from Woodside in South Australia. He'll roll through to eliminations round number 2, and unfortunately for Jace Dobra, it wasn't quite enough, 11.7, and he'll have to park it up for the night.
This is going to be quite the matchup, just rolling into the burnout box now. Brett Connolly aboard his Ford Courier with the dog hanging out of the tray, going up against Peter Ford in his Nissan Skyline. These two have been on the money so far this afternoon here on day number 2 of the 47th Annual Golden States Championship. But it all comes down to this one. One of them will advance. The other one will be parked. So you'll be expecting them to use every single available millimetre of these staging beams, as forwards wasting no time getting into full stage. This is round number 1 of eliminations for Super Street, and it's a red light for Brett Connolly, gone a little bit too early on a 0.25 on the wrong side. A good reaction time for Forward, who's going to try and chase him down at the top side of the track. The win will go to Peter Ford with a 10.45 with a 0 at 209 kilometres an hour. Brett Connolly with the red light will not advance, and 11.554 was his time.
Rolling on with Super Street Eliminations round number 1 here for the 47th Annual Golden States Championship. The Aeroflow lane, Richard Stevens. He's in the HSV R8 Club Sport. In the near lane, the Rocket Industries lane, Lyle Lavery. No, Lavery, sorry, excuse me. In the Holden Caprice, 6.2 litres as LSX on board.
Pretty even. There's a second exactly the difference between their two dial-in times. So we will see Lyle take off a second before Richard does in round number 1 of eliminations.
As they both bump in the stage, and he's rolled the third beam. You could just see that before the first amber went through. Lyle Lavery, he'll run a big red light, a 1.22 for Richard Stevens, but that'll be a nice and easy win for Richard, 11.78 with a 4 over a 10.82 at 205 kilometres an hour. Good speed from Lyle, but really, really keen on that tree, and just a bit too keen left before the third bulb. And the Beat the Heat entry coming out as well. Krista Bruin over in the Aeroflow lane. Near lane in the very modern FGX Falcon. Reese Naylor.
Yeah, the Beat the Heat entries have been pretty good so far this afternoon. Obviously running 3 of them here this weekend. And Krista Bruin's the first one to hit the quarter mile in eliminations. And 11.16 is his dial-up time. Reese Naylor opting for a 12.58 in the Falcon. As they line up, turn their attention to the Christmas tree. The Commodore versus the Falcon. Naylor edging it forward by the millimetre. He'll take off with a 0.92 reaction time. It's a red light for Chris De Bruin in the other lane. So the Beat the Heat entry with the lights ablaze will chase him down at the top side of the track, but it will be to no avail as they cross the line. The win will go the way to Reese Naylor due to the red light at 12.622 at 181 over Chris De Bruin's 11.179 at 192 with the red light. And I mean just a red line, a 0.003 too early on the tree.
Yeah, the Nailers will be incredibly happy with that. They'll move on to round number 2 of 6 for eliminations here for Super Street. Huge field as always, a very competitive category in national drag racing here in Australia. Speaking of drag racing in Super Street here in Australia, Paul Garbellini, he's your Aussie number 1 for Super Street. And he qualified 24th out of the lot of them, so he's still trying to figure out that car for these conditions. Michael North, on the other hand, in the Aeroflow lane, qualifying 9th, getting the lane choice. And he's thinking about that left lane. First one to go on a pre-stage will be the Aussie champ, Paul Garbellini. And we're both lit up on the pre-stage bulbs. Surely they're not going to wait this out any further. No.
Edging forward.
Edging forward.
Edging. There we go.
There we go. Michael North sweating first, and he'll go off Paul Garbellini first. 0.82 over 0.91 for Michael North. Good reaction times, good even reaction times off the light. This will be nice and close. I think Michael might have it. No, he's broken out. He broke out at 10.63. His dial was at 10.64. 10.63 with a 2 on the end of it. He broke it out by what? That's 8 thousandths of a second. And Paul Garbellini will make it into round 2 here of the eliminations in Super Street. 11.67 with a 0 on 11.64 dial in. That is such an important number to figure out before you get into eliminations, is that breakout time. Your dial, you need to get that on the money pretty much to advance through. Otherwise, you're going to break out like our man, the Aeroflow lane, did just then.
As we pick up Andy Orshot in the Aeroflow lane, he goes up against Mark Caridi in the Rocket Industries lane, the second entry in the Tango 5 of the Beat the Heat team. Chris de Bruin, of course, didn't make it through, so he's going to be trying to wave the flag for the Beat the Heat team here in round number 1 of eliminations. It's a good launch for Orshot with a 0.39 versus 0.69. For Gardini as they run down the track. He's going to try and chase him down. The lights are blazed towards the top end of the track. Little stab at the brake lights, but it's still a breakout for Andy Orshot. An 11.879 with a dial-up time of an 11.90. That gives the win to Tango 5. Mark Cardini at 10.918 at 197 kilometres an hour.
Oh, just too much of a barnstormer for Orshot there. He had a great reaction time. 0.3 in the Aeroflow lane. That's a second breakout in a row in that left lane. Who knows, maybe the commentator's curse will make it a third one for Bo Higgins. Maybe if I just say the commentator's curse is going to be a thing, it's not going to be a thing. Yeah. Mate, I don't know, mate. Maybe reverse psychology of fate.
Well, Sean and I did it about 3 or 4 times earlier on this afternoon, putting the commentator's curse on people. So I'm very conscious of what I say now as we pick up Bo Higgins in the Aeroflow lane versus Billy Kojic in the SS Holden, the XY Falcon. Dial-up time of 11.1. It's a decent reaction time for Kojic. A little bit of wheel spin for Higgins as he tries to get the Falcon off the line and chase down the Holden Ute down the top side of the track. He's gaining by the millimetre, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it as the wind light goes the way of Billy Kojic at 12.424 at 176 kilometres an hour, knocking out Bo Higgins at 11.43 with a 7 at 195 kilometres an hour.
Very good from both of them. Bo Higgins, he had a great reaction time, but just not enough. Billy Kojic just running around the outside of him at the top end of the track. You see Chris Johnson in the Aeroflow lane. He's running the Mazda RX-7. How good does that sound in Super Street? How awesome. That 80 cubic inch double rotor Mazda. There's a Mills Motorsports Commodore. Jacob Mills, 6.2 litres of Aussie engine on top of there, Aussie scrap batteries and WA Performance on board as well. Silver understated. Let's see if we can do 11.44 the dial in for Jacob, 10.16 for Chris. Extremely important in eliminations. Don't go below that. Both in pre-stage. Who's going to break it first? It looks like our man in the Aeroflow lane, Chris Johnson, as he gets that thing
on the two-step.
On the two-step, up and about. You can see the smoke coming out from that rotary. The green light goes for Jacob Mills first. 1.21 on a 1.17, so nice and close on the reaction time. But I reckon the guy's going to get there first is going to be Jacob Mills, and he chucked on the brake lights early as well, so he backed off at 181 at about that 1,000-foot mark. 11.46 with a 4. He'll win that one over our man in the Aeroflow lane, making it through to round 2 of eliminations for Super Street.
As we now pick up Lee Watson in the AC Delco Pursuit Pontiac for Beat the Heat, going up against Lisa Garbellini, the WA Performance Holden Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. Lisa has set a dial-in time of an 11.35. Lee Watson's gone for a 10.20, so there will be a bit of a delay between the two departures from the start line. Lee Watson and Lisa Garbellini here in Super Street Eliminations round number 1. So they both move up into pre-stage, edging the cars to light up the second row of bulbs on the stage. Lisa Garbellini gets away well with a 0.16, a 0.60 for Watson, who's chasing her down towards the top side of the track. Lights ablaze as we come to so familiar with the Beat the Heat team. And the win will go the way of Lisa Garbellini with an 11.379 at 189 kilometres an hour, knocking out Lee Watson a 10.2 at 215. So that Pontiac was moving in round number 1.
It was, but Lisa, 0.16 reaction time when you're into eliminations. Those are the sort of numbers that you want to be running, and that's what won it for her at the end of the day. Ashley Rowe, the next one of the Rowe clan to come through in the Thornley Automotive's entry in the Holden Tirana. In the Aeroflow lane, in Rocket Industries lane, that is your right lane if you're looking straight down the middle of the Motorplex, where these guys are looking towards the finish line a quarter mile down the track. That's Ronnie Zudima.
An 11.79 for Zudima on the dial-in time, a 10.70 for Ashley Rowe. So it'll be pretty even launch from the lights, you would have to imagine. It's all going to be about reaction times in this one, Nick.
It will be, and that Ronnie Zudima car looking like the side of one of those cups that you buy from the from the servo, looking like one of those palm tree sort of vibe going on there. As Ronnie Zuma 161 on the reaction time, 0.71 for Ashley. Of course, she has a faster dial in.
Be very tight at the top side of the track as they come across the line. It's a breakout for Rodney Zudima, so the win will go the way of Ashley Rowe. A 10.75 with a 9 at 193 kilometres an hour, and 11.776 in the other lane there for Zudima, and unfortunately that's his day done at the hands of a breakout.
Yeah, a couple of hundredths there, so a big breakout considering how fine the margins are here at the Plex. Just holding up the procession here for a little bit for Super Street. Our starters just making sure everything's right as rain at about that 1,000-foot mark, seeing if there's any debris, and it looks like some eagle-eyed guy down there at the finish line, one of our volunteer track staff. They're pretty much all volunteers down here. They just love doing it as Super Street rolls on through eliminations. Round number 1 for Super Street.
Steph Galotto at the top of the timing sheets for most of the afternoon in Super Street. Going up against North Campbell in the Rocket Industries lane. The VS Commodore, 6 litres under the bonnet for Campbell Clan Racing. Steph Galotto, the VNSS, 346 cubic inches under the bonnet in the Aeroflow lane. A 10.13 versus an 11.29 are the dial-up times. So you do not want to break out as they edge their way in a pre-stage. Now full stage bulbs are light, and it's a red light for Norm Campbell, a 0.005 on the negative side of the tree. It's a good reaction time for Galotto, a 0.96 as they head down the top side at the quarter mile. Crossing the stripe, it's a 10.153 at 215 for Galotto, who takes the win over an 11.250 at 197 for Norm Campbell, who was unfortunately just a little bit too keen on the Christmas tree.
That's it for our Super Street eliminations round number 1. So we roll on into our next category here at the Perth Motorplex, 47th Annual Goldenstates. Had an awesome night of action last night in qualifying, and got to say, nothing was left out on the track there. Everyone gave it their all, running 5s and top door slammers, and alcohol cars were running awesomely as well as our Nitro bikes and our top fuel motorcycles as well. And you can enjoy all those in an elimination format. This is going to just put it up another echelon.
As we pick up our first 2 riders here in round number 1 of modified bike elimination. Timmy Rushton in the Aeroflow lane going up against Natasha Hayden in the Rocket Industries lane. Natasha set a 9.95 dial-in time. Rushton with a 10.20 over there in the Aeroflow lane. So it's the Yamaha versus Suzuki here for the first round of eliminations for our modified bike as the stage bulbs illuminate, and it's wheels up a little bit there for Rushton. Had to give it a little second stab on the throttle to try and get it settled as Hayden chases him down towards the top end of the track. It's going to be very tight across the quarter mile, and the win goes the way of Natasha Hayden, a 10.064 at 239 kilometres an hour. Eliminates Timmy Rushton, a 10.60 with a 3 at 224.
Brilliant stuff there from our guys, and we're pushing through modified bike. Chris Fryer, he's in the Aeroflow lane. Connor Wood in the Rocket Industries lane on the Kawasaki CPZ. The Chops Booster Racing Kawasaki ZX14 for Chris Fryer.
Great big swing arm. out the back of Connor Wood's machine. It looks really, really good. The black and gold paint scheme as well. He's got the whole show here at the Golden States Championships.
It's good to see modified bike out in such huge force here. Connor Wood qualified third. Doing a good time there in his qualifying rounds. And Chris Fryer in 12th. So he'll get in the Aeroflow lane. And Connor Wood has obviously chosen the Rocket Industries lane to go in for this round one of eliminations for Mod Bike. Bumping it into stage. He's got 7 seconds to roll into pre-stage. And a bit off the mark there from Chris Fry. Good reaction time, but I don't think 60 foots are exactly what he's after. 174 for Connor Wood. And a 9.90 for Connor Wood. He'll go through to round number 2 of eliminations here for Mod Bike, and a 10.80 for Chris Fryer.
A little bit to get off the line there for Connor Wood. Again, had to give it a couple stabs of the throttle just to get it settled as we continue to roll through our modified bike. This is round number 1 of eliminations. Doug Jeffcoat in the Rocket Industries lane. 11.4 is his dial-up time. Jack Wasley in the Aeroflow lane. A 10.10 is his dial-up. So as they move up, a little bit sluggish off the line for both of them. 0.2 of the reaction time on both sides of the Christmas tree as they run down towards the quarter-mile marker. And across the line, the win is going to go the way of Jack Walsley, a 10.728 at 164 kilometres an hour. He eliminates Doug, who ran a 13.02 at 191. But a little bit of an issue for both sides of the bikes there to get away. Very sluggish in the grand scheme of things with a 0.2 of a reaction time as multiple stabs of the throttle were required on both sides.
Modified bike eliminations round number 1, presented by Perth Harley Davidson here at the 47th annual Golden States Championship. Of course, this is a day session. And it's good to see that man Luke Seaton in the Aeroflow lane, rocking the Valentino Rossi-esque livery. But I don't think Valentino ever ran a swing arm that long on his MotoGP bike, the Yamaha R1.
I don't think that would get through MotoGP tech inspection
No,
somehow.
I don't think it would. It wouldn't get over the pits, to say. It's a man from Ellenbrook and Chris Morgan from Bursberg on the Diavel. What a cool bike. The Diavel is a fantastic bike from Ducati. 1,262 cc's, and he runs a big old red light. Chris Morgan, really keen on the tree, a 0.30. All he needs to do is get across the line and not break out Luke Seaton. And it looks like he doesn't. 9.333 on his time on a 9.30 dial-in. And Chris Morgan, he backs off it and goes out at mid-track. He'll be sitting in the stands for our night session here at the Perth Motorplex. Thanks for coming down early, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoying some of this elimination action. This is real rubber-to-the-road racing. We're not sorting out orders here. This is win it or go home racing.
As we now move on to Jared McLean, former commentator here at the Perth Motorplex, turned bike drag racer. He goes up against Simon Garbutt. J-Mac set himself a 9.87 dial-up time and 11.1 for Simon Garbutt. Garbutt in the Rocket Industries lane. J-Mac in the Aeroflow lane as they move up into pre-stage, round number 1 of eliminations of modified bike. Revs rising down there on the start line as they stare into the Christmas tree bulbs. Garbutt gets away with a 0.28, and J-Mac has red light with a 0.53 on the wrong side of the tree. He will manage to chase down Garbutt down the top side of the track, but it's all going to be no avail as Garbutt will take the win due to a red light, an 11.19 for Garbutt, but a 9.949 at 224 for J-Mac. That would have been a wicked pass if he got off the line.
Yeah, he was. You could see it as soon as he got off the line. He saw that red light and he could hear the expletives from here. He is very passionate about this bike and about this category of racing, J-Mac is. He, in fact, only ran one qualifying pass yesterday and then he went to go do some motorcycling WA commentary duties, some hosting duties. And so he was up there enough to get a decent position, and obviously just the red light, so disappointing for the guys down there at the Auto 1 Bentley entry for J-Mac.
Unfortunately, he's struggled with that a fair bit too the last couple shows. He's been really trying to nail his starts. He gets a couple really good ones, but then unfortunately for J-Mac, it's all come undone as we pick up David Waters and Owen Rose. Our next pairing here in round number 1 of modified bike. Rose in the Rocket Industries lane, Waters in the Aeroflow lane. It's good reaction time for both of them as they race down the quarter mile past the half track marker. It's going to be very tight at the top end, but I do think Waters might have the advantage up the top. It is a breakout for Owen Rose, a 10.41 on a 10.43 dial in. David Waters will take the win with a 9.85 at 230 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, 2 100s in that one. Tight margins, but when we're talking about going all the way to thousandths of a second, he'll be disappointed in that when he gets back and learns that he's broken out, and he'll have to watch from the stands tonight. Wayne Gumow and Dave Essers in the Triumph Daytona and the Rocket Industries lane, the Aeroflow lane respectively. ZX14R, the Kawasaki, and Wayne's riding in the Aeroflow lane and the Triumph Daytona. On a dial of 11 for Dave, and Wayne in the Aeroflow lane, a 999.
He's not going to give himself a 10. That's just too easy.
No,
it's too a red easy. Light for S's, though. A 0.003 on the wrong side of the light for S's. So if Gumow does not break out, he will take the win as they come across the line. A 10.05 for Gumow at 226 kilometers an hour, and 11.05 at 204 for S's. But unfortunately, just that little bit too eager there on the start line.
Perth Harley-Davidson modified bike eliminations round number 1 here at the 47th annual Golden States, rolling along. Ian Reid, he's your 5th quickest qualifier for our rounds of qualification we've had today and yesterday. So he's in the Aeroflow lane and qualifying 14th. Hamish Cunningham on the Hayabusa. Both on Hayabusas today. And from Success, Ian Reid and Coolangup. Hamish, 10.37 dial for Hamish, and Ian with a 9.84. Slightly different setup, slightly different rear fender and swing arm setups on these bikes. Hamish Cunningham gets away first, and Rocket Industries lane goes straight towards the centre line, back into the groove. Ian Reid, a 0.79 on a 0.94 light. And the win goes to Hamish Cunningham. Very well done there from the young man. 10.41 on that light. And Ian Reid, a 9.93 on his run up the quarter mile for eliminations.
There was absolutely nothing between, though. There was like 0.9 of a foot or something between those two at the top end. So it was a very, very tight one indeed, as we now pick up Sean McGarry in the Rocket Industries lane on the Harley Sportster, going up against Brett Allen, the Suzuki GSXF, who set a dial-in time of a 10.20. McGarry's gone for an 11 dead on his dial-up time, and a little bit of a hesitation off the launch as Allen goes for a 0.3 of a reaction time, and it's all gone south for the man in the Rocket Industries lane of Sean McGarry, and he's going to come to a very, very slow crawl across the line, and that is a very unfortunate way to finish your weekend here.
He'll go out at mid-track there, and disappointing Sean McGarry. He had a really weird start and he got back on the throttle, but it wasn't giving him any.
I thought it was initially just a sort of, just a false start, and then he sort of got it down. But unfortunately, once he got past pretty much the Perth Harley-Davidson sign down there on the track, it just sort of called right up. And unfortunately, that's going to spell the end of his days. We now pick up Paul Newhoff on a solo pass. His Kawasaki 790 with an 8.68 dial in here for round number 1 of modified bike eliminations with the Perth Motorplex quarter mile, all to his lonesome. So the pressure's off a little bit for Paul Newhoff as the revs rise. Gets away with a 0.36 reaction time. Scorches past the mid-track marker at 194 kilometers an hour. Crosses the stripe with an 8.92 at 232 kilometers an hour. A fantastic pass for Paul Newhoff.
Very good for Paul Newhoff as that wraps up Perth Harley-Davidson Modified Bike, and that wraps up our stint up here, Joshy. I'm Nick Martin. I'll be down there on the deck giving away prizes and talking shop with my man Corey Marriott. We'll hand over to Stewie Bond and Sean McCabe up here in Formula Tech Race Control.
Welcome back, folks. Thanks very much to Josh Starling and Nitro Nick. Magnificent commentary they've just done. And we move on to Super Sedan. This is elimination round one. We have Tyrone Begg, the Aeroflow lane, up against Kathy Regan in the Rocket Industries lane. Kathy Regan on board the Commodore VK. A double breakout to start with Stu when she get your microphone on.
It's us, mate. We make them go fast.
Indeed, but the win will go to Kathy Regan because she broke out by the smallest margin. Disappointing there for Tyrone Begg. Now Matthew Jarvis in the beautiful VZ utility for ADR Engines, Kendall, Perth, Patios and Sheds. And he has a dial-in of a 10.99 up against Stuart Morehouse with the boosted LX Tirana for Acton in Rockingham. And he's got a dial-in of a 9.36. So almost a second half head start here for Matthew Jarvis. He's in the Aeroflow lane. And the boosted SLR 5000. Always wanted SLR 5000 when I was growing up. Didn't quite work out that way, but Stewie's doing it for me. He's living the dream for me.
Mate, I wish I had an SLR 5000. It was one of the iconic cars in Balcatta where I grew up.
Yes, they certainly
Only
are.
the rich Italian boys had them.
Yeah, which wasn't us.
No, it was never me.
The good launch there by Matthew Jarvis. Both very similar reaction times. Jarvis heading down there. Will he be caught by Morehouse? Unfortunately for Stuart Morehouse, he's broken out. He dialed in a 9.36 and he's delivered a 9.33. So the win goes to Matthew Jarvis. An 11 flat on a 10.99.
We're pretty lucky. We've come in right now with some excellent racing ahead of us. So a Super Sedan, Outlaw, Radial, Junior Dragster, another round of their eliminations. That'll be round 2 of eliminations. Then Comp Bike, and I think that's going to be round 1 of a 3-round elimination series for them. And then we'll be going into the tea break. So we are getting very, very close to the exciting start of Group 1. Elimination rounds right after the tea break. If you have friends who are on the way, tell them to hurry. We're going to try to run Comp Eliminator, Super Stock and Door Slammer and Top Bike from 5:30 onwards.
Okay, and here is Rob Evans in the Aeroflow lane. Got the whole track to himself. He's on board the the Chrysler Hardtop. It's all getting a little bit taily out towards the centre line. Straightens it up. He'll have lost a little bit of time there. He's done more than 320 feet on the track, but he goes through with a 9.004 on a dial-in of an 8.84. So he really did back it off. 193 kilometres an hour mid-track and goes through at 243 kilometres an hour. A little bit of a heart flutter there for the Chrysler Hardtop.
Really like watching that car run. It's great fun when they come over. Everyone gets excited seeing how it launches, but perhaps when the track's a little hot, it dances round as it tries to settle itself down at half track. That's going to be a challenge. When you're racing dial your own handicap racing, you do not want to turn the tyres and make the track any longer, as Sean said. You want the car to be as efficient as possible all the way down so it runs dead on your dial-in. Matthew Puglia and Daniel Kojic about to race. Daniel is another one who loves to lift the front wheels.
Yes, the Fox Body Mustang up against the beautiful Chevy Camaro. 1967 Chevy Camaro. For Wellard Glass, VA Performance and signature white walling. So red light there for Matthew Puglia straight away, the smallest possible margin.
I think Daniel Kojic had a problem with the car. He did the very professional thing. Small burnout, brought the car into stage. He has a green light. He can get the win. He does not need to proceed to the end of the track. And because Matty Puglia has a 0.001 red light. He's red lit by 1,000th of a second, unfortunately. Ran at 10.71, dialed at 10.71, a perfect ET by 5/1,000ths of a second, but he launched out 1,000th of a second too soon.
Yes, an absolute millisecond, unfortunately. It does look like, is he getting a pushback? No, Daniel's going to do his pass after all. Takes a simple win, but...
well, he's going for a drive.
Yeah, that's right.
Easier to clear the start line so we can get on with the next paired pass, and he will be off the end of the track before these guys are ready to race.
Is your vehicle sluggish? No acceleration? Your fuel economy gone? If the answer is yes to any of the above questions, then your diesel particle filter is more than likely blocked. Enviro Exhaust has the answer for you. We offer an environmentally friendly PDF cleaning service for all vehicles, including cars, vans, trucks and plant vehicles. We offer various services backed by our no quibble guarantee and a no charge if no clean. Our process utilises the state-of-the-art and proven technology cleaning process, machinery purposely designed for cleaning of DPF, DOCs, SCRs and catalytic converters. Check out our website at dpfclean.com.au. That is dpfclean.com.au for more information. Enviro Exhaust, proud sponsors. The Perth Motorplex.
Peter Zokis and Ray Lecoq about to race. Two very different cars. Holden Tirana and a P76. That's the Australian-made Leyland full-size sedan. The butt of many jokes. But this one wins a lot of races.
Yes, much maligned.
P-Wagon. Ray's dialed in a 9.90. Very experienced racer. Uses a small block Chevy to get down the track, but we're not going to tell anyone. Launches well, and the Tirana came out on the third bulb. Ray Lecoq with a 0.028 gets himself a win here. Runs a 9.90 with a 7 on a 9.90 dial in. The Tirana with a very early red light, third bulb, runs a 10.1.
Okay, Nigel Wall coming up the plate in the HQ Holden for Shields Garage, up against Marty Mirko, the number one tough 1968 Chevy Camaro for lost racing engines, lost racing products, one residential, AA bolts, JD Automotive Repairs and Extreme Auto Detailing. Marty Mirko, the reigning national super sedan champion. And we're so privileged to have him here at the Perth Motorplex. He is in the Tough 68 and the Rocket Industries lane. Nigel Wall in the HQ. Nigel Wall's dialed in a 10.3. Marty Mirko's dialed in a 9.15. Looks like Marty might have got there in the end. Yes, Marty's just got the win.
He got himself the advantage on the start line. Ran a very comfortable 9.27 on a 9.15, but his 0.08 reaction time took the start line by a large amount, too much for the other car to catch up on. Con Adamos from Balcatta Engines and Ray Lockwood from John Zappia Racing out there ready to compete.
Who's that man behind Ray Lockwood's car there with the camera?
Oh, he's just some video
crouching
bloke.
Down.
Yeah,
I wonder who that would be.
Crew member. I think he's videoing the car in case Ray dents it. She wouldn't do that. Ray's a very experienced racer. Ran at Tirana for years at Ravenswood Raceway. She's dialing in a 9.97. Con dialing in an 8.94. There'll be 1 second between them. That is going to be more than a full count of the tree. Ray can race her own race. Watch the tree.
Oh, tons of wheel spin there for Ray.
And another red light on the third bulb. Another time that the left lane has come up shallow. Con runs an 11.4. That's a very confusing lap for him. Ray gets the win. She ran a 10.12 on a 9.97.
Luke Guppy comes out in the Ian Guppy Racing Chevy Vega for Ian Guppy Smash Repairs and Collie, BE Lux Engineering, Southwest Auto Panel and Paint, and he's dialed in an X88. That is in the Aeroflow lane. That's Luke Guppy in the Chevy Nova. And a Chevy
Kyle
Vega,
Higgins.
I must say.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Kyle Higgins
Yeah.
is alongside. Kyle and the Higgins family, or Higgos family, racing XW Falcon. Pretty car. We had it in and put it on our aligner once. It is really nicely made in the front.
Great reaction times by both racers.
Yep, we love to see the .0s, a .01 to a .06. The .06 gets the win by staying closer to his dial-in, a 9.57 on a 9.54 for Kyle Higgins. It was a 9.0 on an 8.88 that gave the race away for Luke Guppy.
Stu, you'd think I'd get the difference between the Novas and the Vegas sorted out. I mean, the Vega was the Tirana of American Tirana, as you told us before. And the Nova's not exactly a Tirana. It's more like the Big Falcon. Well, I should say the Big Chevy. Okay, so we have Craig Caton. I think this might be one of the first times we've seen Craig come out up against Jody Thorstenson. Craig used to have the HX GTS Monaro from, remember, the four-door, as I recall. He was racing it last year.
I was talking to him about this one-tonner earlier on. He's got a nice setup in it. He's thinking about changing the back. He's made it as soft as he possibly can. He's looking for squat. Big engine in the car, and it works very well. A 9.5 is his dial-in. And Jody has dialed in a 8.98. She cut a .4 light, and I'm not sure why. She is usually very, very sharp. Runs a 9.08 on an 8.98, but was just too far away with that .4 reaction time. So the winning time was a 9.60 for the Holden one-tonner.
I must apologise, Stu. I said Craig Caton. It's actually
Carter.
Craig Carter. I must apologise that, ladies and gentlemen, for misleading you. As we see Steve Hunt from South Australia, and thank you very much to Phil Lure from High Octane Photography for pointing out my error. So we were Steve Hunt from South Australia, XW
People
Falcon.
might not realise, but we read the screen. We can't see them because they're wearing helmets.
I have that trouble when they get out of their car. I'm
Exactly.
like, g'day.
Who are you? Steve Hunt and Matt Golotto about to race. The very large SCM Race Engines team. Watching them leave, and a 0.01 to a 0.1. The panel van has the advantage. A 10.14 is his dial-in. How close will he get? He runs a 10.45, slowing down by 0.3 of a second at the top end. Matt gets the win, a 9.16, and he runs a 9.23. Well done, Matty. A 0.1 reaction time. Needs a bit of a polish, but he got off the hook. The Big Falcon slowing down from about 1,000 feet onwards.
Yes, I love the beautiful XW Falcon. That is just the big panel van. I had an XD panel van when I was growing up, Stu. Had it for 8.5 years until somebody decided they wanted it more than me, which broke me heart to pieces. I can assure you it was never spotted again. Beautiful XD S-Pack panel van. And instead of having the barn doors, it had the up and down like the Sandman type door.
Because it was an S-Pack.
Yes, yes. Yep. I put bubble windows in it. It was all velour inside. It was, man, I was
Gosh,
lucky.
you're taking me back to my teenage years.
Oh, look, it was like having my own hotel room on wheels when he went to a party.
Your
bang.
special place.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, I wasn't special enough. I wasn't cool enough for a panel van, so I bought a station wagon.
Oh, very nice, yes.
Took the back seats out, and that was good enough for me. Indoor camping in the low roof panel van.
Exactly, the low roof. Yeah, the long roof, low roof. Multi-purpose, the station wagons, for sure. You can use them as a four-seater. I mean, many times I'd be bringing the lads home from late night out, and we'd have, I suppose, 8 in the back and 2 in the front seat.
You can't do that anymore.
No.
Very, very nervous. How do kids get home from parties?
Well, that's right. All got to be seat belted in these days, you know.
So Outlaw Radial looks like being our next class out. We're just looking back to see some of the racers walking forward, looking at the track, making an assessment. Outlaw Radial will be followed by Junior Dragster, and that is round 2 of eliminations for Junior Dragster, and then competition bike. And away we go. We're then into the tea break, which should last until around about 5:25. We'll have an introduction to the Motorplex. We'll have the anthem and a blessing of the fleet by our track chaplain. And then it is really serious race time.
And Outlaw Radio, well done. Outlaw Radio is brought to us by Specialised Towing, one of the best in the business. And thank you very much for Specialised Towing for coming on board and supporting drag racing and, of course, Outlaw Radio.
So right now, for people anywhere else in the world, it is 49 minutes past 6 in Sydney, Mr. White. It's okay. It's 49 minutes past 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Perth, Western Australia. We are GMT -8, I think. Yeah, that's right. My little brain's working properly.
Greenwich Mean Time, yes.
We are going to continue racing until about 10 o'clock, maybe 10:30 this evening, running through. Generally run the finals from about 10 o'clock onwards. We've had a very warm day here. Track air temperature got to about 36 degrees earlier in the day. We're at 32.6 now. There is a breeze, but we can't tell you about it because the wind meter is having a bit of a tiz-was. Track temperature, very hot. 53.2 degrees Celsius on the bitumen. Corrected altitude is 2,364 feet.
Well, I've been lucky enough just to get the pairings for the top door slammers when they come out approximately 5:30 this afternoon. Make sure you get yourself trackside for basically the first elimination round of top door slammers, which will be coming up. We've got Stuart Moresby taking on Kelvin Lyle, and in round 2, or the second pairing, I should say, we have Marty Dack up against Steve Aldridge. Pino Priolo, great to see him back racing. He'll be taking on John Zappia, and Daniel Gregorini, who set an amazing pass last night. He will be having a solo run by himself, and in actual fact, I think he delivered around about 259 miles per hour yesterday, which eclipsed his 257.47 miles an hour, which he set up in Darwin in July the 17th, I think it was. July 16th, I must correct myself. So it's magnificent to see Daniel Gregorini. He's been doing some magnificent passes just recently. We were here on the test and tune, myself and Stuart, and jeepers, I think he was nailing around about 246 miles an hour thereabouts. A couple of passes. It was a 412 kilometre per hour pass, then a 413 kilometre an hour pass, and last night he delivered a 418 kilometre an hour pass.
Now, just going back to the classes that'll be racing shortly, in case I didn't explain it properly, Outlaw Radial and Competition Bike are going to run a Chicago shootout. So everyone in the field will be seeded based on their qualifying times, and then they will continue mixing up. The racers will receive points for a win and points for simply getting to the start line. And at the end of the night, the finalists will be the two racers who've accumulated the most points in the field.
You see the cars coming back down the return road before we start. Straight away we move into Outlaw Radials as Connor Begley rolls through the Chris Mills Performance Bridge, going through the water pit there on the Aeroflow lane. And right next to him will be the Mustang. It's not quite the Fox body Mustang. It is Lorenzo Galotto in the Ford Mustang with 572 cubes on board for Diverse Project Group. DS Racing, Street Built Machines, Street Built Racing, Owls Race Glides, and Mick Waters Fabrication. He's in the Rocket Industries lane. And Connor Begley for WA Suspensions, no doubt, Active Automotive Performance, and Enterprise Garage Doors. Connor Begley. Connor Begley, this is Outlaw Radial, Eliminations Round 1. Connor Begley in the Aeroflow lane on board the HQ1 tonner. And Lorenzo Galotto in the Ford Mustang for DS Racing. And the Mick Waters Fabrication. He's in the Rocket Industries lane. Gee, thank you very much to our encyclopedia next to me, Mr. Stuart Bond. He just pointed out that we are looking at Lorenzo Galotto's car is actually the Fox body Mustang.
You're completely wrong. I'm an Googlepedia. I looked it up on Google.
In deep stage, big wheel spin there for Lorenzo Galotto. Good reaction time of 0.032, but he was in deep stage. He's certainly trying to catch Connor Begley, but Connor Begley will take this one. He'll at least get the green light, 258 kilometres an hour, a 9.016. And Lorenzo Galotto, a 10.046, 214 kilometres per hour.
Connor's running to the 8s. You can see he was struggling there turning the tyres, and Lorenzo with an awesome amount of power. That they say on the dyno the engine's made over 2,000 horsepower, no grip at all. Just boiled him off the line. It was never going to work for him. So these cars, the radial cars, like a lot of prep. And as the day goes on, over the last 2 days have gone on, the more laps we get down the track, the more the track becomes a traditional slick, cross-ply, slick type track and less like a radial track. So I think the best conditions they've had to race were some of the early laps last evening, where the track still had a lot of glue bite and not a lot of tyre bite. Right,
things have gone quiet.
Turns things off out there. We're
yes.
looking around to see what we can find out. We've not had a report from anybody. They're looking down track, trying to find out what the delay might be. No, don't know what's going on.
No, not quite sure.
All right, got them fired again.
Yes.
It's all good.
And, of course, Outlaw Radial is brought to us by Specialised Towing. We thank them very much for coming on board and supporting drag racing here in West Australia, and especially the Outlaw Radial category. And, well, Timmy Rhodes and the Pineapple, the Datsun 1200 utility for WA Racing Developments. He's in the Aeroflow lane. And Ben Piscaneri in what's got to be one of the fastest 4-litre Ford Mustangs you've seen anywhere at all. Drop dead gorgeous in appearance for Mainline Motors, Haltech and Hughes Performance.
So this is the Australian 4-litre 6-cylinder. Came out in the early 80s onwards. Pre-Barra. And a very gentle launch from the Mustang. The Pineapple making plenty of noise, as he always does. Just ran his normal race, and an 8.62 came up for him, and he got himself a win. Now, that Mustang has run a 750, and they've chosen to be very timid with it, running a 9.40, not wanting to turn the car around early in the day.
No, I said the Mustang, Ben Pescaneri, really only increased by 8 kilometres an hour from mid-track onwards.
I think that was a bit of a walk down the track. I don't. Well, a few of the racers are in a position where they're happy just to take the car for a drive, find out what it's going to do, and then get a bit savage with it later on tonight. That is the beauty of the Chicago Shootout. They know they get back to come back and do another lap in about 2 hours' time.
Billy Gardner here in the Outlaw Radio, brought to us by Specialised Towing. He's got the VS Maloo Ute in the Aeroflow lane up against Kevin Bolton, the Pontiac Trans Am for Chris Mills Performance, WA Racing Developments. Very similar reaction time by both races, a 1.152, but it's all gone wrong for Billy Gardner. That is slowing down rapidly there in the Aeroflow lane, unfortunately. Kevin Bolton goes through with an 8.044 at 304 kilometres an hour. A little bit off his pace, but nonetheless, Billy Gardner, unfortunately, limping up towards the finish line, just crosses it and will exit stage left through the quarter-mile barrier, gate, I should say. So not going well there for Phil Gardner, but Kevin Bolton at 8.044 at 304 kilometres per hour. That's pretty darn disappointing there for Philly Gardner. He's been doing quite a few passes. He was out here on Formula Tech Performance Whoop-Ass Wednesday for the red versus blue radial night, but no, it didn't go well. So it just looks like we're having a little bit of a look at the track at the moment. I'd say I see, I see Andrew Sharp out there having a bit of a squeeze, talking to some of the crew, and we've got some other team walking down towards the 60-foot mark in the Aeroflow lane. And obviously there's Daniel Gregorini out there also by the 60-foot mark on the Rocket Industries lane. So I think what we'll do now, folks, is we'll just take a very short break. This is the 47th annual Goldenstates here at the Perth Motorplex, and we will be back very, very soon. Okay, after that very short delay, we now move on to Junior Dragsters. That was the end of Outlaw Radial. Junior Dragsters, of course, brought to us by Enviro Exhaust, and we thank them very much for their support. And it's Zara Board. Zara Board coming out in the Aeroflow lane. The Mike Boss dragster for ADR race engines, BL and SG Lake Brick Cartage, M Print Industries, Wood Family Racing Transmissions and Ready Finance. And Seth Jarvis, who is a B Junior Dragster, is in the Rocket Industries lane, and he's on board the Strike Force Dragster for Perth Patios and Sheds, ADR Engines and Kendall.
Zara Board got here by defeating Aidan Abel in round 1, and Seth Jarvis got around Isaac Adamos. So we're into round 2 of eliminations for Junior Dragster.
Straight away, Seth Jarvis getting the head start, being a B Junior Dragster. He's doled in an 8.53. Zara Board's doled in a 7.99. Great reaction time there for Seth Jarvis, and he takes the win. Oh, magnificent. He doled in an 8.53 and he delivers an 8.56, but the reaction time of a 0.44 might have been the difference there, and unfortunately for Zara Board, doled in a 7.99, delivered a 7.93, and she has broken out.
Now, there's no way Zara likes to finish in second place. She's going to push herself to be in front when she crosses the finish line. A 0.1 reaction time, lost her 6 100ths on the start line, and she had to go about 7 100ths under to put the car in front at the finish line, and that was her breakout.
Absolutely. Gee, yes, as you say, she's never going to stop trying. Absolutely magnificent. All-round sportsman is Zara Board, captain of the West Australian under-16 soccer team, and also the goalkeeper of the state under-16 soccer team there is Zara Board. Multi-talented athlete. As we see Brock Ferguson coming out to play, he's in the Aeroflow lane with this. He's a C Junior Dragster. Index of 12. He's doled in a 12.3, and he's up against Jet Martin, who is an A Junior Dragster, who has a dial in of 8.05. And we thank Enviro Exhaust for coming on board and sponsoring Junior Dragsters here at the Perth Motorplex. The 47th annual Golden States, and we see a nice head start going here to Brock Ferguson. A good reaction time of 0.168. Reaction time there of Jet Martin, a 0.091. So they go across the stripe, and the win will go to Jet Martin. He dialed in an 8.05, and he delivers an 8.06 at 128 kilometres an hour. Magnificent. These Junior Dragsters are so good. Great reaction time, and nailed his dial in. And, Brock Ferguson, not that far off, dialed in a 12.3, delivered a 12.48. So that could have gone either way, but well done to Jet Martin.
Jet Martin got there by defeating Lachlan Taylor earlier in the day, and Brock Ferguson won over Tyler Jarvis. And we will now get to see Jet Martin in the next round of eliminations.
Yeah, isn't that great news? Really,
Bo Ferguson and Talia Martin about to race, and you'll notice some of these names come up a few times. The Martin family, the Ferguson family. Once one child starts to race and then ages out of the first car, generally the next child in line is red hot to hop in the seat and keep going. Pair of 8-second cars, one dialing in a 7.99, the other an 8.01. Talia Martin has red lit by 0.001, 1,000th of a second. She ran an 8.04 on an 8.05 and gave the race an 8.04 on a 7.99 to Bo Ferguson. Bo will move into the next round.
Yes, unfortunately, that's a real blow there for Talia. The smallest possible red light. You can imagine a 0.001 on the negative side. Very disappointing. And Tyler James now comes out in the Aeroflow lane up against... That would be Dylan Spadaro for the Espresso Coffee Works machine dragster. He's also sponsored by Sales and Service, RPO, Restoring People's Obsessions. And he's an A Junior Dragster. He's dialed in exactly his index, which is an 8 flat. Tyler James, who's a B Junior Dragster, for ADR Engines, audio images, I say, Chris Mills Performance, Redline Oils, Bauscher Fabrications, and AG Towing.
Tyler got there by defeating Cooper Moresby, and Dylan went into round 2 from a bye run, and I would say Dylan might have been top qualifier.
Absolutely, yes. So the B Junior Dragster will get the head start here. That'll be Tyler James in the Aeroflow lane, and Dylan Spadaro, he'll just have to wait his time. Just 0.6 of a second delay. Waiting on full stage, both in full stage now. Tyler James gets the head start. Very similar reaction time. Tyler James, a .117. Dylan Spadara, a .201. So they go across the stripe. That's good, very good finish. And a breakout. Oh, Dylan Spadara's broken out. He dialed in exactly his index, and he's delivered a 7.990 at 130 kilometres an hour. So the win goes to Tyler James, who dialed in an 8.86, and he delivered an 8.947, 115 kilometres an hour. So he progresses, unfortunately for Dylan Spadaro. The Espresso Coffee Works machine, that just didn't go according to plan.
Angel Bakranich is coming out by herself. It's a solo pass for Angel, and to get here, she beat Brody Zapier. I guess if you beat the best, you get an easy run in the next round. She's done a great job.
Yeah, rightly so too. Yeah, see these famous names coming out. Bakranich, Zapier. Gee. Magnificent to see the future of West Australian drag racing right before our eyes here at the 47th annual Golden States.
All my hopes and ambitions of ever being a famous drag racer slip away every time I watch these kids because they're better than I will ever be. I'm telling you.
Oh, I tell you what.
In the next round, Tyler will race against Jet, Angel will race against Seth, and Bo gets the solo. Angel with a test run, really, dialed in an 8.20. She ran an 8.17, so she'll be tuning up the person who does the dial-in when she gets back. They'll be having a serious think about that. In fact, that's not really fair. Dad would, or the team would choose the dial-in, and then she'd drive to it, and without someone in the other lane, it's a great chance to have a tuning run, just to drive the thing flat out all the way down the track. So you come back, you compare all your old information with what you now know. You'll now be able to estimate what the car will do in the next round, and it's quite a professional thing to do. You know, guys would say, yeah, she didn't run dead on. Yeah, but she learnt more. And learning more makes you dangerous in the next round. It makes you a very, very potent opponent.
Yes, that all-important data. I certainly agree with that. Look, got to ask you all out there, is your vehicle sluggish? No acceleration? Fuel economy gone? If the answer is yes to any of the above questions, then your diesel particle filter is more than likely blocked. EnviroExhaust has the answer for you. They offer an environmentally friendly DPF cleaning service for all vehicles, including cars, vans, trucks, and plant vehicles. We offer various services backed by our no quibble guarantee and a no charge if we cannot clean. Our process utilises the state-of-the-art and proven technology cleaning process. Machinery purposely designed for the cleaning of DPFs, DOCs, SCRs and catalytic converters. Check out our website at dpfclean.com.au. That is dpfclean.com.au for more information. Well, that's the end of junior dragsters. Now we move on to competition bike.
Comp bike's going to be very interesting. It's a Chicago shootout. The guys get to race each other a few times over. So first round, Trent Anthony is going to race Troy Thompson. Phil Patton is going to race Gordon Crawford. Ross Smith will race Daniel Natalotto. Phil Webster will race Paul de Klerk, and Roscoe Green will race Maury Cantarella. Then in round two, it's Trent Anthony and Gordon Crawford, and down through the list, they keep mixing them around. All the selections are based on qualifying, so we basically pair them up based on the qualifying or the traditional qualifying seeding order. And by the end of the night, when they've raced each other 3 times, all the racers will have a lot more experience. The audience will have seen a lot more laps, and we'll take the 2 racers who've accumulated the most win points, and they will race each other in the final.
And of course, Competition Bike is brought to us by our friends at Friday's Sea-Doo and Can-Am. If you want to get out on the water or you want an all-terrain vehicle, make sure you go and check out Friday at Friday's Sea-Doo and Can-Am, located at Unit 1, 11. Saltair Way, Port Kennedy. Not far from us, just down in Port Kennedy.
Crews all look very serious out there. It's been a long afternoon for them, long and warm. They are going to welcome the dinner break, which we're planning to approach in about, I think about 20 minutes' time. We'll be there, around about 4:30. And you will see us setting up for the introduction to the event at about 5:15. We'll have the national anthem and a quick blessing. and then we will start racing. And elimination racing this evening is going to be furious.
Yes, just before the break, we have competition bike, which we're just waiting upon, then super stock, then competition. And competition bike will be round 1 of the Chicago shootout of 3 rounds. Super stock, and then competition, and then the tea break. And as Stu said, then we get on with the main show right on about 5:25 p.m. And we welcome you all to the Perth Motorplex. Hope you're enjoying the 47th annual Golden States. This is round 4 of the Australian Drag Racing Championship and round 4 of the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. Just going through competition bike, looking back to last season, 2020/2021, it was Ross Smith in first place, Justin Townsend in second, Ross Green in third, Michael Hollister fourth, Paul de Klerk in fifth, and Ross Townsend in sixth, as I see Troy Thompson come out. Troy Thompson's come out in the Aeroflow lane. Let me get that wrong. He's in the Rocket Industries lanes, and Trent Anthony is coming out in the Rocket Industries. Let me try that again. Trent Anthony in the Aeroflow lane and Troy Thompson in the Rocket Industries lane. Our first 2 competitors for competition bike. Round 1 of Chicago shootout. It's waiting for Trent to stick his nose through the Chris Mills Performance Bridge.
Everyone's very relaxed. There's no need to hurry somebody when it's that hot out there. It's been a very long day, and we did mention the track temperature is 52 degrees now. Now these people have been standing on that bitumen all day long. It is a very, very hot racing surface. Now they come up to the lovely concrete start line and don't even imagine it's cooler out on the concrete than it was back in the pit area on the bitumen.
And of course, we wish to thank all our volunteers, staff, everyone involved here today for making the 47th annual Golden States possible. Thank you for your commitment. We realise it's warm out there in the sun, but just slip, slop and slap, but we very much appreciate it. Without your commitment, we wouldn't be able to go racing today.
Sure, Ray Treasure will organise a beer for them afterwards.
Yes, a beer and a sausage maybe.
Yep, looking forward to that. That's our reward for doing a great job. We're ready to race. Trent Anthony and Troy Thompson. Trent Anthony is riding a double C comp bike. His handicap is going to be 7.78 and the double C altered bike an 8.20, ridden by Troy Thompson. Troy is in the right lane, the Rocket Industries lane, the west lane, the closest lane to us. I don't know how else to tell you where that is in space and time.
Closest to Kwinana Beach, I guess.
Yeah, the beachside lane.
Exactly. So Suzuki versus Suzuki. The Suzuki Koenig up against the Suzuki Hayabusa. Competition bike versus altered bike.
Great lead from Troy Thompson. He doesn't need to push his handicap too hard. Does run under, though. A full 10th. 8.09 gets the win. The losing time, also nearly 2/10 under, but with a worse reaction time of 7.58.
Captain America Gordon Crawford comes out in the Aeroflow lane. He's doled in an 8.15, which is basically his index. I should say it's his index, not exactly his dial-in. I must apologise for that. And up against him is Phil Patton. Phil Patton on the Suzuki GSXR. And his index is an 8.86.
So we've had this conversation ongoing since last evening when I created confusion and chaos. I am a chaos engine, forgive me. The handicap, when I was a kid, used to be the national record. An index was developed so that people could run over the national record and then have it trimmed back a little bit, and everyone felt they were closer to their records, and they believed it was going to justify tidying things up. But the handicap is the difference between the two races. So one will have a handicap holding them back. We always abbreviated it and said, your handicap's 10 seconds, your handicap's 11 seconds. The handicap is 1 second between. It's us just mangling words.
Well, I won't tell you what my golf handicap is. I haven't got enough fingers and toes to count that.
Oh, Gordon Crawford
not
misses
again.
gears again, but he's going to get a win here. Phil Patton with a red light start, a 0.07. Patton does really well, runs well under his 8.8 with an 8.30, but he did not see that red light on the start line. Well, my friends say when I play golf, I'm dyslexic. They say you don't so much golf as you flog. You do it backwards. And I say, well, yeah, you guys pay all the same money as me and you get round in 70 and I take 120 and have twice as much fun.
I tell you, yes. They say when you play golf, you have to watch your P's and Q's. When I play golf, I have to watch my F's and C's. I can assure you.
The only reason I play golf is to chop up the place on a buggy.
It's a way to ruin a good walk, isn't it, playing golf?
No, it's a great drive.
Drive?
Play golf in the rain and slide everywhere in the buggies. Drift buggy.
Absolutely, yes.
Daniel Natalotto and Roscoe Smith waiting to see what's happening down track. All the crew are looking down there. I think Gordon's bike was misbehaving, and perhaps that's what's happening. They're making sure that he's cleared the end of the track before we can proceed.
Daniel Natalotto for Street Bike Drag School, Special Clothing, Perth Kawasaki, JW Motor Parts and Gamoto Store.
Now, this is a bit unusual with the order that we've got them laid up in, is that Daniel was going to be in the left lane and Ross in the right lane, but Ross is the dominant player. He's the one furthest under his current national index and closest or under his national record, whichever. He's the dominant guy, so he gets lane choice. So perhaps he has said, I like the look of the right lane. I want to be around about 35 feet closer to the beach.
Yes, the Kawasaki Ninja street bike up against the, the Suzuki Hayabusa. It's Barry. I should have known. Barry Bussa. The altered bike.
Squats beautifully. One of the best set-up bikes in WA. Roscoe has an advantage on the strip and an advantage on the start line because Rangs is being bitten by the Red Beast. Another red light for him is 008 red light. Roscoe could leave any time he wanted and ran a little bit over an 8-second pass, so he knew he had that one covered.
Yes, unfortunately, that's no good for Dan. But, of course, this is Chicago Shootout round 1 of 3. So he lives to fight another day.
Paul de Klerk and Philip Webster about to race.
Let's hope Paul de Klerk doesn't time himself out under the 7-second rule.
Yeah, we played that game last night. Webster's bike with what they called the Bumblebee body when they started racing him in the States. Hayabusa with the big extended tail. Kind of like the bobtail look of de Klerk's bike.
Yeah, likewise, actually. Yes. Look like a longer swing arm too. Well, the boost comes on the turbo there, the Webster bike.
Both the riders into a tuck very quickly, neatly behind the fairing by the time they went past the Christmas tree, and the big turbo double C altered bike runs a 7.98 at 307 kilometres an hour and gets the win. De Klerk with a 9.40 at 229, so he was being rounded up at the top end. Would have blown past him, like the way I pass some people on the freeway.
I bet, Stu, I bet.
Oh, dawdlers on the way down here today. Crazy.
Ross Green on the B competition bike, Suzuki Hayabusa. Up against Maury Cantarella on the B altered bike, the Kawasaki ZX14.
Tremendous variety of motorcycles in comp bike. I remember back many, many years ago, and 90% of the bikes were altered bikes, and the bikes with fairings that looked like pro bikes came into the field. And now we have a variety of street bikes, long swing arm bikes, wheelie bar bikes, no wheelie bar bikes. Cantarella is very serious about his racing. Cuts a .0 light. He knows he's probably missing 100 horsepower to be a real threat, but loves racing with these guys and gets himself a win. Problems for Roscoe Green. I expected Ross to romp past and run a mid-8. He's run a 9.5. Cantarella wins a round of competition bike at a round of the Australian Championships right here at the Golden States. That is why you race. You race and put yourself on the track, because if you're not on the track having a go, you're not going to win anything.
Okay, I believe we might actually be going to the tea break, actually, Stu. I just got word the tea break. I thought we still had super stock and competition to go. Yeah, so we are actually going to the tea break, folks. So, look, this is an ideal opportunity to make your way down to the pits. Go and see the drivers, go and see the bikes, go and see the cars, have a word with people. Make your way over towards the merchandise tent. That is oval track die-cast merchandise. Got some amazing gear over there. Plenty of Golden States 47th Annual Golden States T-shirts. Right next door to that is Diane in Being Around the World. Magnificent selection of food. That's where I'll be going for my wrap a little bit later on, or my baguette. The smokehouse is running. Is open, and of course the Legends Bar if you'd enjoy a responsible beverage, and why not in this sort of temperature. And just to the right hand side, my right hand side of the Legends Bar, just past KFC, you've got the kebab shop open, so make sure you go and refresh yourself. But this is the lunch break. This is an ideal opportunity to make your way down towards the pits, and a good opportunity for our staff and track staff to have a little bit of a rest. And I see we're bringing out one of the sweepers to give the track a little bit of a dust over. So what we're going to do now is take a break, and we'll be back very, very soon. And when we come back, we've got the big show, the main show coming up for the 57th Annual Golden States right here at the Perth Motorplex. Don't go away.
Good evening everyone and welcome to the Perth Motorplex. This venue is regarded as one of the finest of its type anywhere in the world. Part of that is valuing your safety. With this in mind, please listen carefully. This complex is located near industrial areas, involved with hazardous substances, but there is little risk to the Perth Motorplex. However, in the unlikely event of the venue being affected by an emergency, it is very important that you listen to all the instructions given by our PA system. In the remote possibility of an evacuation being required, you will be asked to return to your cars, or if you do not have a car, to evacuate to indoor areas or buses. If you do have a car, please close your windows and doors, switch off all of air vents and tune in to Motorplex 98.8 FM. For your safety, please do not leave the complex unless instructed to do so. We remind you that motor racing is dangerous, as described by the signage at the venue entry and repeated on your ticket. We also advise that the noise could be loud and sudden, and that you can purchase earplugs and earmuffs from the merchandise shop. For your comfort and enjoyment, the majority of seating in grass terraced areas at the Perth Motorplex are non-smoking zones, so we ask that you check the signage. If you are a smoker, we ask that you move to the top of the roadways. Thank you for your cooperation and have a great night. Drag racing is a sport all about raw horsepower and outright speed. You will see world-class performances tonight as drivers and their teams work together to deliver something special at one of the great drag racing venues in the world today. Watch as machines roar down the track at insane speeds. Don't forget, if you are a gold and silver ticket holder, you can head to the pit paddock area between the races and meet the drivers and their awesome machines. Even give advice on clutch settings up close and personal. If you have a general admission ticket, you can upgrade at any time during the show. Don't forget to follow our socials and check in at Perth Motorplex tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please stand and remove your headgear for the blessing of this night of drag racing by our track chaplain.
Thank you all for coming here tonight. I know it's been a stinker of a day, but we're hoping it'll be a fast and furious night tonight, and that we'll all enjoy this wonderful night. It was a good night last night. The races really enjoyed it. A few of them spent a lot of time fixing their cars, but the effort that they put into it to get back out here tonight is incredible. So can we put our hands together for the teams, please? On behalf of all the racers and the officials here, we just thank you for giving your time to come and share this night with us, and we're going to enjoy it. Father, we thank you for drag racing. We thank you for what it means to each and every person here, and we just pray that tonight, at the end of this meeting, when we go home, there will be PBs, there will be, everybody will be happy because of the event, and that you will take us home safely. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
everyone, and welcome to the 47th Golden States here at the Perth Motorplex. Is everyone excited? Oh, I can't hear you guys. Come on, we need to really turn it up. Are you excited for the Golden States? Awesome stuff, guys. We are about to get ready for some top door slammer action. Let's go, Golden States!
We have spent all this time qualifying. But now we are in the business end for the 47th annual Golden States. 2 cars enter, 1 car will leave. Stu Moresby plays Calvin Lyle for round 1 of Top Door Slammer Glory in eliminations.
It is all elimination racing tonight. This is very serious. Australian Drag Racing Championship points on the line. Now, quite often when you see Door Slammer race at the Motorplex, we have the luxury of doing a round robin or a Chicago shootout. We bring them back and let them run again because this is development for them to get to this point. This is the grand final. Our normal state racing is probably like the WAFL, but right now all the points are out there. They have one chance to win. If they don't win, they commiserate. They put the car away, they come out and they watch the guys who continue forward. 3 rounds of racing, 8 cars become 4 cars, become 2 cars, then we have a champion.
And we have one recipient of an Andra Christmas tree going home at the end of tonight, claiming the prize money and claiming those championship points here for the Australian Drag Racing Championship.
2 big days of racing, but behind the scenes, one team has had 3 days of racing. The big movers are the Gregorini team. Great development work on Thursday night. Yesterday proved it.
We've seen them come through. He went to the number 1 spot. We start off Kelvin Lyle in the 4 spot and Stuart Moresby from the 5 spot in qualifying. 2 cars enter, 1 car leaves. Whoa!
Oh!
Out
The
to the
Mustang
wall.
getting loose, and they've worked hard on that. They've had 3 different converters in the car, 2 different transmissions, and it still wants to beat the track up. A 6.31 for Moresby, and I think that one got him off the hook. Wow, all the action in Kelvin Lyle's lane. And Kelvin does not like that wall. He took a look at it and said, not today, wall.
It doesn't want to go. Nick Marta down there with Lauren Black celebrating, transitioning to the next round.
Lauren, that was a good run, 6-3. You went from the highs of 5-8 to 6-3, but you still through eliminations. That's all that counts.
Absolutely, we're extremely pleased with that, and we will absolutely take it. One of the biggest things in drag racing is the weather is a contributing factor. So it's a bit hot at the moment. We're going to work through it, and hopefully as it cools, everything gets a bit tighter. We'll hopefully keep cruising.
You got that set up for the cooler weather as it cools down here at the Perth Motorplex?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, brilliant. They're all set. Lauren Brack and the guys from the Studebaker up on the big screen for a replay of that pass one more time as we see those guys out. A little bit of a rough start coming out of the gate as we play that replay through, but all you have to do is get across the line first here at the Perth Motorplex in eliminations for Top Door Slammer.
That's what it's all about. You see Kelvin Lyle get it right out to the wall. They were changing converter throughout the day. They went softer again because they thought they were going to hit it too hard on a warm track to start off this first round of eliminations. They still hit it too hard, and unfortunately they are out the door and on the trailer. Stuart Moresby progresses into the next round. The semi-finals coming out later tonight as we roll through. This is eliminations round 1 for the Australian Drag Racing Championship of Top Door Slammer here for the Golden States.
Now, wherever you are in the world, you need to understand that West Australia's weather in the summertime is what we would consider to be hot Mediterranean. We have the ocean just over our shoulder. Air temperature right now at nearly 6 p.m. is 32 degrees Celsius, 32.9. Track temperature, the concrete out there is 49.8 degrees. We have 18% humidity, a dew point of 5 degrees, and density altitude of 2,300 feet. On the right day, we can drop down well below sea level altitude. And that has seen us set some stellar laps with alcohol-fueled door slammers, but not today. Today is going to be a day where the guys will fight the track. They'll probably drop about 300 or 400 horsepower off the road out there, that racetrack made of concrete with a fine layer of rubber that has been deposited by our racers, is so warm that the tyres want to skip over it. So we'll watch and see how they tune them. I think Kelvin Lyle was saying that he was trying to soften the converter up in his car. He's also changed his ratios. He wants it to travel further down the track. When they got these 5 speeds, originally they were banging 3 gears really early, and now they're stretching them out down the track, trying to settle the cars, and just brought the power on a little too early.
Another one who's riding that 5-speed wave with very limited amount of laps under his belt at this weekend's event is Marty Dack in the Aeroflow lane. The Dack Attack Motorsports 67 Ford Mustang parked it into the number 6 spot in qualifying. He plays against Steve Aldridge, your number 3 qualifier. The Crown Security Plymouth Barracuda about to send one of these guys onto the trailer here as they both guide each other into stage. Dack had big problems last night. Lots of frantic work on the Supercharger to get that car fixed and back out for tonight. Has it paid off?
Massive tyre shake for Dack, came out towards the centre line, and then the Plymouth started to rattle, darted to the left. In the end, Aldrich held on to it longest, was bravest, was able to recover quickest, runs a 6.2 at 375 kilometres an hour. Now, Dack was on it from the start line, a 0.95 and a 2.9 when it was starting to rattle.
As we go to the replay, Aldridge with the drive job of the night thus far. You got to be in it to win it, and a massive pedal fest in both lanes. Certainly the braver of the two drivers, just like Stewie said. Got to be happy with that?
Yeah, it's difficult conditions, so it's good to get at least going down. It obviously didn't make it, but got there at the end. So
Got there with the green light in your lane, which means Steve Aldridge and the Barracuda team are advancing to the next round. How do you assess a run like that and then hit back in this year in the upcoming semi-finals?
First, go check the data, see what it actually did, because when you look at it, it says one thing. When you actually check the data, it's a whole different thing.
We'll come and find you in the pits. All the best as they head back to the pits. We'll go to the super screen and go for the deep end replay, thanks to the Perth Motorplex. This is actually a nice little start line shot of Marty Dack getting very loose over there in the Aeroflow lane. But the pedal fests, they're good fun, and may the bravest racer be the winner, Steve Aldridge, on this occasion.
Some of the greatest races of all time have been decided by pedal fest. I mean, you want to go back far enough, you go to NHRA Fuel Funny Car races and their pedal fest, and John Force is slamming the wall just to get it to the other end. We don't want to see anything like that, but we want to see excitement and racing as our top door slammer competitors chase that Golden States glory here at Perth Motorplex.
You'll always see lots of pedaling if the guy driving the car's paying the bills. When your driver has a pedal fest and kills the engine just to try and get a win, the owner of the car quite often says, look, don't do that, son. If you don't think you're going to win, let's save the engine for next week.
So engines firing from behind the Chris Mills Performance Bridge. This will be your third group of cars to come through. John Zappia and Pino Priolo.
Great to see Pino back.
Pino loves a good burnout, doesn't he?
He took a year off because he was going to focus on his son racing the sprint car, focus on his business. We had all the COVID scare here 18 months ago. Italian boys build a house every third year. Building a house is not a special thing when you're an Italian, right? But Pino got it all done, and he was sitting around talking to the boys, and the boys said, Dad, let's go and race the car. And he went, well, okay, I didn't sell it, and I'm really glad I didn't because I love this car, so let's go and have a play. So his boys are now paying him back, coming down and making Dad happy.
It's amazing what a day of racing can do. He said to me last night, I will never sell this car. It will go with me forever. As he comes out in this elimination against John Zappia. This is a tough one. You have your number 2 qualifier, John Zappia, multi-time Australian champion. He holds the national record. He holds the track record in Top Door Slammer here at Perth Motorplex against your number 7 qualifier. This is truly a David versus Goliath battle in door slammers.
Well, that's why that qualifying show is so important. We have 8 or 9 or 10 cars enter. If they all run, you get to see them run 3 times. You get to see 30 door slammer laps on a qualifying show, and they are fighting for the right to be the best and to eat up the lowest.
That's what it's all about, but now it's business. Can Pino Priolo topple the king and progress into the next round of eliminations here at the Golden States in the setting sun on the West Coast? Here we go.
Zapier moving around, crosses the centre line.
Whoa!
That was a huge slide. Got the right tyre out of the groove out near the concrete. And as he corrected, it hooked the track and turned him left.
That was downright terrifying. John Zapier crosses the centre line and will be out on a disqualification. Pino Priolo through to the next round. Let's check out the replay. We have to see that one from every possible angle. Check out the attitude from John Zapier as it just goes straight into the timing block. Even fired it into the side of Pino, I think.
Well, Pino wouldn't even notice that. He was totally focused on getting down the track. He knew he was in front, and I expect, knowing Pino, he's a realist, he was going to see an HQ come up around the side of him, and I'd love to know what was going through his mind when he crossed the finish line. He'd be so excited. I didn't see him. I must have won.
Down to Nick Marta with the Priolo team.
Yes, Dave, that was a fantastic run. Lucky that he went over into the centre line, or was that set up just right for you guys?
No, we were pretty excited with it too there. We kind of left it as it was last night, but we know the track's not there for it. But we're just seeing if he would get out there, and it didn't want to. It started to snap on him, but luckily we stayed in our own lane and got the win.
Michael, run us through what's running through Pino's mind at the moment, winning that and getting through into eliminations after returning here for the Golden States.
Yeah, we got comfortable with the car last night. We just let it go down there and it ran 2.61s. The other one he rolled through the beams and it was pretty much exactly the same as the other two. So he's back comfortable with it again now. So let's just start playing around with it again.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, Michael. As he goes back to the pits and the Priolo team is celebrating, we're rolling on through for top door slammer. I believe Gregorini's out next on a solo pass because he's our top qualifier from yesterday.
Here's another look at it, if we do get it, up on the super screen. But that, man, what a pass. There we go. Priolo getting down the track. And at that point, he is looking around going, where's that HQ?
Where is he?
Let's see it from Pino's side of the racetrack, from behind them at the start line. How aggressive does that HQ?
Pino moved around, and
Wow.
I reckon Pino was probably thinking the race was over then. And when he didn't see John come past, he got back on the noise hard.
It was about
6.3.
It was about 24 months ago that Pino actually beat Zap as well. I do feel it was an Australian title round. So he does have a bit of a knack for knocking off the king in round number one. That's the second time I've seen Pino do it. The first time, I will admit, I jumped out of my chair to see Pino legitimately win. That was on a reaction time advantage of almost 3/10. He converted that to a green light about 18 months ago. That may be not the most ideal of circumstances, but winning is winning in racing, and you got to keep it in your lane. No doubt, flat out heartbreak for the John Zapier team.
It's going to be a hugely heartbreaking moment for those guys. They put in a lot of work and they wear their heart on their sleeves. But here he comes, your number one qualifier on a solo here in this first round of eliminations.
The Gregorini team have already done more laps than anyone else at this event. We ran a Thursday night licensing and test and tune event, and they came down and treated it like it was the grand finals. They really, really ran the car hard. Well, no, let me back that up. They were so professional. They ran the first lap out there and settled the car. The next lap, they stepped it up about 20%, ran a 10th quicker. The next lap, they came out, stepped it up again, ran about 7 kilometres an hour faster and another 10th quicker. So they were very progressive. They knew what they were doing. They were feeling the track and feeling the car, and that's what you need to do. If they'd wasted the first one by coming out and having a big swing, they'd be lost. But a very, very, very professional act.
He takes a very reserved approach to cranking this thing up, and they come out unopposed due to the loss of Frank Taylor. It's a heartbreaking story. Frankie Taylor's weekend started off really bad. They had issues with trying to get a liner tyre on the car. They went back to the beadlock in a very big hurry in the back of the car, and then blew the burst panels off it last night in that third round of qualifying. It did a lot of damage to the motor. and my heart breaks for the DDH1 drilling team. Don't worry, I cable tied it racing. Unfortunately, couldn't cable tie a Hemi back together, and they miss out on racing in eliminations tonight. So Gregorini will punch his ticket through to the next round. Just has to take a green light here, but we know he's going to swing for a number and test out the track. It might not be a full track pass, but he's here and he means business for the Golden States.
Car leaves well, carries the wheels, heads towards the centre line, and Daniel does the right thing, turns it off. Now, if we look at the incrementals, he did attack it, a 0.994, then a 2.74 at 330 feet. He'd been off it for quite some time when he went through half track at 4.7, only doing 179 kilometres an hour, which is just a little bit over 100 miles an hour for people who speak French.
I actually really favour the approach that the Gregorini team just took. We saw the Barracuda get all sorts of sideways in this right-hand lane. Then we see Jay-Z skip right across to the left-hand lane on this one. I think taking it easy when you're on a solo and we've got a lot of points on an opportunity to get ahead in the championship here was certainly the right approach for the Gregorini team. There'll be a lot of data from the early part of that run, and as much as it would be nice to see them absolutely hammer into the fives, I think we will see them saving that for when it's really important, very soon in semi-final time.
It's funny, with these cars, Corey, and you probably can agree or disagree, when they do these half-track passes, people think, oh, they're doing that because that'll reduce their maintenance load before the next round. Trust me, they are going to do all the maintenance they can do. Everything they would normally do. If he'd just gone out there and ran a 570, they are going to strip the car all the way down and put it all back together again, because that preparation builds consistency and that wins the race.
That's exactly right. Business as usual, no matter how the run goes, you turn the car around and you come back and approach it the same. We now turn into Top Fuel Motorcycle, brought to you by Dragon Bikes. If you want to go fast on two wheels, tunnel vision fast, not just regular fast, but pull your arms out of their sockets fast, go see Clive at Bravo Resources and Dragon Bikes for Top Fuel Motorcycle. Up Les Holden and Wayno McGuinness. This is a fourth qualifying round for Top Fuel Motorcycle. They get the fourth qualifier to seed themselves one final chance.
Oh! McGuinness smoked the tyre, got out past 60 feet and just lit it. He's on the chase, but he's not going to get there. Holden will get the win, and he does it with the small cube Harley engine, a 7.78 at 267 kilometres an hour.
He's still got a lot of speed. I think he's going to the sand. Yep. He actually went into the other guy's lane as well over in the top end. Round of applause on the save. That's just the front tyre dipping in.
Excellent
Mr.
job.
McGuinness, great ride on the Blatt Racing deal. I'd love to see a replay in the top end, because my heart was up in my throat there as he came on over into the Aeroflow lane in the braking zone.
Yeah, from
329 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, from what I saw, he was pretty much bang on with the throttle, and those incrementals at the end of the track mean that he was all the way in at Wayne McGuinness, and then he was popping out the sheets while he was in the other lane. He was thinking about so many different things, and he just manages to pull it up.
He should
Replay
be
up on the screen.
He should be really proud of that save as well, because that has minimised a lot of damage at 400 plus kilometres an hour over the finishing line stripe. Big turn of the tyre on the hit, but when it got on song, holy McBall! Oh, this is where the issue starts to really come in. Using up someone else's lane in the braking zone is obviously the most unideal circumstance. The chutes have got tangled up. They haven't gone to full flight. They haven't fully blossomed, and he's pulled it up on the brake.
Yeah, and he's managed just to pull it up just before the sand, because trying to get one of those things out. They're not light, those Nitro bikes.
Not at all.
They will be very glad. Yeah, exactly. The cleaning, trying to get the sand and out of that bike. Chris would know that from his karting days, getting sand out of the front fender of his car.
Dreadful.
Yes, it's dreadful.
Massive respect
to the safety crew as well. He hadn't even stepped off the bike, and the two fireys are there on the scene to give him a hand, get the bike out so we can get the show back underway.
Quite easily the best safety crew in the country, and they're all volunteers down here at the Perth Motorplex. But we'll roll on with some more qualifying here for top bike, I believe. Boys, you'll have a little bit better idea than what I do down here on the start line for the 47th annual Golden States.
Well, that motorcycle probably weighs about, what would you say, 1,000 pound, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah,
175 cubic inch engine, not CC engine. It is absolutely massive, and he did a manly job of stopping it. I would have probably been hopping off.
So in the aftermath of that, we're going to take a very short moment up on the super screens. Turn your attention. We'll be back with the second lap of Top Fuel Motorcycle here at the 47th annual Golden States.
Just like that. It's all about the ride. Dreams do get bigger at Fridays. Call to book a demo today. Fridays, Cedo and Can-Am, Saltaire Way, Port Kennedy.
Inject your Saturday with some Nitro. Nitro Max brings WA's best 4,000 horsepower nitro-fueled monsters to Perth Motorplex. Saturday, December 11. Nitro in all its glory, great fun for the family. Plus your favourite dragsters, funny cars and Nitro bikes for one explosive night of Nitro horsepower. Get your Nitro fix at Nitro Max, Saturday, December 11 at Perth Motorplex. Get your tickets, motorplex.com.au. We are back and throwing water down in the box, as it was unfortunate to see. It looks like Greg Durack not coming out for this fourth round of qualifying in Top Fuel Motorcycle. We will see them back for their semi-finals in elimination coming up later on, and I'm just looking for where we will find them. That will be around about 8 o'clock tonight here for Top Fuel Motorcycle, brought to you by Dragon Bikes. If you want to go fast on two wheels, tunnel vision fast, the kind of fast that pulls your arms out of their sockets, then go see Clyde at Dragon Bikes and Bravo Resources. They've been building, designing, modifying and repairing record-setting bikes for over 4 decades for all the top-level names like Upton, Durack, McGuinness, Bogdanovich, Holden, and with more to come. They are the people to go see. Dragon Bikes bringing you Top Fuel Motorcycle here for the Australian Drag Racing Championship.
This is Super Street Eliminator, sponsored by WA Suspensions. Thanks, me. Billy Kojak, and we have Stephen Hodgkin racing. These guys have been out and played through the day. We're into round 2 of eliminations. Dial your own handicap racing. Billy has dialed in a 12.37, and Stephen dialing in a 10.48, but cuts a 2,000 red light. He's given the race away. Kojak will not know this. He will drive it out the back door and runs a 12.39 on a 12.37. Pretty darn good, especially with a 0.026 start. I think that's a nice way to move into the next round.
Pretty tight on the timings there as we pick up Darren Bakranich in the Honey Road Racing VH Commodore. We see 3 Bakranich entries across our weekend for the Golden States, and it's good to see here. He has dialed in a 10.74 with the VH, and he'll play against Joel Trotman, who will leave a few tenths after him, dialing in at a 10.39. Super Street Group 3 elimination. Dial your own format You put in the number you think you're going to run. If you run under, you're going home. If you red light, you're going home. It's as simple as that. Bakranich leaves first. Trotman goes behind him. And now they are going to have to do the chasing. Bakranich with a better reaction time. We'll see what it's like at the top end. And Trotman
that's
gets
a surprise.
through.
An
Yeah.
absolute surprise. He must have run close to dead on that. A 10.39 ran a 10.43, so he's only 4/100ths of a second over and gets the win.
The Trotman goes through as we pick up Steve Peach and Reese Naylor. Now, Reese coming through. This is the beauty of Group 3 Dial Your Own Racing, Stu. You don't have to have the fastest car.
Well, someone said to Reese earlier on, isn't that the car your sister races at the other events? He said, yeah, it's my street car. And so Alicia's been racing it at other events. Reese's Altered wasn't ready to run this weekend, so he's hopped into his shopping trolley and he's out there racing in Super Street. Dialing in a 12.58. That is a stock standard XR8 FGX.
That's the one.
Alphabet cars. Sneaky supercharged fuel-injected thing runs a 0.017 reaction time. Alongside him, it's a 0.068. The only thing Steve can do now is push him hard to a breakout. Is Reese going to run good at the top end? He does. Dialed a 12.58, wins with a 12.61. Nice. That is a nice package. In a vehicle, hand on heart, unmodified, he drives to work every day in Osborne Park.
That's beautiful. He gets it done here. Naylor will progress to the next round of Super Street, brought to you by WA Suspensions. As we bring your next pairing out to the start line, Australia #1 on the side of the WA Performance Commodore, Paul Garbellini coming out to play, and he will play against the Thornley Automotive's entry of Kirsty Rowe. Out to try and take down the Australian champion. That is a very tall order. There's one way you earn the Australian #1. They don't just hand him out in cereal boxes.
He's a very, very good racer, but like Reese Naylor has come out in his car. He's a young man who actually learnt his craft in the junior dragster. So has the young lady in the other lane. These second-generation racers that are coming out and performing, stepping out of juniors into other Dial Your Own Handicap races, honestly make me think I'll never win a championship.
But it's a red light.
Pressure on the champ. The Australian champion cuts a 3-thou red light. He knew he had to leave early. A 0.09 for the young lady. She gets herself a win and goes into the next round.
How about that when you push the Australian champ to a red light in round 2 of eliminations here in Super Street? And Kirsty Rowe will continue through. Now it's Ashley's turn. Ashley Rowe in the Thornley Automotives Racing Tirana in the Aeroflow lane. Plays against Jacob Mills. It's a 10.65 dial-in for the Tirana and 11.41 dial-in for Mills in the Commodore. The Commodore will leave first to the tune of about 0.8 of a second before Ashley has to chase him down here as we get them set on the start line. Can't push yourself to going too hard, a red lighting or a breakout as we creep both cars into stage. Mills leaves first. Rowe with a much better reaction time. 0.57 reaction time for the Tirana. It was a 0.145 for Mills. Ashley's going to try and get past without breaking out, and she will grab the win. A 10.73 on a 10.65 dial-in. 2 of the Thornley Automotives cars going through to the next round.
That is great news. Young racers bringing it up to experienced racers and proving they've got what it takes. Lisa Garbellini went to the Northern Territory and did extremely well at Hidden Valley. She's earned plenty of points. I think she's leading the Australian Championship at the moment, and she is racing alongside Richard Stevens.
How tight's the margin at the top end in the replay of that previous lap? Only a couple of feet in it at the finish line.
That's how it should be. Good Dial Your Own Handicap racing. If you have fairly equal reaction times and they run dead on their dial-ins, they should pass door handle to door handle. Garbellini with a 0.7. Richards beaten her with a 0.01, but breaks out with a 11.74 with a 5 on an 11.76. So he's broken out by 15 one-thousandths of a second.
And that will put him on the trailer and not coming back as we pick up Beat the Heat Tango 5 in the VFSS Commodore. Mike Caridi dialing in with a 10.90. 10.90 here for Caridi. And Peter Forward in the Nissan Skyline from High Wycombe on a 10.38 dial-in. This Skyline is going to leave second and try and do the chasing to beat the heat, literally to beat the heat to the finish line. A better reaction time for the heat this time by 0.76 on the light for Caridi. It's a 0.158 for forward. Can he chase him down as they hit the top end? Caridi has a nose in front.
Ooh.
Forward breaks out, and Caridi will go through. How's that? Forward, a 10.37, breaks out on a 10.38 dial-in. Caridi beat him to it anyway by a margin of 0.9 feet.
That is amazing.
It's 10 inches.
And the only way the Skyline could put himself in front, because he had a slower reaction time, was to risk that breakout. Now, some racers will push the other guy to the point of almost thinking that they're going to pass. They'll touch the brake, pull back, and hope that the slower lane was going to break out for them. Did not work out for him that time. He decided to drive it out the back door and gave it away.
Steph Galotto on a solo pass here. An 0.77 light, a 10.13 dial-in. She goes under the dial-in, but because of being on a solo pass, it's a 10.11 on a 10.13 dial-in. Geez, that's got to be risky when you take those in the solo laps.
That's a tuning lap for them. I reckon they'll be dialing in a 10.10 next time they come out. But pardon me, excuse me, but look at that reaction time. She's been out of the car for about 12 months, hasn't she?
It's been a little bit of time.
It's excellent. She's back in the car and right back into it, a 0.07. Lovely, lovely leave. So I think she's warning the boys that she's serious. This is her Golden States.
Sometimes it's like riding a bike. When you get back on, you know exactly what you're doing. Other times, the wheels fall off the wagon and you feel a little bit lost. Progressing through, that was out of Super Street in eliminations round 2. With a bit of inactivity down on the start line at the moment, we should be getting down into Super Stock. We want to thank WA Suspensions, though, for their support of Super Street here for the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series round of Super Street. We'll go up to the Super Screen. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with Super Stock.
Saturday, December 4 is Speedway night. It's the House and Man Expert WA Sprint Car Club with state pride on the line. Sensational speed cars powered at the Perth Motorplex for the John Day Classic. Plus a huge field of thundering V8 late models. John Day Classic WA Sprint Car title for the House and Land Expert. Salute the General. Saturday, December 4. Tickets, motorplex.com.au. You'll be there.
You want to be here right now as we roll on into Super Stock. And it's Pro Stock time. Jody Racco in this beautiful machine that threw down a 7-second, just knocking on the door of a 6-second lap last night in qualifying.
Will it be the first 6-second pro car in WA? It certainly has the potential. It just needs the weather and the track. And these guys are also very switched on the way that they set themselves up to qualify.
So we are moving into...
Errol with issues.
Yeah, that didn't want to turn the tyre for the burnout.
Not enough brake pressure.
Really, really lazy.
Not enough brake pressure as he rolled through the water box, and I think he was hoping as it came up on boost it would zing that rear tyre, but it never quite made it. Jody Racco is just found reverse. I was waiting for that Pro Stock Monaro to come on back.
Good to see that both cars coming back to the start line. We are moving into competition classes. This is Super Stock. So we are in Group 2. The cars, based on what they are in construction, with engine capacity versus weight, power adders and construction, they run to a national record that creates the index. The index is the number in which you are given as somewhat of a handicap between yourself and the person in the other lane. You are released based on the difference between them. If you have a slower index than the guy next to you, then you will go first and you've got to chase them down. If you go quicker than the index, it's okay. There's no breakouts. It's all about running to try and be the fastest in the country with that type of car and beat the person in the other lane. This is Super Stock Eliminations. Round number 1. And we have a double D gas automatic BA Falcon of Errol Quartermain up against the Pro Stock. High RPM, naturally aspirated Holden Monaro of Jody Racco in the Rocket Industries lane.
Quartermain's car needs to carry about 12.5 pounds for every cubic inch in the engine, so there's plenty of carb. Big turbo Ford 6. Racco, will he run a 6-second pass and surprise everyone? Well, delight most of them.
This is going to be uber tight in the top end here.
Errol with critical issues, and Racco turned the tyres, and Errol, like an assassin, strikes, does not shut the car down, gets it moving and takes the tardiest win of the day.
Sometimes you just got to be lucky. It looked like it was over there for Errol. A very tardy reaction time as Jody's just going to hit the finishing stripe now and confirms a win light for Errol Quartermain. Jody Racco zing in the rear tyres though. Errol was almost thinking he was out of it. Saw the issues happen as we check out the replay up on the super screen. Watch this for a race. Errol falters at the start. Goes, oh well, I'm cooked. Sees the smoke go up from the Monaro. Buries his right foot into it and drives it on home into the next round of Super Stock. How good. That's what it's all about, though. Just, it ain't over till it's over.
Exactly. The words I was going to say. Once we had a quiet Falcon out there. Kim Fardella has not raced with us for a while. Held the national record in this class, E-Gas, in 2015-16, Corey told us last night. Haven't looked it up, but I reckon it's probably still there, Corey.
It still stands. It still is.
Still there. Some amazing super stock racers from Western Australia have held national records over the years and still hold them. Great to see Fardella back again. This is only 310 cubic inches of Ford V8 alongside him in a car that was almost made for the class. We have Jamie Chasty. This has been a test bed for the HMSA class as it has grown over the last 15 to 20 years. I remember there was huge excitement about the opportunity to race Commodores and Fords against each other in Superstock.
We've got a tractor right up the deep end. It is leaving the vicinity as we speak. That's just why we got the current hold up.
Well spotted, Corey.
We are now set to go here. Kim Fardella under E-Gas on an 867 index. Jamie Chasty in this Holden modified sedan on a 9.10 index will be the first to leave. Fardella is going to try and have to chase him down here for round one of Super Stock eliminations. About to be in the books here at Perth Motorplex. Chasty just creeping to set off those bulbs. Gets a flicker of ambers, will leave first.
Oh, Fardella with a red light and a big move to the centre line. Decided to put it away. Will Chasty be aware? Is he going to get off the throttle? Runs a 9.32. I think he slowed that one on purpose. A 9.32, 214 kilometres an hour. Young man with a 0.1 reaction time, and Fardella chased him hard with a 0.024 red light.
As they send him down towards the deep end, we have probably the best looking BMW on the West Coast, all the way from Steel City, South Australia. Steve Norman. Steve is out on a solo pass here in eliminations.
Got the solo, uneven field, and here's the top qualifier.
So you get the benefit. That's the reward you get for being number one. You get the solo in an uneven field. We saw it with Daniel Gregorini on a solo for top door slammer eliminations. Now Steve Norman in this B Super Modified. These are super cool machines and such a well-presented BMW M3 this is. It's got 325 cubic inches of South Australian muscle running to an 850 on the index here for Steve. Steve rolls out of it through the top end and will get through with an 884.
He went
Slowed it up.
3/10 under his index handicap, but he also cut a red light start. Doesn't matter on a solo, but it shows he was testing himself against the tree.
Certainly trying to push yourself. The day you lift off is the day you're going to start losing. as we pick up your next pair. It's Rotary Power of Daniel Johnson. Thank you, Daniel. Playing against the F-Gas of Graham Sims. This is the little Toyota Supra that could. It's got a baby little power plant inside of it. 267 cubic inches to get it done. And this is double rotor altered production for Daniel Johnson here. Very cool combination in the Aeroflow lane, running on a 754. This is a very quick national record.
Well, Graham Sims holds the national record for F-Gas, 8.965, from a tiny, tiny engine car at 260-something cubic inches. It is de-stroked and aligned and has the precision of a Swiss watch. And he winds it up on the start line, gets the RPM to an unbelievable level, and then basically just throws it down the track with inertia and the flywheel.
The War Dog about to try and take down the rotary power of the RX-7 in the other lane. Johnson had a wild ride in qualifying last night. Pogo sticking his way down the quarter mile for day one of the Golden States. Now he has to try and take down the War Dog Toyota Supra, who double bulbs him as they get set to go. The Supra leaves first. The RX-7 up on boost was very boggy on the light. Both of them with reaction times that are not worth writing home about. Sims will run it through the back door. It's a 913, and the win goes to the War Dog.
Well, 913 at 218 kilometres an hour. He was doing about 192 k's an hour at half track. So perhaps he felt safe enough to lift, get off the throttle, slow the car down a little bit. He's not trying to chase his national record, but he also doesn't want to create too many fast inputs so that his index will be changed in the future. New way of doing indexes right now, still wrapping my head around it because I'm old. They start with the national record, they add a 10th, and if everyone goes quicker than it this weekend, we lose half of that. If no one resets the national record, it's all cool. If they reset the national record, they go back to adding a 10th to the new national record, and I hope I explained that.
Yeah, now I'm lost.
I am dyslexic. I could have got it all backwards. Who knows? I like national records.
That was pretty good, Stu. I was following that in my mind as you said that out. That was pretty accurate.
Thanks, mate. I read a book this morning at work.
And it shows. We're staying inside competition, which is those amazing fixed index national handicaps, national indexes. And we got Jimmy James Kemp about to come out your Rocket Industries lane. So we're about to get big, bad and blown, supercharged, 8 cylinders in a dragster. We're going to make some big power and some big noise down here at the Golden States.
Time for competition about to come out onto your racetrack. And this is actually qualifying still for these guys. This is their fourth and final chance to qualify. And competition, Jimmy Kemp had some issues with the transmission last night. They came back to the pits, they looked through it, they go, we don't know what we did, but we think we fixed it. And Jimmy says he is going to keep coming out and running rounds as much as he can tonight. No matter what happens, he is going to try and get this top alcohol dragster from here to the finish line every time he comes out. Whoa.
Well, I know our 2 top alcohol dragster races in Western Australia have great big plans. I got it all mixed up in my head last night. This is an Ian Jenkins car. It's a JPP dragster built in Western Australia. Ian is currently building an altered for that entire drivetrain to go into so they can go and play top alcohol altered. And then they're going to put one of the 34-gallon per hour Nitro motors into that altered, and they're going to go out and have a play. Nostalgia Nitro altered.
They might come and join us in Nitro Max here at Perth Motorplex.
Oh, maybe next year. I don't think it'll be ready in 2 weeks.
No.
Nitro Max is going to be a hoot.
It's going to be so much fun. December 11 here at Perth Motorplex. Nitro Max brings all the beautiful fury and fire and thunder of nitro methane burning blown combinations. You don't want to miss it. Get your tickets and information, motorplex.com.au. But Jimmy Kemp wants to turn the earth with this 560 index top alcohol dragster. He doesn't know if it's going to shift gears. Like, I asked him, is it going to go? And he goes, I think so. So that's about as much confidence as you're going to get from Jimmy Kemp.
Oh, bit of a flare at the top end, and that did not sound like him rolling off. It sounded like something coming a little bit loose.
Yeah, it did sound like it shifted, boys. It just shifted in a second and then went whoosh.
Wasn't sure about shifting into third, maybe.
No,
it was
yeah.
very lazy through second as well. Nice, big, long first gear, that's for sure.
Well, definitely got the half track. We'll see a replay up on the super screen of that pass, hopefully very soon as we have a look at the big screen. A little bit hard to see just in the sun, but it gets all squirrely out of shape, shifts gear, and then a big whoosh just coming out of the headers. Don't know what that indicates, but hopefully it's all good for those guys going out of the Rocket performance lane.
We'll find out in the pits as we shoot around to the paddock, but we'll stay inside competition for the moment with one boosted Rotary and one boosted Lexus.
Two very cool combinations here. This is competition. We did lose a couple overnight, notably Jade Robinson and Connor McClure, both out of action overnight here. Transmission issues, I believe, for Jade in the Dancing Queen Dragster, and a all busted out of shape cap on the bottom side of, I think it was the number 7 Conrod for Connor McClure on that turbocharged Tirana. Means that car is sitting on a trailer out there in the pits right now and not getting driven to put on a show to its maximum potential here tonight for eliminations. Down on the start line though, Moreno Galotto, double C, small displacement, turbocharged, altered production with EFI. Took out the top comp win here in the opening round of the WA Drag Racing Championship a few weeks ago here at Perth Motorplex, playing against Brett Glover in this Advanced Auto Wreckers Rotary Double D Sport Compact RX-7. The Rotary will go first on a 730. The Lexus will do the chasing on a 676. It's a perfect light for Moreno Galotto. Donuts on the tree.
And he's going to get a win on a perfect light. That is special.
A win on a perfect light while having to roll the throttle to a 9-second lap. Brett Glover went up into a bunch of wheel spin, and Moreno Galotto will be our first recipient for that perfect light award for the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series. How cool is that? For those open to all the Summit Racing Equipment entrants, they must achieve a triple O during eliminations, and it's qualifying. As we go to the replay up on the super screen, I like to be wrong.
You robbed him. I'm glad you read the rules.
Checking out the replay up on the super screen, Moreno gets away, Glover goes up in tyre smoke, and the Lexus was hauling through the top end, 251 kilometers per hour once it got going, and picks up the win. It doesn't matter. It's qualifying. They will hang on to the times that they have, and we'll see them out for eliminations coming up later on in the night.
The car wasn't aggressive out to half track, got there at 203 kilometres an hour, but put on nearly 50 kilometres an hour in the second half. That's doing pretty good. 50 Ks is 32, 33 miles per hour. So nice.
Piles on a bit of speed here. I see some green T-shirts down there as we pick up the Altered. Coming out to play. We're still in comp. That's an Altered burnout.
And that is where we're going to see even more action in Western Australia. It seems WA is again going to become home of the Altereds, with another one being built and a long-term plan to convert it over to a Nitro Altered. There is going to be a great deal of excitement in our regular state championship, which is top comp. All the blowing cars racing against each other.
And even to the extremes of Nitro, with more Altereds coming over. Of course, Anthony Begley bringing Chucky's toy over. Can't wait to see that.
That's going to be fantastic to watch.
I thoroughly look forward to seeing that come out to play in Nitro Max coming up at Perth Motorplex. For the meantime, though, how aggressive is this thing? The mere presence of it. For Steve Martin down there, Intolerance Racing in the T-Bucket Altered, 452 cubic inches of big, bad, blown power. This is double B Altered automatic, so it's not really the biggest cubes you can go. It's not in the 500 plus range, only 452 cubic inches. We say only.
There's a wrinkle here too. Double B tells you it must use a production or aftermarket iron block.
There you go.
Double A, alcohol altered.
There you go.
Or alcohol, aluminium.
Look at it dangle the front tyres as it gets away from the line. Steve Martin is on it all the way to the finishing stripe. It's a 6:37, 345 kilometres per hour. A great lap there, nice and straight from Steve Martin, and he goes underneath the index for the car by 0.09 of a second. Beautiful lap from Intolerance Racing.
The crew ecstatic on the start line and fair right to a 30. A fantastic number for the Intolerance Racing team. And Stu, I got to say, I am too excited about the influx of Altereds coming our way to Western Australia.
They are so much fun. They really are. Hardest cars to drive, most fun to watch.
So out of competition, we now pick up Top Sportsman. Coming out, this is eliminations. This is the first of 3 rounds of eliminations, and we are going to park up some interstate flavour. Vlado Turek with a nice, beautiful big smoky burnout here in this Big Cube VT Racing Nissan S14. He goes through his lengthy burnout procedure. Meanwhile, Yvette Gregg in the Aeroflow lane. You're next in the Falcon. She knows what she needs to get done, and she knows when Vlado comes back to the start line, then she will start her burnout process. That's good housekeeping, knowing exactly what you need to get done.
Now, we were announcing, predicting massive big wheel stands. The crowd loves seeing this Falcon launch, but last night they changed their routine. They were driving the car off the start line instead of making it pounce like a scared cat. And I wonder if that's given her a bit more consistency, a little bit more reliability, a better opportunity to get her dial in right. An 8.12 and an 8.00. Yvette will move first with an 8.12. This is Top Sportsman. It is the fastest end of our super sedan field. They must give us a dial in between 5.8 and 8.49, I think it is.
Yeah, I think you're right. 580 to an 850.
I read a book.
You read a book. I was blown away by how quick Top Sportsman can go as we catch a little nitrous purge here from Yvette Gregg. Oh, and a red light.
Yvette has problems, and winning is not one of them.
No.
She is a winner. A red light came up, a 0.007 for Vlado. That gorgeous car is going on the trailer, and Yvette is going.
Never seen a crew so happy for a red light, ladies and gentlemen. These guys were dancing on the start line. They are going to the next round as we roll with Top Sportsman.
Goran Kojic in this incredible Falcon. The XY GT Falcon in the Rocket Industries lane, standing next to this thing with close to 600 cubic inches. Yes, big cubes.
Mountain motor.
You stand near the pipes and you can feel the air vibrating the molecules around you as it just thumps around at idle. It is incredible. As he comes out alongside Phil Rolls in the Mazda RX-4. This is a very different kind of race car that used to love hanging the fronts off the ground as well. Phil has dialed in an 800. Goran Kojic in the Falcon has dialed in at an 820. And it's another red light.
The pressure is on, and this is a 0.009 red light for Goran. And with an 8.07 on an 8.00 dial-in, Phil Rolls is into the next round. Goran didn't waste his time. He ran an 820, did a great job, but red light.
They both ran 76 thousandths off their dial-in. The difference split by the reaction times. There was only 3 feet between them at the finishing stripe.
Neither one would get off.
Oh, man. Driving it out the back door here in Top Sportsman Eliminations. How good is it? Goldenstates 47 going off here at Perth Motorplex. We are rolling through. And the bittersweet part of this, we're having a lot of fun, but we are putting cars on trailers at the moment.
Oh, we are. This is elimination sport. If you watch Wimbledon, if you watch the cricket, the big World Series thingamabobbly they did recently, when you lose, you lose. You get a chance to kick back, watch your mates race, reflect on what you did wrong, blame the driver, blame the crew, blame someone, or just plan to go better next time. But this is elimination racing. This is deadly serious.
Kevin McIver from Monopara West in South Australia brings the 573 cubic inch Pontiac Firebird on an 8.10 dial-in to play against Albie Bakranich on a 796 dial-in, the Chevy Monte Carlo in the Rocket Industries lane. Dialing in a little bit quicker. They're going to be very even off the light here. It's going to come down to the overall package.
Oh, problems for Kevin. Rolled it on a red light left before the tree started to count. I think he might have been trying to get up on the trans brake and the car drove itself forward. Not a good look.
That's a heartbreaker to come all the way over and roll the beam in your eliminator. Albie Bakranich will progress to the next round, though, as we go through a couple of very short, sharp burnouts down at the start line. There's a couple of checks going on here for the probe of Colin Davis. Senile Racing, it seemed to get up on the tyre and start to create some wheel speed for about a half a second before it settled back down, and they have stopped him there. Paul Down in the other lane, the Black Market Racing, all orange. VP Commodore in the Aeroflow lane has dialed in at a 798. Colin Davis dialing in at a 730 for the Senile Racing Ford Probe. How's this? 645 cubic inches, massive cubes.
That's nearly enough.
That's just enough, you
Just
reckon?
enough.
With that burnout, though, you'd be a little bit concerned about the tyre temp to try and create the traction on the hit to get this Ford Probe out of here.
I love this Probe. I love the fact it's white. It just reminds me of Glidden's Pro Car. They are the prettiest little race car. Oh! A bit of a slide, and we have seen a monster save from him in the past, and he was quick to get off that one. Did not want to push it too fast. Paul Down knows he's by himself, runs the car safe. A 798 was his dial-in. He's run an 8.06. Didn't hit the brake too hard at the top end, but coasted across and got himself a win. Colin goes on the trailer. You'll probably be able to shake his hand and say well done in about 45 minutes in even the Ravenswood Raceway bar on the western side, or over in the Sportsman bar on the eastern side.
That's the beauty about it, is most of the races, when they are done, they come out and they enjoy the action.
They socialise.
They are die-hard fans of the sport. I mean, face it, any of us who find ourselves into either competing or working in the sport are the super fans, and we'll get around it in any way we can. That is Out of Top Sportsman. Run and done here. Their first round of 3 for eliminations. We are due to get into Modified coming up very soon here. And a big special thank you to Summit Racing Equipment for the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series, making their way here for the Golden States, of course, part of the Australian Drag Racing Championship as well. If you want anything for your racing gear, go to summitracing.com/pro-shop. That's Summit Racing Equipment bringing you the action as we have a Nick Marta getting some stuff ready down on deck. I see some hats and Nick wants to give away some stuff.
Yes, I do. From our good friends at Ampol, Chris, these guys have recently changed their branding from Caltex to Ampol, but it's still same great product. And of course, you can use your Caltex cards there as well. I've got some of these hats and I've got a couple of stubby holes as well. I've got lollies. I've got the whole lot. Are you excited for some free stuff, guys? I think they are.
Just Nick getting interrupted by the big noise of smoky burnouts of front engine dragsters.
Love them, absolutely love them. In my hierarchy, my mental hierarchy of the image of drag racing, from me being a kid, seeing a picture of a front-engine dragster, in an old magazine, something from Bakersfield, front wheel maybe dancing in the air and that butterfly's wide open.
The chassis twisted.
Oh, that's the iconic thing. And then the Alters, Wild Willie Borsch and guys like that, completely hooked up. Wild Willie used to sit in his car and he had a loose seat, so he'd hold on to the roll bar when he was doing his burnout. When he got a better car and the seat was nice and tight, he would hold on to the steering wheel. People didn't like it, so he put a fake arm on it. So people thought he was still holding on to the roll bar.
Jeez.
That was showman.
There's
Absolute
a level of
showman.
showmanship there, isn't there? This is Paul Ryan. He likes to be a showman with his burnouts here. Front engine dragsters under AA. This is one of, if not no, it is the only supercharged car in the modified field this weekend. He runs a black belt supercharger parked on top of the Woody Gilmore front engine dragster with 406 cubic inches.
Well, Woody Gilmore, classic California dragster builder.
He was your #1 qualifier, and he gets out in this first round of eliminations with a solo run, and he'll get the advantage of going into the next round. It's a 7:36 at 300 kilometers per hour. He dialed himself in on a 7:30, just testing his dial in, taking the advantage of getting a clear track to race.
Testing the car, testing himself. 0.081 on the start line. That is a driver's race. Well done.
This is what we talk about when we say we don't change the procedure. No matter what happens, you stick to the plan. Because if you get lazy, you're going to come back out and you're going to get caught out because you haven't done your homework.
If you watch closely enough, all the teams have a rhythm and a routine, and when the race teams we're talking about that are getting bumped out now, they'll come back and watch their opponents as they continue through eliminations, and they'll start to notice changes in the routine. And if they see that in the next at the next event, that a racer in the other lane has changed his routine, they'll inform the driver that, wait on, his burnout wasn't as big, this wasn't as good, you know, and the driver then has a small advantage that the collective knowledge of the team has given him, which might lead to him getting another win instead of a lose.
Jeff Acton getting ready in the Aeroflow lane. You can see this man. This is an A-modified dragster. The Spitzer for Pilbara connection all the way down from the top end of Western Australia. A great little team that loves their modified dragster racing. They are coming up against Daryl Treasure with the Cleveland Express, the iconic yellow, blue and red, out to try and take down the dragster here. It's a 790 for Treasure. It's a 900 for Jeff Acton. That is a big difference in dial-ins. Modified is Group 3. Dial your own, run your number, and get it done. Acton will leave first, and Daryl Treasure has some chasing to do.
Oh, Acton with problems. Treasure now has the comfort to know that if the car's moving around, he can roll off the throttle, straighten it up. He doesn't need to run dead on, and in fact runs 4/10 over. A 7.9 dial-in, runs an 8.30, and not sure what was going wrong with Acton there, Corey.
Yeah, a bit of disappointment from the team all round. It certainly flared up on the start line, but it seemed like it didn't move the converter at all. Didn't really grab first gear, and he's found himself a little bit abandoned mid-track, which is not ideal for Mr. Acton, but still a great performance to come out, get all the way through qualifying and come out and play on the big Saturday of the 47th Golden States. If I can take the camera for a minute, I'm going to take you for a quick walk. The fella up this coming out the Chris Mills Performance Bridge right here in front of me. This is young Nick Rowe. Now, if you follow the Drag News magazine, or just even follow the local news of our local track, this Bantam Altered took a tumble last meeting. And I personally give the big thumb up for the presentation. Original patina. Hot rods should be left in their authentic look. And I think the years of this, I don't know if it's a 1928 or 1932 Bantam, but it should look like the years have been stacked on it. But what they've gone and done, this car has not taken one, but two tumbles in the history down here at the Perth Motorplex. And I asked old man Eddie Rowe, so how short was it? We always knew that this was one of the shortest cars in all of modified competition. But every time I asked him what was the wheelbase, being what the difference is between this front tyre and this rear tyre, I don't know if they were always just playing tomfoolery, but they'd never tell me. The answer was 113 inches. That rivals what the Cowan cars, like Chucky's Toy, which is coming to Western Australia thanks to Anthony Begley, that rivals that shorter wheelbase. The types of cars that Graham Cowan can squeeze 4 into one truck. They decided to cut off the front and remove the old suspension arms that used to keep this thing pushed to the racetrack. But all traditional Altereds traditionally run just a stub axle on a single spindle wheel with no front suspension. Most of the suspension of this vehicle will be carried out through the rear tyres. This, however, quite an advanced piece of altered customization. You can find a set of strange shocks up the back of this Altered for a little bit of adjustment. Running some standard, some hyper-extended LS power, but something that's quite cost-effective. If it breaks,
there's still maybe another one in the market. Gives Nick Rowe a really good time, and it's great to see the family bounce back after a little tumble. Let's continue going with Modified.
Well, I am going to take issue, Corey. I'm going to question you saying that's patina. Patina comes with age. Gravel rash comes from racing.
And it's carbon fibre.
And it's carbon fibre. It's gorgeous.
What?
Gravel rash.
First of its kind, patina and carbon fibre, I
It's
feel.
21st century
21st
patina.
century patina, that's exactly right.
Mate, I've seen that Matilda thing by John Ferguson. I touched the car. Pretty sure that was carbon fibre under there.
That was a vinyl wrap painted to look like a patina.
The rusty wrap.
But looks like we have some issues there. Nick Rowe failing to start at the bridge. And that
It's going now.
Hey, there we go. So it's running, and we are going to have a matchup. Nicholas Rowe comes out to go through his burnout. He will play against Casey McClure in this round of eliminations.
Well, it's battered, it's bruised, but it is certainly not down. This little altered has worked extremely well. It's had a couple of accidents. You know what impresses me? Nick hops out of it with a big smile. He feels completely safe in that car.
And they
it
come
is
back.
so well designed.
So they did take that tumble at Shannon's Power Palooza, our grand opening night here at Perth Motorplex in the back end of October. Took a little bit of time away to get it sorted and around. Corey down on deck.
I just asked Eddie about the sponsorship on the right-hand side of the car. He said, no, we're only sponsoring the left now with Thornley Automotives. We've still got some faith in him, they reckon.
They're giving him half a deal as long as he doesn't bend up the other half.
He spent all the sticker money on getting the car running again.
Oh, dear. He is out to play against Casey McClure. He's on an 821 on his dial-in. For the A modified altered, Casey has dialed herself in at a 785. And that's not just Casey dialing herself in. That'd be a team effort from the abundance of green shirts down there on the start line and a few donning them to come and support Casey after the second of the McClure cars bows out of competition for the weekend with Slime Time 3 having issues. It's all going to be down to running your number and the reaction time here in modified. Both cars in full stage. Rowe will lead first. Casey has to chase. Casey is at the disadvantage on the reaction time. She was asleep on the tree. A 0.16 reaction time through the top end. She still gets it. Casey McClure drives past the reaction and will still grab the win. Puts Nicholas Rowe on the trailer. McClure goes through. It's a 7.914 on a 785 dial-in. She took advantage of Nicholas Rowe running 0.4 off his dial and will go through to the next round. A short, sharp burnout here for Rachel Ganaway, the front engine dragster. It's good to see two of them out here. And the coolest looking 37 Chev. I am in love with Pino's top door slammer rendition of the 37 Chev, but there's something about that blue. Anthony Rochella from Hillier.
Listen, I don't mean to be that guy.
Yeah, okay.
It's a 38. The grill goes a different way. Now, someone told me this, so don't think I'm clever.
Well, okay.
Right? But it's actually a 38. And if we've got the camera, as Anthony comes back, a 37 has vertical lines, 38 has horizontal.
There you go. So Corey calls it a 38. Either way, it's bloody cool.
Takes me back to the 1970s when everyone put an HJ grill into their HQ and said it was a custom.
As Anthony Rochella dials it in at an 818.
I also made a bit of a mistake yesterday saying that he was an owner of Outlaw Speed Shop. No, he spent enough money there to be.
He's a depositor.
But he is the man behind Just Muscle Cars. Great to have Anthony Rochella with us in Western Australia for the weekend.
The temperature is cooling off. We're down to 30 degrees. These cars are responding. Nice leave by the Duck. A 0.1 reaction time. Rochella gets her, though, with a 0.04. He's got a couple of hundredths up his sleeve, and he can push to an 8.7. But he is beaten by a 9.59 on a 9.58. Well done, Rachel Ganaway in the front engine dragster. That is a beautiful bit of dial your own handicap modified racing.
She is bang on it after setting PBs last night here at Perth Motorplex through qualifying. Runs that dial into perfection with such limited experience in her drag racing career. She's going from strength to strength, and she puts the South Australian on the trailer here in modified eliminations. Looks like that would be a wrap for modified. We're going to turn the racetrack around and get ready to scale things down to junior dragster in the moment, but not before we head up to the super screen for a couple of red hot moments here at the 47th annual Golden States.
WA Suspensions, Osborne Park for Australian Lovels GVM kits and Boss airbags. We do all suspension repairs and upgrades using Lovels, KYB, Bilsting, Coney, Superpro and XYZ coilovers. 40 years servicing the DIY and workshops in the city and country, and we welcome new retail and trade accounts. WA Suspensions, Osborne Park, Capricorn Suppliers.
Junior dragsters down on the racetrack. We are into the third round of eliminations for the junior dragsters. They've had their first two before we hit the night show program, and some big names taking big falls in those opening rounds. Angel Bakranich in the Rocket Industries lane plays against Seth Jarvis.
Seth has got her on the start line, a 0.046. These guys only race out to 201 metres, a half-track distance, and the win goes to an 8.71 on an 8.58 dial-in. The losing time was a rather tardy 0.1 reaction time, an 8.15 dial-in with an 8.21 lap.
As we work our way down towards the pointy end, it's getting closer and closer. We're thinning the field right out in junior dragsters. Angel put the current series leader, Brody Zapier, on the trailer earlier in the day. Now it's time for Tyler James in the Arundiri Racing and Chris Mills Performance entry in the Aeroflow lane to play against Jet Martin, the Intolerance Racing entry in the Rocket Industries lane. Tyler, under B Junior Dragster, running to an 886 dial-in, plays against Martin on an 803.
The cutoff for a B Junior Dragster is 8.60. He's kept himself safe from that. He's 2/10 away. A perfect place to position yourself. Now he just needs to focus on the start line. Get the car in shallow, leave on an early light. Cut a good one, put the pressure on the other lane, and let's see if Jet Martin can get around that little B dragster.
Oh, it's a red light for Tyler. 0.06 to the wrong side.
Jinxed him.
And Jet Martin will drive it through the top end and actually went under the number as well. Ran a 798 on an 803, but the first or worst rule means that Tyler James gets excluded from the rest of the day. Jet Martin will go through. Want to tickle up that dial-in, but Martin progresses on to the next round of junior dragster competition.
Well, that's remarkable. I thought to myself he would feel that he was a long way in front, would just roll off the throttle and take it easy, but they really wanted to tune that one up. Down to you, Corey. You've got a story to tell. Ooh, maybe not.
Corey's trying to tell us some stories.
Sign language, Corey.
Out there in the pits.
Oh, three? Was there three of them? They're probably, I don't know, tree huggers.
We will get to Corey down there in the pits as he takes our camera on a tour here. It's a 47th Golden States Championship at Perth Motorplex. and he'll be out there to bring you all the stories from our big cars as they get things turned around to come back later in the night. The likes of Top Door Slammer due to come out later on here. Top Door Slammer due out for their semi-final just before 8 o'clock here at Perth Motorplex.
Well, that'll be a perfect time. We're just at 30 degrees now. The track is cooling. It's 42 degrees Celsius out there on the concrete. The barometer hasn't changed very much. The altitude hasn't changed very much. 2,041 feet. That's 622 metres. Corrected density altitude.
So we'll go up to the super screen, check out some of the awesome merchandise on offer here at the 47th Annual Golden States. Here for the 47th Annual Golden States, we have some of the best merchandise that you could possibly imagine. The brand new Golden States shirt for this year's edition, the number 47 of the Golden States, and we got all the possible variants that you could ask for. From jumpers, if it eventually cools down here in Perth and Western Australia, available in all sorts of colourways as well, to the T-shirts. It looks fantastic, front and back. Check out the glitter on that as well. I mean, it makes me look good, and that's saying something. These look absolutely fantastic. Even over to the singlets. If you like scruffy and like to wear yourself a singlet, come rain, hail or shine, that is what you're going to want there. Or even one of the most popular ones so far have been these marble effect colours. Come on up to Oval Track and Diecast. They have limited stock of the T-shirts and merchandise for the 47th Annual Golden States. And while you're here, check out all of the other fantastic merchandise available here, from Diecast models to all your favourite Speedway merch, even earmuffs and little things for the kiddies, stickers as well. It's all available right here on top of the spine, or we've got the pop-up shop up at the main entry gate as well. Oval Track and Diecast here at Perth Motorplex for all your merchandise and for the 47th Annual Golden States.
All right, let's give this mic a turn. Yes, we're having clean success. Well, if you like your merchandise, a continuum of that just there, you can come and get something signed by the main man himself. And he's about to. What are you buying there, sir?
I'm buying a T-shirt.
A ZR1 direct from the man John Zapier. Unfortunately, out for the weekend, having a wild drift steer. Did you enjoy that, John? How was the other lane?
Oh, not very good. No, it was. It started to shake, and I stayed on it, split longer than I should have. Before I knew it, I had blurred vision, couldn't see out the windscreen. Backed off, and I'm going in the other lane. So that's how quick it happened. It's like just needed to get off it a bit earlier, like I normally do, and just, I don't know, just tried to stay on it just that bit too long.
And for that period of time, we're talking 0.1 or 0.2 of a second. Your natural instinct would normally kick in a little bit quicker than that. That's a couple of defeats to the young Pino Priolo over the years in round number 1. He's a bit of a dark horse, that fella, isn't he?
Oh yeah, but at the end of the day, I bet we beat ourselves. So I beat myself, and good luck to Pino, and hope he goes rounds.
What you can do now is make your fans happy, sign some fantastic merchandise, and keep on with business.
And good luck for Zap for the rest of the year.
Absolutely.
Good luck for Zap for the rest of the year. That's a sign of a good fan as we get into Super Sedan, brought to you by Enviro Exhaust. Daniel Kojic takes a win here as Ray Lecoq pushes to a breakout. Ran a 982 in the Leyland P76 on a 986 dial-in. Kojic will go through to the next round.
What did you say then? The P76 went too quick.
Yeah.
No one's ever said that about a P76.
Well, it's dial your own. If you bring the number back far enough, eventually it's going to go too quick.
I love that
If there's a P76 fan club, don't come for me.
If I win the big lotto, there will be a P76 door slammer in Australia. It is awesome. Look at that boot deck. Oh, what a front profile.
Looks fantastic.
The flying wedge.
Picking up Craig Carter from Heathridge right here in WA, the HQ one-tonner in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed himself in at a 954. Kathy Reagan at a 924. As they're almost even on the reaction times. An 0.98 reaction for Craig, a 0.100 for Kathy. It's going to be to the line. Oh. Regan gets the win, a 926 on a 924. That Real Restorations Commodore will go through to the next round of Super Sedan.
He just left the door open, gave her a tenth of a second to drive through, a 954, ran a 964. She only ran a couple of hundredths over. She gave him a couple of thou on the start line, so her winning advantage would have been about a metre and a half or something.
A few feet at the most.
A few feet. We don't talk feet.
This is
600 mil.
We like using the metric system, although diehard drag racers will always talk about the mile an hour.
I
And
know.
we talk about Ks per hour. Rob Evans from Mono Park plays against Matt Galotto, but Rob goes at a red light in the Aeroflow lane. That is heartbreaking.
He was going to drive it out the back door, enjoy the thrill, but it drifted towards the centre line. He saved it, gave the race away. Matt Galotto, 0.4 light and a 9.0 on a 9.11. He didn't know he had a win with the red light in the other lane. He just thought he was trying to stay in front of the other racer.
Picking up Kyle Higgins from Higgos Family Racing, the XW Falcon in the Aeroflow lane, playing against Australia #1, Marty Mirko, the Lost Racing Products 68 Chevy Camaro.
A couple of years ago, it might have been about 2017, Marty phoned me and said, I'm thinking about running the Australian Series. I've got a 200 Series Land Cruiser. His Land Cruiser has a Lovells GVM upgrade and a full Lovells tow kit, and it has travelled all around Australia, bringing back gold Christmas trees.
Great for the product plug there, Stewie. But he goes at a breakout. Hang on, it's a double breakout. Kyle Higgins puts the national champ on the trailer. Mirko broke it out, so did Higgins, but he went by the smaller margin. Therefore, Kyle will take the XW through to the next round.
And Marty was a little slow on the start line, and that's why he kept chasing, trying to push the car in front. We have Ray Lockwood and Matthew Jarvis racing. Ray is in the blue Commodore Ute. The other car also looks like a blue Commodore Ute to me. A VZ and a VP utility. Ray's over there in the VP in the Aeroflow lane. This is John Zappia's little work truck. Ray's doing a great job pedaling. A 0.014 reaction time. Ray has a massive advantage. A 1 came up in the other lane. Is she going to push it hard? Runs a 9.94 on a 9.91. She cut a 0 light and has won the race. Well done, Ray Lockwood. A 10.94 is a new PB for the racer who wanted to dial in a 10.97. He broke out to stay in front of the lady. She pushed him all the way to the end of the track. She won the start line. She won the finish line. That's Dial Your Own Handicap Racing.
Modified bike now, brought to you by Perth Harley Davidson here at Perth Motorplex. Natasha Hayden in the Aeroflow lane in that 2019 Yamaha R1. It's Wonder Woman playing on a 999 dial-in. Plays against Paul Newhoff on the Kawasaki Z900. Got a bit more power to throw down. And he plays on an 870 dial-in. Modified bike still in the whole Group 3 dial-your-own type of racing. And our good friend J-Mac bowed out of round 1. Kids, if you want to get your photo taken on a cool bike, actually, J-Mac and the Savage Motorcycles team have that thing polished and shined up down there in the pits. You can get down. J-Mac will help you get up on it. You can take a really cool photo with a really cool bike because he ain't racing it anymore tonight.
Natasha Hayden and Paul Newhoff. Paul, father of the famous Zoe Newhoff and the equally famous Luke Newhoff. And husband to the extremely famous Julie Newhoff, former national champion. Cuts a reasonable light for an old fella, a 0.68, but look at Natasha, a 0.004. She runs a 10.2, a little too slow on her dial-in. Paul gets a win with an 8.8 on an 8.78 dial.
Some of these bike reaction times can be a little bit deceiving because they can roll off the light with their feet, but then they hurt the actual launch of the bike. And so the run, the ET is then affected. So you might have an amazing light, but you've compromised the time. Tash Hayden with an amazing light, but ran 0.23 of a second off her dial-in and left it wide open for Paul to ride through. As we pick up Jack Wasley on the ZX14R with a 10.05 dial-in. Connor Wood in the Rocket Industries lane on the CPZ with a 9.65 dial-in. Is going to have to do the chasing. Wasley gets away. Wood stutters.
A 1 seconder on the start line. The bike just did not leave. He had to have a second stab at it, and a 0.2 light was almost going to open the door for him. Wasley off the hook is going to go into the next round.
This is cool to see. Mates going racing against each other in modified bike. Luke Seaton on the R1 Yamaha in the Aeroflow lane from Mad Wombat Racing. Plays on a 930 dial-in. And Simon Garbutt on the Honda CBR. Now, I understand that this is a street bike. Was the first bike that he got into racing here at Perth Motorplex. It sat to the side for quite some time, but he's dragged it back out, dialed himself in at an 11.1 dial-in, and is going to try and take down the swing arm of Seaton, who red lights. Oh. Seaton on a red bulb on the tree. We'll see the Honda CBR going through to the next round. He's going to try and chase him out the back door just for fun. And Simon Garbutt, how's that? 11.133 on an 11.10 dial-in. Misses his dial-in by 33 thousandths of a second. That awesome. Is running to your number.
That's dial your own handicap racing at its best. And I'm starting to think that maybe a couple of days of hot weather, these guys are feeling a bit fatigued. They're missing the start lines. We don't normally see this many red lights in dial your own handicap racing at the Motorplex. The guys and girls are trying very, very hard, and it's putting some pressure on them.
This kind of racing is survival of the fittest as we get another one. David Waters red lights this time in the Aeroflow lane on the ZX-10R, and he's going to give it away to Wayne Gumow on the ZX-14, who will take the win at 10.131 on a 9.99 dial-in. Wayne Gumow proceeds to the next round of Modified Bike, brought to you by Perth Harley-Davidson.
Hamish Cunningham and Brett coming up to the start line right now. Hamish Cunningham has taken the Rocket Industries lane, the right side lane. Brett Allen has raced with us for a very long time. Lovely fella, loves his racing. Modified street bike, a modified bike in both lanes, telling us it's a big engine bike. No little baby motors there. Now waiting for them to settle, and they are gone. 10.15 dial-in for Allen, a 10.37 for Cunningham. Allen with a 0.1 light, Cunningham with a 0.9, but that's going to be about 7/100ths of a second difference because it's a 0.90. And a breakout, 10.34 on a 10.37. Let's Brett Allen back into the game. A 10.30 on a 10.15. with a 1/10 reaction time. Should have been a bad package, but it is enough to get Brett into the next round.
Super Street up next, brought to you by WA Suspensions. For prior planning, preventing poor performance, let them help you with all your Lovells GVM upgrades, Boss airbags, and XYZ coilover suspensions for all your projects and needs. That's WA Suspensions down in Osborne Park. As we pick up, this is round 3 of eliminations. We play Ashley Rowe in the Thornley Automotive's Tirana on a 1065 dial-in, trying to race down this slow Falcon that is getting it done. A 1254 dial-in for the FGX Falcon. Basically a street car for Reese Naylor. And this is going to be a massive weight and a real test of the patience for Ashley Rowe. Reese is going to leave her behind by almost 2 seconds on the start line. Reese will leave, but it's a little bit
big
soft.
Hesitation, a 0.5 light. I don't know what happened there. And Ashley will be alongside him right now. She'll be turning around. She'll be waving to him, saying, remember when we raced Junior Dragsters and I beat you?
And Ashley Rowe picks up the win here. It was Reese Naylor's race to lose. And the Thornley Automotive's Tirana will go through to the next round. This is Super Street. As we have Lisa Garbellini, current leader, coming into the Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series in Super Street. She leads from Michael Bridges, who isn't here to pick up points this weekend here at the 47th Annual Golden States.
Billy Kojic's going to race alongside, dialing in a 12.33 with a red light start. The red light's on this side now. The pressure is on. Lisa goes another round, a 0.076. She dialed an 11.3. She's run an 11.31. Even though the race was given to her in the other lane, she still ran a championship lap.
That's how you're going to keep on top of your game and try to get it done. Kirsty Rowe, this time it's her turn to try and send the Thornley Automotive's Monaro into the next round of Super Street eliminations. She plays an 11.19 dial-in
Joel Trotman's alongside, and Joel is dialing in a 10.40, a VC Commodore. Now, these are becoming very popular. They've run out of all the H-Series Holdens to rebuild.
Oh!
And another red light, 0.042. And the pressure, you can almost feel the anxiety that these guys have got.
The pressure to break the monotony of red lights right now.
Oh,
This is building.
And it's funny that red lights come up. There was no real need for it because Kirsty had basically missed the start with a 0.1 high 0.1 reaction time. So the door was open for him to walk through. He just stepped a little bit too soon and banged his head on it.
It takes 1,000 things to go right if you want to hold an Andrew Christmas tree. It can take just one thing to go wrong and derail your whole weekend. Steph Galotto in the SCM Racing VN Commodore dials in a 10.07 in the Aeroflow lane. She's going to try and beat the heat of Mike Caridi, dialing in at a 10.80. They're both in pre-stage. Now Galotto sets off the bottom set of bulbs. Caridi follows her in. Is going to leave first. Steph leaves second on a worse reaction time, though. She's going to have to really chase him down and push Caridi to a breakout here. Can you put the squeeze on the heat? The brake lights are on in the top end. And Mike Caridi, look at that, on the brakes through the speed trap. A 10.82 on a 10.80 dial-in. Beat the heat going through to the next round. Puts the VN Commodore of Galotto on the trailer here at the Golden States. That was actually a really good race. Thoroughly impressed with that one. And the racer that lives inside the brain of Mike Caridi, he was on the middle pedal, slowing it up in the top end of the racetrack, knowing that he was going to be on track for a breakout and just hand it to Steph on a silver platter.
Now, that's very defensive racing. You win the start line, and then you manage the finish line, and if you put the two together, you win the race. Now, you were talking earlier on about the chance that people have to win. All they need to do is do less wrong. Years ago, Donnie Schatz raced at Claremont Speedway, and I was lucky enough to be washing stickers on his car, and I said to him, what do you think? He said, you guys are absolutely awesome. I race 5 times a week. We all go out there with 100%, and the one that does the least wrong finishes at 92 or 93 or 94%. He said, and these guys, they just cut this track to pieces. They make it so hard for me to race. They don't do anything wrong, you know? And it's the first time I'd heard a racer say that. You know, I come to the track with 100%. If I do nothing wrong and I still have 100%, I'm going to win. You know, it's just an interesting way to think about how you race.
Picking up Supercharged Outlaws, brought to you by Performance Towing. Time to do things with a black belt supercharger. This is still Group 3, dial your own competition. This time, you run to a 650 class cutoff. So Supercharged Outlaws, that if anything goes, we've got big, bad, blown cars, but they cannot go quicker than a 650. You run your dial in anyway, and it's Jess Mullins in the total tint, big, bad, obnoxious Corvette funny car in the Aeroflow lane. Taking over the reins?
In the past, these cars were running really, really fast in modified, and the modified gap got really big, and the decision was, let's make a class for them to race, basically on modified rules. It's dial your own handicap. It's all good fun. The reason they have the cutoff is it is dial your own handicap racing, not dial your own wallet racing.
That's a very good way to put it.
The intention is you spend the budget to make it safe and fast, and you don't need to keep spending every year to catch up.
The catcher is here. How much money has John Ferguson spent on blower belts this weekend?
Probably about 350 on each one, and I think he's done 3.
And can he save it and get through to this next round? This is eliminations. He's dialed in a 64. Mullins has dialed in an 84. They both get going, and it's dead even through the mid-track. Who's it going to be at the top end of the finish stripe? Ferguson breaks out. He runs a 655 on a 664. He goes too fast for his dial-in.
Oh, man. And you have to feel sorry for him because every time he's come out to get a hot lap in, he's broken the belt right off the start line, and I believe it was an electrical issue. Just the way it left then. It looked like he left off the pedal instead of using any electronics or anything, you know, and the car just worked well, too well.
It was the strategy. You nailed it up there, Stu. They were concerned it would kick another belt off, sitting there on the trans brake on the start line. So just a little bit of RPM and slowly rolling it out at idle. They expected worse. Let's check it on the super screen on the replay. The Ferguson family, after 3 blower belts from John Force, failed to work. They got one all the way up the quarter mile.
Now, huge thanks to Ivo. The car has come back. It used to look like it was a patina rusty wrap. It's had a paint job or an extra vinyl wrap in the off-season. The Mullins family got to be ecstatic with that. But a 655 way faster than the 664 the Fergusons were suspecting, leaving the car launching from idle.
The Mullins car ran a 7.0, 314 kilometres an hour. A lovely lap for them, and that'll give them a chance to continue tuning their dial in for the next round of eliminations.
As they come out from behind the Chris Mills Performance Bridge, your next pair, the Huntsman plays against Peter Appleby here in Supercharged Outlaws Eliminations. Yes, that's a big old burnout.
Isn't it good? And one of the great things about Supercharged Outlaws, you can have a big engine, you can have all your stuff, you don't need to keep spending. So you go, oh, I'll make it prettier. I'm going to bring this thing in and make it sweet. We are going to have the most glorious hot rod you've ever seen, because I don't care about aerodynamics. It's the same air every time I drive down the track. I've got a dial in to worry about aerodynamics. I will not need to make it slippery.
And that's why you can
end up with a hot rod like that.
That's right, and you can bring a steel bumper, you can have working dome lights in the car, all the things that racers take out because they go, I don't want to carry that with me down the racetrack and make my engine haul that for the full quarter mile. It's Mark Hunt, all the way from South Australia. He's been here before. It's the 56 Ford Custom line in the Aeroflow lane, and what a beautiful piece of machinery it is. Mark plays in the very safe 7-second range. He's dialed himself in at a 774 for the man from South Australia. Peter Appleby, however, in the LC Tirana, the Wormhole Civil entry in the other lane, playing at a 687. A fair old difference between them. On the dial-ins, we'll see Peter Appleby having to do the chasing to try and beat Mark Hunt to the other end. Big difference in the lights. A brilliant reaction time from Mark Hunt. A 008 on the light, and it's a double breakout. Appleby and Hunt both breaking out. Hunt wins it, breaking out by the smaller margin. It was a 771 on a 774 dial-in. The South Australian going rounds here at Perth Motorplex.
Very, very close on their breakouts. A 771 on a 774. Get your calculator out, because we had a 684 on a 687. Here's the replay.
Absolutely stonker of a race, just the way we like it down here at the Perth Motorplex. Big, bad, blown, noisy. And Mark Hunt, the man who's come all the way from the other side of the country, progresses around in performance towing Supercharged Outlaws.
Corey Marriott, what do you consider to be a good reaction time in one of those cars? How about a 0.008?
You're not going to get much better than that. These cars are leaving from 3 flashes of amber. They got to stand on it as soon as they see them.
That's what it's all about here as Alan Mankoff brings force-fed racing out to play. Alan was due to be playing against Ryan Van Dyke, who I saw out there in the pits leading up to the main show, but I don't see Ryan out there on the racetrack.
No, that would be disappointing. We liked watching his car last night. Gave us lots of stories to tell about his dad and how hard it's been for Ryan to get to the racetrack, because he's working hard here in Western Australia. Honest mum and dad, he is working hard. He's not just partying all the time.
Not playing with race cars every week.
Not race cars every week. No. But
not like what he'd want to be doing.
I want him to race all the time. That dragster is awesome. But if there is a hole in the track, he is the one that is missing. We will watch Alan enjoy his day. This is an EH Holden, was originally the Fireman's Quickie. I think Al's had it forever. The thing about cars, they get a nickname, they're built by someone else, you buy them. There's always a reference. It's a respect back to the person who originally had the idea. Now, this car's had crashes and bangs and everything else, and I guarantee you there's probably no nuts and bolts left in it that were in it when it was originally purchased by Al and his lovely wife, Lisa. It is fully rebuilt, fully prepped, and fully much faster than it ever was. It is a lovely bit of work and should be a Tonka toy.
It absolutely should be a Tonka toy. And if they make one, I will buy one.
I would
I'm not
definitely
going to
buy
fund
one.
the R&D to make them, but I will buy one at least, as Alan is set for a solo lap on a 672 dial-in.
Nice job. Just picks the wheels up, runs away from the start line, cuts a 1.08 60-foot time and a 671 on a 672 dial-in. He has gone under by 3/1000ths of a second. That is testing the dial-in, confirming to the crew that you're the smartest guy in the team.
Checking out the replay up on the super screen. Watch the front end wavering around the racetrack as it torqued its way into the groove, and Alan's just up on the wheel, tickling it down the racetrack to make sure it stays on that central line so he doesn't get out of shape in this big car.
It's a really delicate touch. When you talk to the guys and I say, well, do you get alarmed when the wheels are off the ground? They say, well, no, you don't move. You let the car settle and bounce. You feel it in your fingertips that you've now got a bit of resistance again and you're back racing. So you do let them wander a bit, and that keeps them fast. Oh, Matty Brown and Vince Belladonna.
Now, Maddie has gone through the trials and tribulations of dealing with mechanical failures.
I think she's got another one, though. No, the car is coming back. It did not like the skid, though.
No, it seemed to go away pretty early in the skid. They had a sealing issue in the hub bearings yesterday.
Yeah, that was going to be something that they had to address, because you don't want anything coming out of the hub bearings getting onto the brake rotors, because that's how these things stop. But I'm not sure. I think she got onto the skid a bit late, so she came out of the water. Tyres would have been damp, but it's pretty grippy out there where her dad is standing, and if she stepped it out of the water, and maybe that's why we didn't see the RPM come up and the skid be as big as we expect.
So this is Maddie's first competition event in this car. She got her license ticked off in this Toyota Celica funny car. This is the Boston Strangler 2, playing on a 7.10 dial-in alongside Vince Belladonna. We know this thing can run under a 650. Vince has gone, well, that's the class cutoff. I'm going to dial it in because I want to run a 651 and go through to the next round.
Now, this is a US-made Toyota Celica, possibly a Pedregon car. And Matty's driven it over towards the wall. Belladonna's on his way. He is going cautious. Well done, Vince. Vince normally just drives it out the back door. He went cautious, did not want to risk a breakout, slowed the car to a 6.95. That is clever driving. Well done, Vince Belladonna. We know the car can run a 640 if Vince gets excited.
What a beautiful race car as well. Deserves to be on the cover of Street Machine. Its chrome bumpers still looking magnificent in the sunlight. As it sets on the west, the weather comes good, and we move out of Supercharged Outlaws with that fantastic run of Supercharged Outlaws, with Vince Belladonna leading the procession out with the an off-the-gas experience. Like you said, Stu, very un-Vince.
Very un-Vince. I think being a granddad is settling him down a little bit. He's being strategic.
The one way that pass could have gone wrong for Vince Belladonna is if he went too fast. And we've seen that Tirana go well into the 40s before. So he saw the issue going on in Madison Brown's lane and was able to get off the gas, preserve the run, take the green win light, and progress into Supercharged Outlaws in the semi-final.
We have been changing seats up here. Sean is back with us. And Sean, have you been enjoying the show so far?
Well, have I what, Stu? This has been a magnificent 47th annual Golden States, and highlights are aplenty. I'm not sure whether it be Lorenzo Galotto's 3 donuts or what it would be, but it's been absolutely sensational. Okay, so we'll move up to comp bike now. Eliminations round 2, and we have Trent Anthony up against Gordon Crawford. Well, Gordon's always had not always, but a few issues with changing gears just recently. Saw that up in Darwin and Alice Springs also. Boys trying to get their head around the bike. And so Trent Anthony on board the Suzuki for Vera Earthworks Truck and Bobcat Hire and Diamond Landscapes, and Gordon Crawford, the moving man for Murphy's Tyre Power West Coast Fasteners on the Kawasaki ZX12. Captain America, we like to call him. These are both boosted bikes, both turbocharged bikes. Trent Anthony is on board the turbo comp bike. and Gordon Crawford on board the Nitro comp bike. A little bit of a nitrous boost there for Gordon. And let's just hope he can change gears, Stu. He's had a few issues with that, but...
It really has. Well, we saw, I think, the last pass out, he got through the gears okay. But
yes.
Yesterday was just a horror day for him, and at our opening event, he had all sorts of trouble settling this bike down. Now, unlike a turbo bike or a supercharged bike or a large cube naturally aspirated bike where the tune is organic, it is what it is. You make RPM, you make horsepower. These nitrous bikes will run solenoids on RPM switches, and so they can go from making one amount of horsepower to a different amount of horsepower and apply it as they go down the track. And that then makes the shift points very, very critical. And if he is... perhaps arming the bottle, firing it off about a half a second in to get maximum horsepower, it changes the load on all the shifts and changes the electric shift points. So you can see the bike really does stutter when it makes the shift, cuts the motor and then fires itself again. Gordon with a beautiful light, a 0.05.
Trent Anthony went over the centre line.
Trent has gone over the centre line.
Yeah, it took out some blocks over mid-track, and it never really came on back until after the finishing line stripe for Trent Anthony. Not an ideal pass, but good to hear Gordon T. Crawford send it all the way through the gears on that occasion.
The old fella cuts a good light. That was a 0.05, putting pressure on the other lane, and I think Trent's bike's going to be a rocket once it settles. It still seems to be very fresh to me.
Okay, now next competition will be Daniel. Let's check out the replay of that. Of Trent Anthony going over the centre line.
Watching it from out in front, Gordon with that big stutter, or the pause between first and second. Anthony just drifted out of the groove and perhaps did the right thing. You don't want to twist off and unsettle the bike when it's moving from a high traction to a marginal traction area. You just need to keep proceeding along. Don't change direction too dramatically, knock a couple of blocks out of the way, and we will continue on. Now, the blocks use a magnet. They're stuck to the track with a magnet, and that means that they can be replaced and put back into the exact position very, very quickly. The blocks have a reflector on them, and that sends the signal back to the light beams that are activated when the vehicles drive through. There are triggers for the timing system.
Okay, as soon as they get replaced, mind you, this competition bike is brought to us by Friday's Sedan Can-Am, located in Port Kennedy. Unit 111, Saltair Way, Port Kennedy. If you want to get out on the ocean, you want to get out on the land on an all-terrain vehicle, Friday's Sedan Can-Am is your place to be. Unit 111, Saltair Way, Port Kennedy. Now waiting on Daniel Nadalotto in the Aeroflow lane. He's on board the street bike, the small cube street bike, the Kawasaki Ninja. And he's up against Phil Patton, who's on the turbocharged competition bike, the Suzuki GSXR.
Now, we're running a Chicago shootout with the competition bikes. Every time they come out, they'll race against a different competitor. The seeding order has been set by qualifying. So we just imagine if the fast ones got the win, who they would race next. We have the 3 running orders in front of us. They earn points every time they win a race. And in the end, our finalists will be the 2 racers who have accumulated the most points.
Daniel Nadalotto stepped up from mod bike to comp bike this year simply because he wants to go faster and faster. His national index is a 10.28.
A better lead for him. We've seen a couple of red lights from Ranger, a 0.06, and in the other lane, pressure was on. Phil cuts a 0.134 red light.
And Daniel Nadalotto takes that victory there, obviously because Phil Patton with the red light. And so we're 10.142 there for Daniel on a dial-in of a 10 point, or an index, I should say, of a 10.28.
Now, the reason we get this mixed up a little bit, and I might take a photograph of it one day, you may not believe, but our screen says dial-in and index interchangeably on 2 different fields, and they swap back and forwards.
Indeed, yes.
And young Jamie Chasty wants us to get rid of all of that and just put handicap.
Oh, yes, handicap. Yeah, we spoke about that. That's more a term used for golf, I would have thought. Okay, so Paul de Klerk here in the Aeroflow lane. He's got an index of a 9.05, so at 9.04. He's on the D, the small capacity altered bike, up against the large capacity altered bike there of Ross Smith with the index of an 8.65.
Love Ross Smith's bike. I know I shouldn't have favourites. I just love the way this bike squats. It's the best looking long swing arm bike I've seen in WA.
Yes, the Suzuki Hayabusa.
All the energy went out of it when he went to shift to second gear. He missed it. Big pause, at risk now, and had to go super fast to get the win. An 8.65 was his handicap, and he has run an 8.65 dead on. Wow, and alongside him, de Klerk cut a better light, but ran a 9.3 on a 9.0. He was 0.3 of a second over. So Roscoe Smith getting off the hook.
Absolutely. Maury Cantarella stepping up the plate here in the Aeroflow lane. Maury's on board a Kawasaki ZX14, which is a B-grade altered bike, and he's up against Philip Webster. Philip Webster on board the turbo-powered altered bike, Suzuki Hayabusa.
Had to go down and pat Maury on the back, shake his hand, say, well done, young man. He's a long way off his handicap, but he's out there in the field, and he won a round. And he's won 2 rounds.
A red light there for Philip Webster.
Oh, you've got to be out there to win a race, and on his street bike, he has won 2 rounds now. Maury, what an awesome night you're having. And that's what racing's about. It made it hard for him, a 0.04 reaction time. He's run a 9.98 after a bunch of 10s, but his handicap, let's be honest, 8.82. He's a long way off it, and it's only his determination and his great spirit, because he races in this class to build the numbers up so the boys have got a full field.
Yes, exactly.
What a great human he is.
Yes, I've heard Maury say exactly that. He just likes being part of the, as you say, the comp bike field. Okay, now we move on to Ross Green up against Troy Thompson. Ross Green for Ross Green Racing, Suzuki Hayabusa. That's a competition bike for current electrical and motorcycles electrics, up against the Suzuki Hayabusa, another Hayabusa there for Dick's Speed Shop. And Adrenaline Performance and Fabrication down there in Bunbury, and RB Performance.
Having a look at this, Maury and Gordon are the only 2 to have won 2 rounds so far, so they both are on maximum points. The pressure is on. A 0.1 light in each lane, only separated by 3/100ths of a second. The advantage is with Troy Thompson. Troy, it needs to get close to an 8.20 to win. Runs a 7.98 at 290 kilometres an hour and gets the win. In the other lane, Roscoe Green ran an 8.39 on an 8.42. Troy had to drive around him and did so. A very good win for Troy Thompson.
It's interesting hearing Ross Green just going about the 1,000-foot mark, just running out of it. He couldn't change up a gear, and he was just revving the absolute bejesus out of it. Corey, you heard it down here on the start line as well.
I certainly did, but I still smell that sweet smell of Troy Thompson's bike, and he assures me it's not fairy floss, it's Malibu.
It's Malibu, yeah, I've got the coconut. Yeah, you got the coconut, yeah.
It's very delightful. It makes the whole racing experience just that, taking up that extra level, up a notch.
That upper echelon, essentially.
That's exactly the word I'm looking for. The quality.
Refoil tanning.
Yes, that's true. The coconut oil.
It's still down here. It's just so delightful.
Oh, it's delightful. Up to the super screen, guys. We'll take a look at some of our sponsors here for the 47th Annual Golden States.
Just like that. It's all about the ride. Dreams do get bigger at Fridays. to book a demo today. Friday, Sea-Doo and Can-Am, Saltaire Way, Port Kennedy.
Inject your Saturday with some Nitro. Nitro Max brings WA's best 4,000 horsepower nitro-fueled monsters to Perth Motorplex. Saturday, December 11. Nitro in all its glory, great fun for the family. Plus your favourite dragsters, funny cars and Nitro bikes for one explosive night of Nitro horsepower. Get your Nitro fix at Nitro Max, Saturday, December 11 at Perth Motorplex. Get your tickets, motorplex.com.au.
December 4 is Speedway Night. It's the House and Land Expert WA Sprint Car Club with state pride on the line. Sensational speed cars powered at the Perth Motorplex for the John Day Classic. Plus a huge field of thundering V8 late models. John Day Classic WA Sprint Car title for the House and Land Expert. Salute the General. Saturday, December 4. Tickets, motorplex.com.au. Be there.
Saluting the legend, John Day. Guys, that is one of these showpiece events over on the other side of our venue here, over the other side of the spine on the Speedway. Motorplex.com.au, December 4. I've got some giveaways here. Mobile and Ampol getting on board this year, and Mobile One sponsoring our return road. Guys, Chris Mitchell has been out in the pits pretty much all weekend. He's been slaving away over a microphone, looking at every single minute detail of every single drag car out there. This one, he's got Daniel Gregorini, one of our top runners here for Top Door Slammer at the 47th Annual Golden States. He's talking transmission torque, and he'll simplify it all for you right up on the big screen.
Automatically shifted top door slammer racing. It's a bit of a hot take of discussion in the field of top door slammer here at Perth Motorplex, but the numbers are growing for cars that do things a little differently and without a clutch. Daniel Gregorini has been nice enough to supply us a bunch of equipment to sit on a bench top and talk you through the basics of what is mainly different compared to your clutch-driven Lenco and B&J shifted manualised transmissions. This is the simplest componentry that makes up an automatic. Firstly, from the flex plate on the back of the engine, you have your Neil Chance racing converter. So inside is a torque converter, the same kind of construction that you would expect to see from all sorts of torque converters, just built for racing applications. But this is what we call a lock-up converter. So in the back here, you can't see because it's all inside, is a piston that is driven by oil fed through the centre from this shaft. Once the timer is preset by the tuner, and when they want the lock-up to come in, the piston will come up, it will jam a bunch of clutch packs together, which locks the outside of the pump to the turbine inside the converter, and all of a sudden you don't have any losses, you don't have any slip. That is running through the quick drive, which turns everything. The quick drive actually does all the controlling. So there's an air solenoid that controls the oil flow through the quick drive. This has all been stripped down and parts taken out of the centre of it, so it doesn't quite look like this when it's in the car, but that controls the oil flow that goes into the converter to control the piston in there. And the quick drive also allows the use of a trans brake. In comparison to what we expect looking at power glide kinds of transmission, the likes of what you'll see on a lot of turbo cars, in Top Sportsman and in comp cars, this doesn't have a trans brake built into it. They use a trans brake that's inside the quick drive, which is essentially just its own set of clutch packs inside here, and it uses air pressure to lock those clutch packs together when Daniel gets on the trans brake, and it stops the converter from driving the transmission That is how they step these cars into stage, and that allows them to get up on the two-step and launch the cars. They let go of the trans brake, and suddenly you're driving from the converter into these Liberty 5-speed transmissions, as opposed to your clutch pack driven and air shifted transmissions like you have on the B&Js and the Lenco transmissions. A Liberty 5-speed doesn't actually have any clutch packs inside it that just move the piston back and forth. From start to finish, it is entirely gear driven, based on a timer and based on RPM, depending on how the tuners want to run the car. The computer will decide, it will shift at a set point, and it starts firing off the gears 1 through 5. These transmissions can change gears every 3 to 4 tenths of a second tops throughout the lap. So quicker than what the human can react to try and change gears on a 5-speed transmission, this car is running through the gears and keeping these cars going down track. The problem with that though, however, because everything is locked up and there's no slippage in the clutch packs throughout the shift, everything that comes out the back end of the tail shaft and into the rear diff, there's nothing to soak up the shock, which is why these kinds of cars have really big differentials that can take a lot of load and a lot of force through them without breaking up and hurting the back pocket of your racers like Daniel Gregorini. The benefits of these kinds of combinations though is you don't have to do any clutch maintenance. After a run, the converter stays sealed. You don't have to get a cooler in there, you don't have to pull clutch plates out, you don't have to replace and grind clutch plates throughout a race night. There's no clutch dust throughout the entire car. It's a much cleaner way of going racing. You can go racing with less crew needing to turn the car around between runs, and over the long run, in saving on parts and consumables in the clutch, you can save money. The downside of that is the startup cost. One of these racing converters comes in at around about 13 to 15,000 Australian dollars. The same again for a quick drive, quick lock unit like you see here, another $15,000, and a Liberty 5-speed transmission runs to about $25,000. So if you've bought a car that runs in top door slammer that already has those clutch pack transmissions and you want to go to a converter, you're looking at spending upwards of $50,000 to $60,000 to convert the car over. But once you do, you're easy and you've got a nice clean race car that you can go racing with an automatically shifted top door slammer here at Perth Motorplex.
Thank you very much, Chris Mitchell, down there in the pits earlier on today explaining clutch packs on Daniel Gregorini's car. You can go on down there if you have a silver ticket. You can hear the cars racing off. I've got a couple more things from Ampol and a Perth Motorplex shirt. These are great. Guys, who wants a shirt? Who wants something for free? Nah, they're not loud enough. They're not loud enough. Who wants a shirt? I don't think if they all come over this way, maybe we can give a shirt away as we go racing, guys. Up to you in Formula Tech Race Control.
Thank you very much, Nick. Now we move on to Outlaw Radial, and this is round 2 of the Chicago shootout for Outlaw Radial. We have Timmy Rhodes here in the Pineapple in the Rocket Industries lane, and he's up against, of course, Kevin Bolton. Kevin Bolton, a back-to-back grand finalist effectively for season 20/21 for Outlaw Radial, and George Kelly's been in second place. Timothy Rhodes in third. That was the finishing order for last season.
We had lots of excitement at the first round, and a few people we expected to win did not do terribly well. So let's see if things settle down now that the weather is cooled. We're at 28 degrees, the track is down to 40 degrees. It's getting better for racing. The Pineapple is calming itself down. Normally runs a really big back slick, going with a smaller slick, getting a bit more tyre turn. Can still run on his dial-in, and, well, they don't run a dial-in, still run out the back door, but is not going to be as quick with all that tyre spin. Big Kev runs a 7.97 and gets the win.
Yeah, a little bit off his pace, but still takes the victory.
I think today, being first across the finish line, is going to be more important to these guys than running a new PB.
Yeah,
it's a hard day of racing.
Indeed, and the temperature outside is 28 degrees. The track temperature has dropped to 40.4, so that's a little bit more raceable. I'm sure the top door slammers will enjoy that when they come out a little bit later on. But now we have Connor Begley in the HQ1 tonner in the Aeroflow lane. For 89 Enterprise Garage Doors, Active Automotive Performance, up against Ben Pescaneri from Koondana in the Rocket Industries lane on the Ford Mustang for Mainline Motors, Halltech and Hughes Performance.
This is not a BA. This is a 4-litre, early model 4-litre Mustang, possibly the fastest and quickest in the country. What should make it in the world? RPM comes up and turns the tyres.
Oh, yeah.
Begley gets away. He had a bit of a turn on the start line as well, and a 0.1 reaction time nearly gave it all away for him, but settled the car running 8.69. 8.69 is not too bad in this sort of weather. Alongside him, after turning the tyres on the start line and staying on it, we see an 880 at 273 kilometres an hour from the Mustang.
Did I see a little bit of smoke coming out of the Ben Pescaneri Mustang?
It looked like it was a little bit breathy just before half track, but
It did.
I was actually watching the tyres.
Bit of tyre spin out of the start line as well.
Okay, now we move on to Philly Gardner in the beautiful utility, the Holden utility there in the Aeroflow lane. Lovely big burnout. He's still going up against Lorenzo Galotto. And what we decided was actually the Fox Body Mustang. Fox Body Mustang for Diverse Project Group, DS Racing, Street Built Racing, Owls Race Glides, and Mick Waters Fabrication. And Mick's been doing a fair bit of fabricating lately with almost half the field out here. And Philly Gardner for Chris Mills Performance, Active Automotives, Performance Management Systems, Automasters Maddington, and Shields Garage.
Now, I've got a lot of American friends who consider the Fox Body Mustang to be the second ugliest Mustang
Yes,
ever built.
I was glad you weren't going to say the most attractive, yes.
And they used to laugh about them. You could buy them for $500, and now they are chasing them because they're a perfect compact size. They're basically a two-door XD Falcon.
Yes,
they're
okay.
just a fabulous car to turn into a race car.
And while we've got you, what was the most ugliest your mate say is of the Mustangs?
The previous model that looked like a strange European horrible thing they put a four-cylinder in. Shouldn't have been called a Mustang. I think they should have stuck Pinto on it or something. Small horse.
We'll leave it at that.
I'm a Ford fan.
Okay.
Oh, bit of tyre turning.
Oh, Philly G will have this over the finish line. Let's see how he goes.
Phil has less temptation to turn the tyres and gets the win. I mean, he can use all his horsepower out there. Poor old Lorenzo is probably using about 3/4 of his. Every time he gets all the way down on the throttle, it tries to smoke him. An 8.3 for Philly G.
An unusual circumstance to happen twice as well. We saw the parachutes come out yesterday or last night in Lorenzo Galotto's Mustang, and that happened immediately after the burnout. On that occasion, just past half track, the laundry dumped out the back again. I've got to say, tough round for Outlaw Radial. Great to see Connor Begley get a win, and great to see Philly Gardner get a win as well.
Well, I reckon he got on the noise a little bit trying to stay in front of Philly G. It got tail in. He might have thrown him out. Did a Warren Johnson. I'm not carrying all this weight to the finish line. I'm getting it out of here.
You're thinking. The lighter the car is as it goes across the stripe, the faster that car will be.
Absolutely. Get that laundry out.
And, of course, Outlaw Radio was brought to us by our friends at Specialised Towing. Now we move on to Modified, and I'm pretty sure I might be seeing, this might be Daryl Treasure, the Rocket Industries lane, up against, looks like a front engine dragster. I think that's not quite Rachel Ganaway. I think that is Paul Ryan. About time we saw Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan comes out in the front engine dragster and does a nice big burnout to the Triple M Snake Pit.
Well, it's fate. We do the qualifying. We line them all up, the fastest qualifier down to the slowest qualifier, and then they split the field apart and race them into each other, and you never really know who's going to come out and race, and in the end, it's the two blowing cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a pity to lose one of them. I love supercharged modified cars.
There wasn't a lot of smoke coming out of off the tyres there of the Daryl Treasure car. Probably tyres might have just been a little bit too dry when he dropped the clutch.
Yeah, if the car's got a lot of speed, because they're not a heavy car, it doesn't have a lot of resistance on the tyre in the burnout, and they will shoot across the start line fast without a big blaze. But really, Daryl's car is so well set up. So long as he's got a good, fresh set of tyres on, all he really needs to do is give them a scuff and keep them clean. And sometimes going all the way down the track and backing up picks up a whole bunch of grit and bits and pieces that you don't need. So the short, sharp burnout suits him, but Daryl is a showman.
Absolutely. We've got the boosted modified there for Paul Ryan in the Aeroflow lane. The Woody Gilmore front engine dragster. Oh, Daryl don't muck around.
0.05 for rollout. The dragster's chasing him to win. He's going to have to risk a breakout and does so. Runs a 7.33 on a 7.35. Rollout cuts a 7.93 on a 0.05 young man's light. Well done, Daryl.
And a big smile on Ray Treasure's face there in race control. Very happy to see his brother take a victory there. I think the last time we were up had Christmas trees up for grabs. It was actually Daryl that took home one of the gold.
And that's when he chopped the tree down with a double O. He got his nickname,
that's right,
Double O Daryl.
That's right.
Well,
Well
it was only
done.
a single O that time. Bit lazy, Daryl. Tidy up.
Good memory, Stu. That's brilliant. Okay, so now it's Casey McClure in the Rocket Industries lane on the Don Davis Dragster for Urban Concrete Solutions. Halltech Rotor Motion All Fast Torque Converters up against Rachel Ganaway, effectively known Racing the Duck. And that's for Conley Images. Rachel Ganaway, her dial-in is a 9.58. And Casey McClure, closest to us in the Rocket Industries lane, her dial-in is a 7.82. And it's great to see the McClure family all gathered around the beautiful, the McClure Dragster, the Don Davis Dragster. I see Dad walking up to the laser, basically, and guide his daughter in there, Casey, and Rachel being moved up into her spot.
Now, both these young ladies are very, very accomplished racers. We watch them out there and know that if there was a man in the other lane, he'd be terrified right now. Because one, he knows they're great racers, and two, no one wants to lose to a girl.
No.
Both these ladies are going to find out who gets to race Double O Daryl in the final.
Yes, almost 2 seconds head start there for Rachel.
A 0.04 for the Duckling and a 0.07. The advantages with the front engine drags at the moment. And a double breakout. A 9.58, and she's running 9.45, breaking out by over 1/10 of a second. In the other lane, a 9.82, and she's broken out with a 9.73, breaking out by 9/100ths of a second. The win goes to Casey McClure with a great race.
Isn't that great to see the entire McClure family and the team all dressed up in the same shirts? Look, absolutely superb, and a great victory there for Casey McClure. Well, that was modified. And that was, of course, the semi. And now we move on to competition. Okay, competition, indeed. We have the list here. Terrific. Thank you, Stu. So it'll be Steve Martin first. No, in actual fact, Marino Galotto up against Brett Glover. Okay, so Brett Glover on board the twin rotor sports compact, the Mazda RX-7 with a 13B turbo. Just the 1.3 litre engine up against, as you said, Marino Galotto on board the altered production fuel-injected Lexus SC400.
Having some dramas starting the Brett Glover machine.
Oh, no.
Not all hope is lost, but still no sound.
Have they wet the Dorito?
Anita Dunning looking forward, waiting on a signal from the crew, but it's not looking good for Brett Glover. He's out of the car. And this will be a solo.
So quite an easy victory already here for Marino Galotto. All he has to do really is just accept the green light, shuffle forward. But let's hope he puts on a good pass for us because...
Well, what will happen right now, Marino, a very experienced racer, doesn't need any more practice on the tree. I believe in his mind right now, he'll say, right, the crew chief always says to me, 4,500 RPM, step it off, go, go, go. I'm going to sit there and get the RPM exactly where he wants it and give the crew a chance to see what this car is going to do.
A little bit of data, yes, good. A little bit of feedback on the data. He's dialed in, well, his index, I should say, is a 6.76.
Well, that time he did have the RPM up a little bit more. There was a big stumble when he went into second. He throws the chutes out at about 1,200 feet, and it is a 7.28, an exciting lap. He has a handicap to run on of a 6.76 and can well and truly run all over that. So on that one, about 0.7 of a second slower than his best, but basically became a development run. He did not have a competitor in the other lane. He could do anything he wanted, test a couple of different ideas, and it's good to see it launched and, well, with a stumble to second, at least got through the gears.
It really does boogie, that old Lexus. That is one of the fastest cars out of the gate I've seen all weekend when it comes on boost. Great to see him have a bit of luck, go his way, and that'll give him some confidence heading forward. Coming out now in your Aeroflow lane, Steve Martin and the Intolerance Racing Double B Altered.
Absolutely, the supercharged Chevy-powered V8, altered Ford T-bucket with a maximum of 2 valves and 1 spark plug per cylinder. That should be enough, I would have thought. And up against James Kemp with the naturally aspirated top alcohol dragster with the TFX block Hemi-powered JPP built dragster. A strange 9-inch top loader and the live axle assembly with 11.5-inch carbon brakes.
Can anyone hear that? Sounds almost like we're talking 7 cylinders on the Jimmy Kemp side. Something's not quite right there.
He hasn't had the best weekend, I don't think. And,
it really didn't sound right from the moment it fired up. We find it now abandoned out in the middle of the racetrack, and it probably was the right call. It was not a healthy sounding donk.
Do you think they've turned it off altogether, do you?
For sure.
Well, the option right now for the crew is to try to manhandle that car back. They need to get it back because it's right in the zone where the altered may swap lanes. If they can get it back onto the start line behind the line of the Christmas tree, the car and the driver will be safe. You leave the driver in the car so he can steer, and you just manhandle that thing.
This, of course, is the semis for for competition. And it looks like this will be a pretty much a solo pass here for Steve Martin in the the supercharged Chevy-powered V8 altered Ford T-Bucket.
That is going to be an incredible final. Marino just starting to sort the Lexus out. It is a screamer, and this altered. Now, let's see. Marino had the opportunity to test the start line and have a bit of a play, a bit of a stumble into second, ran a 5 or 6, 7 tenths slower than we would expect from that car. Will we see Steve Martin take a similar approach, try to save the car? He's driving it out the back door.
Right out the back.
And runs a 6:43 on a handicap of a 6:46. So at the moment, by 7 tenths, he is the favourite to win in competition when we run our final.
Absolutely,
that was a semi-final of comp.
Yeah, just under his index. Well done. So we'll see Steve Martin a little bit later on, and he'll be taking on, was that Marino Galotto? No?
Marino Galotto.
Yes,
definitely
it was indeed. Okay, so now we move on to Super Stock.
Now, we are jumping around a little bit. We're grabbing the things that Ray is telling us we're running. Now, what we try to do in drag racing, because all these cars have different levels of performance and different mechanical needs, some cars need about 90 minutes of preparation to bring them out safe. Some need about 60 minutes. Some need 30 minutes. And Super Street, you could run them around and around like Swan taxis queuing up in Northbridge.
Yeah, true, yes.
And so Ray Treasure very cleverly knows exactly what 6 cars of this class will need in turnaround time to get them back, so there's no pressure. There's always pressure, but there's no unnecessary pressure on the race teams, so they can perform all their pre-race preparation and deliver themselves to the start line to put on a great show and keep the racer safe. So right now, Ray is juggling and moving things around so that we can get through all the fields that still have semi-finals to run, and then we'll queue up all the finalists out the back. We'll start with Super Street and run them through one after the other with the door slammer as the final event of the night, or the final pairing of the night.
Absolutely. You see Darryl Treasure just coming back down the return road in the Cleveland Express. And looks like Marino Galotto about to enter the snake pit there, the Triple M snake pit, being towed along. And he'll be coming out a little bit later on.
Now, this is a really clever bit of engineering. Any apprentice mechanics or fitters, machinists that come along to the drags and don't take the opportunity to wander around the pit area and ask politely if they can have a close look at the cars. This is all billet, handmade and fantastic from WA. Up to the super screen, we're going to get some entertainment and information while we prepare more races.
Saturday, December 4 is Speedway night. It's the House and Land Expert WA Sprint Car Title with state pride on the line. Sensational speed cars powered at the Perth Motorplex for the John Day Classic. Plus a huge field of thundering V8 late models. John Day Classic WA Sprint Car Title for the House and Land Expert. Salute the General. Saturday, December 4. Tickets, motorplex.com.au.
there. Superstock, where production cars come to play. This weekend we were inundated with the Rotaries. They were everywhere to be found in this class. But after one round, we've seen them all disappear. Carburetors, small blocks, that's how it's going. Jake Chasty, Graham Simo Sims to take out this round of semi-finals.
Yes, I believe we have Jamie Chasty in the Aeroflow lane on board the Commodore SS, beautiful red Commodore SS for CNR Motorsport Developments, Motorsport Database, A1 High Performance and Applied Automotive Engineering. And he's got an index of a 9.10. Stewie might call it a handicap, I'd like to call it an index. And Graham Sims in the index of a 9.03. He's got the Toyota Supra for Motorhound, also motorhound.com.au.
This is going to be a very interesting race because Simo currently holds his national record, but he shields it like a warrior, in the War Dog. He does not like to threaten his record because knowing he can go quicker but not going quicker and resetting gives him an advantage so he can control the finish line. He has, in theory, the faster car. But he's up against the Chasty family and they live managing the record and controlling the finish line. This will be a great Superstock race.
Yeah, very little difference on the trees. You won't be able to see a blink of tree.
Tiny little Chevy motor in the Supra. Nice side-by-side leave. Both of them cutting a point too light. Neither one wanting to risk a red light. Chasty with an advantage from where I'm sitting.
Oh, looks like Simsy got it.
Gets beaten. Simo drives around him. A 9.05. Young Mr. Chasty runs a 9.17. He's 700ths over. Simo is 200ths over his handicap. The War Dog continues.
Yeah, smaller capacity, got it done. Now, speaking of smaller capacity, Errol Quartermain comes out for Harris Engineers, the Crow Cams, All Fast Torque Converters and Park Bodybuilders.
His competition is Steve Norman, all the way from Whyalla. Where you going, Errol?
Well, he didn't exactly do a burnout.
He's not having the best weekend. He's had a couple of people red light alongside him. Corey, what's going on?
Well, we've seen the brake pressure struggle to come up both times that he's gone through the water box. You see him pumping on the brake, looking to get a line lock on those front wheels, but the car just naturally aspiratedly drives through until it finds boost and turns the thing like a drift car in the middle of the racetrack. Not ideal housekeeping for Errol Quartermain backing up your Aeroflow lane.
Steve Norman's car is a M3 BMW, one of the prettiest sedans ever built in Australia. It has won awards for best engineered. It wins national trophies. It holds national records. Everything about this car is glorious, and he drives the wheels off it.
Almost a full second head start here for Steve Norman in the BMW M3 with a small block Chevy on board.
Errol with a bad burnout. If he's going to wait that long, he's going to get the boost up. Expect excitement from the Falcon.
Well, he's going
Steve
nowhere.
Norman's on the centre line.
Oh, no!
You're kidding me.
Quartermain went through the first round with the other car red lighting. Has gone through this, and he's going to have to slalom the block. It's out in the middle of the track. Errol Quartermain continues on.
You just cruise up there at 60 k's an hour and take the victory, or Quartermain?
It's brutal. Steve Norman and the team, you've come on over with the prettiest car in the country, and it's gone skating at the front end of the racetrack. Very abnormal for it. Tough, but a beautiful car, and still, thank you for bringing it to Western Australia again.
You're welcome very much. We'll see you at the Western Nationals.
Yeah, we can't wait to have it back. That is sensational. There's such a supreme sense of engineering that has gone into that brand new class, SM. Great to see these super modified cars come to Western Australia, but not ideal to see them go knocking the timing blocks. In drag racing, that gets you eliminated. And in national competition, that hurts. Let's go to the replay.
Corey, can we talk to the Premier and get them made honorary West Australians?
Well, we would love that because the car is truly special, but it's skated around.
Just moved, and you don't see that car move. It hardly ever gets out of the groove. It's like a Scalextric's car.
And the fact when he got back on the throttle, it did it again, gives me an idea that potentially something has broken, maybe even in the burnout procedure of that particular pass. Errol Quartermain, in the previous run, got a get out of jail free over the top of Jody Racco when Jody turned the tyre at 330 foot, and it successfully took the green light. He's managed to do it twice and will find himself in the final with a car that's not necessarily up to his spec.
It is not a happy car. Definitely not happy. We've all seen the issues. You know, and the big thing is if they solve the issue right now before the final, we do not know how quick it's going to go. It's going to be very interesting.
All right, stick out the big screen. All right, we are back with the 47th Annual Golden States Championships, and it's time for the top door slammers. We come out with, this is the semi-final here, and straight off the rack we've got, well, Stuart Moresby and Daniel Gregorini. Daniel Gregorini, the Chevy. Huge burnout from Daniel Gregorini in the Chevy Camaro in the Aeroflow lane. Look at, he's gone right up towards half track. And Stuart Moresby in the Studebaker now reversing back after a nice conservative burnout.
Sean, just touching there on Stuart Moresby, they had the engine apart, just a little bit of crud in the oil pan, just making sure that everything's okay. I was talking to Linda Black and she was saying that these guys are less send it this season and more having a look at what they can improve on, being a lot more conservative because they've gotten that 5-second pass. They want to keep on replicating that throughout the season.
Okay, that's the Scratch and Match Motorsport Chevy Camaro there on the Aeroflow lane. The Scratch and Match Curb Dr. Kendall, Signs Biz, S&S Industries up against the Denani Hot Shots, Denani Transport, BL and SG, Lake Brick Cartage, Armidale Mini Loads and West Coast Smash Repairs for the Stuart Moresby Studebaker right here in the Rocket Industries lane.
Well, the team at Black Magic Race Cars have been working on the back half of the Studebaker. They've identified improvements, just a bit of modernisation, making it a little bit tighter, putting a big 11-inch differential into the car. So it is now a full top alcohol spec in the back end. Gregorini has been the performer this weekend. He's the one to watch, and as the dominant player, he gets lane choice. He's chosen the left lane. Both cars lead well. Gregorini's over near the wall, hits the wall. Moresby goes through with a 6:01. Gregorini banged the wall. A 6:95 just slid out of the groove. It was the gentlest of touches, possibly only the headers. We saw the sparks, and that is a disappointment.
Absolutely. He led all the way, Daniel Gregorini, up until about half track. He's touched the wall. Very disappointing.
So from the start line, excellent pair of 0.9 reaction, 60-foot times, a pair of 2.6s. They were level pegging. A 3.9 for the Studebaker. It was on the way to a 5-second pass, and watch Daniel drags it away, just touches the wall, and that gave the Studebaker enough of a buffer to get himself across the finish line for a win with a 6.01. Nick, what do you think?
Oh, well, I'd like to see what Linda thinks, mate. That was pretty much everything that's coming up Denani Hot Shots, isn't it?
Yeah, we never like to see another team touch the wall. Unfortunate for the Gregorini crew. We know that they bust themselves as much as we do. But it's favours coming our lane tonight, and we'll take it and we'll run with it.
Well, a 6 flat pretty much going across the line as well. And it looks like a couple of pedals a little bit uneven going through the quarter mile. Lots to improve on still, isn't there?
Oh, yes. Our driver loves a good pedal, and we'll keep that. That's all right. If we can get from one end to the other, that's fine. It's just managed to work in our favour. So
that's exactly what we were talking about earlier down in the pits. just getting down to the other end of the track is exactly what you guys want to do.
Yeah, Gregorini, they often run really, really good numbers. So if we can at least be a contender in a way that if we can be consistent, sometimes in drag racing, that will knock you further down the line.
Excellent stuff. We'll look up at the big screen just for another replay of that pass. We'll go from just the start line down here, and you can see Gregorini just making his way all the way over the left. Big sparks coming out back into the deep end. The Denani Hot Shots team there into the A final here at the 47th Golden States.
Now, just to let people know around the world, we have 28.1 degrees Celsius air temperature. The track temperature is 39.2. The corrected barometer, 1,015 hectopascals. The relative humidity, 26%. The dew point is 6.8. We're not going to get anywhere near that. The density altitude, corrected by the magic box on the roof, is 529.3 metres or 1,737 feet.
Another replay. Check out the big screen. Daniel Gregorini close to wall, touches it. Very disappointing. You know, Stu, Daniel's had the best weekend possible apart from that little mishap there. You know, really good on Thursday. Excellent again yesterday with a 418 km/h pass. But it's all gone wrong. Steve Aldridge in the Plymouth Barracuda there in the Aeroflow lane for Crown Securities up against Pino Priolo. Great to see the Priolo Motorsport 37 Chevy Coupe out here racing for Home Group WA, BL and SG Lake Brick Cartage, Fuchs Lubricants, Beyond Tools, S&A Smash Repairs and JP Signs.
Now, earlier in the day, I think I overheard Chris say that it's more than 18 months since Pino's been down the track. I know he was having a season off to concentrate on his son's racing at the Speedway, also the business and building a house, Busy, busy man, and the boys ashamed him. Said, come on, Dad, let's get the race car out. It's your turn to play. And I'm pretty darn impressed. Apart from that little bobble last night where he overstaged and then drove down the track before the tree got sent in qualifying, he has really been focused and the car is starting to perform.
Yes, I believe Pino was put his entire catalogue or the entire gear up for sale, including the transporter and everything.
Everything, get rid of it all, and now he's glad he didn't.
Oh, I tell you what, so are we.
If you love it, you can put it in the shed and no one complains about it. Why not keep it?
Yes, indeed. And, of course, this has the vertical grille, which makes it a 1937, Chev.
Oh,
unlike the previous one, which is a 38 because the horizontal grille. The things you learn.
Steve Aldrich in the Plymouth Cuda. Crown is his business. Very good service. Use them in my business. And Pino Priolo. Pino looking for the pre-stage. He's got it. RPM coming up. Not afraid to rev the car up. Good launch for both, and Aldrich is in his lane and staying straight through the chutes. A bit of a rattle from Aldrich. A big rattle from Aldrich at about 1,000 feet, slowed to a 6.3 at only 253 kilometres an hour. Pino stomps past him, 6.1 at 333 kilometres an hour. Aldrich was something terminal, had the chutes out at 1,000 feet.
Let's check out the big screen replay there. Almost identical reaction times. It looks like Aldrich has got him until now. He's thrown the chutes out very early. As you say, there's been a rattle there. And Pino takes the victory. Pino Priolo moves on to the final. How good is this? Down to you, Nick.
Thank you very much, boys. Michael Priolo. That was extremely fortunate there, wasn't it?
Yeah, he got pretty lucky. I know we've shut it off early too by the looks of it because the speed's way down. But take any win you can get, and we'll go to the final.
First event back. He's in the final. Pino. This must be a huge boost for the boys back in the transporter. Yeah.
Well, that's it. Everyone's excited and great to be back out here. Dad's enjoying himself again, which is the whole reason we did it to start with. So let's go to the final and see if we can't do another upset. So.
How awesome. Go back and get that car ready for the final. What an epic final, something we were not expecting here at the 47th Golden States, but that's what this event throws up. We've got a final between Pino Priolo and the Studebaker coming up later on tonight. But we're rolling on with more semi-finals here at the the Golden States, as we have a look at the replay once again.
Yeah, it was a wild race and such disappointment on the Plymouth Barracuda Steve Aldridge team. They do believe it's put out the safety, whether it has left an intake valve open or something unusual. Normally we'd see the burst panel explode and at least a bit of atmospheric pressure find its way out the bonnet. On this occasion, no damage to be seen on the video camera, but the safety system, we do believe, has been deployed and unfortunately cost the Aldridge team the race. But, you know, huge benefits and take them when you can get them. Like Michael said, they got the car back together to get the team back together, to get the family back together. And if Pino's having a win and they're smiling, that means that 37 may be here to stay just a little while longer.
Yeah, I think everyone's winning too, seeing those guys win, and a completely different A-main to what I think we're all expecting.
Absolutely.
Boys, what you don't realise is when you go and have a coffee with Pino on Monday, he's going to tell you drag racing's easy.
It is easy. Look at him go through rounds.
Certainly looking to the A Grand Final with the Studebaker up against the 37 Chevy. That's going to be magnificent. Couple of old-fashioned, older style cars. Absolutely brilliant. Now we move on to Top Fuel Motorcycle, and it's Wayne McGuinness coming out in the Aeroflow lane.
Wayne McGuinness's competition was set to be Ricky Wood. Ricky was going to be in the right lane. I can't see his crew out there. Here they come. Ricky, Mr. 7.0 Wood. Had to talk to the boys. I said, boy, it looked like the bike just didn't have enough fuel out to the Christmas tree. They said, Stu, it was on 40% fuel load until 0.7 seconds. It went plus 70, so 110, and away it went. So I think we're going to see them shorten that one up. They're going to give it some nitro right off the line.
And Top Fuel Motorcycle is brought to us by Dragon Bikes. If you want to go fast on two wheels, not just tunnel vision fast, you must get down to Dragon Bikes.
Bike Carstairs has been involved in so many of the best top bikes in WA. Awesome machines. Ricky's chasing. Come on, Mr. McGuinness, get on the noise. It's a rolling race. And Ricky Wood is going to get a win. This is going to be the biggest underdog Golden States ever. Ricky cut a 1.260 foot time. It got out to half track with a 5.0 and he wasn't happy. We had a man in the other lane romping away with a 3.3 to a 3.4 and then suddenly the Harley went quiet. Wow, Wayno McGuinness, here's the replay. Watch the flame on the Harley, on and off, and then it just goes dead. Ricky chases away, realises he's in front, he's not going to wring its neck, and coast for a win.
I think he'd already wrung its neck by then, Ricky Wood. You could see it eating itself up, sparks and bits of crud coming out of the engine, coming out the four exhaust
that's
pipes.
EnviroClean. That's just cleaning out the exhaust pipes with valve stems.
Beautiful. As we come back to the action, boys, Formula Tech Race Control, we're rolling on with semis here at the 47th Golden States.
The next pairing is going to be Les Holden and Greg Durack. So the big alcohol turbo funny bike racing against the small cube Harley style Harley Davidson. We call all the big twins Harley Davidsons, but this is a traditional Harley style Harley Davidson. Both the cylinders are in line. That runs a scissor rod. It's a very, very, very tough little bike, but because it's a traditional Harley Davidson, it can also be run in a comp bike. So if you wanted to get into racing, oh, that's a coincidence, this one's for sale. If you wanted to get into racing, you can learn in comp bike on Les Holden's bike, run on a really good little record, have a lot of fun, and then every time Top Bike comes to town, you can slip into the field and put pressure on to win, win, win. I can't see Les Holden's crew out there, guys. Are we going on a solo? Durack has a lot more time to prepare himself.
alcohol-fueled multi-cylinder turbo Kawasaki.
Boys, Les Holden's just waiting for that. We were talking about procedures earlier on. Just waiting for him to do his burnout, then starting it up, then coming out and doing his burnout, making him wait. Because we're in the pressure moments, every little bit counts here at the Golden States.
Well, the alcohol-fueled turbo bike, it can run a little bit rich on the start line after the burnout. Everything's ready and prepped. The engine's not going to overheat. The Nitro bikes are fussy. You've got to get them onto the start line and into stage within a set window. These guys do a very tight routine. Watch Les Holden. He's done his burnout. He's going to roll forward. He's no backing up, no time to waste. I'm going to put the bike onto the start line and I will be 100% ready to go. So the other type of big bike that we just saw go down the track, the cylinders are offset, runs big Chevy type rods inside the motor, and they go to 175 cubes. This is 120 cubes. Both bikes leave a bit conservative. The Senator has the front wheel up. He's on the bar now and runs a 695 for a win at 299 kilometres an hour. He ran a 4.3 at half track. He has run a low 4.2, and I believe the world record for a half track lap on that style of bike is a 4.1. So that really is some stellar performance. In the meantime, the little baby Harley Nitro bike runs a 7.7, which is very respectable for a 120 cube bike. And Les Holden is having fun. We're going back to the replay. What are we seeing?
Top
Greg
Fuel
Durack,
Motorcycle putting on a great show.
Yeah, but Greg Durack just turned the bar a little bit. Normally he keeps it really straight. It's almost like he was trying to wish the bike away from the centre line.
Well, we did see a 6.6 last night from the Durack team, and knowing that they had a little bit of safety running up against Les Holden, significantly better than Les's personal best. They took a little conservative on their approach on the clutch setting out the gate, no doubt. Well picked up, Stu, and I think that is where we see the incrementals roll off slightly. Would be nice to see another 6.6 second pass from Durack as he gets to advance in Top Fuel Motorcycle, but we're looking at a beautiful blue, I guess, VN, VS, VP, Commodore Ute, and Ray Lockwood. Been advancing rounds. All 47th Golden State. She's coming out in your Aeroflow lane up against a Camaro by the Kojic family that loves to dangle the front Dunlops.
Okay, this is Ray Lockwood up against Daniel Kojic. Is your...
Ray dialing in a 9.88 and Kojic a 9.16. The Camaro will do the chasing and it will launch like a tiger on its back wheels. It'll come out to the Christmas tree, bounce once and then fly down the track to try to catch Ray. She cuts a good light. She's going to dominate the finish line.
1967 Chevy Camaro for Wellard Glass, V&A Performance, signature white walling here for Daniel Kojic and the Rocket Industries lane up against the Denani Hotshots, Tony's Auto Wreckers, Crow Cams and WA Suspensions, Taylor Tyres, Fuchs and NRE of Ray Lockwood. Ray Lockwood is dialed in a 9.88 and Daniel Kojic close to us a 9.16 and straight away Daniel will take the win because Ray's red lit.
Red Ray. It was a 0.1 ready, and she ran pretty good on a dial-in, ran a 9.92 on a 988. Kojic runs a very easy 960. He knew he had it won, slowed down through half track, put a bit of speed back on the top end, but Ray Lockwood, unfortunately, well, this is her first season racing this car, but unfortunately, tonight is not her night.
Indeed, and this is the semi-finals for eliminations, round 3, I should say. For Super Sedan, we have Kathy Regan for Real Motorsport and 1984 VK Holden Commodore, the Real Restorations World East, up against Matt Galotto in the VL Commodore. This is looking very even.
0.02 to a 0.03, separated by 100th of a second on the start line. Watch him at the finish line. Oh, Kathy!
Breakout.
Kathy breaks out with a 9.178 on a 9.20. She's broken out by tiny hundredths of a second, about 22 1,000ths. The winning time went to the opposite lane, and it is going to be Matt Galotto into the semis. And at the moment, it looks like
Matt's going to get a solo, and Kyle Higgin will need to go out and get all the way down the track because the person he was racing didn't appear, and he'll be racing Daniel Kojek for the right to compete against Matt Pilotto in the finals.
Oh, Kyle Higgins doled in a 9.5 and he's delivered a 9.519 at 222 kilometres an hour. Well done, Kyle.
On top of a 0.024 reaction time, that is a super tight package.
Exactly, for Midland Sands and Soils, Midland Mini Creek, Barley Gardens and Stone in the XW Falcon.
Only 43 one-thousandths of a second away from perfect. That is some great racing and deserving to go into a final with a semi-final lap like that. That's just wonderful.
Exactly, and Super Sedan was brought to us by Enviro Air. Is your vehicle sluggish? No acceleration? Fuel economy gone? If the answer is yes to any of these above questions, then your diesel particle filter is more than likely blocked. Enviro Exhaust has the answer for you. We offer an environmentally friendly DPF cleaning service for all your vehicles, including cars, vans, trucks and plant vehicles. We offer various services backed up by our no quibble guarantee and no charge if we cannot clean. Our process utilises state-of-the-art and proven technology cleaning processes. Machinery purposely designed for the cleaning of DPF, DOCs, SCRs and catalytic converters. For all your information, check out the website, dpfclean.com.au. That is dpfclean.com.au for all your information.
This is looking like the semi-finals of Super Street in the left lane, the Aeroflow lane. You have Lisa Gabellini and Mike Candy. Oh, sorry, Caridi.
Yep, Mike Caridi beat the heat. So it's the WA Performance there of Lisa Gabellini and the VZ Holden Commodore for WA Performance and LX Powertrains up against Beat the Heat. Mark Caridi beat the heat, and of course Beat the Heat, all about their road safety message. Do it on the track, not on the streets. And unfortunately, Lisa Gabellini gets a red light. Well, that's disappointing for her. Mike Caridi, a 0.141 time, and he takes the victory obviously with a 10.891 on a dial-in of a 10.79, so that was pretty darn close at 202 kilometres per hour.
Mike Reedy will be super excited right now because it looks like he's going into the final. He will race either against Kirsty Rowe or Ashley Rowe.
Wow.
A double
I was hanging the mic open, waiting to deliver on this. These are twin sisters. Twin sisters running in the semi-final of Super Street.
Look alike. One's a Tirana.
Funny. Both Holden's magnificent, the Thornley Automotive Racing team side by side. The Tirana versus the Monaro. Well, the General's going to win either way here. The Monaro for Thornley Automotives, obviously Dale Science, Mothercare, both the same sponsors on both sides of the track. Ashley Rowe, Aeroflow, and the Rocket Industry lane is Kirsty Rowe.
Here's the deal, guys. The one that loses cooks Dad breakfast tomorrow.
Oh, gosh.
They're holding each other out.
They ought to. I asked young Nick in bad English which one was born first, and he said there wasn't much in it. And let's hope for the same result across the stripe.
A 0.2 light to a 0.1 light. The difference is only a couple of hundredths of a second because it's a high 0.1. We're watching them down there.
Give me a dead heat.
10.65. Double breakout. They wouldn't get off it. They would not let the other one go, and the win goes to an 11.113 on an 11.14. Beats a 10.61.2 on a 10.65. Bigger breakout to Ashley, and Kirsty goes into the next round. Look at these cars cross the finish line. Down track, I wonder if they're looking over. Looking to the right, looking to the left, looking to the right, looking to the left. Totally aware where the other car is. Neither one willing to get off the throttle to save the breakout.
Oh, as we slow it down, boys. So close.
Dead heat, but the Monaro gets it.
And of course, it's a double break. You reckon that's what they talked about before this semi? They went, we're going to double break it. We're both going to just go for it. We're going to send it and see what's happening.
Let's not muck around. Let's drive them out the back door like pro stockers.
And then they're just doing hot chili tune-ups in the staging lanes, both under the hoods, looking for the extra bit. If you're going to break out, you may as well do it well. The girls will be in the final, or one of the girls. It's great to have them in the semi-final, and the family are smiling down here on the start line.
That is fantastic. We have juniors, and I'm feeling like this is junior final.
Exactly, and we've got some solo passes. So Jet Martin will be doing a solo pass. The other car is unable to make the grid at this stage, so Jet Martin doing a solo pass.
Jet will be going into the final. This is junior semis. Well done, guys. And Seth Jarvis also about to get a bye. Now, they need to run the laps. They cannot just automatically say, well, I've got a bye, so I'm not doing anything. They have to present. They've got to see a green light. They need to show that the car was able to race, so you don't have a double amount of time for preparation. But you do not have to race all the way down the track, Sean.
No,
right now,
yes.
if they want to save the car and save the effort, do you think you'll tell a racer not to go all the way down the track?
Especially not a young man like this one, Jet Martin for Intolerance Racing.
Imagine Dad say, no, Jet, just stage it and jump out. We'll come and grab you. No, you won't, Dad.
I did
I'll see
very
you at the finish
well.
line.
A dial in of a 7.95 and he delivers an 8.1 conservative, but he was right up there for Harris Engines and Penrite Oils. Well done, Jet Martin.
Very, very nice day's racing for him.
Yes, he will
is
progress
into the final, and his competitor is going to be Seth Jarvis, because Seth has a solo as well, just the way the field fell.
Exactly, and the junior dragsters, of course, are brought to us by Enviro Exhaust. This is Seth Jarvis. Seth Jarvis is a B junior dragster, index being an 8.6, or should we say not to go over an 8 point, not to go under an 8.6, I should say. The Strike Force dragster for Perth Patios and Sheds, ADR Engines, and Kendall. Young Seth Jarvis. Yangebup. Got the whole track to himself. Right in front of us all on the 47th annual Golden State Championships here at the Perth Motorplex on the 27th of November 2021. Reaction time, a 0.033. Dial in of a 8.66. Oh, and he goes a little bit under. So an 8.588 there at 116 kilometres an hour. So he will now progress. That's Seth Jarvis. Well done, young man.
So our finalists will be Seth Jarvis and Jet Martin. This is the 47th Golden States, and one of these young people will remember this night for the rest of their life.
Yes. Okay, so what we'll do now is we'll reset the track, because this is obviously run through 8th mile, the junior dragsters do. So we'll now reset the track for the quarter mile, and we'll be back with modified bike. And modified bike, we're actually up to, we'll just go to the big screen and check out the replay.
Saturday, December 4 is Speedway Night. It's the House and Land Expert WA Sprint Car Club with state pride on the line. Sensational speed cars powered at the Perth Motorplex for the John Day Classic. Plus a huge field of thundering V8 late models. John Day Classic WA Sprint Car title for the House and Land Expert. Salute the General. Saturday, December 4. Tickets, motorplex.com.au. You'll be there.
Okay, welcome back to the 47th annual Golden States here, Golden State Championship at the Perth Motorplex. We move on to modified bike, and we have the Kawasaki ZX14R of Jack Wasley in the Aeroflow lane for Port Kennedy Auto Parts, up against Paul Newhoff in the Rocket Industries lane. Also on board a Kawasaki, except a Z900 of Forbes and Mills Engineering, BL and SG Lake Brick Cartage.
Well, Jack Wasley riding a lightly modified street bike, and Paul Newhoff riding a pro-style bike, or as we used to call them, a modern comp bike. Lovely looking machine. Family always puts beautiful bikes on the track. Wasley with a 10 for his dial-in, and Newhoff an 8.70. Newhoff chases. They both cut 0.1 lights. Newhoff misses it by about 4/100ths of a second. At half track, he's alongside him. Can he hold him? And he does. Runs an 8.9 on an 8.7. Beats a 10.3 on a 10.0. So 4/100ths of a second on the start line mean nothing when you win by 3/10 at the finish line.
Indeed. Brett Allen coming up to the plate in Aeroflow lane on the Suzuki GSXF. with 1,186 cubes on board. He's doled in a 10.2, and Wayne Gummo has doled in a 9.9, and he's on board the Kawasaki ZX14R for Street Bike Drag School.
Both hotted up street bikes, and if you watch them, they're going to have very similar performance as they go past the tree. They're only separated by 0.2 of a second on their handicaps. The reaction times will mean everything. And Brett Allen, all the experience, 0.08 reaction time to a 0.3. He's got about nearly 0.3 advantage. Should have a safety buffer at the top end. Uses it well. 10.38 on a 10.20 to win. The losing time was a 10.1 on a 9.99 dial-in.
Probably the reaction time there, Stu, that made all the difference for Brett Allen. Well done. Simon Garbutt now, he looks like he's got a solo pass. He's on a Honda CBR, 600 cubes, and he's doled in an 11.10.
Now, these guys are going to really, really hot lap right now. We're going to need to get them to come around because they still need to run their semi-final. The semi-final is going to be between Garbutt and Brett Allen, while Paul Newhoff will be doing a solo into the finals.
And on a reaction time of 8.062, Simon Garbutt goes through with an 11.06 on a dial-in of 11.1. So very marginally under his dial-in, but he obviously takes the win, being the only one in that particular race, and he will now progress. So that's the end of modified bike. We're flying through these. Now we move on to competition bike. And competition bike is brought to us by Friday Sea-Doo and Can-Am, and a big thank you to Friday down there in Port Kennedy. That's Friday Sea-Doo and Can-Am. If you're looking to get out on the ocean, get out on the river, or you want an all-terrain vehicle, go and see Friday down at Friday Sea-Doo and Can-Am. You'll find them at Unit 111, Saltaire Way, Port Kennedy, not far from this complex as we speak here at the Perth Motorplex. And it looks like Daniel Natalotto from Byford coming out here in the Rocket Industries lane. Daniel on the Kawasaki ZX6 Ninja, which has got 599 cubes on board for Street Bike Drag School, Speci Clothing, Perth Kawasaki, JW Motor Parts and Gomoto Store. He's up against Trent Anthony on the Suzuki Kunyong with a TL1000R, a little bit larger capacity, in fact twice the capacity, with Vera Earthworks, Truck and Bobcat Hire, CAD Cut and Diamond Landscape. So Trent Anthony's got the boost on board, and he's got an index of a 7.78 because this is Group 2 racing. And Daniel Natalotto, his index is a 10.28. And they both have the same dial-in as the index, obviously. Daniel's on board the street bike, and the competition bike, Trent Anthony. Trent Anthony is in the Aeroflow lane. And of course, Daniel ranks Natalotto closest to us here in the Rocket Industries lane.
Comp bike with their Chicago shootout. The only two racers who have not been beaten are Gordon Crawford and Maury Cantarella. They're both on 100% at the moment. They're not racing each other in this round. Maury's going to race against Roscoe Smith. That's going to be a hard race. And Gordon is racing Roscoe Green. Another tough race. So if they both lose, then suddenly they're both on max. They both go into the final. Trent Anthony and Daniel Rangs and Natalotto. Good lead for Rangs.
Oh, third bold there for Trent Anthony. Oh.
Now, the bike guys do occasionally get a bit anxious and they move on their feet and just need to tuck the bike out of stage. And the system doesn't know if you've gone backwards or forwards. It just knows you're not there and it says red light start. So Rangs gets the win. He's gone 0.2 under with a 10.07. And I will start counting his wins up to see if he's got all the points.
As he set a new track record, he's certainly been setting plenty of track records recently as Rangs Natalotto.
Well, that's his only win tonight, so he's not going to be in the final by my reckoning.
That is a surprise. Unusual for him not to be in the final. Paul de Klerk on the D small cube altered bike. He's in the Aeroflow lane. And he's got his index, I should say, is 9.04. And Phil Patton, his index is an 8.86. He's on the competition bike.
Phil got loose last time, knocked one of the blocks. This is a very fierce turbo double D comp bike.
The Suzuki GSXR for Pace Motorsport and Statewide Oils.
0.2 light in one lane, 0.5 light in the other lane. The win with a 786, which is 9/10 under his handicap of an 8.86. A 786 goes to Mr. Patton, but I'm going to have a quick look and see if he's actually won any other ones, not according to my scribbles. So he's a one-time winner. The only double winners we have at the moment, Gordon Crawford and Maury Cantarella.
Chicago Shootout 3 of 3 for competition bike. Maury Cantarella, the Kawasaki ZX14 for Cudale Coatings. Motorrad Garage Welshpool. He's up against Ross Smith, the Rocket Industries, the Suzuki Hayabusa for Brock's Performance, Patterson Ducati, obviously Wayne Patterson Ducati in Bunbury, and FME.
Well, two favourites out there, the underdog, the favourite story, that is Maury Cantarella, and this beautifully engineered long swing arm bike, Mr. Smith. The way he leaves the start line, he's like a robot. Come along.
Maury's index, I say, is an 8.82. Ross Smith, an 8.65.
I think Ross has been watching Maury win some rounds. There was no way he was going to risk a red light. He let him go. He came out with a 0.4, nice and easy, runs an 8.0 and gets himself some points. Roscoe Smith with a win.
Now coming out, Philip Webster in the Suzuki Hayabusa. The Aeroflow lane up against Troy Thompson, another Suzuki Hayabusa for Dickers Speed Shop, Adrenaline Performance and Fabrication down there in Bunbury, RB Performance and McClure Motorsports.
Now I know there will be a consideration, and I believe it will most likely be if you've got 3 people that have won 2 rounds and have the same number of points, perhaps the winners will be the 2 that were closest to their national records or ran furthest under their indexes. Don't know, I will get told. Right now at the moment, Ross Smith has 2 wins. Maury Cantarella has 2 wins. Gordon Crawford has 2 wins.
Both the index being an 8.2, given they are both turbocharged altered bikes. Oh, better launch there for Troy Thompson in the Rocket Industries lane. I think he's going to be run over the top. I think Philip Webster's going to run away from him.
And he does.
And he does, yes.
Picks it up. 308 kilometres an hour, a 7.75, gets him the win on an 820 index or handicap, and it was a 794 in the other lane.
Yes, now Ross Green coming out the Aeroflow lane on board the Suzuki Hayabusa for Current Electrical and Motorcycle Electrics. The competition bike is an 8.42 up against Gordon Crawford, who's on the turbo competition bike. And his index, I should say, is an 8.15.
Now, this is where it gets interesting. We now have 4 riders with 2 wins. It's going to be a very complicated workout for the guys in the control here. They're going to be going back through all the paperwork, checking their star signs, trying to work out who gave them the most money earlier at lunchtime and who has the most beer in the fridge, and then we'll have our 2 finalists.
Yes, hopefully.
There's a lot of things you have to think about in drag racing.
Indeed. Hopefully Gordon Crawford will be able to change gears. He had a few problems with that going over the last few months. Let's hope it all works out for him. New EC unit on board. Looking good, Gordon, looking good. Great reaction time there from Gordon, a 0.074. And he goes through to take the victory. Well done, a 7.918 at 264 kilometres per hour. So that's just 0.2 under his index, which was an 8.15.
3 wins for Gordon Crawford, the moving man with the trophy truck. Looks good to head to the finals and potentially bring home his own trophy.
He's the only one we're confident about. The others that we will be told have a potential to go into the final are Troy Thompson, Roscoe Smith, Maury Cantarella, and who was the other one? Nope, that's about it. So we have 3 people who will compete with him, but we don't know which one it will be.
Indeed. Now we move on to the semis for top sportsmen. I see Phil Gales out there. Phil Rolls, I should say, in the Rocket Industry lane up against Paul Down. Paul Down in the VP Senator for Black Market Racing, LA Transport VP Racing Fuels. And Phil Rolls, the Mazda RX-4 for Chevy Power, Street Built Racing, Hort Family Racing, KTB Contractors and Applied Automotive Engineering. So Paul Down obviously in the Charged, a little bit of boost under the bonnet there of the VP Commodore up against
Oh, sorry,
Phil
mate.
Rolls. Yeah, I was just going to say Phil Rolls. I thought he had the centrifugal supercharger on, Procharger, I thought.
I thought he did, yes.
That's what I thought,
Been developing it for a little while. This class is becoming very interesting because you're finding that the really good performers are the ones that are back in the high 7s and 8s. Oh,
Phil's going nowhere.
Tires.
Yeah, Phil's going nowhere.
Turns them hard.
Yep, Paul down on a dial in of a 7.97, goes through with an 8.04, 247 kilometres an hour. And for Phil Rolls, it just didn't go well at all.
Oh, Phil made a fibber of me. I was just about to say, the guys that really aren't trying to beat up the start line but want to run the car down the track nice and smooth and get the numbers, you know, generally these guys will come out with fairly conservative RPM and then power on at the top of first through second and get the ET. And if they can repeat and do the same routine every time, they've got a great dial in. Phil's just boiled them off the line. I'm wondering if something might have gone wrong there.
I could have sworn Phil had a centrifugal Procharger. That's what I could have sworn.
I believe he did, yeah.
Yeah, so it didn't come up on the screen. Anyway, we move on now to Yvette Gregg versus Albie Bakranich. Yvette Gregg in the XY Fairmont for Subaru Falcon Spares. And she's got a dial-in of an 8.12 in the airflow lane. And it was Albie Bakranich, a dial-in of a 7.86. For Honey Road Racing, the Chevy Monte Carlo, Australian Ceramic Engineering and WA Racing Developments. Yvette Gregg got a little bit of boost under the bonnet. And so she's got a dial-in of an 8.12 and Albie Bakranich a dial-in of a 7.86, but this is an extremely quick car of Albie Bakranich with 565 cubic inches on underneath the bonnet.
There you go. That's
better.
Yvette at her best.
That's better.
The car performs well when it gets up on its hind legs.
Oh, look at the reaction times, both similar and similar across the stripe too.
Oh, an 8.24 for Yvette. She dialed an 8.12. And a 7.92 on a 7.86 is good enough for Albie. Albie goes into the next round. Let's have a look at the replay. This is what we've been waiting for.
With a pedal over the finishing line stripe, he knew that Monte Carlo was going to have a slight nose advantage ahead. As he picked up speed over, he gets off the gas, saves the run, and picks up the win light. Fantastic for the Australian Ceramics Engineering Monte Carlo.
The guys really, really do a great job. They cut good lights and they completely dominate and manage the finish line. That's the secret of dial your own handicap racing. It's not seeing the tree and leaving and then hoping that you get there first. You've got to know where the other person is and manage your race to suit them. He could have driven out the back door and given it away. He knew where she was. He won by enough.
He got off and then he got back on it. That's how the confidence was faring inside the cabin of the Monte Carlo of Albie Bakranich.
Now we move on to Supercharged Outlaws, brought to us by Performance Towing, 1-800-TOW for the best towers in the business. Good spotters fees. If you ever see an accident, call 1-800-TOW, Performance Towing. Vince Balladonna in the Aeroflow lane. For Balladonna Racing, the Holden LX Tirana, CFI Construction Supplies, Downrange, DTM, Mike Thomas, Dyson Pools, and Sagrado Coffees.
Uh-oh.
It's not Mark Hunt, is it?
We have Marks on the track, and Vince, unfortunately, will not be making this run.
Oh, that's disappointing.
That is a tragedy.
Oh, Vince Balladonna been, out of the run. He's in the Aeroflow lane. The no-show goes up for the LX Tirana, up against Mark Hunt, all the way from South Australia, Huntsman Racing. The 1956 Ford Custom line for Baines Engines, High-Tech Oils and Performance Wholesale will have the run to himself. And in actual fact, it's an easy victory when you got the track to yourself here for Mark Hunt, all the way from South Australia. Ford Custom line, absolutely beautiful. And his dial-in, by the way, is a 7.62.
What I really like about this event when we have visitors from the East Coast, we see so many local teams mentor and become friends with our visitors, tell them all about their experience here at the Motorplex. I've noticed for about 5 or 6 times that this team has come out to race, at least 4. Richard Zapier has come out with them and talked to them about the start line. He's not out there now. But the Huntsman team have improved every time they've raced. Very competitive. Dialing in a 762, running a 762 with a 1.
That's worth a finals appearance.
That's what you do. That's how you get into the finals. It's easy, this drag racing business.
two very beautiful cars, both with a little bit of chrome up the front, both from the classic era of automotive manufacturing. I love Supercharged Outlaws for the wide variety of vehicles. The good news is that's just fuel on the racetrack, and we don't have an oil down in the aeroflow lane. The bad news is Vince Belladonna didn't get to front that pass, and the team will surely be disappointed, but fuel is much better than oil. And the surface in the aeroflow lane is still tip-top. As we continue through, we're looking like Alan Mankoff is about to bring out the old little EH Ute in the aeroflow lane just now.
Ray is tipping on the window and holding up a sign saying Outlaw Radials, whether that is a message to the Outlaw Radial guys to get yourselves into the staging lanes, or a warning to us that Outlaw Radial might be hanging out the back there, ready to race right after Supercharged Outlaw.
Yes, as the semi of Supercharged Outlaws are, here she comes. Beautiful force-fed EH Holden. Alan Mankoff. Up against Jessica Mullins. Jessica Mullins in the funny car for Total Tint. Up against the force-fed EH Holden there of Alan Mankoff as he reverses up, both having done thumping big burnouts right up past the Triple M Snake Pit.
Jessica Mullins got there by going past John Ferguson, and Alan Mankoff got an easy run, a solo in, because Ryan Van Dyke was not able to front in his dragster. That was very sad.
Indeed, but it was good to see the John Ferguson car not strip another belt. They've had a little bit of bad luck so far today with belts, as has Matilda.
And run faster than they expected.
Yes.
Everything good came out of that lap. Stop using that trans brake.
Yeah, she looks good, she runs good, but yeah, just want to sort that belt issue out. Okay, so Alan Mankoff from Tom Price all the way down from up north for Alan Ericsson Builders, Boddington Mechanical and Auto Electrical, Benco Group. Alan Mankoff in the airflow lane. The EH utility has dialed in a 6.70, and Jessica Mullins has dialed in a 7.06 on the Chevrolet funny car for Phillips 66 Kendall, Total Tint and all fast torque converters.
Jess is out with a 0.1 light, Alan with a 0.2 light. Alan's going to threaten his dial in, and does it with a 6.689 on a 6.70. He threatened the dial in. He was a tenth slow on the start line. He had to go fast at the finish line. Jess gets the win. She dialed in a 7.06. She did not want him to go past. She ran a 7.04 with a 5, so she's a little bit under hers, but not as bad as Alan because she had 1/10 up her sleeve on the start. Great side-by-side race. That's the kind of supercharged racing I absolutely love. You can do it on a budget. They set the dial in themselves. They're not forced to go any faster. We are looking for professionalism, consistency, and great maintenance, and that makes champions. Having a quick look at the screen right now.
December 4 is Speedway night. It's the House and Land Expert WA Sprint Car Total with state pride on the line. Sensational speed cars powered at the Perth Motorplex for the John Day Classic. Plus a huge field of thundering V8 late models. John Day Classic WA Sprint Car Total for the House and Land Expert. Salute the General. Saturday, December 4. Tickets, motorplex.com.au. You'll be there.
Okay, folks, check out the big screen. Got a little piece on Pino Priolo's crew.
The beautiful sight of parachutes deployed in the shutdown area is one of the key things that drag racers look for to make sure the car is in the phases of slowing down in the deep end, and they are able to turn it around onto the return road and complete a successful pass. That all happens with preparation out here in the pits to get these cars ready and out into the lanes. We're going to briefly take you through how the parachutes work and how they pack them in to make sure cars like Pino Priolo's 37 Coupe can get down the track safely. First, it starts with the parachute that's filled out from the car. They make sure all the straps are untangled, and there's a very unique folding procedure that goes in to get this mess of parachute all folded up and into this bag. It all fits inside there. They carry the bag all the way up to the back of the car, and they fold all the straps in a procedure as well before they get the bag at the back here, and they pack it into these chute deployment springs. You can see this massive spring that's compressed in here. It's all of this packed down and held in with the pin at the moment. They wind it in with a strap. There's a little crank handle at the back there. They pull the spring down. They take this bag full of the chutes and all the straps. They pack it in. Then they pull the bag covers over, and they use a little cord that threads through this last one here to thread all 4 panels over the chutes, and then they pop this retracting pin through the cord like that, and it will hold everything down in the bag. And then before they start up in the staging lanes, they take out the chute pins. So then the chute is now loaded. And that is the key point. The chute is now sitting on the spring, and the only thing stopping it from deploying is this very thin piece of metal wire that is controlled from the lever in the car. The car goes through all its procedure, through the burnout, getting staged, down the track, a successful pass. Now it's time to throw the chutes. We'll come around here very quickly if we can. We'll get our camera around the back, and it comes down to throwing this lever inside the car. This is the chute deployment lever. You can see on the top, you can see the cables that run down the back of the car to the back, which operate that little steel cable which will release the chutes. If the driver fails to release the chutes manually in time, there is an automatic system. There's a little antenna and receiver at the back of the car that picks up on a signal down the deep end of the racetrack that will throw the chutes, and that is activated by this little cylinder here, which will throw the chutes in case the driver forgets to do so themselves. The chutes deploy, and if everything's been folded, packed, and set correctly, they'll blossom, pick up a whole bunch of air, and help decelerate these cars in the 600 metres of shutdown here at Perth Motorplex. It's a key safety feature, and one that the drivers do not take lightly. They are very selective about who they choose to pack their chutes, if they don't even pack them themselves, so that their safety is in their own hands, and that is how we make sure everyone is safe and sound, slowing down in the deep end here at Perth Motorplex. Here trying to film parachute packing on Pino Priolo's 37 Coupe. We've got double cameramen trying to film. I don't know which camera to look at here. It's top door slammer here at the 47th annual Golden States. Who am I talking to? You or you? Scruffy's trying to pack a chute. Flogger's trying to work on a rear end.
And nothing like too many cooks in the kitchen there, Corey.
Nothing like that.
Operators.
Nothing like Chris Mitchell's inside line during the day. Chris, that was an absolutely flawless package. Not a word was ill-spoken.
No.
Absolutely perfect. So well done to you. That was a great insight to the parachute deployment and the safety systems that keep these cars in check, slowing down from 400 kilometres an hour plus in 600 metres.
And also the redundancy in there as well. There's a little stuff that I learnt just from that package there. You have a little redundant sensor that goes off over the finish line as well, making sure that if, for example, the worst were to happen, at least the car's slowing down and you're not in Thomas Road, up a little bit further up the track.
That is the worst case scenario. Sometimes these cars can go so severely into tyre shake, it'll rattle the brain in the driver's head and his helmet and knock them unconscious. Now, at that point, the driver could still be on the throttle, and we are hoping and waiting for them to wake up. In these circumstances, this is where the automatic parachute system can be deployed in the top end and potentially be a lifesaver. Another great attribute to the last 4 or 5 years of Andra's,
sanctioning body, making sure that safety is paramount in our sport.
It's excellent that it's Pino Priolo as well. He's our man in our A final here for the Golden State. Oh, Golden.
Yeah, you nailed it. It's the Golden States. That's where we are.
It's the Golden States. It's getting late, Corey.
We're both in shirts.
Yeah, we're both in the shirts. These guys, oval diecast. Yeah,
I was going to say the same thing.
Diecast, these guys are selling these still heaps up there in the fashionable black, or as Chris said earlier on in his package, going up there and showing us through the incredible range of clothes and all sorts of stuff they have out there. They have the grey as well. Go up there, get your memorabilia from the Golden States. This is a fantastic opportunity to make sure you're a part of history.
And speaking from the heart, this is not a freebie. No. As soon as I got here, the first thing I did was go to Oval Track and Diecast, buy this shirt so you guys could see what was on offer up there across the weekend. It's the least I could do for that great crew who put in a fantastic effort year in, year out up there near the Burger Shack.
Yes, you can even see there's a little bit of golden fleck in there as well.
It's
How
very
good is
flash,
that?
very
Yeah,
flash.
very flash.
And great to have our other man who is on the back of the T-shirt in the final, Studer Baker, making it all the way to the A final up against Pino Priolo. Sensational turnout of Western Australian cars. 180 entrants turned out at the start of Friday. Here we are, bringing it home, and we're heading into Outlaw Radial.
Yes, but we've got a whole bunch of action. Make sure you stay in your seats. Get yourself fed and watered if you haven't already, because the action is only just about to start. We've been rolling through qualifying. We're rolling through semis. We're really close to finals action here at the Perth Motorplex. The 47th Annual Golden States.
Outlaw Radio is brought to us by Specialised Towing. And we thank them for coming on board and Specialised Towing. Firstly, straight away, we've got Timmy Rhodes coming out in the Pineapple. You can see him in the Aeroflow lane. And that'll be up against, I think, Philly Gardner in the Rocket Industries lane. Timmy Rhodes on board the Datsun 1200 utility. Nice burn out there by Philly Gardner. Oh, nice one. Got a little bit sideways, but controlled it beautifully. Phil Gardner on board the Chris Mitchell performance. Chris Mills performance VS Maloo Ute for Active Automotive's Performance Management Systems and Auto Masters in Maddington, along with Shields Garage and AA Developments on board the Pineapple, the Datsun 1200 Ute.
Nice big skid from Phil. He does like to light them up. Now, Ray Treasure hit the window again. Another message, important message, modified bike. We need to run your semi. We are looking for Paul Newhoff, Simon Garbutt and Brett Allen to the staging lanes, please.
Okay, so this is down to the Chicago Shootout. Round 3 of Chicago Shootout, brought to us by Specialised Towing for Outlaw Radial. Outlaw Radial, all about being on a radial. Can't have a wheelie bar unless you're the Pineapple.
Oh, he's buzzing him. A bit of drift work from the Pineapple. Philly G says, I don't like the look of that. I'm getting away from you. Drives away, runs a 791, Philly G. 791, 296 kilometres an hour. Well done, team.
Absolutely. It's a personal best for Philly Gardner.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. And look at the team down there. God, it's like Victor Bray's reunion. Is that Sully? And there's Hollywood. They're all out there being famous. Philly G's put so much effort into every team that's running WA, and it's good to see Craig Clasby and Sully and the boys giving him a bit of help. Well done. Not only on a Thursday night at that pub, also at the Drags.
Chicago Shootout round 3 for Outlaw Radial, and it's Kevin Bolton in the the Pontiac Trans Am for Chris Mills Performance, WA Racing Developments, All Fast Torque Converters, and of course Stewie Bond at WA Suspensions up against Connor Begley. Also Stewie Bond at WA Suspensions, Active Automotive Performance, and 89 Enterprise Garage Doors.
I said to Connor Begley, if it goes okay, put a sticker on your car. Gave him a handful of stickers. When I got down here after the first lap, he put it on the window. I said, thanks, mate. It drives good now. It's all driven from the back. It's the work that the Black Magic race car team have done.
Oh, this is
that's
very
sorted
even.
that out. This is a nice lap. Watch Kev put some power on. The big turbo wakes up, and Kev drives it out a 8.06. And 290 kilometres an hour. Connor running an 858, and that is not too bad at 250-ish.
Indeed not. No, that's Outlaw Radials. Round 3 of the Chicago Shootout. Specialised towing coming on board, and I see, looks like the Fox body Mustang's about to come out of Lorenzo Galotto. And unfortunately, Ben Piscaneri, the Ford Mustang, he had that little bit of an issue we spotted earlier on, and looks like he won't be, he's a no-show, so it'll be a solo pass here for the Ford Mustang Fox body.
Now, while this car backs itself up, since it's nice and quiet, once again, the announcement will go out. Modified bike, Paul Newhoff, Simon Garbett and Brett Allen, you need to be in the staging lanes now. This is your semi-final. We would like to race, get everyone into the final groupings. We can then prepare the track and run the finals from junior right through to top door slammer as one great big show.
And if you're feeling burnt out in your current job, why not consider a shift to a career in surface mining? Check out the wide range of jobs at ausdrillcareers.com. That is ausdrillcareers.com. Or do you want to supercharge your pay packet? Consider a career in underground mining. Check out the wide range of jobs at barmincocareers.com. That is barmincocareers.com. Thank you very much to the Parenti Group. Lorenzo Galotto, the entire track to himself.
He's going to take this very, very easy.
Yeah, as you would.
As in an easy win. We don't think he's going to be easy on the car. He wants this to hook and run. He does not know why it is being a bit of an animal on the start line.
And he's a racer. Into full stage. Oh, good reaction time. Turbo 0.017.
Oh, power's going on now. Bit of a dance at half track and runs a 7:42, quickest lap of the day. 7:42, 333 kilometres an hour. And that's what we expect from a car with oodles of horsepower.
Indeed, lots of potential in that car, as we've seen the DS team produce time and time again. Nothing but quality machines. The Pontiac GTO that Sam Galotto was running a couple of seasons ago up in competition was the fastest hydraulic camshaft LS in the world, doing it on a similar style boost. But this is the ultimate of radial racing. Big cubes, big boost, and it's great to see Lorenzo Galotto get a hot lap after many, many times of trying. He was Western Australia's most successful drag challenge competitor, and I think that says a lot for your commitment to go take your car across the country and drive it track to track. That car is in another league, but we hope to see him have a lot of success for it. We do believe it's destined for a 6-second pass.
Well, we move along to further Outlaw Radio. We've got Kyle Higgins coming out in the Aeroflow lane, and he'll be up against Daniel Kojic. So Kyle Higgins and the Higgos family racing.
Super Sedan Eliminator, and this looks like it's going to be the Super Sedan semi-final. And, yep, correctly. Oh, I see there was a Galotto up the top there. So we've jumped across the page. Daniel Kojic and Kyle Higgins, two cars we love to watch race. We say it every time it comes out, watch the front wheels on the Camaro. Because it does the same thing every time, it doesn't hurt his dial in. He can estimate exactly where he's going to be at the end of the track, but he loves the launch. Spaceship. Oh, red light that time. Higo's going to go into the next round. It was a red light for Daniel, and Kyle says, thank you. I love you forever, even though you drive a Chevy. This competition is going to be Matt Galotto, and we'll wait for him to come up.
Aeroflow has been manufacturing facilities all around the world with worldwide distribution. The race shop with houses and maintains over 12 Outlaw Nitro funny car. Aeroflow has the capability to ship straight to your door, whether it be one fitting or a full container of Aeroflow performance parts. We have a comprehensive product range for the global market for hot rods, drag cars, speedway, street machines, JDM, the compact sports racing cars, road racing, rallying, tractor pulling, off-road racing, motorcycles and marine market.
Matt Galotto comes out all by himself at 0.073, shows he's trying. He's dialed in a 9.04 and runs a 911. Now, you may wonder why we call this out. It's mainly so his competition knows how well he did going down the track, so they can get some fear in them before they come out to race, because he's going into a final against Kyle Higgins. That was Super Sedan, and their semi-final is run and done. We are marching forward relentlessly. Hopefully Mod Bike's out the back there. We've been waiting for you guys. Paul Newhoff is on a solo. Simon Garbett and Brett Allen will race for the right to compete in the final alongside Newhoff. But to get into that final, Paul Newhoff needs to come out, do a burnout, ride the bike into stage, get the green light, and then he can do a lap or go home or go back to the pits. It doesn't really matter. But he can't miss the call. When we call the field and the field arrives, if you miss the call, even though you're on a solo, you lose the race. You must front to run.
Well, he's heading down the pit paddock as we speak, getting towed along. We are waiting on him as he pulls up. He gets a healthy tow from a little scooter. But a little bit more in the excitement department. We've got Kelvin Lyle, who has pulled up a pew for a potential grudgie. And just doing the orchestration between Stuart Rowland and the team at the moment. We are being patient for Mod Bike just to make sure they can all be here and face, just like Stu said. But we're not far off seeing Kelvin Lyle from the Direct Mining and Industrial Summer Slam series with a major sponsor ride for a fresh hit down in the Rocket Industries lane.
I just wanted to point out that Super Sedan was brought to us by Enviro Exhaust. Is your vehicle feeling sluggish? No acceleration? Fuel economy gone? If the answer is yes to any of the above questions, then your diesel particle filter is more than likely blocked. Enviro Exhaust has the answer for you. We offer an environmentally friendly DPF cleaning service for all vehicles, including cars, vans, trucks and plant vehicles. We offer various services backed up by our no-quibble guarantee and a no charge if we cannot clean. Our process utilises the state-of-the-art and proven technology cleaning process, machinery purposely designed for the cleaning of DPF, DOCs, SCRs and catalytic converters. Just check out our website at dpfclean.com.au.
Great call there for Enviro Exhaust. Turn your attention up to the super screen to learn all about how we start these big supercharged motors with the starter motors right on top with Kelvin Lyle.
One of the most interesting aspects about top door slammer racing and many different categories in drag racing is the fact that they don't carry an onboard starter. Instead, they have an externally mounted unit that bolts itself onto the supercharger. They fire the car up, take it away, and once the car's running, there's no outside assistant. We're talking through here. We've got a set of dogs on the front of this starter motor that key themselves into the receptacle dogs on the front of the supercharger. You can see they're tapered one direction, and that sits directly on there. Darren White is here to talk us through the process and what they go through to get these cars started before they send them down the track. Take us through it, Darren.
Yes, well, we always make sure the dogs are all the way back, and then we'll clip it into these holes in the front here. When we get it in, click it anti-clockwise so it's locked in tight, and then wind the dogs in so that they're contacting all the way, and then it's tight. And then we grab the remote leads for the battery, plug them in, then we've got power. And then when the driver's right and happy, and the bloke with the fuel to spray into the hatch ready to start it, when the driver tells us, we can click the starter and that'll spin the engine over and start it. Once it fires, it'll release the dogs, and then you can just unclip it, the car will be running, and take it away, and then the car's ready to go.
So majority of cars, you can run an onboard starter if you want to carry the extra weight all the way down the quarter mile, but the most of people do run these external starters, and that's why you see them leaning over the front of the car and trying to start these things up just before they come out from behind the Chris Mills Performance Bridge here at Perth Motorplex.
A fantastic little package there from Chris Mitchell about those starter motors. He has a whole bunch of different tech segments coming up, and the only way you can see them, the new ones at least, is coming down here to the Perth Motorplex. Every couple of weekends we run an event, maybe every weekend, one after the other. Motorplex.com.au for all your tickets. We've got events running next weekend over on the Speedway side, and also we've got an hour of power on our Snake Pit, our Triple M
92.9 Snake Pit, new sponsorship from Triple N. How good's that ad, boys, with the giraffe? It's a fantastic ad.
I love a good giraffe ad.
I love it. How oddly specific. Anyway, guys, we're rolling on here. We've finally got our modified guys, our mod bike, out for their semi-final, and we're rolling into finals really soon here for the 47th annual Golden States.
So it is time, modified bike on track right now. This is getting into their semi-final, and it is going to be Pops, Paul Newhoff in the burnout box getting ready to go. He has a solo. All he really has to do, Sean, is accept the green light, and he can roll his way down the quarter mile at the most leisurely pace. But we know that's not how he rolls.
No, I was going to say, we wouldn't like to see that. No. We would like to see him put a good time out there. And a big thank you to Perth Harley-Davidson for sponsoring Modified Bike. Very much appreciated. And they've been good supporters of the Perth Motorplex and Modified Bike. And so it's Paul Newhoff coming out in the Kawasaki Z900. The 1428 Cs, Forbes and Mills Engineering, BL and SG Lake Brick Cartage on board his sponsors. Paul Newhoff, the track to himself.
And there we go. He's through to the final. It's an 038 reaction time. He's getting it done. It's tidy down track, and it sounds crispy as he runs it through the back door. It's an 871, 235 kilometres per hour. Paul Newhoff punches his ticket on his way to the final tonight here for the 47th annual Golden States.
I like that. Dial in of an 8.6 delivers an 8.7 when he had it all run for himself. Well done. Brett Allen now comes out with the Suzuki GSXF. He's in the Aeroflow lane up against Simon Garbut in the Honda CBR. Simon Garbut has got a dial in there of 11.1 and Brett Allen with a dial in of a 10.2. So just the 1 second there, you'll see that Simon Garbut in the Rocket Industries lane will have a almost a full second pass.
So Garbut on the street bike will leave first. He's got a slightly better reaction time. It's 0.020 for Garbut. 0.090 for Brett Allen. Brett's going to have to chase him down. Garbut gets through. He runs 11.185 on an 11.10. We have Paul Newhoff with the massive wheelie bar going to the final. And then Simon Garbut on the freaking street bike in your final for Modified Bike, brought to you by Perth and Rockingham Harley-Davidson here at Perth Motorplex.
Well, that's the way it works, isn't it? And some great news, folks. We've got a Grudgy coming up. It's actually Kelvin Lyle, I believe. Am I right? It's Kelvin Lyle coming out for a spin.
Sure, one of the best guys and girls here at the Perth Motorplex. This is a treat. This is a treat. This is a little sample of what we've got to show you later on tonight. This is top door slammer. This is Kelvin Lyle. This guy can run a number, can't he, Corey?
He certainly can. He's got the likes of Stuart Rowland out in the middle of the racetrack, someone who's held multiple AA, being alcohol-fueled, supercharged combinations, records here at the Perth Motorplex. They've got help from overseas. They've got help from over east. They just want to run a great number this weekend in front of the crowd here at the Golden States.
Oh, and you can hear at Perth Motorplex, you need to make some noise. He's coming out off his own back, Kelvin Lyle, as he comes out. I want to hear you scream. I want to hear you shout. That's what it's all about as these guys come out for grudges. This is a real treat. Kelvin Lyle coming to the start line.
Oh, the 1967 Ford Mustang. Absolutely great to see it come out for a grudgy, Chris. We hate it when they get eliminated because we miss out on our door slammers, but it's great to see him come out and do a solo pass.
And you know what? We become so invested in the stories, as do our fans. Thank you so much for joining us for the 47th Annual Golden States. We get so wrapped up in everyone's progress through these events that it almost breaks our hearts to see them go out.
It does,
to bring them back for one last hurrah in a fan appreciation, consolation run, grudge match, whatever you want to call it, to have a car go down the racetrack, and especially big, bad, blown Mustangs that belong to Direct Mining and Industrial's very own Kelvin Lyle. Man, the number of times he's had the torque converter out of this car, I I had the pleasure of standing in and watching them work on it in the back of his amazing transporter, which you've seen all about up on the super screen.
We have indeed.
And getting the torque converter pulled apart, changing out the stator. They are throwing everything in this because Kelvin is just frustrated the car's not doing what he wants it to do. It's pulling around and doing all sorts of weird stuff down the quarter mile. And you can see Kelvin's frustration because he just wants to run a number in a straight line. Let's see if he can turn something up for the fans here at the Golden States.
Oh, has to have a little bit of a stab at the accelerator. This is going to be pretty good, though, I reckon.
There was a pop in the top end.
Bugger.
That was a big pop in the top end, a flash of flame from the burst panel, assumedly behind the injector hat. He did have a pedal, though, and you could hear it going through the gears. It's not a good sound when it goes like that, though, for Kelvin Lyle.
Now they've put it all online, Perth Motorplex. Give them a round of applause, the Lyle team. That's exactly what we wanted to see. It all out on the track. And as in the replay, Chris, you could see that burst panel goes bang. A little bit of methanol pumping out the top there. And the chutes go out just to make sure it safely comes to a stop. But that was a great exhibition pass from my guys from Kelvin Lyle Racing. And for, what a fantastic grudgy that was.
Yeah, another replay from the top end, and it's a real challenging adventure to go just 402 metres. He had a pedal. It finally found its feet back on the surface, didn't turn the tyre, but maybe it thought it went further than it did. It shifted all the gears. We heard it go into fifth, but one of the most fascinating things is we see the pop, but it takes a little while for the sound to get to us. That is how far away that car is and how the speed of sound gets back to us at the start line.
It's an odd sensation when you're sitting up here, but as we roll on with a couple more grudgies, we're getting close to finals, up to Formula Tech Race Control.
So grudgies to bring us in. This is a final opportunity to show some love to you guys, our fantastic fans here at Perth Motorplex for the 47th Annual Golden States. Your racers who have spent all weekend here, even from Thursday at Test and Tune. They're qualified all through Friday. They qualified today. And for a lot of them that you can't always make it to the final. Only 2 in each category, in each bracket, will go through to the final. This is a chance to get out and just hang one more lap for fun and put on a show for the fans here at Perth Motorplex.
Owen Rose on the Daytona. His reaction time a 0.043 up against Christopher Fryer, who's on the... okay, so Owen Rose went through with a 10.415 at 214 kilometres, and Christopher Fryer went through with a 10.79 at 226 kilometres.
Battle of the stretched out swing arm buddies here. Jared McLean, J-Mac, our boy on the Savage Motorcycles Kawasaki ZX-10. Plays against his mate with the slightly longer swing arm. I got a bigger arm than you, says Luke Seaton on the Yamaha R1 for a bit of a grudge match. I think Luke's got a quicker bike, but we'll see what they can throw down in a grudge match here. Both taking a bit of a moment to get into full stage. Oh, and it's a red light for Luke.
And J-Mac doesn't. In fact, they both got red lights.
J-Mac red lit. So he red lit himself out of eliminations, and then he red lights in a grudge in front of his mum. Of all people, mum came all the way down to watch J-Mac red light in a grudgy.
But he gets the win anyway, for the sake of a grudge.
It's all good and having fun. The next pairing, check out this Harley Sportstar from Sean McGarry. He lines up against Doug Jeffcoat. But this Sportstar, Sean, Loaf was telling me from Bag of Tricks Custom Cycles was telling me that Sean put this together in his garage and in his shed over the space of about 10 weeks. And it is a mean Harley.
Better reaction there for Doug Jeffcoat. 0.022.
And he's going to win it. He wins it based on reaction time. That's a whole shot win if you've ever seen one, Sean.
Yeah, 11.315 at 195 kilometres an hour.
He beats out McGarry on the 11.1, but because he had a better reaction time...
By 0.2.
He gets to the finish line first by a margin of 18 thousandths of a second to pick up the win by 11 inches.
Indeed. Here comes the 1938 Chevy Coupe. 38, got to get it right. Got the horizontal bars, not the grill, not the vertical grill.
Sean, just a little news on J-Mac there. That bike, that's the quickest it's ever run in this state.
Oh, right.
So J-Mac finishing on a absolute high. He's been working on that bike and we've all been following it up in the commentary box. He is going to be so stoked with that. Zoe, his partner, was awesome, was saying it was the best thing to happen all weekend. Fantastic result for J-Mac.
Now he just needs to cut a light.
That's exactly right. He needs to get a green one.
So battle of the South Australians here. Anthony Rochella in this modified hot rod. This runs under AHR, A/HR. It is awesome. The 38 coupe that looks fantastic. We would call it the sister body to that of Pino Priolo, which we will see out later tonight for your top door slammer final. And he plays against the Commodore in the other lane. Two South Aussies making the trip over. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands for the travelling drivers.
Oh, good reactions on both sides. Oh, Rochella's got this sewn up. Look at him fly away in the 1938 Chevy Coupe. He goes across with an 8.163 at 267 kilometres an hour, defeating the Commodore with a 9.646 at 225 kilometres an hour.
That's the beauty of Grudge racing, because they're actually running in different brackets over the course of the weekend. So Rochella,
but they're both South Aussies.
He gets to run against his mate, and that's the important part here. J-Mac is pumped on the return road. And that's the most excited I have ever seen J-Mac. So he's pumped to run a number here on the Kawasaki.
Yes, he was less excited earlier on saying we got that red light. I think Phil Lure from High Octane Photography got a nice photograph of actually the red light coming off his visor. And he's going to send it to him, and you can only imagine his reaction. But now he's going to post at his fastest time. I'm sure all will be forgiven.
That's when you know you messed up. That red light shining into your visor. As we have a Bo Higgins in the Falcon, who was sitting out in front of the Chris Mills Performance Bridge, now going back behind.
Exactly, he's found reverse gear.
There's a bit of work going on down the racetrack here, as we were rolling through some Grudge racing. And it looks like we are throwing out the 8th mile boards, which means we are getting ready for junior dragsters, and not too far away from the finals here at the 47th annual Goldenstates at Perth Motorplex. So just a red hot moment, and we will be into finals time here at Perth Motorplex.
And the junior dragsters are brought to us by Enviro Exhaust. Is your vehicle sluggish? No acceleration? Fuel economy gone? If the answer is yes to any of the above questions, then your diesel particle filter is more than likely blocked. Enviro Exhaust has the answer for you. We offer an environmentally friendly DPF cleaning service for all vehicles, including cars, vans, trucks and plant vehicles. We offer various services backed up by our no quibble guarantee and a no charge if we know clean. Our process utilises the state-of-the-art and proven technology cleaning process, machinery purposely designed for the cleaning of DPF, DOCs, SCRs and catalytic converters. Check out our website at dpfclean.com.au. That is dpfclean.com.au for more information. Just one more I'd like to get out, and that is, of course, Triple M. Triple M, home of rock on 92.9 FM. Triple M are a venue partner of the 2021-2022 drag racing season and the Triple M Snake Pit. Tune in to 92.9 and visit the Triple M website for Perth Motorplex competitions and giveaways. Triple M, proudly supporting drag racing at the Perth Motorplex. And while we have a little bit more of an opportunity, Formula Tech Performance.
Got some juniors down on track and Nick Marta down there.
As I have Jaron McLean, J-Mac on the Savage Motorcycles, Bentley Auto Pro as we wait for those to go through. Savage Motorcycles, Auto Pro Bentley on board with these guys. Brilliant work. That is That's the fastest you've ever run in this state, according to Zoe. Is that true?
That was the quickest that we've run, and of course it had to happen at Grudge's after we've red lit against our pit bay partner, Simon Garbart. He's on song for a finals finish here tonight, so fingers crossed he can take it all the way for the big win. But I reckon, we know it's Grudge's, but we're going to give some love to the crowd out there, so I'm going to go give a little shirt away to one of the kids that's on the front row.
Oh, beautiful. He knows how to do it. This man knows how to do it. Guys, give us a wave. J-Mac's going to give away some free stuff. Jared McLean, Savage Motorcycles, and Auto Pro Bentley on board. As a couple of very loud grudges go past, J-Mac, one of the nicest blokes in the field. You'll find him on 2nd Avenue if you want to have a chat. He's been polishing up his bike, ready for the kids. So if you've got a silver ticket, go and say hi to J-Mac. He's more than happy to talk about his bike. He's taken this up in the last couple of years. Extremely passionate man, and one of the young racers can look up to. J-Mac, we salute you, mate. We'll go to our last pass of grudges here for the junior dragsters, and it looks like we're rolling into finals here at the Golden States.
It's a bit of action for the grudgies happening down on track. Tyler James will play against Cooper Moresby in a grudge match for the last pairing of grudgies, and we're not too far away from finals here, Sean.
Absolutely, and both these races are B junior dragsters, so their index, they shouldn't go under, should I say, is 8.6 seconds. We've got two brothers racing here. Cooper Moresby on board for West Coast Smash Repairs, BL and SG Lake Brick Cartage. And he's taking on Tyler James, the Aeroflow lane for ADR Engines, Audio Image, Chris Mills Performance, Redline Oil, and Boucher Fabrication.
They finally accept the green light. Cooper Moresby.
Look at Tyler James' reaction time.
Yeah.
Almost perfection.
001. And Cooper Moresby went a little early. It was a red light for Cooper. Tyler James will pick up a win light for the ADR Engines, and Chris Mills Performance. Honey, I Shrunk the Top Fueler junior dragster entry against Cooper Moresby in a grudge race. Nick Marta, where are you at and what have you got for us?
Well, I'm making my way over to the guys over in the silver section, just in front of the 92.9 Triple M Snake Pit. I've got a couple more giveaways. This is the last I've got, guys, so I'm going to give it away to the craziest of kids down on the front. You guys need to come down the front. I can't come in there with you, otherwise I'm going to be eaten alive, guys. So we'll just make our way over there. All the kids. Who wants some free stuff? I don't think we can hear him. I don't think we can hear him.
No, we need
guys,
better than that.
Do you want some free stuff? I might make my way over there if they give me a bit more of a shout. We've got a couple more kids coming through. Hey guys, do you want a free hat? Free water bottle? Oh, no, they don't want any water bottles. I'll keep those. I'll keep those.
Hats are cooler.
Hats are way cooler. Maybe a stubby holder for the adults here. Oh, the Western Nationals 50th anniversary West Coast Challenge shirt. I like that. Some stuff from our guys at Ampol as well. I'm going to take this out of the plastic. I don't know why I give these kids any plastic. Ampol, Mobile One, sponsoring the return road here at the Perth Motorplex all the way into the Snake Pit. Make sure you check motorplex.com.au for all your tickets rolling in to the meat and potatoes of the season. We've got so much action happening, so keep on top of it. Motorplex.com.au. Who wants a water bottle? Oh, God, that's not loud enough. Who wants a water bottle? Okay, I think, who's looking dehydrated? I'm looking for kids who are dehydrated. Who's thirsty? Who's thirsty? I'm dehydrated. There you go, kiddo. Excellent stuff. We've got some more
Bottle's
stuff.
bigger than he is.
Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, he's done a good job. Ampol, more Ampol stuff. Who wants a hat? Who's looking sunburned? Who's looking sunburned? You should have slipped, slop, slapped. Oh, you definitely need a hat right there. Awesome stuff. I like your braids, though. Make some pop in the lights here at the Perth Motorplex. One more hat. One more hat. We might make our way up this way. Might make our way up. No, we're going to go back this way. I'm going to make Dean work for it. Come back this way, Mace. Come back this way. Maybe this way, I reckon. One more hat for you right there. Awesome stuff, guys. Thank you very much for coming down to the Perth Motorplex here for the Golden States. It is an awesome event, and we're just about to roll through into finals. We're getting a little bit of track prep done. Awesome stuff by Chris Mitchell a little bit earlier on today. He was talking about the tractors and how we actually prep the track ready for today's event. Lots of track prep going on leading up on the Thursday, on the Wednesday. As we look up on the big screen, he will show us how that's done.
Here at Perth Motorplex, we take pride in making sure we can deliver the best drag racing surface in the country, maybe even in the world. And it starts with our preparation of the drag racing strip. We're here just before the main program kicks off at the 47th Annual Golden States to take you through how they go about it. And it all starts with these tractors 4 days before we even show up for race day. They use these big John Deere tractors. They get out the scraping attachment and they'll use the scraper to lift off all the rubber that sits on top of the burnout box and down around the start line before they come out with this heavy sled. This is a weighted bar sled on the back of the tractor that they'll use after that to rub down the surface and get it ready after they've sprayed a little bit of this start line resin. The start line resin comes in this nice little bottle. They walk along and spray the resin down and it acts as just a primer. Like you'd put primer on a car body before you're about to paint it. They spray this down on the exposed concrete and then they rub it with the heavy sled for about the first 300 foot of the racetrack until all of that exposed concrete is now covered with a layer of rubber. The next day they come back out and they'll spray it down and get it ready to go again. They'll continue rubbing it with sleds in the morning. Then in the afternoon they'll come out with the washing machines. You see these out throughout race main events. They'll come out with the Tenant machines and wash the track down before they spray it with a 50-50 mix inside this big tank that's incredibly sticky and you don't want to touch. This is a 50-50 mixture of PJ1 racetrack glue emulsified in methanol. We spray the track down and that just creates that little bit of tacky surface on the very top of the racetrack. That's 3 days before race event. Then come the day before, we rinse and repeat and do the same process. Wash the track down with the Tenant machine, spray it down with the 50-50 mix, give it a little bit of a rub if needed before we come to race day, and even then in the morning it's another process of wash the track down, spray it with the mixture and more laps for a couple of solid hours with 2 tractors going up and down the track all morning long to deposit rubber into the racetrack. The goal is to try and make it nice and smooth with a lot of rubber sitting on top of the surface that is also tacky due to this mixture. On race day, they up the mixture again to make sure there's an even stickier surface sitting right on top of the rubber of the racetrack, and they could even go up to 70, 30, or even 80% of the glue emulsified in 20% of the methanol inside this big tank on the back of the John Deere tractors. So when you come here on race day and you expect a nice sticky racetrack, all the work that goes in behind the scenes from the dedicated team of individuals here at Perth Motorplex is one of the main reasons why this track is one of the greatest to come racing on in Australia, if not the world.
Chris Mitchell, 100% correct there. I'd like Dean to just come down to the track. This is our start line. You can sort of see how sticky it is. It is incredibly sticky. As we walk up to the starting box, just up here, this is pretty much the stickiest part of the racetrack. They're just rubbing that stuff in. It's just so sticky, and you'll be able to experience this. We're having a track party tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a fantastic event just after the last top door slammer pass. Once they get off the track, everything's safe. We'll get the go-ahead, and we'll let you guys know. You can come down and experience yourself, experience what Chris just set up there, how these guys prep this track with that 50-50 mix of that essentially sticky glue and methanol, and it smells oh so sweet, Chris. You know that.
It's sickly.
It is sickly sweet. It almost burns your eyes. It's that mostly because of the methanol, I'm guessing, in there. But it's a fantastic way of getting everything nice and sticky. You can actually see this is just a concrete pad. Just a concrete pad here, and what they do is make it nice and sticky. And if they didn't do that, we wouldn't be running anywhere near 5-second passes for top door slammer, Chris. It is a fantastic way of getting that track absolutely primo, especially in the hot conditions. These guys have been doing a bang-up job over the past few days. The test and tune and 2 days here at the Golden States, the 47th Annual Golden States. They're all volunteers and they all give their time to come down and prep the track. We can give them a round of applause for all our volunteers that make the Motorplex what it is today. What a fantastic venue it is, as we see some of our junior dragsters lining up in the lanes as Ray Treasure, who runs our drag racing side here, he wants to load those lanes up so we have a shotgun of action coming through. As we go to the super screen, one of our new sponsors here of the Snake Pit, 92.9 Triple M.
Okay, the 3 most important things you need to know about building a house. Number 1, if it's your first home, the government give you $10,000 and you don't pay any stamp duty. That's a huge savings cost. Number 2, we encourage you to customize the home as much as possible. Okay, it doesn't have to be off the plan. Normal consultants will try and give you a plan that's as is. We don't. We want you to completely customize. And number 3, you're off your head if you don't come and speak to us. We've got a panel of builders who can guarantee build times under 12 months in this market, so you're crazy if you don't come and see us. Reach out. Cheers.
Inject your Saturday with some Nitro. Nitro Max brings WA's best 4,000 horsepower nitro-fueled monsters to Perth Motorplex, Saturday, December 11. Nitro in all its glory, great fun for the family. Plus your favourite dragsters, funny cars and Nitro bikes for one explosive night of Nitro horsepower. Get your Nitro fix at Nitro Max, Saturday, December 11 at Perth Motorplex. Get your tickets, motorplex.com.au.
So I got a bit of inside line on some big moving and shaking in our pack heading towards finals. When we run the big ANDRA-sanctioned events, there are a certain amount of fuels that are sanctioned to be racing. Now, we had competition motorcycle in a fantastic Chicago shootout format where there was no eliminations and all the guys came out and rapped on the gas and put on a fantastic show. Unfortunately, one of our riders has run into an issue where one of the fuels that they were using, or the fuel they were using in their bike, has no longer been accepted in the rule book. So we've had to do a bit of a shuffle. Now, Troy Thompson had accepted not going to the final. They drained the fuel out of the bike. They'd run CRC and turned it over on the starter, basically packed up the entire show and had the bike almost in the trailer. They got a tap on the shoulder and they're told they're heading towards the final. So we got a little moment as the team frantically put that bike together, and great to see that Troy Thompson gets his chance to take home a gold Christmas tree. That's the inside line from down here in the pits.
Big calls to make as we get closer to the finals time. It is all in that red-hot pursuit of an ANDRA Christmas tree. This is the 47th annual Golden States at Perth Motorplex. One of rare opportunities, only 2 opportunities afforded in the West Coast to reset an ANDRA national record and to claim an ANDRA Christmas tree on home turf. This is like hallowed ground for WA drag racing enthusiasts and the events that so many people look forward to all season long. It is getting closer and closer to the final dance to decide who's going to pick up themselves a Christmas tree. Water going down in the box. Ladies and gentlemen, in the house at Perth Motorplex, are you ready for some finals? Nick Marta, did that actually go too well?
It actually went to air, but they're not excited enough.
No.
Perth Motorplex, are you ready for some finals? That's a little bit better. The juniors are coming out for their final pass here at the 47th Golden States.
And Junior Dragster is brought to us by Enviro Exhaust, and we thank them very much for their sponsorship of Junior Dragsters.
Beautiful stuff. It's great to have them on board. And we go for some Junior Dragsters. There is a one, Seth Jarvis, in the Aeroflow lane from Yangebup here in Western Australia. And he will line up alongside Jet Martin from Jindalee here in Western Australia in the Intolerance Racing Junior Dragster. Jet plays an A Junior Dragster. He is dialed in an 8.08 dial-in in the Rocket Industries lane with the beautiful blue and black and silver flames. Seth Jarvis on a B Junior Dragster entry is playing on an 8.57. He is playing the cards underneath the cutoff for the B Junior Dragster entry.
Absolutely. Here we go. The final, folks, for the 47th annual Golden States. A red light straight away for Seth Jarvis, and he has handed the victory to Jet Martin. So it'll be Jet Martin who goes home with the Andra Gold Christmas tree for the Golden States here on the 47th annual here at the Perth Motorplex for 2021. Seth Jarvis breaking out. I mean, a red light, very disappointing. But Jet Martin, I should say, takes the victory.
How would you be going all the way through? You see the great camaraderie and sportsmanship. Even Lucas Green is down there congratulating winners and shaking hands and enjoying the action. A red light to decide the final here in Junior Dragster. And Jet Martin will pick up a Andra Christmas tree here at the Golden States. There's hugging, there's kissing, there's crying. This is a huge family sport, isn't it?
It is, and the family gets a little bit more excited because the Martin and Intolerance Altered has done exceptionally well, so it's not the end of their weekend just yet.
How about that? More to come here for the Martin family as we swap the track out from the 8th mile. We're going to double the racetrack distance as we continue on. It should be Super Street due to come out next, and I spot the boys in blue and red. It is a bit of beat the heat action of Mike Caridi about to come on and throw the switch for some lights in the Rocket Industries lane.
And I do suspect it'll be the Monaro of the Thornley Automotives Racing. It is indeed. And this will be Ashley, I think this is Ashley Rowe, Kirsty Rowe. I'm sorry about that, Kirsty. Kirsty Rowe for Thornley Automotive Racing, the Holden Monaro with for Dale Signs, Mother Car Care, I should say, Street Quick Performance up against Beat the Heat. Michael Caridi, Beat the Heat, all about the road safety message, do it on the track and not on the streets. And Michael Caridi had a magnificent day so far today. The leading Beat the Heat out there, that is the VF SS Commodore with the 6.2 litre LS3 on board. And the Holden Monaro, Kirsty Rowe. This is the final, folks, for Super Street, the 47th annual Golden States.
Super Street brought to you by WA Suspensions. For one final time, we have two Holdens on the start line. It's the Plot chasing a Monaro for your final here at the Golden States. Beat the Heat. They want to beat it to the finish line. And 11.11 for Kirsty Rowe, plays a 10.79 for Caridi. Caridi has to do the chasing. He has a better reaction time. 0.36 on the light. Plays a .133 here for Kirsty Rowe. Who's going to get there to the top end first? Caridi's on the brakes, but he breaks out. Kirsty Rowe takes the win. Mike Caridi goes two quicks, 10.77 on a 10.79 dial-in. Kirsty Rowe, the Rowe family and the Thornley Automotives team pick up the win and an Andra Christmas tree here in Super Street, brought to you by WA Suspensions.
How good is that though, Chris? The double breakout in the semi-final for these guys, and then the breakout gets them over the line. Kirsty Rowe and the Thornley Automotives team, that's a Christmas tree, another one in their cabinet.
Check out the replay up on the super screen. This was an uber-tight race here. Caridi, he was even on the brakes in the top end, trying to manage the speed through the quarter mile. You want to get a nose in front and then not break out. And look at that. Having to do the chasing can be all the difference sometimes. As they run it to the top end, check out how tight it was at the very end of the racetrack. And Caridi getting there too early and breaking out even with the brakes on to try and slow things up.
Now we go. Here we got the Perth Harley-Davidson modified bike. We've got Simon Garbett on the Honda CBR there in the Aeroflow lane up against the Kawasaki Z900 of Paul Newhoff of Forbes Mills Engineering, BL and SG Lake Brick Cartage. All the way from Heathridge, Paul Newhoff up against Simon Garbett. Simon Garbett is a D modified bike. He's got a dial-in of 11.1, and Paul Newhoff a much faster dial-in of an 8.68 in an A modified bike. So Simon Garbett will have approximately a 2.5 second head start here, and Paul Newhoff will drag him down and see if he can overtake him by the time to get to the stripe.
Garbett gets into full stage. He will leave first. Newhoff sitting there for an eternity, and it's a red light. Pops goes too early, .032 on a red light. And Simon Garbett on a street bike CBR, picks up an Andrew Christmas tree and modified bike. You can do it on a street bike, he says. And Simon Garbett will go home with a Christmas tree. Even J-Mac is pumped and he's hugging people.
Half the mod bike, street bike fraternity down here on the start line, congratulating the Garbett team. He's happy, he's stoked at the deep end. Great pictures. Hopefully get a replay of that pass up on the super screen as we see our other categories come through. The Chris Mills Performance Bridge as a replay up on the super screen. So happy Garbett there. Off the line nice and quick, but that red light, that red cherry, you can see the hands up on the start line. How good is that? That winning feeling.
The emotions will be certainly running high for that one. And if Simon Garbett isn't crying, then he's Man of Steel, basically, because have to be flying high after picking up that win light in the shutdown area. What a great night here. We got more finals to come. It's time for Super Sedan.
Super Sedan brought to us by Enviro Exhaust. And coming out to play is Kyle Higgins from Parkerville in the Aeroflow lane. Beautiful XW Falcon. Up against... And that'll be Matt Galotto. Matt Galotto coming out in the VL Commodore, the black VL Commodore coming out. In actual fact, he's been disqualified. So this will be a solo pass here for Kyle Higgins.
He hasn't fired at the bridge.
No, the Ford XW Falcon for Midland Soils and Sands, Midland Minicrete and Barley Stones and Gardens. Let's hope that he can just accept the green light. I think he'll go all the way.
Yep, and he's done it. Kyle Higgins takes a green light here in the final. He went early.
He did too.
He went early, but he will take the light. And Kyle Higgins runs the Falcon to an Andrew Christmas tree here at the Golden States in Super Sedan for Enviro Exhaust.
Gotta love that. Kyle Higgins dialed in a 9.51, delivered a 9.52. When you've got the entire track yourself, you've already taken victory. Well done to the Higgins family.
That's
now we move on to modified. Sorry about that. We move on to modified. Daryl Treasure. Now this will cheer our boss Ray Treasure up if he can take home another Christmas tree as he did at the Western Nationals earlier this year. So here we go. Daryl Treasure. Let's see. He's got from Canning Vale. He's on board the Cleveland Express. And he's at this stage, it might be another solo. I hope that's not the case. No,
there's green shirts down there for Casey McClure.
So there is Casey McClure. Now this will be a tough match. This will be a ripper match. Daryl Treasure, the Cleveland Express in the Aeroflow lane. And we're just waiting on Casey to come through the Chris Mills Performance Bridge. There she is for McClure Motorsport. So the Don Davis dragster for Urban Concrete Solutions, Haltech, Rotomotion, all fast torque converters there for Casey McClure in the Rocket Industries lane. And the Cleveland Express, Daryl Treasure, the Ford T-Bucket, 428 cubic inches of Vulcan panel and paint there in Canning Vale, Applied Automotive Engineering, Auto Touch and Lethal Industries. Now Daryl Treasure has dialed in a 7.9 in the Aeroflow lane. Casey McClure, a 7.73. So there's very little in this, just 2/10. In fact, 17 100ths of a second. 17
hundredths of a second is the call. That will be the difference between them. For the lights to go green, then send them down the racetrack. Now, on either side of the tree, you have one very experienced driver coming out to play in the form of Daryl Treasure.
Oh, yes.
And you have this young pistol, Casey McClure. She has lit the world on fire in her new and fledgling modified career, straight away finding pace with this car and turning on some pretty awesome results. And she has the entire family behind her. In fact, Mr. Treasure has the entire family behind him as well. This is going to be a big moments and flashbacks to runs previous, because this isn't the first time we've had these guys matching up in a final here at Perth Motorplex. McClure lights up the top bulbs. Treasure bumps in now. Goes to full stage. We are go. Treasure will go first. McClure chases him. She has the better reaction time by 200ths of a second, but it's a dead heat through the mid-track at the finish line. Treasure is not in front. Casey McClure wins.
Oh, no.
Well, she wins by 0.017 feet.
Absolutely nothing in it. Nothing in it over the stripe. Oh, what a magnificent race there. Casey McClure, the McClure family, congratulations. Let's check out the replay on the big screen.
What an awesome race. 0.017 feet. 5.2 millimeters at the finishing stripe.
I thought Daryl had this, but look at Casey.
That is incredible slow it right down, and she just gets her nose in front. I mean, Ray Treasure up here in Formula Tech Race Control is still smiling. That is a good race.
That
is what Group 3 Dial Your Own is all about. Congratulations to the McClure family.
Oh, Daryl still takes home a Christmas tree, a silver one, but nonetheless, as we move on to the next category, top sportsman, Paul Down for Black Market Racing, the VP Holden Commodore for LA Transport and VP Racing Fuels in the Aeroflow lane. He's dialed in a 7.97 up against Albie Bakranich, and we saw Angel performing so well early on today in the junior dragsters. For Honey Road Racing, the Chevy Monte Carlo with 565 cubic inches for Australian Ceramic Engineering and WA Racing Developments, he's dialed in a 7.86. So Paul Down, the VP Commodore, a 7.97, and Albie Bakranich, a 7.86.
Here we go, both cars into full stage. Down gets away a little bit earlier, but he's sleeping on the tree. Albie nails him to it. An 0.36 reaction time.
Close.
Very close in the top end. Albie Bakranich with a win by 4.5 feet through the top end. Albie Bakranich for Honey Road Racing takes out top sportsman here at Perth Motorplex.
Better reaction for Albany. Takes home the victory. Let's check out the big screen replay, folks.
Check it out, how close it was. It was all on the start line there. Albie nailed him to the tree by about 0.09 of a second from memory, and how close it was in the top end. 4.5 feet at the finishing stripe. Bakranich takes out the win here for Honey Road Racing in that Chevy Monte Carlo.
And now we move on to Group 2, competition bike. In the Aeroflow lane, we have Troy Thompson on the Suzuki Hayabusa for Dickers Speed Shop, Adrenaline Performance and Fabrication down there in Bunbury, RB Performance and McClure Motorsports. Take on Ross Smith from Boyanup.
We're about to go to Malibu. Troy Thompson does a very late fire up, obviously looking after the engine and trying to get the engine temp right where he wants it on the start line.
Troy Thompson's dialed in at 8.2 and Ross Smith has dialed in at 8.65. I should say they're the index, I must admit, because Troy Thompson's on the boosted altered
small
bike
capacity.
Exactly, and Ross Smith is on the naturally aspirated altered bike, the Suzuki Hayabusa for Brock's Performance, Patterson, Wayne Patterson, Ducati and Bunbury, and of course FME and ProFlow, Motorcycle Improvements.
An absolute cracker final here. Two of our stalwart favourites in the West Australian ranks and the two-wheel category of motorcycle racing. We are set for an extremely tight final.
This is going to be super close. Ross Smith will get to lead first on that 865 index, and he goes first, but Troy Thompson has a better reaction time. 0.108 plays against 0.201. He's still got to beat him to the finish line, but Smith smashes through the top end and will take out the win. Ross Smith on the Hayabusa in the Rocket Industries lane takes out the win in competition bike. How's the call up though for Troy Thompson? Pulls the bike back out, comes out, runs the final, and runs to the runner-up position here at the Golden States in comp bike.
Yes, Ross Smith from Crooked Brook on board Barry the Hayabusa. Now we move on to the next category, and it is, well, top sportsman. Super stock. Gee, we're flying through them. Coming through quicker than I can read. Yeah, super stock. And we have Errol Quartermain in the BA Ford Falcon for Harris Engines, Crow Cams, all fast torque converters and Park Bodybuilders in the Aeroflow lane. He's dialed in a 7.63. Just wait for the burnout.
Quartermain looking good in the burnout.
Oh, nice, Errol. Very nice. Graham Sims just waiting back on the Toyota Supra for motorhound.com.au, and he's dialed in a 9.03. So he'll have to wait around about a second and a half there. Or should I say, he'll leave a second and a half there before Errol Quartermain.
Graham Sims, much shorter in the burnout procedure, knows his housekeeping very well. He's been here before. He knows how to get it done. Jay running to help Graham get backed up behind the beams. And you see, by the time Graham gets stopped, here comes Errol. And now they are going to be at a very similar position, ready to bump into stage and get them set to go. Errol Quartermain, double D gas automatic. He's got the boosted combination with some smaller capacity, or bigger capacity actually, running a 763. Graham Sims on the F gas with a 9.03 index for his class. The War Dog, this is the little Toyota Supra that revs to the moon and will send the War Dog down the racetrack. This is going to be a super tight race. Superstock Group 2, they run to their national records, plus a little bit. That creates the index, and that is what they are running on here in Superstock for the final.
Simsy looking good in the camouflage wrap. Looks absolutely beautiful, the War Dog itself. Up against Errol Quartermain for Park Bodybuilders.
Getting cars into stage now. Simsy goes and sets off both bulbs. He will get to leave first. Errol's on the boost, and he cracks a little bit. And it's nowhere for Errol Quartermain.
Simsy doled in a 9.03, or should I say that's his index, and he goes through with a 9.098, so a win there to Graham Sims.
Bang
well
on.
done, absolutely. Errol Quartermain, it just didn't work out for him today.
Jay, that was an amazing weekend. You guys at the Motorhound gang have always put on a great show for us, but to take home a gold Christmas tree, you guys have been racing for 35 years, 40 years?
50 plus.
50 plus.
Hey, not me.
But Graham Sims has been a legend since Ravenswood Raceway. It's great to see the Supra back on top of the pops.
Thank you so much. We chased it all weekend from testing on Thursday, and that's amazing.
You're shaking. Congratulations, Jay.
Such a heartfelt response as well. They put everything into these cars, as does everyone racing here at Perth Motorplex. And it is good to see some of the elation and the emotion coming through. Everyone likes to put on a brave face and tone things back to an average, but sometimes you just got to let it flow.
Exactly. We now move on to competition. It's Marino Galotto and the Ultra Production fuel-injected Lexus SC400. And he'll be taking on Steve Martin. Steve Martin in the boosted Ultra, the supercharged Chevy-powered. Thank you, Steve. The supercharged Chevy-powered V8 altered Ford T-Bucket.
Martin's gone for a super long burnout, rolled it through to the other side of the Triple M 92.9 snake pit. And he's got a long way to try and reverse back, as Moreno has already made it back to the starting line. This is a red-hot matchup for your competition eliminator final. Comp Eliminator Group 2, they run to those index. And Marino on a 676 for the double C boosted small capacity altered production on EFI. Steve Martin, middle round capacity, double B altered automatic, runs Sansa body, and it looks absolutely incredible in the night for Intolerance Racing. This T-bucket with 452 cubic inches, a black belt supercharger bolted onto the top end. And he runs on that 646 index. He will get to leave second on a green light here to try and chase down the turbocharged Lexus through the top end of the racetrack.
Only 0.3 of a second difference here that Marino Galotto will leave first. He races for SMC Race Engines, Brad Penn Oils, VP Racing Fuels, and for Steve Martin, it is Harris Engines, Penrite Oils, TFS Dance Academy, and Diamond Cut Tiling.
Moreno's up on the boost, gets a light, but he gets nailed to the tree. Martin is going to race away. Moreno has some work to do to catch him. It's not going to be enough. Steve Martin wins Comp Eliminator in the Intolerance Racing T-bucket. It's a 638, 347 kilometres per hour.
What a weekend, Martins. Does it get any better than that?
Not really, no.
To put 2 pieces of gold on the podium and to do it so outstandingly in competition is a dream come true for us.
Absolutely for us too.
That's magnificent. We're moving to Outlaw Radial. Great to see Phil Gardner in this final.
Checking out the replay up on the super screen. The altered got up and got out of there. Nothing that Moreno could do by that point. Steve Martin was boogieing down to the quarter mile, 340 plus kilometres per hour, and will take away a gold Christmas tree here for the Golden States.
Well, this is going to be tough here as we move on to Outlaw Radial for Kevin Bolton taking on Phil Gardner. Tough task here for Phil Gardner. Kevin Bolton, legend of not only Outlaw Radial, but a legend of the WA Drag Racing Association. He's on board the Pontiac Trans Am for Chris Mills Performance, WA Racing Developments, all fast torque converters and WA suspensions. Up against Philly Gardner, who's been putting on a great effort so far. Another magnificent burnout from Philly Gardner there in the VS Maloo Ute. for Chris Mills Performance, Active Automotive's Performance Management Systems, Auto Masters Maddington, and Shields Garage. He's got to be doing some of the best outlaw radial burnouts we've seen in a long time out here, Philly G. Obviously, often races out here on Formula Tech Performance Whoop-Ass Wednesdays radial racing, co-hosted by myself and young Corey Marriott out there.
Philly G is one to watch. It was only yesterday I caught up with him and he said, to the extent of he was ready to throw this car in the bin. But
oh, no.
They got it turned around,
no.
and it is flying into the final, matching up against Mumbo in Kevin Bolton. This is going to be a hard task. This is
very hard.
Pro Tree, no dial-ins. First to the finish line, wins on a radial tyre for Outlaw Radial.
Oh, look at Kevin Bolton roaring away, although Philly G might have him. I think Philly G's got him.
No, not quite. Kevin Bolton drives it past him in the top end. And Bolton takes out the win for Outlaw Radial. A PB light comes up, though, for Philly G. A 774, 305 kilometres per hour. But Kevin Bolton takes out the win here in Outlaw Radial for the 47th Annual Golden States.
That was always going to be a tough task. Check out the replay, folks, on the big screen.
A legend of the West Australian street machining community to find his street car in a final against what is a fully equipped race car doing magical stuff on a radial tyre. Philly G, an absolute showman. Some of the best burnouts we've seen, as you guys mentioned, in Formula Tech Race Control. And I'll be really happy to see a big fat smile on his face coming down the return road.
Oh, you know it's going to be going from ear to ear as the rumble of black belt superchargers ripples its way through the venue. Supercharged Outlaws brought to you by Performance Towing in the house for the final.
Absolutely. Alan Mankoff, the beautiful EH utility, the force-fed beast itself, up against Mark Hunt, all the way from South Australia in the 1956 Ford Custom Line. Oh, I wish that Ford Custom Line could stay here in WA. That's an absolutely stunning car all the way from South Australia. Mark Hunt there on board Huntsman Racing for Baines Engines, High-Tech Oils and Performance Wholesale. And he's in the Rocket Industries lane. And Alan Mankoff from Tom Price, he's come a long way from up north in the Force-Fed Racing EH Holden Utility for Alan Erickson Builders, Boddington Mechanical and Auto Electrical and Benko Group. And the dial-in here for Alan Mankoff is a 6.68 in the Aeroflow lane in the EH utility. And for Mark Hunt in the 1956 Ford Custom Line, his dial-in is a 7.57.
There's a big gap between them on the dial-ins. Supercharged Outlaws.
Yeah, almost a full second.
A Group 3 dial your own bracket. You put your number in, you know you're going to run on that number. And Mark Hunt, the Huntsman from Clemzig, South Australia. He is bumping forward into stage. He's going to try and topple the Force-Fed Racing EHU of Alan Mankoff, who's lined it up into the staging beams. We are set to go. The Huntsman will go first, but it goes nowhere. Mankoff is going to boogie on out of here. That's heartbreak for the Huntsman, but Alan Mankoff through the top end. And hang on a second.
He actually red lit.
It's a red light.
He got a red light. I can't believe this. The South Australian boy, Mark Hunt.
I think you won.
In the 1956 Ford Custom
red light
Line.
in the other lane.
That's incredible.
There you go. Thanks for coming over to Western Australia. You're the winners.
What happened then?
There's a red light in the other lane.
Oh, my God.
You've accepted the green. Congratulations. You are the winners at the Golden States.
Oh, you've seen it all, folks.
How about
Supercharged
that?
Outlaws. Mark Hunt all the way from South Australia takes the victory by travelling a couple of feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the shortest distance travelled by a winner. Mark Hunt, your winner in Supercharged Outlaws by a red light to Alan Mankoff. What a way to get it done for the man from South Australia. The Huntsman takes out a gold Christmas tree here for the Golden States.
Oh, the Mankoff family would be devastated heading back up to Tom Price with just the secondary prize. Well done to the South Australian. Beautifully prepared 1956 Ford Custom Line. Absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, they want to get to the bottom of that.
Oh, mate, that's an awesome story.
We've seen it all.
And that's how it goes some days in drag racing. You don't have to be the quickest. Sometimes you just have to be lucky at the right time of the night. We are coming down. We've got a couple more yet to go, and these are the big ones. We are getting into it. For your last couple of finals here, the 47th annual Golden States. These finals, they come through thick and fast, but a couple more yet to come. We are just getting the Huntsman's custom line pushed out into the Mobil 1 return road and getting this thing out of here. They got a really cool attachment on this. How's that? The drawbar from the front of the golf buggy. Keys into the back of the custom line. No towing here. We can just push it from the back end and get it home that way.
And thank you to Performance Towing for backing Supercharged Outlaws on this 47th annual Golden States here at the Perth Motorplex. Performance Towing, 1-800-TOW-YOU. What more can I say? You're broken down. Performance Towing is your man. Performance Towing, 1-800-TOW-YOU.
Just as he comes down the return road, what a street car, ladies and gentlemen. He's on the idle and he's heading it back. It's Philly Gardner.
Top Fuel Motorcycle, ladies and gentlemen, in the house. Put your hands together as they get on out. It is time for the finals. Who's ready to burn some nitro on two wheels here at Perth Motorplex?
I don't think they're excited enough, Chris Mitchell.
Did you say something, Chris?
We're struggling to turn them on here. We got some bikes behind the bridge, though. That's a start.
We absolutely do. Who's ready for some nitro-fueled action? That's a little bit better. They're going to get them turned over here at the Plex, coming up the Rocket Industries and Aeroflow lanes. This is your final for Top Fuel Motorcycle.
And Top Fuel Motorcycle is brought to us by Dragon Bikes. So if you want to go fast on two wheels, tunnel vision fast, not just regular fast, but proper pull your arms out of your sockets fast, then talk to Clyde from Dragon Bikes at Bravo Resources. They've been designing, building, modifying and repairing record-setting bikes for over 4 decades for top-level names like Upton, Durack, McGuinness, Vodanovic, Holden and so many more. Dragon Bikes, Top Fuel Motorcycles.
That is the way. Top Fuel Bike, part of the Australian Drag Racing Championship. Your number one qualifier took out the $500 Top Qualifier Award thanks to Deco Glaze Glass Splashbacks. And it is a bittersweet story because we have a solo for your final. It's a no-show for Ricky Wood, unfortunately. Greg Durack is going to take the only Top Fuel bike that isn't on Top Fuel into the final and is on a solo pass. This is an incredible machine for Team Raptor. It's a Kawasaki ZX-12, but it's got a Ski-Doo Mutant engine combination, 1.6 litres, bolted to a B&J transmission, the planetary style transmission in the back of it. It runs on turbocharged methanol combination. Greg is ready to rotate the earth. Give him a big rev. Greg Durack in your Top Fuel Motorcycle final. Ooh, it pulled down big time on the hit. And that'll be how it goes. Greg Durack will roll through the top end. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Your Top Fuel Motorcycle winner, Greg Durack, here at the Golden States. Wouldn't have been quite the lap that Greg was looking for, a 9.212, 217 kilometres per hour. Nothing to write home about, but sometimes you just have to get the bike down the racetrack to take out a win. Corey Marriott down there on the start line.
Well, I'm joined by Nick Marta, and it's time to get excited, ladies and gentlemen. Western Australia produces an awful amount of extremely fast top door slammers. We have always been proud to build so many sedans in this state and put on whole 8-car fields, but at the end of national events, we go down to 2 cars. This week, we have Pino Priolo and Stuart Moresby, 2 cars that have been legends of WA's community for a long time, but to face them off in a final together, there is no person that I could say has the favour and advantage.
Absolutely not. Pino Priolo coming back for his first event, and the Donati Hotshots team, they've had their troubles too, running 5.8s later on. As we go up to the big screen, it is top door slammer time.
Pino Priolo, massive burnout there for Priolo Motorsport. 1937 Chevy Coupe, Home Group WA, BL and SG Lake Brick Cartage, Fuchs, Beyond Tools, S&A, Smash Repairs and JP Signs. Magnificent to see this 1937 Chevy Coupe out here up against the 1950s. Studebaker for Hot Shot Racing of Stuart Moresby for Denani Hot Shots, BL and SL Brake Cartage, and of course Armidale Millie Nodes, West Coast Smash Repairs and BAM Lifters. What about this, Chris? To see two of the oldest, most classic cars you'll see and top door slammers.
This is incredible. Pino Priolo has only been to a final 4 times in top-level competition. He's won 1 gold Christmas tree, Western Nationals back in 2016, and on his return to drag racing here in WA after a bit of time off, he's ready to do it again. The man in the other lane, Stuart Moresby, has never won an event in Top Door Slammer. He is ready to try and change that here for your final at the Golden States. This is a story of the underdogs, the 47th edition of the Golden State Championships here at Perth Motorplex. We are locked and loaded for one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Top Door Slammer final. And they're off. Stu Moresby down the centre of the groove. He's up in smoke. Moresby wins the Golden States.
His first win.
And it's a 5.91 with a 388 kilometres per hour. Stuart Moresby and the Denani Hot Shots team win the Golden State Championships here at Perth Motorplex. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Lauren Black, that is an awesome win. The trials, the tribulations this team's been through. Finally, that gold Christmas tree.
Oh my God, we have hunted for this for years. It's been a long time since the Moresbys have been back in that circle. And Danny, you absolute legend. Thank you for putting us through it. We appreciate everything that she does, and the Moresby family.
How does it feel right now? Just the visceral feeling of getting that trophy in the cabinet.
We had MSDs apart like not even half an hour ago. We were pulling everything apart to make sure that we weren't going to hit a snag. We had tiny issues, but we got through them and we're really pleased.
Soak it up, Lauren. It's going to be fantastic. He's winning the Golden Christmas tree here at the 47th Golden States. The track party is now open, ladies and gentlemen. Come through the gates, jump over the fence, and experience this track in all its sticky glory. Guys, thank you so much for coming around as we see a replay up on the super screen of that final pass. Boys up in Formula Tech Race Control, run us through it.
It was all on. Pino got out of shape in the first half of the racetrack. Moresby was on a mission. Started blowing a bit of smoke out the pipes, but none the matter. They will cop whatever damage they did to that one, as Stuart Moresby is now your Golden States winner here at Perth Motorplex.
Thank you very much, Chris Mitchell, Stewie Bond, and also Sean McCabe. Corey Marriott, who was right next to me for the entire night, rolling through the roller coaster of emotions at the 47th Annual Golden States. Thank you so much for coming along, ladies and gentlemen. Motorplex.com.au for all your tickets for later events here at the Perth Motorplex. Thank you so much for coming down. Drive safely home and have a good night. As we see a replay up on the super screen, what a brilliant finish that was. The fireworks going off on the left-hand side. A puff of smoke. A fantastic ending to an awesome 47th Golden States. Thank you to everybody for coming along. Motorplex.com.au for all your tickets. Enjoy the track party, everyone. Drive safely home and have a good night.